Chapter 1. This is the final era scorched by the flames of retribution, the ultimate fate of a crumbling world. The sun has vanished, warmth dissipating, as daylight transforms into a decaying gray light. The night sky no longer sparkles with resplendent stars, only a solitary star, and a waning moon flicker in and out of sight, as if they too are succumbing to the gradual silence enveloping this world. The apostles of infernal fire traverse the land, extinguishing all futile resistors who refuse to yield. Civilization collapses, its essence etched in decay. The wildfire spreads with unrelenting ferocity, disseminating despair and the doctrine of destruction. It incinerates all that exists. Trees contort as if in lamentation. Living beings undergo grotesque mutations, driven solely by the impulses of slaughter, reproduction, and ruin, all in pursuit of their insatiable desires. On this day, the last ember of the world fell. It was the final star in the heavens, symbolizing the extinguished beacon of hope for the world's restoration. Countless rational beings, still clinging to sanity, knelt and wept before it, emitting mournful cries. In the sanctuary of fading light, the goddess offered fervent prayers while the weary swordsman languished in sorrow. Stars descended, carrying with them the last vestiges of light and heat, swiftly dimming and fading under the onslaught of the inferno. Ultimately, only a flicker of fireflies remained, settling upon the grim battlefield piled high with corpses. The lifeless body of a knight, long since deceased, opened its eyes. Blue, ghostly flames danced within, as if a demon returned from the depths of hell. He numbly rose, confronted by an endless expanse formed from mounds of cadavers, stretching towards the horizon. In this forest shrouded in mist, even the pale daylight could not penetrate. Fallen beings concealed themselves within, preying upon all rational creatures that passed. The armored knight gripped his long sword tightly, forcefully plunging into the skull of a hunchbacked humanoid monstrosity, which collapsed, only to be immediately replaced by another beast. Around him, several laden carts were overturned, their cargo spilling into the mire, with fallen jewels and gold glimmering enticingly. More individuals wielding weapons engaged in battle against the encroaching twisted monsters. Many were slain, yet those emerging from the cursed thicket seemed inexhaustible. Jansen, we must retreat at once. If we linger, the monsters will only multiply, and we shall perish here. The armored knight shouted. Jihor, silence yourself. Jansen screamed in fury, his voice distorting, resembling a fat pig with bloodshot eyes, fighting desperately to protect his meal. He was loath to abandon his profitable venture. How could he bear to leave behind the treasures he had earned? His corpulent form lunged into the muck, gathering the scattered jewels and coins into his embrace. My money, my money! A guard from the merchant convoy, wielding a hand axe, turned readied. Having just slain one monster, he was caught off guard and seized from behind by three beasts, which tore him apart in a gruesome display. Blood sprayed like a torrential downpour, and disemboweled entrails floated through the air, unfurling like banners. The severed hand clutching the axe landed before Jansen, startling him into a shudder. This scene unfolded throughout the merchant convoy. The fully armored knight, having brutally bisected a creature, hoisted the terrified Jansen. He roared, I shall say this once more. Retreat at once, before we attract even greater troubles. Otherwise, I shall leave on my own, and you shall accompany your lovely slaves and gold to the grave. Jansen, equally twisted with rage, retorted, No, I have paid you a considerable sum. You must ensure my safety along with my goods. Is this beyond your capabilities? Are you worthless? As they bickered, a series of piercing screams seemed poised to rupture their eardrums, and when they turned to follow the sound, their expressions froze in shock. Before them stood an abominable creature, reminiscent of an oversized, grotesque human dwarf, with elongated limbs and an oversized head that constituted a third of its height, towering over 4 meters. Its face lacked eyes and a nose, entirely covered by a thin layer of white membrane, save for a pair of gaping mouths that jutted out grotesquely. It crouched beside an overturned cart, resting its chin on its hand in a pose of deep contemplation, as if pondering a profoundly complex question. If not for the fact that its mouth was constantly chewing, revealing the remains of a guard's limb and the head of another, still writhing in agony, one might mistake it for a statue. The guards, who had been valiantly resisting, now lost all courage upon sighting this strange apparition and fled in terror. "Retreat, Jihor, take me away." Phyke capitulated. Fearful of the beast, he urged, "Hurry, take what you can as long as those two remain. I shall not lose everything." Under Phyke command, the remaining 20-odd members of the convoy hastily gathered the surviving slave carts and fled in disarray. "That thing isn't pursuing us, is it?" After a safe distance, Phyke asked, his heart still racing. Jihor surveyed the empty landscape behind them, a smirk of schadenfreude spreading across his face. "Rest assured, that creature seems rather dim-witted. It's likely still savoring your pretty slaves left behind. Ha ha." But as his words faded, the ground trembled violently, like an earthquake, as if a massive boulder tumbled down from mountaintop toward them. "It's coming." Phyke face turned ashen. "Shut up, you fool. Accelerate, run." The grotesque, dwarf-like creature emerged from the edge of their vision, abandoning its contemplative pose, now moving with astonishing speed on its spindly limbs, leaping and scuttling forth like a grasshopper. Despite their frantic efforts, the merchant convoy could not shake off the monster, the distance between them shrinking perilously. Boom! The fallen giant dwarf creature leapt high, crashing down like a massive iron disc, thudding heavily before the fleeing convoy, its maw agape awaiting their entry. The cart screeched to a halt. The lead horse could not stop in time and crashed into the creature's jaws, scattering the cart and its contents, including a delicate cage adorned with golden edges. "What's happening?" A bewildered voice emanated from within the cage, but no one had the time to pay heed. Jihor, towering over the scene, appeared diminutive before the creature, trembling uncontrollably, unable to grip his sword or shield. Phyke was in an even worse state, his corpulent body shaking like a leaf. The enormous monster advanced, its maw spewing undigested flesh and blood, and though it possessed no visible eyes, one could distinctly feel its gaze upon them. "Daddy," it murmured indistinctly, extending its arm toward Phyke. "Don't come near. Why are you all frozen? Attack! Protect me! Kill this monster!" Phyke scrambled backward in desperation, as the creature's massive hand loomed closer. The loyal guards exchanged glances, hesitating, none daring to approach, even considering flight. Just then, unnoticed by anyone, a figure clad in tattered armor emerged from the mist, striding heavily past Phyke. His visage was entirely obscured by his helmet, leaving only narrow slits for his eyes, rendering his features unrecognizable. The battered armor, marred by dents and fractures, bore exquisite engravings and decorations that had long since eroded, revealing a layer of dense chainmail beneath. Though damaged, it exuded an aura of formidable strength. This knight, enveloped in armor, seemed as if he had just emerged from the blood-soaked battlefield, the scars of countless battles etched into his fragmented armor. He reached behind him, and from beneath a simple knight's cloak emerged an exaggeratedly large sword, nearly 1.7 meters in length, wide enough for two hands to grip side by side. The swordsman positioned himself between Phyke and the fallen monster, a deep voice emanating from within the heavy armor. "Fat pig, do you know where Mirror Lake is?" The monster, sensing the swordsman obstructing its path, shifted its target toward him, only to be repelled by the knight's colossal blade. Seizing the moment of confrontation between the sudden swordsman and the creature, Jihor yanked Phyke backward. "What now?" Jihor inquired. Without hesitation, Phyke replied, "While this fellow holds off the monster, we must make our escape at once." The swordsman fearlessly advanced toward the creature, the weighty blade humming as it swung, akin to the roar of a great sword. The gigantic, dwarf-like monstrosity opened its pristine, white teeth wide, clamping down on the incoming blade, rendering it unable to penetrate further. The swordsman boldly propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful shoulder charge to the monster's broad jaw. The impact forced the creature to tilt its head back, providing the perfect opportunity for the massive sword to break free from its grip and strike again. Impressive, came a voice of astonishment from within the gilded cage on the ground, quickly followed by a hurried warning to the swordsman. Swordsman, the one you saved has fled. How shameless. Fei Qiansun, directing his men as they pulled away in their cart, showed no inclination to assist the swordsman engaged in battle with the monster. The fate of the swordsman was of no concern to him. His only priority was his cargo. But where was the cargo? Anxiously, Fei Qiansun searched among the several carts of goods, feeling a slight relief upon confirming that the finest slave remained. However, his expression soon shifted to one of horror. The little biscuit is missing. He glanced toward the fray between the swordsman and the monster, spotting a finely crafted, gilded cage overturned in the mud at the site of the earlier attack. Fear gripped Fei Qiansun's heart. This was the most precious item among his goods, worth more than the losses he faced. Aguihor, go retrieve that item at once. Stop shouting, you old fool. Do you want to track that thing back here? The caravan sped away, accompanied by Fei Qiansun's frantic shouts and the chaos of battle, leaving the swordsman and the monster to continue their struggle. The creature coiled its body and suddenly sprang forth like a released spring, its wide maw lunging at the swordsman. It resembled a massive frog swooping down, its open jaws slamming into the ground as it bit down, dislodging a large clump of earth and roots, sending dust spiraling into the air. Is he dead? The small creature in the cage frantically searched for signs of the swordsman. Emerging from the dust, the swordsman, clad in battered armor that clinked with movement, thrust his great sword deep into the monster's cheek. The monster let out a pained howl, flinging the swordsman aside. Using the momentum, the swordsman twisted and swung his sword, slicing through the monster's left arm, the limb that had supported its weight. The creature collapsed, and the swordsman took the chance to step onto its comparatively slender back, ascending to the top of its head. The weight of his heavy armor sank deep footprints into the monster's skull, while his tattered cloak billowed in the wind. His great sword plunged directly into the creature's cranium. Blood and brain matter gushed forth from either side of the blade. Magnificent! Well done, swordsman, you have triumphed, cheered the creature in the cage, seemingly more exhilarated than the swordsman himself. Only then did the swordsman turn to face the source of the commotion, realizing that within the fallen, ornate cage was a biscuit. This little being stood about 15 centimeters tall, taking on a rudimentary human form, its body golden and crisp, adorned with delicate features made of chocolate icing. Undoubtedly, it was a chocolate-flavored biscuitin, absurd, animated, living biscuit. At that moment, the biscuit noticed a faint blue light emanating from the monster's body, seeping into the swordsman's form. As the blue specks flowed forth, the monster began to wither, ultimately collapsing into an unidentifiable skeleton that crumbled to ash. The biscuit swore he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The dark eye holes of the swordsman's helmet seemed to harbor an abyss, unsettling the biscuit, as if he were being scrutinized by some malevolent entity lurking in the shadows. "Too am called Kiki. Swordsman, what is your name?" Finally, the biscuit broke the silence, flashing a charming smile and awaiting the swordsman's introduction. Little did he know that after a brief moment of observation, the swordsman would simply hoist his sword, turn on his heel, and depart without uttering a single word. Perhaps, to him, asking a mere cookie for directions was an act both absurd and foolish. Witnessing the swordsman walk away, the imprisoned Kuchi was instantly filled with panic. "Do not leave me behind. At the very least, help me free myself from this wretched cage," regardless of how the cookie creature howled. The unfeeling swordsman paid him no heed, vanishing into the deeper mists in an instant. "I am Kuchi. What is your name, swordsman?" A familiar voice suddenly echoed in the swordsman's ear, prompting him to turn sharply towards his shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, the cookie creature, trapped in the cage, was now perched upon his shoulder, swinging its tiny cookie feet and persistently inquiring about his name. "Hey, where are you going? I suggest you do not venture further in. Find a way out instead. This forest is perilous." In a flash, the swordsman acted, seizing the cookie in his grasp, his dark void-like eyes fixed intently upon it. "Hello, I am Kuchi." The cookie creature awkwardly introduced itself once more. only to be callously discarded into the muddy ground by the swordsman. Ignoring this trivial interruption, the swordsman continued his exploration of the surroundings, seeking another living soul to ask for directions. Yet again, he was interrupted by an irksome voice. Do you know what happens when a cookie is thrown into water? It melts into cookie mush, you scoundrel. Kuchi protested angrily from the swordsman's shoulder. You threw me into a muddy puddle. Do you realize? I am but a cookie. The swordsman, unable to endure further, reached for the incessantly chattering cookie on his shoulder, only to redirect his hand towards the hilt of his sword behind him. Are you going to draw your sword on Kuchi? The cookie creature began to tremble with fear, quickly realizing that the swordsman's focus was not on him, but rather on a gnarled old tree ahead, which bore the visage of a human face. It was a tree that exuded an unmistakably sinister aura, its limbs twisting grotesquely, while the trunk faced them adorned with the kind, smiling face of an elderly man, its wrinkles and lines eerily resembling those of a living being, provoking an unsettling discomfort. It looks utterly repulsive. Swordsman, eliminate it, Kuchi exclaimed from a nearby branch, waving a tiny flag as if directing the swordsman. Wait, how can you bear to strike down an elder? Just as the swordsman was about to unsheath his great sword, the ghastly face of the tree spoke, halting his movements momentarily. It can speak. Kuchi gasped in astonishment. The tree's visage, however, remained unperturbed, continuing to explain with a gentle smile, I am not a monster. I am a tree spirit dwelling within this forest. It is rife with the fallen. Yet I am surprised to see a normal tree spirit still exists. Kuchi curiously scrutinized the tree spirit, perched atop its branches. The tree spirit's expression turned sorrowful as it surveyed the eerie, grotesque trees nearby. Before the hellfire descended, this was a beautiful forest where all lived carefree. Now, it feels as though it were all a dream. The swordsman glanced at Kuchi, who had somehow made his way over, then turned to the tree spirit and inquired, You are the tree spirit of this place. Do you know where Mirror Lake is? The tree spirit did not answer directly, but instead urged, This place has been tainted by the breath of hellfire. I have appeared to warn you to leave quickly. The swordsman, however, showed little interest in the warning. I followed a voice here, one that directed me to Mirror Lake on Abyss Mountain. Tell me, do you know the precise location of that mountain and lake? The lake lies beyond this forest, in the Abyss Mountains, the tree spirit replied, through the dense tree canopy and thick fog above the forest. A majestic mountain range loomed beyond. I was once the guardian of the entrance to Mirror Lake on Abyss Mountain, but it is now engulfed by hellfire. Apostles of hellfire are slaying life and gathering offerings to satiate their grotesque desires. For your precious lives, I implore you to leave at once. The gust of wind surged as the swordsman drew his great sword, pointing it at the tree spirit. Enough with your ramblings. Tell me where the entrance to that mountain is. The swordsman, previously calm, could no longer maintain his composure upon hearing a clue about Mirror Lake, his demeanor turning ferociously menacing. The old tree spirit sighed. What stands before you is a dreadful apostle. You cannot hope to defeat him. Do not throw your life away. The swordsman advanced step by step towards the old tree spirit. Though his expression remained hidden beneath his helmet, the murderous intent emanating from him was palpable. I have slain many beings. I hope you shall not become one of them. Kuchi, hidden behind the tree spirit, panicked and interjected, Swordsman, have you lost your mind? He is the guardian of the forest. Tree spirits are the kindest of beings. Do not do this. The swordsman remained unmoved. Tell me, where is the entrance to Mirror Lake? As the swordsman drew closer, Kuchi, concerned for the tree spirit's safety, urged, He is only here to warn you. Please, stop. The swordsman coldly raised his sword. Showing no intention of halting, in a fit of rage, Kuchi began throwing small fruits from the tree at the swordsman, the dull thuds against his armor producing no harm. Tree spirit, he intends to kill you. What are you hesitating for? Just tell him, so he may walk to his doom. Kuchi implored desperately. Alas, very well, I can tell you, but I have one condition. The sword's edge hovered perilously close to the old tree spirit's face, mere inches away from piercing its aged visage, while the tree spirit, peering through the dark voids of the swordsman's helmet, could not discern any emotion. The swordsman gradually moved in a direction, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. Are you not going to follow him? Are you not together? Kuchi questioned. An explorer does not require such a companion. He has been dismissed. The cookie creature snorted fire from its nostrils, igniting some branches of the tree spirit in its fury. The solitary swordsman pressed on, guided by the directions of the old tree spirit, slaying any monsters that dared cross his path with his sword, reducing them to mere fragments. As evening fell, he finally arrived at the village the tree spirit had mentioned, Muddy Ditch Village. Is this the direction to the entrance of Mirror Lake? The swordsman queried a young girl washing clothes in the filthy water outside the village. I am not sure. Are you a stranger? Indeed, we have come from afar. The swordsman abruptly turned his gaze to his shoulder, where the bothersome cookie creature had inexplicably reappeared, as if it had never left, now curiously observing the laundry girl and the village behind her. Goodness, a talking cookie, the laundry girl exclaimed in surprise. The laundry girl, named Amy, had lived in Muddy Ditch Village her entire life and had never seen the outside world, though she held no curiosity about it. She led the swordsman and Coochie into the village, where every villager they encountered regarded them with vacant eyes, neither approaching to converse nor attempting to drive away these outsiders. Why does everyone in this village seem so dazed? Amy chuckled. Everyone devotes themselves wholeheartedly to the Divine Lord. They are simply exhausted. Coochie, you must not speak of them that way. The Divine? Coochie pondered, realizing that they too worshipped the Holy God, having traveled to many places. The cookie creature understood that many human lands revered the Holy God, with churches dedicated to him scattered throughout every human town. Little did Coochie notice the slight hint of confusion in Amy's gaze as she looked at him. That night, besides the swordsman, another group was also spending the night in the village. The villagers surrounding the slave cart, peering in, were driven away as Fachian's son covered the cart with a dark cloth. You look so stingy. A mere glance won't cost you a piece of flesh. In this wretched place, they have likely never seen such exquisite slaves before. The fully armored knight, Jihol, remarked leisurely. What do you know? The cookie creature has already been lost. All I have left is this one fine specimen. I cannot afford another mishap. Jihol chuckled. You've already suffered such a loss. Why not just capture everyone in this village and sell them off? Fachiansen wore a look of disdain. These lowly peasants. Even if they offered themselves for free, I wouldn't deign to lay a finger on them. I am indifferent, as long as you can afford my fee. At that moment, they too took notice of the newly arrived swordsman, their faces filled with astonishment. This fellow is still alive. How did he escape the clutches of that monster? Fachiansen did not respond to Jiwoer's words. His eyes were wide open, nearly bulging from their sockets. He was fixated on the small creature perched on the swordsman's shoulder. That was the cookie person, worth a fortune, enough to surpass the total worth of all his goods. The slave merchant's entourage, relying on brute force, had seized the largest and finest house in the village, forcibly evicting the family that had once resided there. They rummaged through the house, inside and out. And apart from a string of dried bark hanging on the walls like cured meat, they found no trace of food. Why only bark? Did the villagers subsist solely on such fare? The guards were left bewildered. Outside the village, monsters lurked everywhere. It was a miracle if they had bark to eat. After scouring the area, Jiwoer, with a grave expression, turned to Fachiansen and asked, The villagers are all frail, sickly, and there are children among them. With the devourers of men outside, how do you suppose they survive? Fachiansen, who had been pacing restlessly within the house, halted and fixed his bloodshot eyes on Jiwoer. I care not how these despicable creatures survive. My sole concern is my payment. That cookie person cost me a pretty penny, and once I sell it in Bartaland, I shall reap great rewards. That I must have it back. The fact that the swordsman managed to escape from that monster indicates he possesses some strength. Fachiansen's expression turned ferocious. I have hired skilled assassins, warriors, and you, a robust knight clad in heavy armor. The opponent is merely a beggar in tattered rags. Calling him a swordsman is already an exaggeration. Should he dare to steal from me, we shall strike him down at dusk and reclaim my gold. The swordsman was led into a dilapidated thatched hut by Amy, where a row of dried bark hung in front of the window. Aside from a grass bed and wooden tables and chairs, there was hardly any decent furniture. This was her home. The swordsman withdrew the last 2 copper coins from his pouch, but Amy laughed and refused them. The warm-hearted Amy served her guest a platter of the finest bark. Is this all you eat? Hiki inquired. Amy smiled. Yes, it's quite delicious. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of bark and chewed it, as if savoring a crispy biscuit. Observing Amy's actions, Hiki began to waver in his skepticism, curious enough to lift a piece and take a hearty bite, only to find it utterly inedible. It was indeed genuine bark. The swordsman showed no intention of removing his helmet, leaning against the wall with his sword, the dark eye holes of the helm fixated on the peculiar cookie creature leisurely chatting with Aimee at the table. "Excuse me, swordsman, do you have a sacrifice?" "A sacrifice?" The swordsman turned to the smiling Aimee. "What do you mean?" Aimee, hands on her hips, explained, "Every outsider passing through must offer a sacrifice to our deity. Without one, you cannot pass. The deity requires a sacrifice." The cookie creature looked incredulous. "What sort of sacrifice does this deity demand?" Aimee extended a finger. "A maiden. The deity requires a maiden as a bride. That is the sacrifice the deity desires." "Ah, is it mandatory for every passerby?" Kiki's chocolatey eyes widened in shock. This deity seemed rather unorthodox. The swordsman replied, "Do you think I possess such a thing? Without a sacrifice, you cannot pass and will incur the deity's wrath." "However," Aimee replied sincerely, "but it's all right. I can be your sacrifice." With Aimee's declaration, even the boisterous cookie fell into a long silence. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Kiki hesitated. Aimee, filled with anticipation, replied, "No problem at all. It would be my honor. I have always prepared myself to offer myself to the deity." After a long pause, the swordsman coldly remarked, "As you wish." "Wonderful, swordsman." As the cheerful Aimee rushed over, Kiki couldn't help but whisper to the swordsman, "Why does this feel so strange?" The swordsman was indifferent to the village's peculiar customs. He was more concerned about the cookie creature than a maiden willing to sacrifice herself. He had encountered many unusual, bizarre, and twisted beings, yet the utterly unremarkable cookie creature left him with a deeper sense of the grotesque. "What exactly are you?" "Me? I am nothing but a cookie." Kiki pointed to himself, tirelessly introducing, "I am Kiki, a cookie sprite from the fairy tale kingdom and also a great adventurer. We must respect each other. Now it is your turn to introduce yourself. That I have no name." This response left the cookie creature dumbfounded. Everything ought to have a name. How could you lack one? Since the swordsman had no name, the cookie creature changed his request. "Then could you remove your helmet so I can see your face?" "I cannot." The swordsman coldly queried the cookie creature, "Aren't you with that old tree spirit? Why are you following me?" Kiki's mood dampened. "Because I have nowhere else to go. The tree spirit has its own matters and cannot take me in. But it told me you could lead me away from here. However, I must clarify that the cookie adventurer has yet to forgive your previous actions, that I merely sought directions. Why did you resort to violence against someone trying to help you?" The swordsman appeared to have dozed off, ignoring him. Seeing the swordsman unresponsive, Kiki raised his chocolate-dotted brows and crossed his arms, speaking earnestly. "To turn against those who assist you is the most unforgivable act in this world." The silent swordsman replied coldly, "Why should I seek your forgiveness?" The cookie creature's face flushed with anger. He turned away, deciding not to utter another word to this fellow for the time being. As dusk deepened, a blurry full moon rose in the sky. The swordsman leaned against the wall, sword in hand, asleep, while the cookie creature stealthily approached the gap of the swordsman's helmet, hoping to glimpse what lay hidden within. "You must look super ugly. Otherwise, why wouldn't you reveal your face?" Kiki bore a mischievous grin, inching closer to the gap between the helmet and neck. Suddenly, the sleeping swordsman grasped the sword hilt with swiftness, thrusting the blade into the wall behind him. The massive sword pierced through the crude wall of thatch and wood with ferocity, and in the next moment, blood began to seep through the wall and along the sword. "The house is bleeding," Kiki screamed. The door, windows, and roof were simultaneously breached as a dozen individuals armed with blades and swords rushed into the thatched house, intent on attacking the swordsman. The swordsman's massive sword remained embedded in the wall, and 5 or 6 shadows were already closing in on him, raising their weapons to strike. "Watch out!" As the swordsman was about to be reduced to a pulp, the cookie creature covered its eyes and screamed in alarm. The swordsman tightened his grip on the sword embedded in the thatched wall, his full coverage helmet slightly lifted, remaining calm and unperturbed in that moment. With a dull roar, the great sword swung horizontally, cleaving through the wall behind him and bisecting the 5 attackers with sheer force, separating them into halves. Without pausing, the swordsman sidestepped an assailant descending from the rafters, and with a slashing motion of his freshly landed great sword, he cut upward, vertically slicing another attacker in two. A rain of blood drenched the entire room. This scene not only stunned the cookie creature, but also frightened the remaining attackers who had intended to close in. "Is this fellow a monster?" Just as the assailants hesitated, a knight clad in full armor wielding a long sword and shield entered the thatched hut. The exquisite silver armor, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, reflected a noble sheen in the moonlight, making the swordsman's tattered armor appear even more pitiful. "Swordsman, how about we have some fun?" Jihor spoke with a tone laced with mockery. Behind him, Feikiansen, hiding in Jihor's shadow, addressed the swordsman, saying, "Swordsman, that cookie man belongs to me. Return him, and I might consider sparing you." Realizing who it was, the cookie man recognized Feikiansen immediately, exclaiming, "So it was you, the coward who abandoned his savior." The swordsman, who had already raised his sword to strike, hesitated slightly as he glanced at the cookie man, who was making faces at Feikiansen from his shoulder. The two exchanged glances, one a man, the other a confection, and without a moment's hesitation, the swordsman seized the cookie man from his shoulder and hurled him away. It turned out these individuals sought to reclaim this trinket, which the swordsman had long desired. He had grown thoroughly weary of the incessant chatter from this bothersome creature, and the proposal from the rotund man was an opportune means to rid himself of the cookie man's incessant clinging. The discarded cookie man stared incredulously at the swordsman, unable to fathom that he would so readily betray him. Feikiansen joyfully grasped the cookie man, astonished that the swordsman had so easily relinquished such a valuable possession. Surely, that last strike had drained considerable stamina from him, and having been intimidated by Jihor's heavy armor, he likely recognized the futility of resistance, or perhaps, this fool simply did not comprehend the worth of the cookie man. Feikiansen mused with pride. "Very well, you have shown some sense that I shall spare you this time." His gaze shifted to the swordsman's massive sword, observing its robust iron composition, indicating it was likely quite valuable. Perhaps this fellow could yield considerable profit. Cough, cough. Feikiansen cleared his throat, adopting a sorrowful expression as he said, "The matter of the cookie man is settled. However, you have slain many of my subordinates, and that remains unaddressed. How about you hand over your sword, and we call it even?" The swordsman raised his great sword, directing it at Feikiansen, a fierce and violent killing intent emanating from him, as if a tempest had suddenly arisen. "Greedy, gluttonous pig," the swordsman muttered to himself, foregoing further dialogue and charging directly at Feikiansen. From the very first glance, he had found this man repugnant. It was one thing for him to have fled while using the swordsman as a shield against the monsters. But now he dared to push his luck further. The broad blade of the sword swung vigorously within the dim confines of the small room, and those who stood in his way fell before him like lambs led to slaughter, the sword cleaving through them with ease. "Are you mad?" Feikiansen exclaimed, genuinely perplexed by the swordsman's actions. He had merely been attempting to negotiate a price, and if the offer was unsatisfactory, they could have continued the discussion. "Ah, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. We are partners." Kuchi cheered. "Silence, all of you. Attack him. Eliminate him." Feikiansen commanded his subordinates to charge, while he clutched the cookie man tightly and retreated toward the door. However, upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to find that the humble hut was now surrounded by the villagers of the settlement. In the pitch-black night, they had not lit any lamps, standing densely around the thatched cottage, their hollow, sunken eyes fixed intently on Feikiansen, chanting in a fervent, reverent tone, "We must offer a sacrifice to the deity. We must offer a sacrifice to the deity." The eerie and sinister atmosphere sent a chill down Feikiansen's spine. When had so many people appeared in this village? "Get away! Clear the way!" Feikiansen bellowed at the crowd, but the villagers, who had seemed so meek and timid during the day, now displayed a completely different demeanor. They did not retreat, but instead pressed closer. Fearful, Feikiansen hastily retreated back inside the hut, only to see a massive silver object hurtling toward him. Instinctively, he ducked down, and the silver object flew over his head, crashing into the crowd of villagers behind him. That flying silver figure was none other than the heavily armored knight, Jihor, who had been propelled out by the swordsman within, weighing over 2 meters and clad in heavy armor. His descent upon the throng resulted in the immediate demise of several individuals, their punctured flesh and spilled blood filling the space beneath him. The swordsman's great sword swung with devastating force, severing numerous support beams, and in that moment, the entire hut collapsed, leaving fewer than 10 survivors. While the rest had been slain by the sword's ruthless arc, we must offer a sacrifice to the deity. The deity requires beautiful women as brides, and chests of gold as gifts. The villagers chanted in unison, their faces resembling intricately carved wooden sculptures. They shouted. They moved closer to the remaining survivors. Jihor, having been buried in the throng, found himself overwhelmed. Forget about the swordsman. Everyone, come protect me. Anyone who dares approach me shall be slaughtered, Feike Janssen ordered urgently. Jihor rose, his silver armor glinting prominently, as he swung his sword and shield, effortlessly dispatching any villagers who dared approach him. Ha! Swordsman, I am clad in fine armor. You cannot harm me. Jihor laughed boisterously. Yet the swordsman paid him no heed, focusing instead on the gathering villagers. There was no doubt these villagers could no longer be considered human. Their skin had morphed into a substance resembling ancient tree bark, branches sprouting from their eyes, their bodies grotesquely swollen. They had been tainted by the fires of corruption, and they had fallen from grace. Forget about that damned swordsman. If you wish to return from this mission with anything, come protect me. We must reclaim our goods, Feike Janssen urged his followers as they moved toward the large house they had originally occupied, where the slaves and goods of the merchant caravan were stored. Having already suffered losses, Feike Janssen was determined not to abandon the remaining assets. With the cookie man back in his possession, he believed he could still make a handsome profit if he left with the cargo. Swordsman, save me, the cookie man pleaded toward the swordsman, but to no avail. The swordsman showed no inclination to respond. He seemed to be waiting for something, and his inaction did not provoke an attack from the villagers. Swordsman, I am ready, exclaimed Amy, adorned in a splendid gown, as she stepped over the bloodied remains of her fellow villagers and rushed to the swordsman's side. The deity requires a sacrifice to quell its wrath. I am prepared. Please, now, sacrifice me to the great deity. Feike Janssen, shielded by his guards, finally reached the large house. But his expression shifted dramatically upon discovering that the fallen villagers had surrounded the cages containing his slaves. The tarpaulin covering the iron cages had been torn away, revealing women shackled within. Among them, one young girl stood out with her exquisite features. Their eyes bore the vacant gaze of those who had endured torment. The villagers collectively turned their gaze toward them. Is this the sacrifice you have prepared for the deity? Seeing these wretched, loathsome beings daring to touch his finest goods twisted Feike Janssen's face into a mask of fury. A pack of despicable bastards. Jihor, go clear these creatures away. Keep them away from my treasures. Hoger and his companions charged into the throng of monsters, cutting them down like wheat until all the fallen villagers surrounding the cart had been slain. How dare they covet my goods? Damn it all, truly despicable. Feike Janssen cursed vehemently, spitting upon the bodies of the villagers littering the ground. The swordsman suddenly sensed something amiss, glancing sharply toward the house, where he saw countless thick roots breaking through the earth. Stretching toward the sky, the ground and the building trembled as the gathered fallen villagers all knelt, bowing down in supplication, their previously vacant expressions now betraying a hint of joy. What is happening? Enough chatter. Something is amiss. We must leave here with the goods. In the room, Feike Janssen and his companions hurriedly attempted to escape, yet the violent shaking of the house rendered them nearly unable to stand, causing the cart carrying the slaves to topple over. Dust cascaded down as the piercing sound of splintering wood echoed continuously. In sheer terror, Feike Janssen beheld the expansive ceiling above him slowly lifting, revealing an eye larger than a human's peering down through the gap, akin to a child curiously lifting the roof of a blockhouse. All within the room were rendered motionless, utterly flabbergasted by this shocking spectacle. Under the gaze of that colossal eye, they felt diminutive as ants, any notion of resistance or struggle appearing laughable. The roof was completely torn away, exposing a tree more robust than the entire structure itself, its trunk adorned with grotesque, tormented human faces, while its branches and leaves formed a canopy that nearly enveloped the entire village, countless fruits resembling cocoons hanging from its boughs. Undoubtedly, this was a tree spirit. Yet it was vastly more powerful than any they had encountered before. Desire and distortion intertwined within the eyes of this gigantic monstrosity, a fervent devotee of the inferno, a chosen being among the fallen who worshipped the flames. These were the apostles. Roots and tendrils extended into the room, reaching towards the cart that contained the slaves. Feike Janssen wished to intervene, but the dread swelling from deep within rendered him speechless, seizing the moment of his stupor. The cookie person took the opportunity to leap from his hand and scurried towards the swordsman with his short legs, unnoticed by Feike Janssen. The tendrils did not indiscriminately seize the slaves, but rather advanced directly to his solitary cage, the shackles of which appeared to be corroded and crumbled. Human lips sprouted from the tendrils, simultaneously inquiring of Feike Janssen. Is this the bride you have prepared as a sacrifice for the deity? Watching helplessly as the girl within the cage was ensnared by the vines, his trembling lips parted several times before he finally responded, "Yes, this is the offering I have prepared for you." The vines then revealed a small chest of gold. Is this the gift you present to the deity? Fei Jianshan's face quivered, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. "Yes, very well. The one who offers the sacrifice shall be allowed to leave. Thank you for your benevolence, O great deity." This was the only words of comfort Fei Jianshan could muster at that moment. Only moments before, he had believed he was destined to perish here that night. Yet this creature seemed to honor its word. The sacrificial bride's terrified cries and struggles were in vain against such a formidable apostle. The roots and vines lifted the sacrificial bride before the face of the colossal tree spirit, scrutinizing her with growing fervor. "Splendid. You shall be my 141st bride. You are truly beautiful, and I shall be forever bound to you." The tree spirit opened its mouth, and a vine resembling a tongue extended forth, licking the sacrificial bride's body. The louder she screamed, the more enraptured the twisted expression on the tree spirit's face became. While all others remained devout, silent, and fearful, one individual took action. The swordsman brandished his great sword. Disregarding Amy's hopeful plea, charging through the crowd, with resolute determination, he leaped and surged towards the distorted tree spirit. Sensing the hostility, the tree spirit paused its infatuated caresses, and a massive root shot up from the ground. Aiming directly at the oblivious swordsman, the swordsman severed the attacking root midair, only to be ensnared by another root from behind. How detestable that someone dares to disrupt our wedding night. It seems I must deal with this matter before indulging further. Vines cascaded from the crown of the tree spirit, enveloping the sacrificial bride in a cocoon, transforming her into one among hundreds of suspended human pupae. "Hey, swordsman, are you all right?" Kuki suddenly appeared beside the swordsman like a ghost, expressing concern as he gazed at the swordsman wrapped in vines like a large rice dumpling. The swordsman ignored the cookie person's worry, retrieving a small knife concealed at his waist, attempting to cut through the vine encircling his thigh with the only hand he could move. "With little success, that I'll help you." The cookie person imitated the swordsman, using a small saw to assist in severing the vines. The swordsman halted his efforts, astonished despite the heavy helmet obscuring his expression. As he watched the cookie person vigorously sawing away at the vines, producing a shower of splinters, he had not noticed any saw-like implement on this small creature. "Where did you get that saw?" The cookie person shrugged, feigning ignorance with a foolish expression. "I don't know. Give me the saw." Meanwhile, having dealt with the swordsman, the twisted tree spirit fixed its large, water jug-sized eyes upon Fei Jianshan, inquiring, "Is that fellow also one of yours? You have offered the finest tribute. If he belongs to you, I would release him to, O great deity. He is not mine. He is the murderer who disrupted your wedding night." Fei Jianshan hastily denied, wishing fervently for the swordsman to be vanquished by the tree spirit. After all, he had stolen his cookie person and slain several of his subordinates. Allow the swordsman to escape was the last thing he desired. It was then that he realized the cookie person he had been grasping was nowhere to be found. And he was filled with dread. The finest female slave, Poloni, had been forcibly taken by that accursed tree spirit as the sacrificial bride, and the cookie person was all that remained of his valuable possessions. He could not afford any further misfortune. After a frantic search, he was infuriated to discover that the damned cookie creature had once again scurried back to the swordsman's side. "Respected deity, that cookie belongs to me. Might I request you return the cookie person to me?" "Certainly, but I hope you will continue to pass this way and bring me new brides." The corners of Fei Jianshan's mouth twitched, yet he quickly replaced it with the most sincere smile. "O great deity, I shall certainly bring you an even finer bride next time." Internally, he cursed the tree spirit as a lecherous old fool, resolving that the next time he passed this way, he would be born of the tree spirit. He silently vowed never to venture down such uncharted paths again for the sake of expedience, lest he squander all that he had. The twisted tree spirit launched its crown's vines towards the cookie person, who darted to and fro, evading capture, narrowly escaping several attempts that should have succeeded. Having traversed such a distance with the cookie person, Fei Jianshan had begun to grasp the creature's peculiar nature. All along, it had not merely been confined, but had been cleverly distracting his attention. Otherwise, a moment's inattention, and this bizarre cookie creature would escape, in no cage, no matter how sturdy. could contain it. Such was its uncanny nature. It was imperative to entice the cookie person to willingly follow him to carry off the little creature. Cookie, brave adventurer, come to my side quickly. We must leave. Cookie, while dodging the vine's grasp, did not forget to stick out his tongue and make faces at Fei Jiansen. I won't go with you. I know you want to sell me, but the buyer is a graceful and beautiful noble lady. She hopes to befriend Cookie and play joyfully together every day. But I don't want to go now. Frustrated at the failed attempt to coax, Fei Jiansen switched to threats. That swordsman is doomed today. Only I can take you out. The cookie person remained unfazed. Hurry, let's not waste time. The situation with that tree spirit is becoming precarious. Following Jihor's reminder, Fei Jiansen noticed that the twisted tree spirit was growing increasingly agitated due to its inability to capture the cookie person. It summoned more vines and roots to ensnare the cookie person, shattering nearby houses and mercilessly slaying some devout villagers caught in the chaos like mere flies. Fei Jiansen's face twitched with frustration as he ultimately had no choice but to agree to leave immediately. Damn foolish creature, may you perish here alongside that swordsman. Spitting a mouthful of phlegm towards the direction of the cookie person, Fei Jiansen begrudgingly followed the path the twisted tree spirit had carved for him. Damn cookie, why can't I catch you? A multitude of vines intertwined and wove into a thickness surpassing that of two men embracing, as the furious and contorted tree spirit commanded the vines to crush the location where the cookie man stood. The cookie man gasped. There was no way for him to evade this attack. Hold on to me. The swordsman's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Suddenly, the swordsman, ensnared by the vines, erupted with vigor, cleaving the tendrils that bound him with his great sword. The colossal vine descended from the heavens, and the swordsman, leveraging the shattered roots of the tree, evaded the incoming lash of the vine. He then plunged his great sword into the vine, using it to adjust his position, and miraculously leapt upon the massive vine. The swordsman surged forward, racing upward along the gargantuan vine, his target unmistakably the twisted tree spirit's visage high upon the trunk, with one hand clutching the swordsman's neck. Hiki resembled a captain directing a pirate ship into battle, wielding a miniature commander's baton and exclaiming with exuberance, "Charge!" The swordsman swung his great sword, severing the numerous roots that assailed him, and made his final push upon the massive vine. He soared high, spinning his sword overhead to gather all his strength, and struck down towards the eyes of the distorted tree spirit. Even knowing that his target was a formidable apostle of hellfire, he remained undaunted. Alas, the swordsman was but a mere mortal, and the tree spirit was a deity. Before his sword could descend, he was ensnared once more by the pursuing vines, which bound his body and halted his advance. The wood-like patterns on the spirit's mouth cracked open, and the tree spirit unveiled a cavernous maw akin to an abyss, swallowing both the swordsman and the cookie man whole. The villagers beneath the tree rejoiced in the victory of their god. Forming a circle to dance in celebration, the twisted tree spirit released the vessel containing the sacrificial bride, the shell of the vessel slowly fracturing like a blooming flower, revealing the bride within. Akin to a beautiful fruit born of a blossom, the loathed presence had finally vanished, allowing them to continue their wedding night. They were destined to be eternally entwined, just like others before them. More figures emerged from the crown above, each encased within a shell, and within each shell resided a female entity. They varied in kind: humans, fur folk, dwarves, mountain spirits, and even trolls and wild boars. Unlike the new sacrificial bride, these females bore lifeless gazes. Their souls had long perished, yet their bodies remained grotesquely animated, their lower limbs entwined with the spirit's tendrils, a sight both bizarre and horrifying. The swordsman felt his body plummeting endlessly. Surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, the cookie man, perched atop the swordsman's head, cried out in despair, "Help! Kiki has truly been devoured. You could have safely left with that slaver, so why did you choose to stay?" "Because I find him detestable. He is an utterly loathsome individual, even more so than you." The two plummeted rapidly. With a dull thud, the swordsman felt himself crash upon something soft. Despite this, his body ached too severely for him to rise. A rustling sound filled the air, and the swordsman retrieved a small cylindrical object from his leather pouch at his waist, giving it a gentle shake, which instantly ignited a flickering flame atop it. This was a fire starter of his own making, intended for illumination in dark environments. The faint light illuminated his surroundings, revealing a vast chamber resembling a colossal flesh sack, its texture appearing wooden, yet oddly soft and slick. The swordsman raised the fire starter near the fleshy wall, which was adorned with numerous pink tendrils, each surrounded by irregularly distributed small orifices. "How disgusting," the Cookie Man remarked disdainfully as the swordsman scrutinized the fleshy wall. The Cookie Man caught sight of a slick pink tendril creeping up behind the swordsman, stealthily approaching. The tendril's head was disproportionately larger than its body, resembling a snake, with numerous small mouths that opened and closed incessantly. "Be careful," the Cookie Man warned. The swordsman sensed the impending danger, swiftly turning and wielding his great sword to sever the encroaching tendril. "Watch out, there's more over there," the Cookie Man cautioned. The swordsman passed the fire starter to the Cookie Man perched on his shoulder. Adopting a two-handed grip on his sword to face the impending threats, the reach of the flickering flame barely illuminated a 3-square-meter area. Beyond that, darkness reigned, and within the light, they were besieged by an overwhelming number of tendrils. These were the very tendrils that had emerged from the wall. Upon detecting a target, they thickened and elongated, closing in. "What in the world are these creatures?" the swordsman pondered aloud, cleaving through the approaching tendrils while maintaining composure. "These must be attempting to digest us. Are we inside that demon tree spirit's stomach? Who knows?" The swordsman swung his sword with fervor, cleaving the encroaching tendrils into segments, then began to reposition himself in search of an escape. He explored the fleshy wall but found no exit as he battled the tendrils. He cast a glance upward at the dark, profound passage from whence he had fallen, if he could not climb back up. He resolved to carve a path through the fleshy wall, forcing his way out. The swordsman sensed other threats nearing and instinctively thrust his sword to the left at a white worm, roughly the size of his palm. Lunged at him, impaled upon the tip of his sword. The white worm resembled an oversized maggot, adorned with numerous long legs akin to sharp spines, and there were countless of them. They had emerged from those small orifices. The Cookie Man illuminated the fleshy wall with the fire starter, revealing irregularly shaped small holes from which the worms were oozing out. Not only on the fleshy wall, but the swordsman also discovered worms crawling beneath his feet. These were likely parasitic creatures aiding in digestion. The swordsman stomped on a worm beneath his foot, then raised his great sword to strike at the fleshy wall, carving an opening tall enough for a single person to escape. Clearly, this was no place to linger. Remaining here would surely result in being overwhelmed and killed by those tendrils and worms that he needed to create a pathway through the fleshy wall. However, upon cutting through the wall, he discovered that the interior was teeming with the same parasitic worms, which surged forth more rapidly after the wall was breached, resembling a flood unleashed. The worms clamored to crawl up the swordsman's body, and he wordlessly swung his sword in a frenzy, hacking away the writhing parasites. Just as he dealt with the worms, the previously severed tendrils began to regrow, seizing the swordsman's waist when he least expected it. Despite the mass of worms clinging to him, he forced his sword to sever the tendril, yet in the next moment, more tendrils advanced upon him. Before he could eliminate the first tendril, a second, third, and fourth ensnared his body. The swordsman's limbs and torso became entirely bound, rendering him immobile, as the small mouths of the tendrils extended even further, probing into the crevices of his armor and burrowing into his flesh to siphon his vitality. "Swordsman, please wake up," the Cookie Man implored from the swordsman's shoulder, using the fire starter to fend off the approaching worms that he called out loudly. Yet the swordsman remained unresponsive. Visibly, the swordsman's once robust physique began to wither, as his once-fitting armor now hung loosely on his frame, resembling a mere skeleton draped in a tattered guise. In the external realm, a multitude of brides hung from the tree's canopy, resembling decorative bells, singing praises and celebrating the union of the newlyweds. The twisted tree spirit eagerly extended its tendrils towards the sacrificial bride of the evening, as if it glimpsed the shadow of a divine maiden within her, driving it into a frenzy. "You are mine, you are mine," the sacrificial bride thrashed in madness, her eyes clouded with bloodshot veins. Yet, she could only watch helplessly as the vile, twisted tendrils approached her form. Dripping with an excited, viscous fluid, two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. What grave sins had she committed to endure such a punishment? Tragically, she could not recall anything from her past. "Swordsman, please wake up." No matter how the Biscuit Man called out, the swordsman remained unresponsive, while the writhing tendrils and insects relentlessly siphoned life from his body. the Biscuit Man wielded a torch, driving away the creeping insects, and ventured into the myriad gaps of the swordsman's armor to listen to the rhythm of his heartbeat. The swordsman's heart still pulsed, igniting a surge of joy in the Biscuit Man, who seemed to have resolved upon a course of action. He climbed up to the gap in the swordsman's helmet. "Please hold this for me." The Biscuit Man handed the torch to the insect, grasped his left arm with his right hand, and with a sharp crack, he severed his own left arm entirely, forcing it through the opening at the bottom of the helmet and into the swordsman's mouth. "Swallow it." The swordsman's consciousness began to blur, and he envisioned those agonized souls, transformed from the countless victims devoured by the tree spirit. Mountain spirits, humans, fur folk, and trolls, they all whispered to him, "Do not struggle. Do not resist. Stay with us, forever here." Gradually, the swordsman's hazy awareness returned. He found himself surrounded by grotesque tubes and wriggling worms, and the insistent Biscuit Man seemed to be shouting something at him. He felt as if he had ingested something, and the numbness that had enveloped him began to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming agony as strength rekindled within him. "No one can stop me from going home." No one. That the swordsman tore away the encroaching tendrils and insects, brandishing his great sword and reducing them to a pulpy mass. "Splendid, swordsman, you have returned to life." The swordsman, leaning on his great sword, gasped for breath. He had become so emaciated that he struggled to lift the blade. Yet he remained resolute. The severed tendrils regenerated once more, and more insects crawled forth from the gaping holes in the flesh. "Why are there still more? Are we truly doomed?" Kuchi exclaimed in despair. Suddenly, a passage opened in the flesh wall, revealing a kindly old man's face sprouting from its surface. "Hurry, escape through here. Look, it's the old tree spirit." Kuchi cried out in astonishment. The swordsman dragged himself along with his sword into the passage, which sealed behind him, barring the pursuing insects and tendrils from entry. The frail swordsman pressed onward down the passage. Kuchi addressed the face on the flesh wall. "Tree spirit, how did you end up here?" The old tree spirit maintained its gentle demeanor. "I have come to rescue you. Did I not warn the swordsman? The apostle of the Inferno is too powerful. He is beyond the current swordsman's capabilities. But your condition was for me to slay this apostle. You must have a way, right?" The old tree spirit gazed toward the passage's end, where a flickering ethereal light beckoned. Upon exiting the passage, they found themselves within a colossal tree hollow. The roots twisted and sprawled across the walls, and at the very center lay a pulsating heart, engulfed in an otherworldly blue flame akin to a torch of hellfire. "This is the heart of the tree spirit apostle. Should you pierce it with your sword, you shall fulfill our pact. I will then open the path to Mirror Lake for you." "Why did you seek me out?" the swordsman inquired. That moment, he realized that the cunning old tree spirit had previously stood in his way, ostensibly warning him to keep his distance. But in truth, it had been luring him into a confrontation with the apostle. Yet he could not fathom why this tree spirit had singled him out in a swampy forest teeming with others. "Because only you can accomplish the task of slaying the apostle." "What do you mean?" The old tree spirit's eyes shone with a reverent light as it regarded the currently frail and wretched swordsman. Intoning a prophecy, "You alone can slay the apostle, for you are the great annihilator, destined to end the inferno." The swordsman lifted his broad-bladed sword, named the Lightless One, and with great effort, thrust it into the twisted heart of the tree spirit. Everything around him seemed to writhe in agony, as if the tenacious, undying essence of life was being shattered by some otherworldly force, the fierce, immortal life bestowed by the inferno being irreversibly extracted. From the perspectives of the Biscuit Man and the old tree spirit, after the swordsman pierced the heart, countless blue lights began to surge forth from the heart and the surrounding twisted tree spirit's body. Eagerly diving into the swordsman, the old tree spirit sang out, "Thank you for granting me liberation. Oh, great annihilator, continue to expel the inferno and grant this world deliverance." Just as Kuchi had been rejoicing, he was suddenly struck with terror upon noticing that blue lights were also emanating from the old tree spirit's face. The twisted tree spirit, ensnaring its sacrificial bride, was on the verge of merging with her when its massive form began to tremble. The roots shriveled, the trunk splintered and shed its bark, and the leaves turned yellow and decayed. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Why is this happening?" The twisted tree spirit shrieked in horror, as life was hastily siphoned away. Even the insatiable, maddening flames of desire that tormented it were being drawn out, in that final moment of its existence. The tree spirit's consciousness attained an unprecedented clarity that it recalled its true identity as the guardian of the path to the sanctuary of the gods. Tasked with protecting the road and ensuring the beautiful life of this forest remained untainted by external evils. Why have I become this way? The twisted tree spirit lamented that I once stood at the mountain's end. Fortunate to witness the holy maiden gazing down upon the world. She was so pure, so beautiful, yet her face was marred by sorrow. The twisted tree spirit exhaled a sigh of relief, and its immense form began to collapse, transforming fallen branches and trunks into female fleshly organs, while leaves rained down like a spectacle of golden coins. Had the slave trader Fei Qiansen still been here, he would have been driven to madness with excitement. Alas, he had departed, perfectly missing a golden rain. The mountain of flesh that had once been the colossal tree fell, burying many fallen villagers who had danced beneath its shadow. The sacrificial bride, Poloni, previously shackled by despair, plummeted from above. She beheld the swordsman, who had once dared to swing his sword at the tree spirit, now standing where the crumbling demonic tree had stood, surrounded by blue lights like a knight crowned by starlight. In that instant, Poloni understood. This swordsman was her savior. She had thought she would perish from the fall, but fortune smiled upon her as she landed upon a pair of enormous, pulsing breasts formed from the remnants of the twisted tree spirit. Thus escaping calamity, swordsman, where has the old tree spirit gone? The biscuit man asked anxiously, yet he could find no trace of the old tree spirit. The swordsman did not answer. Instead, he gazed toward the dense forest behind the twisted tree spirit, where a path was gradually materializing, the trees and underbrush receding to either side. That he recognized this as the fulfillment of the tree spirit's promise, the pathway leading to the mirror lake he sought. As the blue ethereal light entered his body, his previously drained flesh and blood began to rapidly restore. The remaining villagers, upon seeing the swordsman, instantly realized he was the one who had slain their god, and their anger transformed their bodies into even more grotesque forms, twisting into tree spirit monstrosities that charged at the swordsman with reckless abandon. Though his flesh had been mended, the fatigue of his spirit lingered. The swordsman unsheathed the lightless one. Facing the enemies without fear, he wielded his sword to slay the approaching monstrosities until he encountered a distorted creature clad in an elegant gown, at which point he hesitated momentarily. Swordsman, why? The swordsman remained silent, and with a sudden resolve, he swung his sword, cleaving the creature in two. Moments later, all the monstrosities in the vicinity lay dead, and the swordsman did not linger, striding directly into the newly opened path. The hope of return consumed his full attention, rendering the magnificent golden rain unworthy of a glance. Please wait. Poloni leapt from the mountain of flesh, calling out to the swordsman, yet he received no response. She had intended to pursue him immediately, but upon beholding the glimmering mountain of gold coins, her feet became momentarily rooted in place. Never had she encountered such an abundance of gold. This wealth could sustain her for several lifetimes. However, the area was strewn with the corpses of monsters, and she dared not linger. After hastily gathering a handful of coins in her skirt, she hurried in the direction of the swordsman. The swordsman and the cookie man ventured along the path into the Abyss Mountains, traversing peaks and valleys, until they finally halted in a basin surrounded by towering mountains. In the center of the basin lay a serene, undisturbed lake. They had journeyed through the mountains for an entire day before discovering this place, known as Mirror Lake, under the cover of night. What are you so desperately seeking here? The cookie man inquired. To escape this wretched world, the swordsman replied. Escape? To where? The cookie man's face was a canvas of confusion. Now that you've found this place, what comes next? The swordsman stood before the lake, equally at a loss. The voice had only instructed him to come here, but what was to follow? Jump in. If that were the true means of departure, even if it meant drowning in this lake, he would leap without hesitation. At that moment, the placid surface of the lake stirred, and an ethereal mist materialized. A tall maiden, adorned in an exquisitely laced court gown and radiating a soft glow, stepped onto the water's surface. Her eyes shone with a purity akin to emeralds, and her flowing golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, giving her an appearance of gentility and intellect. She emanated a ghostly luminescence, her form almost translucent and otherworldly. The cookie man's eyes widened in delight as he comically adjusted his attire. Despite being merely a cookie, the swordsman unsheathed his great sword, assuming a stance of readiness for battle. which startled the Cookie Man. "Calm yourself, swordsman. Kuchi can sense she is no beast that as the maiden approached. She knelt gracefully, her skirt brushing the water's surface. In a tone of reverent humility, she spoke. Spirit from beyond, great annihilator, I am the guardian of the Afterglow sanctuary. Lady Afterglow, I have awaited your arrival." She bowed her head, signifying the solemnity of her gesture. The reborn one stood as still as a statue, for he had never been worshipped before. The Cookie Man recalled the old tree spirit's fervent verses before its disappearance, where it too had referred to the swordsman as the Annihilator. Another Annihilator? What, pray tell, is the Annihilator? The Cookie Man pondered. Lady Afterglow rose, revealing the collapsed ruins of an island in the lake behind her. Once a residence of the fallen old gods, the sanctum of radiance, it too began to crumble as the conflagration spread, leaving only remnants of embers. Thus, I refer to it as the lingering afterglow. She continued, "Great Annihilator, please follow me." Lady Afterglow led the way to the temple ruins at the lake's center. As the swordsman followed her onto the water, his vision brightened, vivid and alive, in stark contrast to the external world's dreariness. The once dim moon in the sky became strikingly clear, as if the veil had been lifted. He felt as though he treaded upon a mirrored surface, with the moonlight cascading down, reflecting his silhouette. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he gazed at his own form, still imposing after all this time. He looked at the waiting Lady Afterglow, who, in comparison, seemed only slightly shorter, nearly his height. Great Annihilator, though the Afterglow sanctuary lies in ruins, the divine power still lingers, including the lake beneath your feet that it can shield against the onslaught of the conflagration, preventing the corrupted beasts from encroaching in an age when the stars had yet to dim and the conflagration had not yet awakened from the abyss. This lake mirrored the heavens, reflecting countless stars. Lady Afterglow guided them onward, across the moonlit lake, stepping onto the stone remnants of the temple. They ascended the fractured steps, traversing the ruins of time-worn pillars and corridors, until they arrived at a circular plaza illuminated by candles and starlight. What had once been the grand hall of the temple now lay in ruins, with fallen columns and a collapsed dome. It could merely be described as a half-shrouded plaza. Besides the crumbled, intricate stone walls and columns, a disk composed of blue luminescent points occupied the center, resembling a constellation of stars. Behind the starry disk stood a colossal staircase, seemingly built by giants. At its pinnacle, a vast, dilapidated stone throne sat alone, covered in cracks and decay. Another newly arrived annihilator, as the swordsman followed Lady Afterglow into the plaza formed by the crumbling structure. He and the Cookie Man turned their gaze towards the source of a voice that emerged from a half-collapsed low stone wall. There sat a figure, swathed in white bandages, gazing sorrowfully at them. A cross-shaped sword resting against the low wall beside him. What meaning does it hold? One after another, the bandaged figure spoke in a deep, mournful tone, before returning to his contemplation, ignoring the swordsman and the Cookie Man. With a gentle smile, Lady Afterglow introduced, "This is Mr. Sad Swordsman." "What a peculiar name," the Cookie Man quipped. Lady Afterglow explained, "Mr. Sad Swordsman is reluctant to reveal his name, and I have taken it upon myself to bestow him a nickname. For he always appears despondent in that moment." A playful glint flickered across her expression, leaving the Cookie Man momentarily mesmerized. The three approached the starry disk. "Were you the one who guided me here?" "Yes, Great Annihilator," Lady Afterglow replied, her gaze fixed upon the colossal throne. "This world has reached its final stage. The divine has fallen, and the conflagration of desire, unrestrained by the gods, awakens from the abyss, consuming all within this realm. The sacred sun has vanished, abandoning the world. The sky of daylight has turned into a desolate gray." The swordsman inquired, "What exactly is this conflagration you speak of?" Lady Afterglow elucidated, "The conflagration embodies the desires and sins harbored within all living beings. From the moment sentient life began to exist, the conflagration has been present. The desires of life grow stronger with each passing moment, and when the conflagration reaches a certain intensity, it erupts, scorching the world. Once ignited, the conflagration is relentless. It is the embodiment of decay, destined to spread to every corner of the world, dragging all into the chaotic abyss of malice. Those tainted by the conflagration are known as the fallen. The undead. This is a cursed form of immortality. Even when their bodies are destroyed or their souls fragmented, they cannot die and must endure this suffering for eternity. The Cookie Man trembled at the horror of it all. That's utterly tragic. This is a world more despairing than hell. Lady Afterglow's tone was laden with boundless compassion. So, is it true that your world is destined for destruction by the conflagration? The swordsman asked. Yes, Lady Afterglow replied calmly, as if she had long accepted this grim reality. Since your world is doomed, why do I still appear here? She turned towards the small starry disk, akin to walking into a resplendent cosmic expanse. The celestial disk radiated a soft light, illuminating her with a sanctity akin to an angel. Whenever the conflagration surges forth from the abyss, the will of the world seeks salvation, summoning spirits from beyond that do not belong to this realm. This is the Annihilator. An Annihilator possesses the power to extinguish the conflagration, offering liberation to the undead tainted by its corruption. In this desperate age, the emergence of an Annihilator is the world's final mercy, the last redemption for countless souls, and you are one such Annihilator, a great being capable of obliterating the conflagration. The reborn swordsman remained silent for a considerable time after hearing Lady Afterglow's narrative. If what she said were true, then this world, rife with conflagration, was indeed exceedingly cruel. Imagining a body torn to shreds, unable to die, every fragment of flesh and nerve still linked to the soul, forever enduring the torment of being alive. Such agony was enough to send shivers down one's spine, leading to a mental breakdown. Kuchi, perched upon the swordsman's shoulder, displayed a similar shock, evidently hearing the truth of this world for the first time. Lady Afterglow smiled at the swordsman, her emerald-like eyes radiating warmth. She lifted the hem of her skirt and curtsied to the swordsman, her voice soft as she said, "You are a spirit from the outside world. Likewise, you are also the Ember-bearer chosen by the last star. Thus, great Ember-bearer, you are the hope of salvation." The swordsman replied coldly, "I have no desire to be anyone's hope. I despise everything here and only wish to leave. I regret to inform you, great Ember-bearer, that I too wish to assist you, but I am unable to do so with my current abilities." Although he had anticipated this response, hearing it directly still left the swordsman feeling disheartened and indignant. Since awakening to consciousness, he had lost track of how long he had wandered in this world, tormented by the evils he had witnessed. All he desired was to return to his own world. He had thought this place was a beacon of hope for his escape, for which he had exerted every ounce of his strength, enduring pain at all costs to arrive here. Yet, this was not his destination. After regaining his composure, the swordsman inquired of the Lady of Afterglow, "What must I do to leave?" "I believe you need to halt the spread of the infernal flames. Only by saving the world will it choose to release you. To stop the infernal flames, you must slay a sufficient number of its apostles." The Lady of Afterglow gazed at the swordsman with compassion. "Those apostles are far too powerful. You must know that with my current strength, I cannot possibly contend with them. You are indeed quite weak at present, but you are the magnificent Ember-bearer. The Ember-bearer can vanquish the infernal flames and their followers, granting liberation to the living, and can also absorb the infernal souls from the slain undead. The infernal flames will transform into nourishment to bolster your own power, and the Star Road Disc will guide your path. You will grow increasingly powerful, strong enough to slay the apostles of the infernal flames, until you can confront the source of the infernal flames, the power of the infernal flames." The Cookie Man, Kuchi, immediately recalled witnessing the blue flames escaping from the twisted Trent's corpse after it was pierced, all swirling into the Ember-bearer's body. So that was the soul imbued with infernal flames. How then shall I utilize the absorbed infernal souls? The Lady of Afterglow explained. The accumulation of infernal flames within you constitutes a latent power. As you gather more infernal souls, you will experience enhancements in various aspects. The reason your body possesses strength beyond that of ordinary individuals is due to the absorption of infernal souls. However, this process may require a considerable amount of time. My purpose is to assist you in accelerating the absorption of infernal power. How long will it take? It can be accomplished in an instant. Great Ember-bearer, the swordsman was truly astonished. After the infernal souls had merged with his body, he realized he could grow stronger through this process, and the more potent the soul, the longer it would take. He had toiled in this world for a long time to attain his current strength, yet this entity known as the Lady of Afterglow could help him achieve enhancement in a mere moment. Did this not imply that as long as he killed enough apostles, he could become immensely powerful in a short span? It appeared that completing the task imposed upon him by the world and returning home was not an impossibility after all. The Lady of Afterglow continued. The former powerful beings corrupted by the infernal flames are the most formidable entities. They are the apostles of the infernal flames, the agents of its corruption upon the world. The strongest among them, having been baptized by the infernal flames, are nearly equivalent to the old gods. Once you slay the apostles of the infernal flames and acquire the souls of those once great beings, you will ascend step by step, ultimately gaining the strength to vanquish the infernal flames. There exists a power called hope. The Lady of Afterglow was undoubtedly filled with hope at this moment. In an era when the holy deities had fallen and the infernal flames had revived, the arrival of a savior, the Ember-bearer, was undoubtedly a blessing for all life in this world. What if I choose not to assist? You are certainly entitled to refuse. That is your inherent right. If I do not aid in resolving the issue of the infernal flames, I shall be unable to return. Thus I am compelled to complete this task. Am I not? The swordsman spoke with a hint of mockery. Although this sounded like coercion, I must admit that it is indeed the case. For this, I feel immense shame. The Lady of Afterglow lowered her head slightly. Her expression forlorn. She longed to help this great Ember-bearer fulfill his wishes, yet she was powerless to do so. After a prolonged silence, the swordsman declared, "If that is the case, let us not waste any more time. I have just absorbed the soul of an apostle. How will you assist me in my enhancement? That treant was once a gentle and kind being. Thank you for granting it liberation." The Lady of Afterglow sighed softly. The initial experience may be somewhat uncomfortable. Please bear with it. The Lady of Afterglow approached, her ethereal form hovering gracefully, her courtly lace gown billowing. Being of similar height to the swordsman, she now floated above him. Facing the reborn Ember-bearer, she extended her slender yet pale and translucent hand into the swordsman's chest. At that moment, the Lady of Afterglow exuded an aura entirely different from her previous gentleness. Her emerald-like eyes transformed into an abyssal black, gazing with an intensity akin to that of a sovereign deity. That instant, she resembled a regal ruler. As the swordsman felt her hand penetrate his chest, an icy chill coursed through him. Kuchi, who had been comfortably perched on the swordsman's shoulder, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. In that moment, he sensed an air of malevolence, grotesqueness, and distortion emanating from both figures, prompting him to hastily flee from the swordsman's shoulder and seek refuge beneath the sorrowful swordsman, who had bowed his head in silence. Waves of despair, malice, and anguish resonated within the reborn Ember-bearer's soul. These were the wails of the infernal souls. He envisioned a young mother weeping over the half-devoured corpse of her dead infant. That he saw a man, emaciated to the point of deformity, pleading for food. He heard young children calling for their parents, only to be dismembered by terrifying monsters in their cry. That he witnessed individuals, driven mad by temptation, willing to pay any price for the satisfaction of their desires. Under the overwhelming assault of this dark and painful degradation, the swordsman's grip on his great sword faltered, and it clattered to the ground, just as he could no longer endure the encroaching aura of corruption. The starrowed disk, composed of starlight, floated into view behind the Lady of Afterglow. The starrowed disk rotated behind her, reminiscent of a divine halo radiating from a holy being, within the swordsman's inner world. The anguished voices ceased, enveloped in darkness. Starlight illuminated around him, gradually revealing the patterns of two star clusters amidst the infinite blackness. The stars arranged themselves into the silhouette of a giant warrior, shouldering a stone pillar and roaring, an emblem of strength. Another star formation depicted a blooming starflower, an emblem of magical power. The swordsman stared in astonishment at the celestial patterns formed by the two clusters above, appearing both infinitely vast and eerily unreal. The great sword he had been holding fell from his grasp, and he knelt, taking deep breaths. Great Ember-bearer, this is the power possessed by the Ember-bearer, by igniting the star map with the souls of infernal flames. You will become formidable. The appearance of these star maps is determined by your innate talents. The swordsman noted that the star map representing strength had ignited two stars, illuminating gradually through the accumulation of infernal souls he had amassed since arriving in this world. While he did not understand the concept of magical power, he recognized that he needed strength suited for direct combat. Throughout his journey, he had relied solely on his own power. He directed the infernal souls within him towards that star. And a third star ignited. Ability, Warrior's Soul. The warrior fears not death, charging forth without hesitation. When threatened by life and death, the warrior's indomitable spirit will unleash even greater power. a new ability emerged within his heart. Seemingly a mysterious force that belonged solely to him, igniting the third star nearly depleted all of his infernal souls, and he could not fathom how vast the number of infernal souls needed to ignite the fourth star would be. With the remaining infernal souls insufficient to continue illuminating the subsequent stars, he attempted to channel what was left towards the starflower of magical power, igniting the first starflower. The moment the first star of the magical power flower ignited, the swordsman immediately sensed a flow of energy newly coursing through his body. The Lady of Afterglow withdrew her hand, stepping back with her hands clasped, her eyes regaining their emerald clarity. The swordsman rose, saying nothing, silently retrieving the greatsword and strapping it to his back. "Are you all right?" The Cookie Man, cautiously peeking his head out from behind the sad swordsman's calf, asked. The swordsman, clad in a tightly fitted helmet, turned to regard him, causing Cookie to immediately retract his head, as if a demon lurked beneath that helmet. The swordsman paid no heed to the Cookie Man. In his perception, the once burdensome great sword now felt considerably lighter. The ignition of the third power star had significantly amplified his strength, and moreover, any injuries sustained in his body were entirely healed in that moment. The Radiant Lady introduced to the Ember Wielder. The soul of the Pyre Apostle can enhance your physical attributes and augment your magical energy. The extent of this enhancement depends on the number of stars you ignite. Magical energy is that the newfound energy within my body. Indeed, magical energy is the force required to cast spells in our world. Only those naturally endowed with magical talent generate this energy within themselves. You can acquire and enhance magical energy by absorbing the powers of the pyre, which is your most unique trait. The swordsman had encountered several magicians, and according to their evaluations, he was deemed an ordinary human devoid of magical talents. Oh, how do I utilize it? You must learn spells to serve as a conduit for converting magical energy. Regrettably, I cannot directly teach you as I am not versed in magic, but you may seek knowledge externally. For instance, find a skilled magician to instruct you, or acquire scrolls and tomes that document spells. As the Ember Wielder, learning magic should come easily to you. Isn't this the abode of the divine? Is there not a god here? The Radiant Lady gently shook her head in disappointment. As you can see, all that remains are ruins. You may study spells during your travels, or bring magical artifacts back here, and I can facilitate your rapid learning, though it may require the expenditure of pyre souls. I need to venture out to find the apostles and slay them, correct? Indeed, once you have vanquished the apostles, you may return to this place, and I shall assist you in converting the souls of the apostles into your own power. That is too slow. Cannot you accompany me? With a hint of regret, the Radiant Lady shook her head. I would dearly love to travel with you, but I cannot. As you see, I am merely a specter left to guard the Radiant Sanctum, unable to depart from here. Should you have any inquiries regarding your body in the future, you may return here to consult with me. I am the Radiant Lady here to assist you. That is the purpose of my existence. Having learned the means to return, the swordsman had no intention of lingering further. He was eager to set forth in pursuit of those accursed apostles and send them on their way. Where are the nearest apostles? There are pyre apostles lurking in every direction you choose to walk. Upon hearing this, the swordsman fell into silence. At this juncture, there is no need to rush your journey. It may be wise to rest here for a night before departing. You could also test your newly enhanced abilities. I believe that gentleman, the sorrowful swordsman resting over there, would be more than willing to assist. The swordsman cast a glance at the peculiar figure seated on a low wall, lost in thought. No need. I just wish to leave as soon as possible. I understand, esteemed Ember Wielder. Upon hearing of the impending departure, the Cookie Man hurriedly bid farewell to the sorrowful swordsman and adeptly leaped onto the shoulder of another swordsman. The swordsman plucked the Cookie Man from his shoulder, and out of consideration for the Cookie Man who had once saved him from within the twisted tree spirit, he refrained from tossing him aside. He coldly inquired, "What are you doing? Continuing our adventure? Have you forgotten we are partners? I do not require your company, nor am I your partner. I am accustomed to acting alone. Do not follow me again." Cookie waved his hands in protest. "Have you forgotten how I saved you while inside that great tree spirit? I even gave you my left hand to eat, allowing you the strength to fight back. For you, I have become a one-armed cookie. Admit it, you need me. We are inseparable partners." The swordsman regarded the Cookie Man, flailing his arms and shouting about being a one-armed cookie, with bemusement that it is rare for a human to be favored by such a fantastical creature. Esteemed Ember Wielder, perhaps you should consider keeping this cookie gentleman with you. He possesses remarkable powers that may indeed prove beneficial in critical moments. See, even the Radiant Lady agrees I should accompany you. The Radiant Lady stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. The swordsman simply turned on his heel and departed. The Cookie Man perched on the swordsman's shoulder, gleefully laughing. If you don't object, I'll take that as your consent. Let us proceed, partner, and continue our adventure. As the departing swordsman was hesitantly called back by the Radiant Lady, she said, Great Ember Wielder, you have yet to reveal your name. If you do not mind, might you share your name with me? Gazing into the Radiant Lady's clear and serene eyes, the swordsman pondered silently for a moment before responding. You may call me Eugen. Very well, Lord Eugen. There is no need for the title. Understood, Lord Eugen. The Radiant Lady lifted her skirt and gracefully bowed to Eugen's retreating figure. Unfair, unfair. This is utterly unjust, the Cookie Man exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. Why did you say you had no name when I asked? Yet when she inquired, you suddenly possess one. Eugen remained silent. The Cookie Man persisted, pressing on until Eugen waved him off, hastening towards the world beyond Mirror Lake. Watching Eugen depart, the Radiant Lady stood on the stone steps of the Radiant Sanctum, hands clasped in prayer, fervently beseeching the round moon above. Great Holy One, merciful Father, may you grant Lord Eugen a safe return. Poloni, burdened with a sack of gold, struggled to keep pace behind the swordsman, who showed no inclination to wait for her. Gradually, due to her frail condition and the weight of the heavy gold, the distance between her and the swordsman widened. She understood that her most prudent course of action was to discard the gold to match the swordsman's pace. Yet, while reason urged her to do so, her greedy desire for the gold kept her grasping it tightly. Ultimately, the swordsman's shadow vanished into the forest, leaving her completely bereft of his trace. She pressed onward for some time, yet still found no sign of the swordsman. Perhaps due to the swordsman having cleared the area of monsters, she encountered none that night, allowing her to pass her first night in relative safety, which provided some solace to her terrified heart. However, a more pressing issue loomed. She was lost. Being adrift in this unfamiliar wilderness was undoubtedly a dire predicament. This world was rife with monsters, and as a feeble woman, she could scarcely survive unprotected. She scurried about the mountains like a disoriented little mouse, hungry and thirsty. If only there were a town, a place where humans congregated, she could trade her gold for anything she desired. But here in the wild, her precious gold was utterly worthless. At last, her stroke of luck faded as evening approached. She stumbled upon a band of mountain goblins, and predictably, the diminutive creatures captured her. The mountain goblins were a savage race, standing only about 1.4 meters tall, far shorter than even the already diminutive dwarves. They typically inhabited the wilds near human settlements, known for their belligerence and living by plundering human wealth, often abducting people in the process, particularly children and women. Human children were among their favored delicacies, while women served an even more critical purpose: reproduction. Mountain goblins often produced litters that resulted in a majority of males and a minority of females. When the number of male goblins was predominant, the tribe would become particularly formidable, as each male goblin was a capable warrior, whether in wars against outsiders or conflicts among their own kind. The losses of goblin soldiers were inevitable in every encounter, but in order for the mountain spirit tribe to flourish, it is imperative that they possess a vast population. However, the scarcity of female mountain spirits severely constrains their development. Consequently, they resort to abducting females from other races to substitute for the breeding of mother mountain spirits, with human women being among them. The mountain spirits are one of the most despised races by humanity. And were it not for their unique reproductive isolation, unlike many other species, that has allowed them to proliferate, they would have long since faced extinction, after being captured by a band of mountain spirits. Poloni found herself bound with woven grass ropes, strung up on a stick. The mountain spirits were adept at discerning the beauty of human women. Not only had they captured a human beauty, but they were also elated to discover that she possessed a pouch of gold, enough to incite jubilant celebrations throughout their tribe. Poloni was paraded into the mountain spirit's lair, and as she traversed deeper, the numbers of the creatures multiplied, chilling her heart further. How could she possibly escape? If only she possessed the formidable strength of that swordsman. She repeatedly fantasized about such power in her mind. Yet in reality, she was utterly helpless apart from her troublesome form. News of the mountain spirits capturing a high-quality woman and seizing a substantial bag of gold spread like wildfire, drawing many more mountain spirits to the scene. The woman's stunning beauty left all the onlookers in awe. Had it not been for the presence of the great mountain spirit elder, they would likely have descended upon her in a frenzy. Within the grand hall of the cave, the imposing figure of the elder sat upon a throne, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through a stone skylight, enhancing her regal demeanor, dressed in garments crafted from fine mountain leopard skin. Her pronounced belly made her appear quite corpulent, and standing nearly 2 meters tall, she was undoubtedly a giant among her kind. The once composed elder revealed a broad smile upon witnessing the glimmering gold. "That is my treasure." Poloni's reckless actions, prioritizing gold over her own life, drew the elder's attention away from the riches and onto her. The scrutinizing gaze of the Mother Mountain Spirit made Poloni acutely aware of her predicament. "What a splendid woman," she remarked. "My dear children, my reproductive rate is far too slow. This human woman shall bear us numerous offspring for our tribe." The mountain spirits began to stir with excitement. "One woman is simply not enough. We must capture more. They will give birth to hundreds and thousands of warriors, and we shall conquer Iron Mountain Town." The elder's words incited a collective fervor among the mountain spirits. "She is far too frail. Your enthusiasm will soon lead to her demise here. Let us confine her for now and nourish her with the finest food until she grows strong enough to bear our progeny." Poloni was imprisoned in a goblin's cell. She was forcibly fed some revolting slime, which, although distasteful, surprisingly helped restore her weakened body. Contemplating suicide, she hesitated at the pain that would accompany such an act. In her moments of despair, she recalled the scene of that swordsman confronting the lecherous tree spirit, who seemed oblivious to the notion of surrender even in dire circumstances. "That I must escape. I must." Inspired by thoughts of the swordsman, Poloni silently vowed to herself while trembling in fright. If she did not escape swiftly, she could hardly bear to imagine what awaited her next, just as she had narrowly evaded the twisted tree spirit. She was once again captured by the mountain spirits. That it was difficult to ascertain whether falling into the hands of the mountain spirits or the tree spirits was the lesser of two evils. Poloni ceased to resist the mountain spirits' repugnant offerings, recognizing that she needed to take advantage of this opportunity to regain her strength. While replenishing her body, Poloni carefully observed her surroundings and devised an escape route based on the guard's movements. Only 2 mountain spirits were tasked with watching over her, and perhaps to prevent them from acting independently against Poloni, they were stationed at a considerable distance from one another. These mountain spirits were exceedingly energetic, despite the elder's strict orders prohibiting them from getting too close to her. Nevertheless, they found ways to entertain themselves. One mountain spirit would take advantage of food deliveries to stand outside her cell, launching a frenzied assault on Poloni. Terrified, she cowered in the corner of her cell, only daring to relax once the mountain spirit had departed. Sated, the food delivered by this particular mountain spirit was in utter disarray, which Poloni disdainfully kicked aside. Watching the repulsive creature retreat, a bold plan began to take shape in her mind. The cell did not connect to the outside world, and Poloni had lost track of how long she had been imprisoned. When the mountain spirit returned to deliver food and prepared to repeat its previous antics, Poloni tore open her garment, displaying what she believed to be her most alluring pose. "Why don't you come in?" The mountain spirit gulped, its eyes glazing over with desire. Clutching the stick hidden behind her, Poloni continued to entice. "Do you have the key? Hurry, let me in." "But mother said we must not approach you." The mountain spirit hesitated. "Didn't your mother mention that I was too frail before, which is why you weren't allowed to come near? Now I am strong, particularly robust. You need not adhere to her orders any longer. Come in." But, seeing the creature, which clearly desired to enter, falter at such a crucial moment, Poloni grew increasingly anxious. "Are you coming in or not?" The mountain spirit finally cast aside its reservations and nodded vigorously. "Excellent. But you must be quiet. If you awaken the other mountain spirits, I will no longer be yours alone." The mountain spirit, unfazed, replied, "That's all right. I enjoy sharing. I will share your mother." Poloni nearly crushed the stone hidden behind her. "No. Tonight it must be just you. If you disturb the others, you shall not come near me again." "Very well," the mountain spirit said in disappointment. The mountain spirits were incapable of crafting iron locks. The cell door was merely propped shut with wooden sticks, easily opened from the outside. In a frenzy, the mountain spirit rushed inside, and Poloni executed a precise ambush, striking the creature's head with the stone, sending it into a deep slumber. Contemplating her grim fate, Poloni was filled with newfound courage. Not only did she incapacitate the food-delivering mountain spirit, but she also lured the distant guard mountain spirits one by one. Knocking them out with the captured wooden sticks, the door to the cell swung open, yet escaping remained fraught with peril. Taking a deep breath, Poloni tiptoed out of the mountain spirit's dungeon, embarking on her path to freedom. The terrain within the mountain spirit's lair was exceedingly convoluted, devoid of signs or indicators. Without having grown up in this environment, it would be virtually impossible to discern the way out. Poloni narrowly avoided detection by the mountain spirit several times, managing to slip past each encounter unscathed. In a moment of panic to evade a patrolling group of mountain spirits, she darted into a room that starkly contrasted the crude decor typical of the mountain spirits. Illuminated by the torches in the room, Poloni quickly spotted a familiar pouch, the one she had fashioned from the torn edge of her skirt to carry her gold. Gold, she exclaimed in delight. Having initially thought that escaping would be her only stroke of luck, only to discover she could reclaim her treasure. This realization led her to understand that a room designed to hold gold could not possibly be an ordinary dwelling. Just then, she heard the sounds of ecstatic debauchery reverberating through the walls, shaking the very chandelier above her. The sounds emanated from the room next door. Cautiously, Poloni approached the wall, peering through a small hole in the wooden partition. She beheld a spacious bedroom adjacent to her, featuring a grand bed upon which a corpulent mountain spirit was exuberantly riding. Beneath her lay the gaunt figure of a human male. Poloni gasped, covering her mouth in shock at the grotesque scene before her. How could there still be a man here? Was he also a captive? Soon, the commotion within began to quiet down. So soon. You're becoming increasingly useless. I deeply apologize, my lord. I shall strive even harder in the future. Poloni hurriedly concealed herself within the adjacent wardrobe, enduring the distinct odor of the mountain spirit that pervaded the space, and only cautiously emerged once the great mountain spirit had departed. She cautiously peered through the opening once more, finding only the human male lying bare upon the bed. The man was exceedingly gaunt, with hollow cheeks and sunken eye sockets, a clear visage of prolonged malnutrition. "Who is there?" the man weakly called out. Poloni was taken aback. She had not thought she had made any considerable noise, yet she had been discovered. "Do not hide. I can smell your scent. You are quite different from those mountain spirits. You are human, are you not? Please, I beg you, save me." Hesitating, Poloni stepped into the room. Upon seeing her, the man's dull gaze instantly sparkled with life. "You too have been captured, have you not?" Poloni inquired. "Who are you?" "I am Lonkawa, once a noble knight, a knight of considerable strength." He emphasized the word strength heavily. "Like you, I have been seized by them, subjected to relentless torment." Tears welled in Lonkawa's eyes. "You wish to escape? Take me with you. I implore you. I can assist you." Poloni hesitated and shook her head. "I am truly sorry, but I cannot help you in your current state. I cannot possibly carry you with me. No, you must help me. I beseech you. If I remain here, that mother mountain spirit will surely destroy me. If you do not assist me, I shall scream, and then neither of us shall escape," Lonkawa declared. Madness creeping into his gaze. Poloni's presence was like a ray of hope from the heavens, and he was determined to grasp it at all costs. "Do not panic. You should lend me your aid. I know the layout of this place. Only with me can you escape." The despair in his eyes mirrored her own past self. He too must long for a swordsman to emerge and rescue him. Poloni acquiesced to Lonkawa's plea, helping him to his feet and draping him in a mountain spirit's cloak. Lonkawa was exceedingly weak, barely able to stand, yet he could endure if it meant the prospect of escape. Supporting Lonkawa, Poloni led him out of the room. Lonkawa had not lied. He truly was knowledgeable about the paths of this place. With Lonkawa's guidance, they cautiously maneuvered away from the patrols of the mountain spirits. Inching their way toward the exit, chaos erupted in the mountain spirit's lair. The women imprisoned had vanished, prompting the great mountain spirit to summon all remaining spirits to search the lair. They found themselves cornered in the vast cavern where Poloni had first encountered the great mountain spirit. She recognized the route. They were close to the exit, but now they were surrounded by mountain spirits, unable to advance any further. They could only conceal themselves in a narrow crevice among the stone pillars. Praying for a miracle, Poloni hid nervously, daring not to make a sound, and after a considerable time, the mountain spirits gradually moved away. Just when she thought they had evaded this crisis, Lonkawa, having leaned against the wall for too long, lost his balance and collapsed, knocking over a vessel. The sound immediately drew the attention of the mountain spirits. Realizing they had been discovered, the two scrambled out of the cave, running for their lives. Pursued by the spirits, Peroni felt a chilling dread. If she were captured again, there would be no second chance for escape. Lonkawa was her fate. No, she was a woman, and her fate would be far more tragic than Lonkawa's. Lonkawa, equally pale, struggled to keep pace with Peroni's support. However, his frail body could not move any faster. As the mountain spirits closed in, the familiar exaggerated figure of the great mountain spirit emerged. She sat upon a palanquin carried by 8 mountain spirits. Resting her chin upon her hand, watching the two with a bemused expression, a shiver ran through both of them. At that moment, Lonkawa suddenly seized the gold from Peroni's waist, forcefully pushing her to the ground. "Mother, I have captured her," Lonkawa exclaimed, his bloodshot eyes wide with excitement as he raised the gold towards the great mountain spirit. Peroni lay on the ground, shocked as she watched Lonkawa, who had fought so desperately to escape, betray her in such a manner. The great mountain spirit, with her enormous belly resembling a water tank, looked down upon Lonkawa from her palanquin. "Oh, is this not my little darling? What brings you here?" Lonkawa, humbled, lowered his head, not daring to meet her gaze, and spoke in a trembling voice. "Respected mistress, I discovered this wretched woman attempting to flee, and she took your gold. That I followed her to assist you in reclaiming your treasure and subdued her, retrieving the gold that was stolen from you." The great mountain spirit accepted the gold, extending her toes towards him. Elated, Lonkawa hurried over to lick her boots. This scene shattered Peroni's perception of reality. The knight who had emphasized his identity and spirit throughout their journey could debase himself to such a degree to save his own life. The great mountain spirit gently stroked Lonkawa's head, praising him. "You are very loyal. For this, I must reward you. Let me think. What shall I bestow upon you?" She feigned contemplation, then tilted Lonkawa's head up, locking eyes with him. "That I have thought of the perfect reward for you. I shall grant you the status of my acolyte." "Acolyte? Indeed. You shall transform from a human to a noble mountain spirit. Rejoice, my servant." The Lonkawa's forced smile froze in place as he quickly shook his head in refusal. "No, I do not wish to receive a reward. Serving the great mountain spirit king is my honor. No, you must accept this reward." The great mountain spirit, with her long, coarse arms, roughly lifted Lonkawa, declaring, "Come now, accept your reward." Ignoring his desperate struggles, she pressed her fiery red lips against his in a fervent kiss. This sight nearly made Peroni retch. Beyond the disgust, she distinctly observed the great mountain spirit's belly convulsing violently, as though something within were writhing, climbing up through her esophagus and into her mouth. The great mountain spirit released Lonkawa, who began to cough violently, his mouth agape as a small body writhed within, resembling a miniature mountain spirit attempting to burrow down his throat. Lonkawa tried to forcefully expel it, but the little creature was exceedingly agile, swiftly slipping down his throat the moment he reached for it. Lonkawa began to convulse violently, his flesh and skin undulating like waves, gradually turning a bluish-black hue as he shrank in height. His already frail body developed solid muscles, and thick, sharp black claws sprouted from his hands and feet. He had just been human, and now he transformed into a true mountain spirit, a towering figure nearly the height of a human. "Well done. From this moment on, you are my acolyte mountain spirit. Continue to offer your loyalty to me." With a tinge of regret for the once handsome knight, whose visage had morphed into that of an ugly mountain spirit, the great mountain spirit shifted her gaze to Peroni. "You have run quite far. It seems you have grown quite sturdy. Thus, you must be ready to bear excellent offspring for our mountain spirit lineage, correct?" Peroni brandished the stone dagger she had seized from the unconscious mountain spirit, fearfully pointing it at the great mountain spirit. "I shall never allow you vile monsters to succeed." With that, Peroni thrust the dagger towards her own throat. The great mountain spirit did not intervene, but instead watched with keen interest. "Why have you stopped? Are you afraid?" Peroni pressed the dull blade against her neck. With a single motion, she could end her life, yet she lacked the courage to plunge it in. She did not wish to die. "Seize her." With the command from the mountain spirit, the surrounding mountain spirits surged forward, seizing Poloni's garments and beginning to tear at them, exposing the slave mark on her back. Even if Poloni had resolved to end her own life, it would have been too late now. Long before she fell into the hands of the slave trader, she had already become numb, devoid of any hope for survival. She was but a mere commodity, a piece of property that could be sold at any moment. When she was offered as a sacrifice to the terrifying twisted treant, she even lost the last vestige of her worth as an item. In her despair, She succumbed to fear, accepting her fate of being sacrificed, never daring to hope for salvation, until the swordsman appeared. He was like a knight born from the deepest fantasies of her heart, pulling her back from the abyss of despair and rekindling her hope for life. Great Holy One, merciful Father in heaven, even one as humble as I yearns to bask in your radiance. Could you send forth your knight to descend from the celestial realm to rescue me? In the midst of being surrounded and torn apart by the mountain spirits, Polony extended her hand, praying for the moonlight that streamed through the stone cave's skylight above. With a thunderous crash, the wooden skylight shattered, and a knight clad in tattered armor, wielding a great sword, fell from the moonlight. In that moment, Polony seemed frozen like a sculpture. The Holy One had answered her. Her knight had truly arrived. The knight descended into the throng of mountain spirits, his great sword sweeping through, carving a bloody arc as he cleaved through the assembled spirits with ease. It's your fault for being so heavy. You've collapsed the floor. Where on earth have we fallen to? Exclaimed the Cookie Man, perched on the knight's shoulder in terror. Yet the embers cared not for their surroundings. Upon seeing the grotesque mountain spirits around them, they launched an immediate attack. The mountain spirits had been poised to strike at an utterly defenseless human woman, devoid of weapons or protective garments. The embers charged into the throng of mountain spirits, akin to a famished wolf amidst a flock of sheep. The large mountain spirit, still seated upon its throne, was equally stunned by the sudden appearance of the swordsman. She could hardly fathom that a human knight would dare to intrude upon her lair during a ritual. The mountain spirits gathered here either perished or fled. He is a human knight. I understand now. He must have come to save me. I can finally escape. In a daze, Lonkova rushed towards the embers, arms outstretched to embrace this comrade who had come to rescue him, only to be met with the sweep of the great sword. The embers swung the sword, slaying a towering mountain spirit that had attacked him, then glanced at the disheveled woman on the ground before quickly shifting his gaze to the prominent, high-ranking mountain spirit. He recognized that presence. It was the aura of an apostle. At last, he had found another apostle. Polony, overwhelmed with emotion, dashed towards the swordsman, only to be met with the gentle touch and comfort of the cookie's small hands. It's all right now, with the great Kiki the adventurer, and his formidable partner. You are safe. The embers swiftly scooped Polony up and rolled away, narrowly avoiding a massive tongue that had thrust itself into the ground. Appearing as though the mountain spirit's abdomen had opened into a gaping maw, the mountain spirit marveled. What an excellent man you are. The offspring you produce will undoubtedly be strong. Would you care to remove your mask so that I may see your face? The embers cast Polony aside, thrusting the great sword directly at the mountain spirit. Roughly tossed into a corner, Polony was cloaked by the Cookie Man, who draped a robe over her to conceal her exposed skin and the imprints of the mountain spirit's hands. This marked the embers' first battle after being enhanced by the Radiant Woman. Compared to before, his speed with the great sword was markedly improved. Becoming more agile, he wielded the great sword, deflecting an attacking tongue. Swiftly closing the distance to the mountain spirit, the swordsman approached with the exaggerated great sword raised. The mountain spirit licked her lips. Her swollen belly bulged, and the navel gaped open, ejecting a small, purplish-black mountain spirit the size of an infant. The tiny spirit shot towards the embers like a cannonball. Without hesitation, the embers raised his sword to cleave it in two. His astonishment, the bisected infant spirit did not perish. Instead, it transformed into two smaller entities, continuing their assault. The embers swiftly altered his strategy, turning the edge of his sword to deliver broad slaps, akin to swatting flies, reducing the small mountain spirits to a pulpy mass. Even if these strange entities could not be slain in this state, they posed no further hindrance to him. However, the pulverized remains of the spirit seemed to possess a potent corrosive quality. The surface of the great sword was marred by numerous pits upon contact with the flesh of the spirit. Yet the embers cared not. His sole desire was to vanquish the apostle swiftly. What a formidable man! As he drew nearer, the mountain spirit suddenly leapt from her throne, unleashing a barrage of malformed mountain spirits from her belly, propelling herself backward to create distance. Bang! 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 The mountain spirit, reveling in her power, twisted and writhed, shooting forth small mountain spirits as if from a high-caliber cannon, scattering them across the sky. My heavens, how utterly revolting! The Cookie Man, hiding in a corner, gasped in disbelief at the grotesque spectacle. Beside him, Polony had already begun to retch, for the unidentifiable meat paste she had consumed in her prison bore a striking resemblance to the flattened abominations before them. The number of mountain spirit infants continued to swell, crawling from every direction to tug and bite, causing ever-increasing disruption to the embers. Meanwhile, the mountain spirit cackled triumphantly as she continued to spew forth the spirits. Their numbers seemingly infinite, an unending torrent. The embers realized that this stalemate could not continue. After swatting aside a throng of the infant spirits, he delivered a powerful kick to a protruding rock on a nearby pillar, sending it soaring into the leaping mountain spirit's forehead. With a pained howl, the mountain spirit was knocked from the air, her torrent of ejected spirits abruptly ceasing. Seizing the opportunity, the embers charged towards the mountain spirit. Undeterred by the multitude of malformed infant spirits that clawed at him, with newfound strength, he pressed forward, enduring their grip as he closed in on the mountain spirit, driving his great sword deep into her rotund abdomen. Ha ha! I am the immortal apostle, the king of mountain spirits. Oh, you truly believe you can slay me? Ah, come now, a little harder, let me truly feel your robust form. Blue flames flickered from the wound in the mountain spirit's body. Hastening to burrow into the embers, the once arrogant mountain spirit began to tremble in fear. This cannot be. I am the king of immortals. I shall not perish. Even if you can temporarily slay me, I shall return. Gradually, the mountain spirit's form began to wither, the flame of life flickering out, clearly devoid of any possibility of resurrection. The multitude of mountain spirit infants, cut off from their maternal connection, began to rot and decay, losing their very essence. As the swordsman's battle finally came to a close, Kiki let out a long sigh of relief. It was then that he noticed Poloni beside him. She seemed familiar. You are Poloni. Do you remember me? Poloni certainly recalled Kiki, not only because the Cookie Man had perched on the swordsman's shoulder during the battle against the Twisted Treant, but also because they had both been slaves under the same trader, Feiqian's son, and had shared a prison cell. How did you end up here? With a sympathetic ear to share her woes, Poloni recounted her harrowing journey to the Cookie Man, her voice growing more aggrieved with each word. The tragic tale rendered even the typically cheerful Cookie Man silent. The embers approached the Cookie Man and stated, "Let us depart. The apostle here is dead, and there is no need to linger." Poloni urgently implored the swordsman, "Swordsman, may I follow you?" The embers coldly rejected, "No, I will not carry a burden. But swordsman, I have nowhere else to go. Please allow me to accompany you. I promise I will not be a burden." Poloni pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears, her pale, delicate features rendering her all the more pitiful. Even so, the swordsman remained resolute in his refusal. "Why, Eugene, you are utterly heartless. Let us take her with us. At the very least to deliver her to a place where there are people. Otherwise, she will surely not survive on her own." The Cookie Man also jumped in to speak on Poloni's behalf. After a moment's deliberation, Eugene finally acquiesced. The Cookie Man felt a surge of joy, sensing a subtle change in the swordsman compared to their previous encounters. The swordsman had not been so amenable upon their first meeting. However, since his audience with the Lady of Radiance, it seemed his disposition had begun to shift ever so slightly. A contingent of heavily armored knights marched through the underbrush of the mountains. Entering the cave of the goblins, the banner depicting the sacred sun indicated that this was a detachment of knights once belonging to the Holy See. They stormed into the cave, expecting a fierce battle with the mountain goblins, only to discover that, apart from slaying a few scattered and hiding goblins, there was no real danger. The area had already been purged before their arrival. After surveying the surroundings, Deputy Commander Colin reported back to Commander Tors. Tors, his expression grim as he gazed upon the lifeless body of a mountain goblin, offered no response until a knight presented a captured goblin before him. Noticing the dark expression on Tors's face, Deputy Commander Colin stepped forward and inquired, "Goblin, who attacked your lair?" The captured goblin, its 3 fingers nails cruelly torn out, its fingers a bloody mess, clearly had been tortured for information and now appeared surprisingly compliant. "It was a human swordsman. A swordsman intruded and killed our matriarch." Having heard enough, the knights began to grasp the situation. Surely, this goblin was deceiving them. It could not possibly have been accomplished by a single individual. That was an apostle, an utter monstrosity. Many gasped in astonishment, speculating on the identity of this swordsman. He is a heretic who has thwarted the opportunity for salvation. Commander Tors sighed heavily, with bloodshot, weary eyes. He approached the goblin, brandishing a long-handled torch as if it were the sacred fire meant to purge sins. "Born into this world steeped in transgressions, I shall cleanse you of your sins." He thrust the torch directly into the goblin's mouth. and the flames consumed it, leaving the goblin unable to even scream as its throat was seared, dying in excruciating agony. The knights, who had previously engaged in fervent discussions about the enigmatic swordsman, fell silent at the sight of this brutal act. Because of his actions, the world would remain in darkness for a longer time. He ought to be imprisoned and shackled, made to atone for his deeds. Colin hesitated. Shall I dispatch men to hunt him down? Tors firmly rejected the suggestion. Do not waste time on him. The Holy Spirit will guide him to us for judgment. Continue the search for new apostles. Hurry. Our world is running out of time. Eugene led Poloni out of the Abyss Mountains, striving to find a village where the girl could find solace. After 2 days of arduous travel, they arrived at a village, only to find it had become a desolate wasteland. The homes were burned, and many had perished in the flames, a scene of utter devastation. Could this have been the work of the fallen? Kuchi asked, shuddering. It does not seem so. The evidence suggests human involvement. Eugene replied that we are all human. Should we not be helping one another? Kuchi remarked. Puzzled, Eugene had initially intended to swiftly find a populated area to leave Poloni. But it appeared that plan was now unfeasible. Stop. Robbery. A sharp, menacing voice suddenly emanated from an old poplar tree, halting Eugene and his companions as they exited the village. Following the sound, they were taken aback to discover that the one shouting was not a person, but rather a large meerkat, about half a meter tall. The meerkat wore a gray-black cowboy hat, a trench coat, and comically oversized knee-high leather boots, resembling a human. It aimed a flintlock pistol at them. A cruel smile plastered across its face. Oh, you know where you are? This is within the borders of the Elman Kingdom. Lord Albrecht, captain of the Royal Cavalry, once devoted his life to protecting this land. Now, he finds himself in a predicament and requires a tax from you. A robbing squirrel. The cookie man pointed at the meerkat. I am a meerkat, you insolent cookie. The meerkat's predatory gaze shifted towards Poloni. You must have found quite a treasure in that village, haven't you? I can smell gold upon you. This remark sent Poloni scurrying behind Eugene, frightened. Indeed, she had gold on her. She had secretly retrieved the gold stolen by Lonkova. Is there a town nearby? Eugene inquired. Iron Mountain Town remains to the east. Wait, did I give you permission to speak? The meerkat retorted, leveling its gun at Eugene and barking. How dare you ask me for directions? You are utterly disregarding my presence. Before it could finish, the swordsman charged at it, drawing his great sword. Clang! Sparks flew as the iron ball was deflected by the sword, seizing the opportunity while the meerkat needed to reload. Eugene leapt at it with a devastating slash. In a moment of urgency, the meerkat was unable to draw the dagger strapped to its back and could only use its flintlock to block. As Eugene leaped down from the tree, the meerkat had already vanished from sight. Where did that squirrel go? The cookie man asked, inspecting the branch severed by the greatsword. It fled. Its movements were swift. With the meerkat incident behind them, the trio continued eastward towards Iron Mountain Town. The meerkat emerged from a burrow, still grasping the broken flintlock, looking quite disheveled, its beady eyes fixed ferociously on the direction the three had departed. It growled, I shall remember you, swordsman. Iron Mountain Town, as its name suggests, was established at the foot of Iron Mountain, which boasted a significant iron ore vein. The inhabitants thrived on exporting iron ore and manufacturing iron goods like swords and farming tools. The town was sizable, with a permanent population of around 20,000, governed by the Viscount Mond, a noble appointed by the Elman royal family. Not long ago, the town had endured an assault by fallen undead creatures. But thanks to the combined efforts of the lord and the townsfolk, they managed to defend their home and drive the malevolent beasts back into the mountain. Yet, as a result, the once thriving town known for its iron production now appeared desolate. Upon entering the town, Eugene initially planned to leave Poloni behind, but she insisted on inviting him to stay for a night, suggesting they depart the following day. The Ember Bearer was a remarkable being, living in a manner entirely distinct from ordinary humans. As long as he could slay monsters and absorb their souls, his body would be replenished. Thus, since arriving in this world, he had scarcely partaken of food. With no need for sustenance, he could rest anywhere, rendering him indifferent to the concept of money. The only necessity for currency arose when it came to repairing his weapons and armor. His great sword had sustained considerable wear, and his armor was in tatters. Why Eugene's next plan was to devise a means to acquire funds to mend his sword and armor, perhaps by returning to the village of Muddy Ditch to collect coins that the fallen tree spirit apostle had transformed into upon its demise. Of course, apart from Eugene, the cookie man Kuchi, being a biscuit, also had no need for food to sustain himself, and he too was without money. This led to an awkward dilemma that if they were to remain in the town, they would have no funds for lodging and would be forced to sleep on the streets, competing with beggars for space. That's why Eugene preferred to find a quiet spot beneath a tree in the woods to rest. Poloni pulled Eugene aside into a corner, cautiously revealing her small bag filled to the brim with gold. Why Eugene, I have quite a fortune now. You need not worry. Thank you for escorting me all this way. Please allow me to express my gratitude. Despite her words of thanks, Poloni's tone bore an undertone of pleading, her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. That's why Eugene found himself perplexed by her intentions. He had never taken the initiative to engage her in conversation, nor had he developed any feelings towards her. Aside from the mere act of accompanying her part way, there was no further connection between them. And he required no recompense. She sought a safe haven among her fellow humans, and now that they had arrived, why would she feel the need to retain someone like him? In stark contrast to the swordsman, who has become ill-suited for the crowd, the biscuit man is brimming with boundless curiosity. Kiki, alongside Poloni, attempts to persuade the swordsman to remain my Lord Swordsman. I have noticed that your sword has sustained considerable damage. Do you not intend to seek out a blacksmith for repairs? We are in Iron Mountain Town, renowned for its skilled blacksmiths. Eugene caresses the myriad of scars on the gloomblade, each a testament to his countless life and death battles. Particularly prominent are the pockmarks left from his encounter with the female mountain spirit, corroded by the vile essence of ghoul-infested flesh. Hey, Eugene, have you forgotten your purpose? Rather than wandering aimlessly, why not inquire with the locals? They may possess knowledge of the apostles' whereabouts. The rhythmic clang of hammering resonates throughout the forge. Zaid directs his apprentice Kata in the crafting of farming tools when a swordsman clad in tattered armor unexpectedly enters. What can I assist you with, sir? Eugene removes the hefty sword from his back and inquires. This blade has suffered substantial damage. Can you repair it? Zaid, slightly taken aback, had presumed the visitor sought armor repair. As the swordsman's armor appeared in greater need of mending, he takes hold of the two-handed sword, struggling to lift it, let alone wield it. Wow, master, is this truly a sword? It's enormous, Kata exclaims in awe as he circles the colossal weapon. After a brief examination, Zaid retorts, it is merely a hunk of iron forged from black iron. Its size serves little purpose. It is nothing more than a showpiece, utterly unfit for human use. With these materials, I could forge 10 fine swords. You speak nonsense. He can wield it. Kiki protests, stepping forward. Master, this biscuit can move. Kata reaches out to grasp the biscuit man, only for him to slip away with surprising agility. Zaid, unwilling to engage in a dispute with the biscuit, continues his critique. The craftsmanship is quite crude, indicative of a rural blacksmith's handiwork. Eugene interjects coolly, enough with the idle chatter. Can you mend the blade's imperfections? Of course, Zaid replies, casting a sidelong glance at the swordsman. Black iron is indeed a commendable material. Furthermore, with the mines now overrun by monsters, the various iron ores previously extracted are no longer accessible, causing the price of black iron to soar. Given the size of this sword, the cost of repairs will not be insignificant. You have the funds? Zaid doubts that a knight dressed in such tattered rags could afford the expense. Just then, a dark-haired girl wrapped in a cloak emerges from behind the swordsman, tossing a gleaming gold coin towards Zaid. Old blacksmith, ensure the best repairs. Momentarily stunned by the sight of gold, Zaid finally responds. Come back tomorrow to collect your order. Eugene, equally taken aback, hesitates, retracting his hand from the beast-hide pouch at his waist. The 2 meager copper coins left within may not suffice to pay the blacksmith's fee. After departing the forge, Poloni asks, Mr. Eugene, your armor is in dire need of repair. Have you considered allowing that blacksmith to fix it? She gestures toward a display of finished armor. Why not simply purchase a new set? The biscuit man leans in close to Eugene, whispering with a devilish grin. Eugene, do you not feel as though you are being kept like a sugar-coated trophy by a wealthy patron? Eugene remains silent for a moment before replying. There is no need. I have grown accustomed to it. Suddenly, a crowd begins to gather in the streets, instinctively parting into 2 lines, allowing vendors to hastily pack up their stalls and clear the main thoroughfare as if avoiding a plague. In the distance, Eugene spots 2 flags soaring high, one emblazoned with the insignia of the Seventh Night Order, the other bearing the emblem of the Holy Light Sunday. Eugene recognizes the significance of these banners. They represent the once mighty force known as the Holy Church. He recalls hearing that the church had long since collapsed, its sacred faith rendered impotent by the arrival of infernal flames in their heyday. Countless individuals had been branded as heretics and condemned to the purifying flames. Even now, stripped of their miraculous powers, the sight of the church, especially its armored knights, elicits instinctive fear among the common folk, who remain visibly shaken. Eugen harbors no interest in these church figures, choosing instead to depart with Poloni and Kiki in search of lodgings. The Seventh Night Order, bearing the banners of the Holy Church, enters Iron Mountain Town, their carts laden with grains and gold. As the townsfolk instinctively clear the way, the path is paved by the leading cavalry, majestic in stature, bearing the church's flag with solemn dignity. Following closely is a grim, dark carriage, adorned with pole-like structures from which hang 3 severed heads, those of a child, an elder, a youth, and a woman. This is the carriage of the Seventh Night Order's commander. Tolls, the vice-commander, rides alongside on a heavily armored steed. Trailing behind is a contingent of heavily armored knights, their presence the last remnant of the Seventh Night Order's former grandeur. Devout followers clasp their hands in fervent prayer, while those who refrain from praying retreat to the edges of the crowd, observing with cold detachment. Among them lurk several suspicious figures, shadowing the procession with eyes filled with venomous hatred, their concealed daggers poised for action. As they navigate a narrow street, these individuals suddenly burst forth from the throng, brandishing daggers, swords, and farming tools, launching an attack on the commander-esque carriage. The vice-commander, Corin, is the first to react, drawing his sword and swiftly dispatching a farmer-like assassin who lunges at him. 2 assassins manage to evade the hurried guards and reach the commander-esque carriage. Just as they prepare to force open the door and penetrate within, the carriage door swings wide, revealing 4 U-shaped spears that ensnare the assassins' necks, pinning them to the ground. The wielder of the spears, clad in a hooded garment of sin, remains silent, his 4 arms extending from within the robe to wield the long poles, subduing the attackers. The remaining assassins swiftly succumb to the onslaught of heavily armored knights, either slain or captured. Commander Tolls, adorned in a prayer robe and clutching a holy book, emerges from the carriage, with a gaze filled with compassion. He addresses the subdued and slain assassins. Infernal flames have cast our world into the abyss, and it is you, the unclean ones, who have summoned these flames upon us. The divine punishment has descended upon you. Do you not yet feel remorse? A middle-aged man, ensnared by the noose around his neck, retorts with bitterness, "You have stolen our food, murdered my wife and children, and annihilated our village. You are the true demons." A woman cradling the corpse of her infant wails, "You have taken the last of our provisions, leaving my child to perish from hunger. You deceitful fiends, before your arrival, we defended our village against the fallen. Yet you came and destroyed everything." This impassioned outcry resonates clearly with the onlookers, many of whom display disbelief and even revulsion at the unfolding scene. Corin's expression darkens, and he hastily issues orders. "Silence them. We cannot allow their words to sow discord." Tolls, holding the holy book aloft, addresses the crowd. "The Holy One has placed us on the front lines against the gathering of the fallen, shielding you from their assaults. Yet you, foolish peasants, resist offering your tithes to the divine. How dare you, shameless beings, raise your voices here? Do you not feel shame?" A heavy silence envelopes the scene. The assassins are silenced, while the crowd remains hushed. Too fearful to speak. If the world is to perish, what meaning do these grains hold for you? He proclaims with fervor. "Though infernal flames threaten our destruction, my daily prayers and humble pleas have finally garnered divine forgiveness. The Almighty has revealed to me the path to salvation." This declaration stirs the crowd into a frenzy. Just then, Baron Mond, the Lord of Iron Mountain Town, arrives with his retinue to greet the Holy Seventh Night Order. Some are dispatched to guard the church, while Tolls and other key figures are invited by the Baron into his castle as honored guests, observing the sacks of rye grain within the carriage. Baron Mond's eyes gleam with avarice. After all, this is a region abundant in iron ore. Although he had stockpiled a considerable amount of grain long ago, the prolonged calamity of the Inferno has begun to reveal signs of famine in this area. Confronted with the once all-encompassing Holy Church, which still boasts a formidable number of knights today, the Lord of Mond exhibited an air of politeness, even humility. At the suggestion of Captain Taurus, the Lord consented to relinquish a portion of the castle's chambers for the use of the knightly order. The dungeon, long neglected, was also appropriated by the knights to imprison those deemed heretics. From behind the small window on the 3rd floor of the castle, Wendell observed with a gloomy gaze the members of the church's knightly order who had entered the castle alongside his father. As the knights departed, Wendell, engulfed in fury, stormed into Baron Mond's study to confront him. "Father, why did you allow those people to come here? You know they are nothing but a bunch of fanatical lunatics. They are the ones who caused Mother's death." Baron Mond set down his book and looked helplessly at his 12-year-old son. "Your mother was taken by them, accused of witchcraft, although I later destroyed the church. My hatred for them endures." Wendell's anger intensified upon hearing this. "Then why do you still invite them into our town? Why do you bow before them like a dog?" "Son, you are too young to understand. The world has changed, the king has vanished, and everywhere we look, there are corrupted, twisted beings. Our minds, which sustain us, have been seized, rendering us unable to exchange iron for food. And the army dispatched to quell the unrest at the mines suffered nearly total annihilation. We require the assistance of this ecclesiastical force. Their knights and provisions are what we desperately need. We have no other choice. We are not without options." With that final retort, Wendell dashed away in agitation. Wendell would one day become an exceptional lord, yet he still needed to mature. Baron Mond approached the full-length mirror, where his reflection, though nearing 40, still possessed a handsome visage. His melancholic peach blossom eyes could undoubtedly captivate many women. It had been 10 years since Wendell's mother passed away, and throughout this decade, he had remained single, steadfast in his love for his late wife. However, recently, he had begun contemplating remarriage, for solitude had proven to be an unbearable burden. After attending the Lord's banquet, Captain Taurus returned to the town's church with Colin. The church had long fallen into disrepair, neglected for years. Had this been before the calamity, he would have surely punished the lord of this place. Yet now, he could only swallow his disdain for the man's slight against the divine. The robust knight Colin hesitated as he followed the captain, voicing his doubts. "Captain, are we truly doing the right thing? Are you referring to those heretics who obstruct the salvation of the world?" Taurus replied. "After all, we have seized their last grains of food and slain many who dared to stand in our way. Their hatred for us is entirely justified. I only hope our actions are in line with our duty." Taurus turned to his subordinate, who hung his head low, frowning as he inquired, "How can you harbor such thoughts? Everything we do is undoubtedly in service of our duty. His Holiness the Pope once informed me that it is the malice of the world's inhabitants that has overshadowed goodness, leading the divine to forsake us and unleash the inferno upon the earth. Do you not recall my declaration that I have found the path to salvation?" Colin listened in silence. "I have fervently repented to the divine, year after year, yet I have never received a response. Thus, I began to reflect. It must be that I was not sufficiently devout, that I had yet to comprehend the mercy of the divine. Ultimately, I gleaned insight through observing the fallen. It is not that God does not love humanity, but rather that mankind has been ensnared by countless innate sins, rendering them blind to the truth and causing their own descent into depravity, resulting in their rejection by the divine. We are born sinners. Therefore, I ceased merely praying. I joined the Seventh Holy Knight Order, waging war against those corrupted by their own sins, capturing and interrogating those who might yet fall. I cleansed their bodies and souls, bearing their sins upon myself, suffering in their stead." As he spoke, Captain Taurus pulled aside his clerical robe, revealing his horrific skin, riddled with iron nails. The sturdy paladin recoiled in shock, gazing at his captain with tears of sorrow welling in his eyes. "So it is you." Taurus lowered his robe, gazing out at the shattered stained glass of the church, his weary eyes seemingly rejuvenated. "This suffering bears significance. I endure this torment at long last. One day, the divine shall witness my repentance and bestow upon me a revelation. I shall capture the apostles of this world, offering the sinful to the divine. And in return, God shall grant us the power of the annihilator, enabling us to eradicate the inferno and truly save this world." Taurus spread his arms toward the sculpted statue representing light, his voice rising in fervor. "As long as we withstand the trials, this hellish world shall be restored to a realm of beauty. My steadfast and fearless deputy, go forth and issue the decree. Post notices that whoever can capture an apostle alive or provide accurate information regarding their whereabouts shall receive all they desire: gold, grain, and even a chance to seek redemption for those pitiable heretics." As Colin hurried away, Taurus could not help but call out to him once more. "Sir, is there anything else you require?" Colin respectfully inquired. "Colin, remember this. It is not God who needs us. It is we who need God. Humanity cannot survive apart from the divine." Taurus lamented. "I shall remember, Sir Taurus." After Colin departed, Taurus traversed through the barriers into a secluded chamber within the church, a space once reserved for contemplation and prayer. It had now been transformed into an altar, drenched in blood and inscribed with fervent devotion by the most pious saints, who willingly offered their lifeblood to etch the designs with unwavering resolve. The ritual commenced with the first drop of blood flowing from their wounds, culminating with the last drop as they breathed their final breath. Taurus crawled across the altar, etched with the blood of the saints. Prostrating himself upon the solid blue stone at its center, pressing his face firmly to the ground, his frail, emaciated body trembled slightly. His heart was, in truth, wavering. Was his elusive vision of salvation truly the path to redemption? Or merely a figment of his own imagination? In the pursuit of sustaining the knightly order, he had committed numerous acts that filled him with guilt, and no justification could assuage his conscience. "O God, if I am in the right, grant me your guidance." In that instant, the dimly lit altar was flooded with a sudden burst of white light, causing Taurus to tremble, tears of relief streaming from his eyes. A meerkat leaped from the underbrush, sniffing the air. Indeed, this was Iron Mountain Town. The swordsman he had been pursuing had arrived at this very location. He ought to leave and continue his journey as a meerkat knight. However, the swordsman had damaged his precious firearm, a grudge he had no intention of forgetting. He was a cunning meerkat, and a vengeful one at that. Once, a band of thieves had ambushed him while he slept, stealing his gold and horses. The meerkat had tracked their scent and direction for half a year, reclaiming not only more gold and horses, but also ruthlessly eliminating the culprits, arranging their corpses into a grotesque display. This incident had earned the meerkat considerable notoriety in the region. Gratitude may be repaid at one's discretion, but vengeance must be exacted without fail as long as those who offended him did not slay him on the spot. He vowed that they would one day regret their actions. Such was the code by which Albrecht the meerkat operated. The sheer number of humans in the town masked the scent of the swordsman, and Albrecht scoured the town for some time, finally locating the three swordsmen amidst the crowd observing the church knights. Before the church's carriage could approach, the swordsman, seemingly disinterested, had already distanced himself. Albrecht squinted, a smug grin creeping across his face. "At last, I have found you." He deftly flicked his tail and swiftly darted into the alleyways behind the throngs of people, trailing the swordsman from a distance. To his exhilaration, the flamboyant sword was conspicuously absent from the swordsman's back. A swordsman without a sword resembled a toothless tiger, devoid of menace, and he felt confident in his ability to easily take the other's life. Moreover, if the meerkat's memory served him right, the young lady accompanying the swordsman was a plump lamb, having once discreetly opened her small pouch in the wilderness to admire her gold. A scene witnessed by the meerkat lurking in the shadows, which led him to fixate on the swordsman's party. After trailing the trio for what felt like an eternity, Albrecht finally saw them enter a secluded alley. Presenting him with the long-awaited opportunity to strike, he stealthily advanced, drawing forth the broken blade from behind him, which in his hands felt as substantial as a great sword. Suddenly, the swordsman halted abruptly. Despite making no overt movements, he frightened Albrecht into retreating against the wall, instinctively hiding. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a lion, the perilous intent bearing down upon him like a tangible weight, rendering him breathless. What was wrong with that fellow? Was there a monster concealed beneath that armor? This unsettling sensation evoked memories of another entity that filled him with dread. Had that individual discovered his presence? Cursing inwardly, he lamented that if only his flintlock pistol were still in his possession, he could have blown that fellow's brains out from a distance. This hesitation cost him the chance to act, forcing him to bide his time for another opportunity. Yet, until those two, accompanied by the young lady, found their lodging at the inn, he remained without a chance to strike. Albrecht paced the streets outside the inn, deep in thought. Perhaps a nocturnal ambush would be prudent. He pondered, realizing that should they notice him, they would undoubtedly take precautions. The meerkat wrestled with indecision until he was drawn by the clamor of the crowd. Discovering that the center of attention was a bounty notice. Capture the apostle alive. The church offers a reward of 500 gold coins. The meerkat's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the reward. With 500 gold coins, he could rest upon a mountain of riches, acquire a magnificent steed, or even raise a cavalry of his own. The staggering bounty shook the meerkat's resolve for revenge against the swordsman, compelling him to temporarily abandon thoughts of retribution. He was well aware of the terror that apostles represented. Relying solely on his strength would not suffice to ensure success. Thus, he promptly began recruiting capable bounty hunters to join his endeavor. The cunning meerkat was notorious in these parts, and enlisting skilled individuals was hardly a challenge. Just as he was about to set off, a young knight clad in custom armor and wielding a long sword approached. Requesting to join the Meerkat's ranks, the meerkat cast a sidelong glance at the perhaps not yet 14-year-old boy, mocking, "We're not off to play house. We're risking our lives." The young knight replied with solemnity, "I am not here to frolic. I come with the resolve to slay the apostle that I seek, not the gold the church offers." The meerkat scrutinized the boy anew. The exquisite armor tailored to his diminutive stature made it evident that he hailed from a family of means. Common folk would hardly have the luxury to craft such ornate armor for a child, and as children grow rapidly, this finely crafted armor would soon become ill-fitting. Only the affluent families could afford such an expense. "I shan't act as your caretaker. If you truly fear not for your life, then join me. It matters not to me." The young knight responded earnestly, "I shall not cower in the face of death." "Suit yourself," the meerkat scoffed. Strangely, in that moment, the boy reminded him of the swordsman. Both possessed an irritating aura. Apart from him, numerous reckless souls had already set their sights on the Iron Mountain. The church's cavalry remained at the foot of the mountain, waiting for those who accepted the bounty to venture forth and scout for the Apostle's trail. The Iron Mountain was said to be overrun by ferocious mountain dogs, with rumors circulating that these creatures were controlled by an apostle, driving many to prioritize this location in their quest for the reward. The meerkat and a dozen hunters, fully equipped, delved into the Iron Mountain in search of the apostle. It was said that the mountain was infested with packs of mountain dogs. Yet they had traversed the mountain for several hours without encountering a single one. Instead, they faced other abominable creatures, resulting in a loss of manpower. Fortunately, the young knight was among those who remained unscathed. Exhibiting a composure and courage that astonished the meerkat. He had expected the boy to succumb to fear in the face of such perilous combat. Typically, such dangers would have dissuaded them, but the allure of gold spurred these desperate souls to press on. After struggling through the night, they finally stumbled upon the tracks of a mountain dog, which had mutated to a size surpassing that of a man. Rather than slaying it, they opted to follow it slowly until they arrived at the entrance of an abandoned mine. The mine, located at the foot of the Iron Mountain, was shrouded in darkness and exuded an ominous atmosphere. However, the meerkat possessed a unique talent. He felt no fear of the mine, but rather a surge of determination. The bounty on the apostle had become the talk of the town. Yet, Eugen cared little for the reward. His sole aim was to eliminate the apostle. At dawn, he made his way to the blacksmith's workshop to retrieve the newly refurbished great sword. The sword, once rough and damaged, now gleamed with a renewed brilliance. The broken edge had been mended, and the blade had been crafted to be slightly narrower than before. Not only had the weight not diminished, but it also felt more compact and formidable. Zaid, the blacksmith, was pleased with his work, though he harbored concerns that the sword's alterations and increased weight might deter its owner from wielding it effectively. After all, given the swordsman's physique, even if he were to become significantly stronger, it would not guarantee that he could handle the sword with ease. This predicament stemmed from Zaid's intense focus on achieving perfection during the crafting process, resulting in such an outcome. Although the sword had been narrowed, he had added a considerable amount of iron within, a necessity due to the previous blacksmith's lack of skill. Should the swordsman reject the blade, Zaid would incur a substantial loss. "What a remarkable sword," the swordsman remarked as he swung it experimentally, expressing his admiration. Witnessing the swordsman's satisfaction as he accepted the sword relieved Zaid's anxiety, while simultaneously leaving him astonished at the swordsman's strength. It seemed this swordsman could indeed wield the weighty blade. "Are you in such haste to retrieve that sword in pursuit of the bounty posted by the church?" Zaid inquired. "You are aware of this matter? The town is abuzz with it. It is hard not to know. I advise you against wading into these murky waters. Apostles are not beings that mere mortals can confront." The old blacksmith's wrinkled face bore a smirk as he added, "The church's bounty is not easily obtained." Ignoring the blacksmith's warnings, the swordsman slung the newly repaired great sword onto his back and set off towards the Iron Mountain. This time, he left Polony and Biscuit behind in the town, knowing that their presence would only prove a hindrance. He was determined to hunt the apostle alone. Young Knight Wendell followed the meerkat and other hunters into the mine. He was the son of the Baron of Iron Mountain Town, resolved to eliminate the apostle that had seized control of the mines and brought the ironworks to a standstill. He sought to prove to his father that he was no longer a mere child. He had matured into a true knight. "Which noble house do you hail from?" A middle-aged man with a long, crooked nose, carrying a bow and curved blade, sidled up to Wendell, whispering. Wendell, holding a lantern and focused intently, responded dismissively. I am no one's noble son, I am a king, a hunter who has roamed these mountains for years. That a few years back, I had the fortune to hunt a deer with glowing antlers and presented it to the Baron. He rewarded me handsomely for my efforts. Wendell frowned and scrutinized Hunter King, inquiring, what precisely do you wish to convey? When I presented the glowing deer, I had the honor of meeting the Baroness' young master. That young master would be you, correct? Wendell donned his helmet to obscure his face, retorting, you are mistaken. Unfazed by the denial, King continued in a hushed tone, should danger arise, follow my lead. I will do my utmost to protect you. Upon our return, I kindly request a position within the Baroness' household. I wish to serve the Baron and you, young master. Leading the way, Albrecht used his keen sense of smell to navigate, while the meerkat's acute hearing allowed him to catch every word of their hushed exchange. This boy is the son of that effeminate lord. It is truly hard to believe that such a spirited child could emerge from that delicate lineage. However, if he is indeed the son of a lord, and were to perish here, would I not be pursued by that effeminate baron once I capture the apostle and claim my reward? Damn it, had I known, I would never have agreed to let this brat tag along just for amusement. There is no way I'll play the babysitter if this little rascal truly meets his demise. I, the mighty meerkat, will promptly redeem my gold coins and flee. The meerkat pondered for a moment, finally clarifying the situation in his mind. He sniffed the air. The scent of the mountain dogs seemed to grow stronger, mingled with the stench of blood and flesh, reminiscent of a foul den reeking of decaying meat and bones. Under the flickering oil lamp, they uncovered numerous disfigured corpses of humans, some recognizable by their clothing and the undamaged portions of their faces. Fellow adventurers who had ascended the mountain in search of the apostle. In the shadows where the lamp's light could not reach stood a towering, pitch-black statue. Surrounding the statue, pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, and mountain dogs emerged, revealing their sharp claws and fangs, their putrid saliva dripping ominously from their teeth, creating an unsettling atmosphere. A dozen apostle hunters huddled together, weapons drawn, their expressions tense. Albrecht, far from frightened, felt exhilarated. He licked his sharpened teeth and drew a dagger from his back, pointing it at the pack of mountain dogs, exclaiming loudly, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. The mountain dogs lunged at the group, barking furiously. Come on, little pups. The meerkat displayed a cruel smile, plunging his dagger into the eye socket of one mountain dog. Agile as a monkey, he darted amidst the attacking dogs, leaping and twisting, swiftly claiming the lives of many. Dunder wielded his long sword, cleaving left and right. Though small of stature, his technique was remarkably refined, each counterattack dispatching a mountain dog. Just as he became entangled with two mountain dogs, one opportunistically lunged for his neck from behind. Fortunately, his full-body armor thwarted the attack, but the weight of the mountain dog knocked him down. Instantly, the dogs he had been battling turned to savage him. Overwhelmed by three mountain dogs, Dunder found himself unable to rise. In that moment of peril, King rushed in, using his curved blade to slay one mountain dog, while the other two redirected their attack towards him. King, at close range, unleashed two arrows, killing both mountain dogs. Dunder seized the opportunity to rise, casting a surprised and grateful glance at King. How about it? Have you thought over my proposal? King chuckled, casually loosing an arrow that pinned a charging mountain dog to the wall. You re remarkably skilled. I was once a member of the Orland Empire's expeditionary forces. The Orland Empire, the expeditionary forces. Dunder stared in astonishment at the unassuming King. He had heard tales from his father about the United Expeditionary Army. The Elman Kingdom, Orland Empire, Kongsberg Duchy, and the Frank Kingdom had once banded together to form a vast army, heading to the northwestern border to halt the encroaching forces of corruption and decay. Those knights of the expedition were the greatest of heroes. King struck at a mountain dog aiming for Dunder, stating, Dear young Baron, this is not the time for such discussions. Remember what I just said. During battle, stay close to me, and I shall ensure your safety. Dunder coldly retorted, I require no protection from you. Yet, despite his words, Dunder maintained a proximity to King during the fight, prompting a smile from King. Though the young lord appeared proud, he was nonetheless obedient in action. As time passed, the throng of mountain dogs was significantly thinned, though the hunters had also suffered considerable losses. Albrecht noticed a large mountain dog lurking behind the pack. Observing coldly, its size was nearly that of a human, and unlike its frenzied counterparts, it possessed a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes. There it is, the king of the apostle mountain dogs. He eagerly alerted the others. his gaze fixed on the Dog King as though it were a moving mountain of gold. The greed for the Dog King was not limited to the meerkat. The remaining hunters, still alive, shared the same ambition, for the appearance of the apostle signified that wealth was within their grasp. The hunters surged forward, breaking through the encirclement of mountain dogs, with the Kang's arrows being the first to strike. The arrow flew straight into the right eye socket of the Dog King. The creature let out a pained howl, losing an eye, which boosted the morale of the hunters, who then plunged their weapons into the Dog King's fur. Just as victory seemed within reach, the Dog King suddenly sprang to life, its massive jaws snapping down, devouring the upper bodies of two hunters in one gulp. Its powerful paws swept through the area, catching an unsuspecting hunter who had not retreated in time, slamming him against the wall, leaving his upper half smeared like mud upon it. In an instant, 3 hunters were lost, and the apostle hunters, once lost in excitement, were jolted back to reality. To their horror, the injuries sustained by the Dog King were rapidly healing. The arrow that had pierced its right eye was forced out, a new eye sprouting in its place. Is this truly an apostle? The meerkat, who had shouted the loudest in their charge, now found himself the farthest from the Dog King. Even the young knight Dunder was closer. He cunningly positioned himself behind the others, intent on observing the apostle's strength. It appears the apostle is not so formidable, Albrecht boasted, finally charging towards the Dog King in earnest. The diminutive meerkat darted like lightning, evading the Dog King's swipes, stabbing a dagger into its nose, blood gushing forth before rapidly healing. The meerkat leaped away from the gaping maw that could swallow him whole, shouting to the remaining 9 hunters, "Stop dawdling. Are you not men? His movements are slower than mine now. I will handle the distraction. You provide support. His healing ability is not infinite. As long as the wounds are plentiful, he will tire of recovering," with the meerkat leading the charge. The remaining hunters, previously gripped by fear, began to respond, attacking the Dog King in the moments it was engaged with the meerkat. Though young, Dunder had undergone rigorous night training from an early age, making him no weakling, though lacking in experience. Under the meerkat's distraction, Dunder struck the Dog King with a lethal blow, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination as he attacked without fear. Among the attacks, a Kang's precise arrows proved most beneficial to Albrecht, targeting the Dog King's eyes and mouth, several times saving Albrecht from fatal threats. The Dog King accumulated more wounds, its movement slowing, and the pace of its healing diminishing. After what felt like an eternity, a muffled thud echoed as the massive form of the Dog King collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The remaining 8 hunters erupted into jubilant cheers. They had succeeded, with 500 gold coins beckoning them. Although the Dog King had not yet perished, its wounds were healing slowly, and it was too weak to continue fighting. The church demands it be alive. "We cannot kill it," the meerkat declared, thrusting his dagger viciously into the Dog King's abdomen. "But we must not allow it to recover." After dispatching the remaining mountain dogs, they began to ponder how to transport such a colossal creature down the mountain to present it to the church. "I can hardly believe I have truly done it," Dunder exclaimed, removing his helmet to gaze in disbelief at the fallen behemoth. The Dog King, which had once decimated hundreds of his father's troops, was now captured by his own hand. At last, he could prove to his father that he was a worthy knight. With the Dog King vanquished, the mines could reopen, and with a steady flow of iron or exports, the economy of Iron Mountain Town would soon improve, eliminating the need for his father to seek the help of those infernal church fanatics. The thought filled Dunder's face with a flush of excitement. "Tell me, young lord, does my earlier proposal still stand?" A Kang inquired with a grin. Dunder nodded vigorously. "You are a formidable warrior. My father and I would welcome your allegiance." How utterly pathetic, to be alive yet less than a meerkat, and still wish to serve as another dog. Albrecht muttered disdainfully under his breath. This colossal creature could be exchanged for 500 gold coins at the church. What, I wonder, do they intend to do with it? A robust man sporting a bushy beard inquired with curiosity. Albrecht rolled his eyes, stating, "We simply take the money. What do we care about those lunatics?" A voice echoed in agreement. "The meerkat has a point. But how shall we divide this wealth?" Akon discerned the unsettling glint in some of their eyes, particularly among the group of meerkats, whose cunning gazes were nearly overflowing with malice. That I mentioned earlier that I could forgo the gold. But you all must comprehend the situation. The church has merely announced a bounty for the live capture of an apostle, but it has not specified that the apostle must be subdued by any particular individual. If we encounter others with ulterior motives on our way out, be wary, for your hard-earned gains could be snatched away. Thus, this is not the time for infighting. Rather, we must unite. Surprisingly, It was the youngest among them. Dunder, who voiced the sentiment. The others nodded in agreement with Dunder's words. Truly, he is the future heir of the barony. Such wisdom at a tender age foretells his destiny as a lord. I'm not. You've mistaken me for someone else, Dunder hastily denied, his face reddening. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, transforming into one of solidarity and harmony. The group, which had initially numbered nearly 20, now dwindled to only 8 as they prepared to return. They procured ropes to bind the king of the mountain dogs and began dragging it towards the mouth of the cave. However, after just 2 steps, the combined strength of 7 men and a meerkat proved insufficient to budge the king of the mountain dogs even slightly. The meerkats and others exchanged puzzled glances at the massive body of the king, which, although twice the size of a regular mountain dog, should not have been immovable for 8 individuals. Eventually, their attention was drawn to the base of the king's tail, where an additional black claw emerged, one that was thicker than a grown man's arm. Following the claw upwards, they noticed it extended into the darkness behind, overlapping with a looming statue that towered at least 5 or 6 meters high. The once pitch-black head of the statue began to awaken, resembling the eyes of a colossal creature, slowly opening to reveal a chaotic blend of confusion, brutality, and corruption within. Dunder's pupils constricted in terror, and his body trembled involuntarily. The statue they had perceived gradually emerged from the shadows into the beam of light, revealing the enormous head of a black mountain dog, its spiny maw brimming with wicked intent. In an instant, realization dawned upon them. The so-called king of the mountain dogs they believed to be vanquished was not the apostle at all. It was merely a slightly larger fallen mountain dog. The true apostle, the king of the mountain dogs, lurked behind the mountain dogs, hidden within the massive statue they had overlooked. This is a trick, right? Is this truly what we must face? A hunter stammered, despair flooding his eyes, devoid of any fighting spirit. Albrecht drew a dagger from his back, growling fiercely. This creature is merely a larger dog. Do not let it intimidate you. We shall draw its attention while you feign an attack from the sidelines. The meerkat rallied the spirits of the group, slowly beginning to retreat. The king of the mountain dogs curled its massive jaws into a grotesque grin, an almost human-like expression of delight. Its fur began to swell and elongate, shedding clumps that morphed into individual mountain dogs. So what we just fought was merely its fur, the meerkat exclaimed in disbelief. This is absurd. The meerkat turned and sprinted desperately towards the cave's exit. And the others quickly followed suit, abandoning their dreams of the 500 coins. Seeing Dunder still frozen in place, Akon hurriedly scooped him up and dashed towards the exit. Behind them, the king of the mountain dogs continued to shed fur, and the number of mountain dogs surged. As the bound mountain dog was liberated and rose to its feet, it let out a howl, prompting countless black mountain dogs to pursue the bounty hunters. The king of the mountain dogs, meanwhile, closed its eyes once more, retreating back into the shadows to become that enigmatic giant statue. The massive horde of mountain dogs chased after them, and those hunters who lagged behind were swiftly overwhelmed and devoured. Damn it, those scoundrels at the church have unleashed an apostle bounty with nefarious intentions. Albrecht, now stripped of all decorum, reverted to his instinctive meerkat self, scrambling frantically to escape, wishing he had been born with 2 extra legs. It seemed that the leading mountain dog had taken a particular grudge against him, sending numerous mountain dogs to pursue him relentlessly. The meerkat found no opportunity to dig a tunnel and escape. Mountain dogs attacked him from all directions. One mountain dog clamped its jaws around the meerkat's shoulder, and just as it seemed it would be crushed, the meerkat plunged his dagger into the creature's eye socket, ending its threat. Enduring the searing pain, he nimbly leaped atop the mountain dog's head, each jump fraught with peril as he narrowly avoided being caught in the jaws. The path ahead was blocked by mountain dogs, but through the gaps he spotted Akon, Dunder, and 3 other hunters besieged together, prompting him to dart towards their position. Akon unleashed a barrage of arrows. Each attempting to approach them was swiftly brought down. The other hunters employed their own tactics against the mountain dogs. In their midst, Dunder sat collapsed on the ground, his sword fallen beside him, utterly devoid of the will to fight. His only remaining contribution was to hold the oil lamp aloft. The meerkat's arrival did not improve their situation. Rather, it exacerbated it, as the mountain dogs chasing him joined the fray, making their defense increasingly arduous. Akon felt his quiver. It was empty. He had exhausted all 3 bags of arrows and was left with no choice but to switch to his curved blade. Struggling to hold the line, Dunder gripped his trembling right hand, the gaze of the king of the mountain dogs lingering in his mind. A haunting reminder of their dire predicament. He recalled the rotting flesh and decayed bones of the human corpses illuminated by the oil lamp. Had they, too, endured the same despair he was now experiencing? Buzz, the sound of a massive sword slicing through the air grew louder. As a wave of mountain dogs was cleaved apart, a youthful knight observed a figure clad in tattered armor, a full-faced helmet obscuring his visage, charging from the exit, wielding an enormous iron sword that reduced anything in his path to mere chunks of flesh. Akon, astonished, recognized the armor's design. It belonged to the Orland Empire's Expeditionary Knight Order, known as the Returner Armor. Had this man truly participated in that horrific battle? The swordsman advanced, his path littered with the remains of mountain dogs. What a monstrous warrior he was! The meerkat could hardly believe his eyes. Never expecting to encounter this swordsman in such a manner once more. The apostle is within, is it not? The swordsman asked in a flat tone. Yes, right inside, someone instinctively replied, with the answer in hand. The swordsman continued to clear a path through the mountain dogs, delving deeper into the cave. Dunder called out to the swordsman, attempting to dissuade him. Swordsman, it is perilous within. That apostle is far beyond our imagination. We cannot hope to contend with it. My father once dispatched over 100 soldiers to confront it, and not a single one returned. The swordsman cast a sidelong glance at the boy, but pressed on deeper into the cave. He had no other choice. As the swordsman prepared to face certain death, Albrecht, feeling indebted to the swordsman for saving his life, hesitated before making his escape through the path forged by the swordsman. Swordsman, let us put our grievances aside. If the opportunity arises, I will come to collect your remains. The swordsman did not comprehend the meerkat's words. He had no memory of the creature at all. A towering mountain dog, standing 2 meters tall on all fours, lunged at him. Swordsman, watch out, Dunder urgently warned. The resonant hum of the colossal sword, akin to an iron rod, reverberated throughout the cavern. Eugen wielded the great sword, delivering a diagonal slash to the maw of the mountain dog, unleashing a tremendous force that severed the creature's upper jaw along with half of its canine visage in that singular moment. Winterdell gazed in disbelief at the towering silhouette of the swordsman, his tattered cloak billowing, obscuring the figure in a shroud of ambiguity, as if he were witnessing the legendary swordsman gone Paisai from the tales of Elman. Mr. Eugen, the swordsman had vanished early that morning, leaving Poloni in a state of alarm. She feared that he had abandoned her, until she noticed the gingerbread man still lazily sprawled on the bed. Blissfully asleep, this revelation offered her a modicum of relief. Surely, the swordsman would not forsake the gingerbread man to depart alone. Yet, doubt lingered in her mind, for it often seemed that the swordsman preferred not to have the gingerbread man accompany him. Although she had never glimpsed the swordsman's face, her womanly intuition stirred. Kuki, wake up. The swordsman is missing. He might have gone for a stroll, the gingerbread man replied drowsily, shutting his eyes to continue his delightful dreams. In his slumber, he had vanquished the boastful black bread, a creature reputed to be the hardest bread in existence, now pitifully begging for mercy at Kuki's feet, its form as pliable as a sponge. Poloni watched the gingerbread man mumbling in his sleep with a silly grin, and instead of feeling reassured, her heart raced with anxiety. Ignoring Kuki's protests, she firmly dragged him out of the inn in search of the swordsman. The innkeeper informed her that the swordsman had departed early, taking his sword with him, hardly a sign of someone merely going for a leisurely stroll. Kuki, pressed against Poloni's chest, curiously inquired, "Why are you so anxious?" "Because the swordsman is missing." "But what if he is? Your goal was to reach a city bustling with life, wasn't it? The swordsman has safely delivered you. Even if he truly left, what does it matter?" Poloni fell silent, her bright eyes gradually dimming. Thump, thump. Her eyelashes fluttered as she widened her gaze, searching for the grand yet ethereal sound. Enchanted, she lifted her skirt and ran toward the source of the bell's chime. Ultimately stopping at the entrance of a dilapidated church, many townsfolk had gathered, drawn by the majestic sound emanating from the church's bell tower. Since the church's destruction, that soul-stirring toll had not echoed for many years. Poloni entered the crumbling church and knelt before a sculpture of divine light, earnestly praying to the deity. "Do, great God, please bless the swordsman with safety. Do not let him depart." "Are you praying for someone you miss?" Poloni turned to find a middle-aged priest, clad in sacred robes, who had appeared without her notice. Though his face bore the marks of weariness and hardship, his eyes remained gentle and compassionate. "Father, I wish for God's protection over a swordsman." God loves all of humanity. As long as you pray sincerely, the merciful deity will surely fulfill your wish. Instantly, joy illuminated Poloni's face. The priest smiled in bitter farewell, moving to the altar that separated the church. Gazing down upon the congregation, which had swelled with the townspeople of Taishan in the past, these people had been anxious, questioning the divine, and even vandalizing the church's doors and walls. Yet now, after many years, as the church reopened its doors, the same people returned, not in skepticism but with renewed devotion. In the face of a terrifying world and an unpredictable future, they sought solace and faith even more desperately. The priest opened the scriptures and began the day's prayers with the gathered faithful. O God, you are merciful, your heart is open to all. May your grace descend upon us, granting us comfort in hardship and strength in tribulation. As the priest led the congregation in prayer, singing hymns, the anxious began to find peace, their hearts seemingly baptized and filled with hope anew. Once the rituals concluded, other nuns emerged to take over the priest's duties. While he exited through the back of the church, where a carriage awaited him, Captain Tors, there are surviving bounty hunters from Taishan who have brought new intelligence. Tors, assisted into the carriage, calmly inquired, "Are they apostles?" "Indeed, sir. The survivors insist they encountered a fallen mountain dog apostle." As the carriage door closed, Tors's voice, laced with excitement, echoed from within. "God bless. Excellent. Let us depart. We ascend the mountain now." After leaving the church, Poloni's demeanor had transformed markedly. No longer anxious or confused, she felt assured that God had heard her most sincere prayers, promising her a reunion with the swordsman, just as she had once prayed in despair for divine intervention during her time in the mountain spirit's lair. At the next moment, the swordsman had descended from the heavens. "Doesn't Kuki worry that Eugen might abandon you?" Kuki looked incredulous. "That is impossible. We are the finest of partners. He would never forsake his comrade." "Really?" Poloni regarded the gingerbread man skeptically. Kuki, feeling the weight of her gaze, began to fluster. "I suppose so." Poloni smiled brightly. "Fear not. God will ensure Mr. Eugen's return. But what shall we do in the meantime? How about we indulge in some delicious food?" Poloni asked curiously, "Can gingerbread even eat real food?" "Of course. I can consume anything." "Then shall we dine before shopping for new clothes? My robe is far too tattered, with the garments beneath it in tatters." Once they laid aside their worries, the two joyfully explored the town, Poloni armed with a bag full of gold, which could easily make her one of the wealthiest women in the area. Yet, she was acutely aware of the need to keep her wealth concealed. Otherwise, her status might attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, compelling her to exercise caution. Unbeknownst to her, however, she had already caught the eye of someone lurking in the shadows. "Are you certain that the woman in the gray robe is Poloni?" Gol, dressed in casual clothes rather than full armor, leaned impatiently against the wall, addressing Feikiansen, who was peering stealthily onto the street from their position. "How could I mistake her? I personally excavated her from the ruins. After raising her for so long, how could I fail to recognize her?" Feikiansen exclaimed, his emotions heightened. "And did you not see the gingerbread man on her shoulder?" "Indeed." Gol confirmed, his impatience giving way to astonishment. After their harrowing journey through the mountains inhabited by the twisted tree spirits, they had finally reached Taizan town for a respite. Without their prized female slave and the extraordinary gingerbread creature, Feikiansen dared not venture to Bartolond. Having already accepted a deposit from a certain powerful individual, he could not afford to return empty-handed, or he would face dire consequences. Just moments prior, they had been expelled from the lord's estate, where the local lord had expressed an interest in acquiring female slaves. However, he showed no interest in the remaining slaves Feikiansen had, even hypocritically belittling his status as a slave trader. Had Poloni been among his goods, Feikiansen was certain the lord would have spoken differently. Wasn't that girl named Poloni offered as a sacrificial bride to the lecherous tree spirit? How could she still be alive, and why is she here with that little gingerbread? Gol inquired, astonished. Feikiansen, unfazed, replied, "Do not concern yourself with how she came to be here. This must be divine providence. If we seize the opportunity to capture them, we can return to Bartolond and earn recognition." Poloni admired her reflection in the mirror, marveling at her appearance in the flowing gown. She could hardly believe her own beauty. She twirled before the mirror, a flurry of motion following her lead. "Kuki, what do you think Mr. Eugen will say when he sees me like this?" She imagined Kuki, clad in a stylish jacket, contemplating Eugen's likely reaction, which she surmised would be one of speechlessness. Poloni had purchased casual attire, food, and a travel backpack. The gingerbread man inquired, "Why are you buying these things? Are you planning to travel?" I am preparing for the swordsman. Kuchi's cold smile bore a knowing expression, as if he could see through everything. I do not wish to remain here. I long to continue my journey with him. Kuchi shook his head. Give up. He will not take you along. Why not? The dangers he is about to face will surpass your imagination. You would become a burden, and you would perish. Poloni's spirits plummeted at his words. As the two entered the inn room. Just as they were about to close the door, it was suddenly held ajar by an intruder, swiftly followed by a large hand that covered Poloni's mouth. She attempted to scream for help, but it was too late. When she regained consciousness, she found herself bound tightly to a reclining chair. In a state of panic, she glanced around the dimly lit room, where she noticed a man in a headscarf staring intently at her. Beside her, she spied a gingerbread man, similarly imprisoned within a cage. You are awake. Feikiansen and Ji-hol pushed the door open and entered, their eyes gleaming with the delight of discovering treasures as they scrutinized Poloni and Kuchai. Itsu. Poloni recognized Feikiansen, the master of the slave caravan that had once held her captive. Her face a mask of disbelief and fear. Why? Are you surprised to see me? Feikiansen chuckled. You dare to kidnap us. The audacity of the formerly docile slave to confront him so boldly offended Feikiansen. Feigning amusement, he retorted, What do you mean by kidnapping? Have you forgotten? You are my slave by right. Even if this matter were taken to the royal court, you would still be my property. That I possess the legal documents of your purchase. And your back bears my brand, which serves as irrefutable evidence. Until you are sold, I have the right to seize you or even end your life at any time. Feikiansen's words caused Poloni's initial outrage to morph into alarm. You have sold me to that tree spirit. I am no longer yours. The mere mention of the tree spirit ignited Feikiansen's fury. That scoundrel not only took his best slave without payment, but also absconded with a chest of gold. He yearned to see that wretch consumed by flames. Feikiansen raised his hand, intent on teaching this insolent slave a lesson, but upon seeing Poloni's face, he refrained, opting instead to caress her cheek. What a delicate visage. Damaging it would diminish its market value. Poloni gradually regained her composure and deftly evaded his grasp. Warning, I advise you to release us, or the swordsman will not let you go. The swordsman? Feikiansen and Ji-hol exchanged incredulous glances. You were truly rescued by that swordsman. I told you so. You simply refused to believe. Kuchi interjected, his frustration evident. It's impossible. That twisted tree spirit is far too powerful for a mere swordsman to contend with. He must be dead by now. Do not try to deceive me with such tales. Indeed, I have crossed blades with the swordsman. He is my equal, lacking the strength to defeat that apostle, despite Poloni's affirmation. Feikiansen and his cohort remained obstinate, unwilling to accept the possibility that the swordsman still lived, convinced that these two had escaped by other means. I have followed you all the way. I witnessed you with gold coins. Where have you hidden the rest? At the mention of coins, Poloni hastily checked her waist pouch, only to find her small bag of gold missing. Yet Feikiansen continued to inquire about the gold's whereabouts. Had her treasure been stolen? I possess only a single coin, which I obtained from the tree spirit. That scoundrel was so generous? Feikiansen muttered as he and Ji-hol exited the room. They had thoroughly searched both Poloni and her quarters, finding no hidden gold. After some contemplation, Feikiansen instructed Ji-hol, investigate whether there is any trace of the swordsman. If you do find him, do not alert him that I intend to visit the steward of the Lord's castle once more. I am confident he will wish to see Poloni's worth. If all goes well, I shall sell Poloni today and depart for Bartalund with the gingerbread man tomorrow. Of course, but this time, I demand double the reward. Feikiansen laughed heartily, as the prospect of reclaiming his lost fortune far outweighed any concern for the monetary compensation. Within the dimly lit room, the guard left behind by Feikiansen fixated his gaze upon the two captives, particularly the gingerbread man, whom Feikiansen had instructed to keep a constant watch. The man in the headscarf had undergone rigorous training as an assassin, and fixating on his target was a fundamental aspect of his duties. He would not disappoint his employer. Kuchi glared at the headscarf-wearing assassin, taunting, What are you staring at? Do you wish to fight, dog? The assassin ignored him, maintaining his silent vigil over the gingerbread man's every move. Kuchi, undeterred, mimicked the assassin's demeanor, confronting him defiantly. Poloni's mind raced as she desperately sought a means to escape. However, her limbs were shackled to the chair, rendering her helpless. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the quiet room, as the guard's head struck the ground, plunging him into a sleep as deep as that of an infant. What has happened to him? Poloni inquired in astonishment. Kuchi, grinning smugly, replied, He must have been intimidated by my gaze. Though perplexed, Poloni set aside her curiosity and urgently asked Kuchi, "Do you have any clever plans to help us escape?" Kuchi tapped the tightly woven bars of the cage, lamenting, "The opening is far too small. I cannot possibly squeeze through." Disheartened, Poloni lowered her head, pondering whether she would have to wait for the swordsman to rescue her once more. Yet, it was evident that they were no longer in the inn they had rented, even if the swordsman noticed her absence. Would he be able to locate this place? A deeper fear began to take root within her. Would the swordsman truly expend time searching for her, when she was merely a lowly slave? The more she reflected, the greater her anxiety grew. She began to struggle fiercely, but it was a futile endeavor that a crisp sound suddenly pierced the silence of the room, reminiscent of someone biting into an apple. Was there another presence within this room? Poloni broke into a cold sweat, wondering if her previous discussion with the gingerbread man about escape had been overheard. Following the sound, she saw a gingerbread man at the table, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, contentedly munching on an apple from the plate before him. Kuchi, noticing Poloni's gaze, held up the apple in both hands and asked, "This apple is quite sour. Would you like a bite? Are you Kuchi?" The gingerbread man inquired, bewildered. "Why do you ask? Is there another Kuchi in this world?" Poloni replied in astonishment, "Aren't you supposed to be in the cage? How did you get out?" "Oh, right," Kuchi recalled, in the blink of an eye. The gingerbread man had vanished from the table. Poloni turned to look at the cage, where the gingerbread man was now lazily lounging, peering at her through the intricate bars. "What is it? Have you devised an escape plan?" Poloni's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the gingerbread man's crimson pupils, her mind momentarily paralyzed by confusion. The half-eaten apple sat quietly on the table, its juices seeping out. "How did you just do that?" Poloni asked anxiously. Kuchi shrugged. "Do what? Get out? You just left the cage," Poloni exclaimed. Kuchi regarded her as if she were mad. "But the cage has no significant gaps. How could I possibly escape?" Poloni stared at the gingerbread man in shock, unsure how to respond to his assertions. It seemed he had a point. Was she truly losing her mind? She fell into a spiral of self-doubt, yet soon the sound of apple bites echoed again. She hastily turned her gaze back, and indeed, it was the gingerbread man, relishing his apple. The gingerbread man, who had just claimed it was impossible to leave, now stood outside the cage. Poloni was now certain that she was not losing her sanity. If anyone was mad, it had to be the gingerbread man. "Kuchi, you still claim you cannot get out?" "What?" Kuchi lay in the cage, gazing at her with a look of perplexity. Poloni's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, her teeth clicking together in agitation. Was this wretched cookie merely toying with her? When the cookie figure appeared at the table for the third time, inexplicably pilfering an apple, Poloni chose not to disturb it this time. Instead, she quietly observed the comical antics of the cookie as it indulged in the fruit. She began to reminisce about her past encounters with the cookie. It seemed she had heard whispers of its escape from the cage during her time with the slave caravan. Feike Jansen had apparently complained more than once, even assigning someone to keep a watchful eye on the cookie, which had prevented such occurrences from happening thereafter. In her time confined within the slave caravan, her memories were hazy, as she had been tormented as a slave, living each day in a state of numbness. It appeared she had never truly paid attention to these matters. She recalled her journey after meeting the swordsman and the little cookie, who seemed to flit from one place to another in the blink of an eye. In retrospect, it all felt quite peculiar, yet both she and the swordsman had intentionally overlooked it, even though it transpired right before their eyes without arousing any suspicion. Had it not been for her abduction alongside the cookie, she might have remained oblivious forever. With these thoughts, Poloni's large eyes sparkled with realization. She turned to the cookie and asked softly, "Kuchi, is the apple delicious?" "It's quite sour. Would you like to have some?" The previous conversation replayed in her mind, and this time, instead of inquiring how the cookie managed to escape, she simply replied, "I would like to eat." Indeed, this time the cookie did not return to the cage in the blink of an eye. Instead, it leapt down from the table, clutching the apple, and hopped onto Poloni's shoulder. "Do you need me to feed you?" "Sure." Poloni took a bite of the apple, and its tartness confirmed her expectations. After swallowing, she cautiously asked, "My hands and feet are shackled. Could you help me steal the key, dressed in a bandit-esque guise?" Kuchi gave Poloni a thumbs up, assuring her, "Fear not, for stealing is a fundamental skill of an adventurer. I shall procure the key and set you free." Watching the little cookie sneak away, Poloni exhaled a sigh of relief. She finally comprehended the essence of fantastical creatures. The cookie slipped through the door's crack, only to be confronted by a pair of large feet approaching, IT swiftly dodged, fearing discovery, but it turned out to be merely one of Feike Jansen's passing subordinates. Kuchi soon realized that this place appeared to be an inn, entirely monopolized by Feike Jansen's entourage, leaving no other guests in sight. That IT stealthily searched for the key, yet found nothing. Suddenly, an epiphany struck. If the key was not on the caravan guards, it must be with Feike Jansen. The dilemma remained. What room was he in? Keep a close watch on those inside, especially that peculiar cookie. I shall return shortly. Rest assured, my lord, Luer is a man of utmost professionalism. He will keep a vigilant eye on the cookie. Very well. From below the stairs came Feike Jansen's voice, prompting Kuchi to hurry forward, only to find him approaching the inn's entrance, heading towards the parked carriage. Feike Jansen instinctively tightened his belt, the jingling of a keychain hanging from beneath his clothing ringing out. That's the one. Kuchi exclaimed excitedly. Leaning against the leather seat of the carriage, Feike Jansen lit a cigar and indulged in its aroma. If he could sell Poloni for a good price, he would have the funds for the journey to Bartalund, and could even hire some bounty hunters to replenish his dwindling guard. Poloni, being such prime merchandise, would surely fetch at least 20 gold coins. Were it not for his lack of funds, he would never have sold her in such a destitute place. The nobles of the Grand City would offer at least double the price. As he contemplated how to negotiate with the Baron, he suddenly felt a force tugging at his belt. Confused, he looked down to see a little cookie straining with all its might to pull the keychain away. Feike Jansen's mouth fell open in disbelief, staring blankly at the cookie's earnest efforts. Wasn't it said that Luer was a man of integrity who would keep a close watch on this cookie? Snap! The belt emitted a sound akin to a snapping rubber band, and Kuchi was sent tumbling onto the leather seat, rolling over in the process. Feike Jansen finally regained his senses, but Kuchi had already slipped away, clutching a hefty bundle of keys, and vanished into the crowd. Feike Jansen's face turned pale as he screamed, "Stop! Return! Quickly!" Poloni anxiously watched the fallen guard. Kuchi had been gone for a while, and she had no idea if he had managed to procure the key to unlock her chains. If the guard awoke or someone came to check, her plans would undoubtedly be foiled. Perhaps the cookie might escape, but she herself would be in dire straits. Just as her anxiety peaked, the cookie returned, dragging a hefty keychain through the door's gap. You did it. Of course, an adventurer never fails. The keyring held numerous keys, and Kuchi tried them one by one until finally, Poloni's hands were freed from the shackles binding her to the chair. Before she could rejoice, Feike Jansen's urgent shouts reached her ears. "You idiot, you're still here eating. The cookie has escaped. Go check inside." Poloni snatched the keychain from Kuchi's grasp, urgently searching for the key to unlock her leg shackles while reminding him. "Kuchi, think of a way to block the door and prevent them from entering." Upon speaking, Poloni realized the flaw in her words. While the cookie could steal the keys, blocking the door was an entirely different matter. Yet, she had no time to ponder this now, swiftly trying each key. Bang! 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 The relentless pounding on the door made Poloni's heart race. The door wouldn't budge. It seemed to be blocked by something. "Damn it, you worthless fools. Keep smashing." "Luer, are you still inside?" With a click, the leg chain finally fell open, and Poloni looked up in delight, only to be taken aback by the scene at the door. The table, chairs, cabinets, and even people, almost everything had been piled against the entrance. No wonder they couldn't kick it down. Poloni refrained from asking the cookie how it managed this, fearing that her inquiry might cause everything to return to its rightful place the moment she finished asking. The main door was undoubtedly impassable. Poloni turned to pry off the wooden boards securing the window, but they wouldn't budge, given her size. Removing a large plank should have allowed her to escape. However, she needed an axe. The banging on the door grew louder, as if they were now using axes to chop it down. Suddenly, Poloni reached out to Kuchi, her gaze fixed on the window. "Hand me your axe." "All right." Kuchi obediently passed her the large axe. Poloni's palms grew clammy with anxiety, but when she finally grasped the axe, a wave of relief washed over her. In no time, she smashed the wooden planks apart and eagerly began to climb out. Outside, she found herself beneath a rain shelter. Grasping the eaves, she pulled herself up, only to find her chest wedged tightly. Bang! The blocked door burst open, revealing Feike Jansen's menacing expression. "Stop right there, Poloni. If you dare to escape, I swear, when I catch you, you will regret it." His words only fueled Poloni's determination. She pushed with all her might against the window, infuriating Feike Jansen further. At that moment, he regretted sending Jerhol away. Had Jerhol been there, he would have easily smashed through that wretched door. "Come on, Poloni." The cookie waved a little flag outside, cheering her on. "Come on, you fool cookie, help me." Finally, the door gave way, and Feikiansen lunged forward, clearing the debris to reach the window just as Poloni's feet landed squarely on his face. Using that momentum, she finally squeezed through. Feikiansen, grasping at nothing, could only watch helplessly as Poloni slipped away, unable to fit through the narrow gap himself due to his size. Damn it. Damn it. Damn that lowly wretch. When I catch you, you'll be thrown into the stables to breed. I shall make a stallion pierce your insides. Feikiansen's face was contorted with excess flesh, directing a venomous curse at Poloni's retreating figure. Feikiansen, accompanied by his subordinates, frantically scoured the streets surrounding the Renardin, yet no trace of the female slave and the biscuit man could be found, regardless of their fervent search, amid their chaotic quest. A cart laden with fodder passed by, heading towards the Baron's castle estate in the highlands of the town. A pair of bright, beady eyes peeked through the haystack, only to be met by a large mouth, startling Biscuit Man into a shriek as he leapt forth from within. Poloni extended her delicate arm to push aside the horse's face, which was licking her cheek, and upon confirming the vicinity was clear, she too emerged from her hiding place in the hay. Despite the robe shielding her, her newly purchased dress was now marred with hay, and as she brushed off the remnants, she inquired of Biscuit Man, "Where exactly are we?" "I don't know, but surely we are safe, right?" Biscuit Man joyfully scampered about, finding everything here to be utterly novel. Poloni's gaze fell upon the sturdy castle erected behind the garden, nearly causing her eyes to bulge in astonishment. Have we stumbled into the Lord's abode of this town? She recalled that only the Lord possessed a castle here. As she wandered the lower town, she had glimpsed the castle's vague outline from afar, never imagining she would find herself within its confines, albeit through an ignoble entrance. The castle resembled the fairy tale dwellings of princesses. How delightful it would be to reside in such a place. Biscuit Man cast a dismissive glance at the modest 3-story stone fortress, unimpressed. Is this truly a princess's castle? It's merely a small baronial estate. Have you ever seen a castle where a princess resides? Of course, Biscuit Man replied with a puffed chest, ready to elaborate when Poloni abruptly pulled him into the nearby flower bushes. Hush! A troop of armored knights approached from afar, escorting several shackled prisoners towards an unknown destination. Poloni noted the sun emblem embossed on the knight's armor, which she had previously observed on the guards of the church. It was evident that these fully armored knights were members of the church's holy order. What business do the church's men have in this castle? Poloni wondered curiously, trailing behind to sneak a glance. The holy knights seemed to be specifically tasked with transporting the prisoners, guiding them toward what appeared to be a dungeon entrance. Are you prepared for an adventure, Explorer Poloni? Biscuit Man asked eagerly. Have you lost your mind? Poloni shot back at the reckless Biscuit Man. Only a fool would wish to venture into such a place. Let us depart and seek an exit. In the Lord's study, Baron Mond was adjusting his tie while inquiring of his steward. Have you yet discovered the whereabouts of Wendell? The steward shook his head in despair. I have inquired of the servants. They claim that since yesterday afternoon, when the young master departed from your estate, he has not been seen again. He must have slipped away. Perhaps it would be prudent to search outside. Indeed. Once the steward exited, Baron Mond let out a gentle sigh. After all, Wendell was still a child. No matter how mature he may seem, he could never fully grasp the gravity of his actions. The situation had become increasingly chaotic, with numerous instances of fallen ones and even apostles launching major offensives. Without adequate strength to safeguard the town, it faced the peril of annihilation. As a lord, he bore the responsibility to protect his subjects, unable to allow personal whims to dictate decisions. With the king missing, the royal city fallen, and the Elman kingdom nearly in ruins, there was little hope for reinforcements. Other lords were preoccupied with their own troubles and would not concern themselves with this matter. Although the church's adherents were stubborn lunatics, they were the only available force he could leverage at this moment. He sought to enlist the church's aid to eliminate the king of mountain dogs, who had occupied the mines, for the revival of Iron Mountain Town was essential for its future. He had no other options. Not long after the steward had left, he hurried back in a flurry. My lord, trouble brews. The guards at the baronial estate have apprehended 2 thieves in the back garden, given the distressing situation concerning his son. Baron Mond was already in a foul mood, and this news only soured it further. Do not disturb me with trifles. Simply hang the thieves. Ordinarily, such matters would not warrant the Lord's attention, but this case was different. The culprits were a girl and a biscuit. Upon hearing the steward's explanation, Baron Mond's interest was piqued, and he coldly made his way to the back garden. Who dares to intrude upon my garden for thievery? The moment he beheld Miss Poloni and Biscuit Man, Surrounded by soldiers, his dark demeanor vanished, transforming into one of elegance and affability, even tinged with humor, a swift change that left the steward in awe. Oh, what brings such a pure and beautiful lady to lose her way in my garden? Surrounded by armed guards, Poloni was stricken with fear. She understood all too well the fate that awaited a commoner caught trespassing in a lord's estate. Hanging would be the most lenient punishment. Moreover, she was hardly even a commoner. My lord, we are not thieves. Please believe us. We merely stumbled here in our flight from danger. Baron Mond shook his head with a gentle smile. No, no, my lovely lady. I believe you are mistaken. There are no thieves here. You simply wandered into the wrong place. Who could possibly get lost in someone else's home? Biscuit Man retorted discontentedly, causing Poloni's face to pale. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Poloni, like a startled fawn, was led into the castle by the warm-hearted Baron Mond. She was ushered into a comfortably furnished room, where soft carpets adorned the floor. And a striking red bed caught her attention, raising her vigilance to its peak. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Baron Mond Bordeaux, a noble bestowed by His Majesty the King of Elman. And the Lord of Iron Mountain Town, Baron Mond said, bowing slightly in a gentlemanly manner. Poloni hurriedly rose, curtsying and presenting her dress. I am Poloni, a humble commoner. Biscuit Man removed his hat and introduced himself. I am Kuchi, an adventurer from the fairy tale kingdom. After they enjoyed tea and pastries, Baron Mond inquired, Miss Poloni, it seems you have not mentioned your family name? Under the Baron's amiable demeanor and the delightful refreshments. Poloni gradually relaxed. That I do not recall. I seem to have been muddled for quite some time. Unable to remember my past, I suspect Miss Poloni must have quite a story to tell. My lord. A merchant who claims to be Feikiansen insists on visiting you. Feikiansen? The slave trader. What brings him here again? Baron Mond frowned, clearly displeased by the intrusion. His keen eyes immediately noted the tension in Poloni and Biscuit Man's expressions. And a knowing smile crossed his lips. He promptly altered his course of action, deciding to meet with the uninvited slave trader. Feikiansen was escorted to the Lord's Hall to await his audience. And soon he found himself face to face with Baron Mond, who had previously ordered him to leave. Greetings, my lord, Feikiansen said with a bow. Mr. Feikiansen, I have made my position clear before. I have no interest in your goods. I am well aware, for your discerning taste surely surpasses the quality of my wares. However, this time I have recovered a most exquisite item that I believe will surely satisfy you. Your words have piqued my curiosity. Very well, let us see it. Feikiansen swallowed hard, steeling himself as he declared, this prized possession, if I am not mistaken, has now clandestinely entered your estate. I kindly ask you to search for her and bring her forth. Should you find her to your liking, you may purchase her. If not, I shall take her back. Baron Mond inquired, astonished. Your slave is within my castle. What proof do you have? Feikiansen hastily explained, just moments ago. One of my slaves named Poloni escaped. I scoured every corner nearby but found naught. Upon further investigation, I discovered that a cart carrying fodder from your castle passed through that area. She must have hidden within it to gain entry to your estate. She is accompanied by a Biscuit Man, making them easily identifiable. If you search thoroughly, you are certain to apprehend them. Feikiansen deliberately mentioned the existence of the Biscuit Man in a rather cursory manner, in order to prevent Baron Mond from harboring any covetous thoughts towards him. Perched on the third floor, Poloni and Cusitin felt a wave of anxiety wash over them as Feikiansen had uttered their names. Exposing them completely, Baron Mond inquired of Feikiansen, Your Excellency, do you truly believe I would conceal your slave? Of course not, came the reply. Yet, Baron Mond abruptly shifted from his earlier amiable demeanor to a cold retort. That is good. I can now unequivocally inform you that I possess intimate knowledge of every inch of my castle's grounds. There are no slaves here that you seek. Feikiansen was taken aback. It was apparent that the man, who had previously been quite courteous, had changed his demeanor with the swiftness of turning a page. But, there is no but. I have no slaves here, and your slave could not have possibly entered my estate. It would be best for you to locate the runaway slave first, and then bring her to me. There are numerous matters in town that require my attention. I am quite busy. My steward will kindly escort you out, Mr. Feikiansen. The steward, accompanied by guards, forcibly yet politely ushered the visibly distressed Feikiansen out. Upon Baron Mond's return to the room, the atmosphere was palpably tensed. My lord, Poloni began nervously, only to be interrupted by Baron Mond. I have stated that there are no slaves in my household, only Miss Poloni, who is lost in the castle's back garden. Poloni felt a surge of joy. Yet she was acutely aware that the gentleman before her, who was currently displaying immense gallantry, must have ulterior motives. After all, who would extend such kindness to a stranger without reason? It was reminiscent of her previous escape from the grasp of the demon Treant, only to fall into the clutches of the mountain spirit. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Summoning her courage, she tentatively asked, "Then may we leave?" To her surprise, Mon's response was quite straightforward. "Of course you may. At any time. However, I would advise against leaving now. That greedy and ruthless slave trader is undoubtedly lurking outside, waiting for you to make your move. You may take refuge here for the time being. And once Mr. Feikiansen loses patience and departs, you can then make your exit." Lacking alternatives, Poloni reluctantly agreed to Baron Mon's proposal. "Thank you for your generous hospitality. Might I request that you inform a swordsman friend of ours about our whereabouts? Once he arrives, Feikiansen will be unable to pursue us any longer." "Certainly," replied Baron Mon. After leaving Poloni's room, he promptly summoned his steward and instructed, "Investigate the whereabouts of Miss Poloni's swordsman friend." The steward wore a perplexed expression. If his lord had indeed taken a liking to Miss Poloni, would it not be more prudent to deceive her into believing that her swordsman had already departed? This would leave her utterly reliant on him. And with the slave trader outside, her only chance of safety lay in remaining by the lord's side. "Are you truly going to relay a message to him?" "Absolutely," Baron Mond replied with a confident smile. Though nearing 40, his appearance was remarkably well preserved, and one might easily mistake him for being in his 30s. My steward, remember this. Love often begins with deception, only to conclude in tragedy that I hold a deep admiration for the brave Miss Poloni. And thus I shall extend to her the utmost sincerity that I do not believe my charm will be outshone by another, even if that other happens to be a young man in his 20s. "Very well, my lord, I shall dispatch someone to seek out the swordsman's whereabouts." Just as the steward was about to depart, another attendant rushed in, breathless, reporting, "My lord, we have located Master Donder's whereabouts. He has joined a hunter squad associated with a meerkat organization and ascended the mountain yesterday." The attendant's forehead was slick with cold sweat by the conclusion of his announcement. Baron Mon nearly fainted from shock, and with a fierce voice he commanded, "Forget about that, swordsman. Gather all personnel immediately. We must ascend the mountain at once to search for Donder." The meerkat and 5 other hunters, having taken advantage of the path cleared by the swordsman, fled in haste, only to be infuriated to discover that a large pack of mountain dogs continued to pursue them rather than returning to confront the swordsman. One hunter, lagging slightly behind, was overwhelmed and devoured by the mountain dogs, causing the remaining hunters to fall further behind, thereby granting them the opportunity to escape the mine. Upon exiting the mine, they instinctively scattered, hoping their companions would draw the attention of the pursuing mountain dogs. As fate would have it, their strategy bore fruit. Only a few mountain dogs followed them, while the majority remained fixated on the meerkat. This allowed some individuals the chance to flee down the mountain, where the Holy Knight Brigade awaited their intelligence. Blood began to seep from the meerkat's shoulder, a result of a recent bite from a mountain dog within the mine. Although the wound was small, the prolonged, vigorous escape had exacerbated it. "You damned mutts. Why are you fixated solely on me?" Albrecht shouted back at the pack of mountain dogs. The barren landscape of the mine hampered the meerkat's agility. Had there been a forest, he would have scampered up a tree by now. The mountain dogs, akin to a pack of wolves, gradually encircled him. Just as Albrecht believed his end was nigh, he found himself tumbling into a pit. Possessing the ability to see in the dark, Albrecht discovered he had landed in a 5-meter round cavity, formed by roots and stone. What troubled him most was that a mountain dog awaited him within this very cavern. The sole silver lining was that the mountain dog did not immediately leap at him to bite. The entrance above was surrounded by the mountain dogs, their considerable bulk preventing them from entering. And they pawed and sniffed frantically at the opening. The mountain dog within barked furiously at Albrecht and the dogs above, shrinking back into a corner. It was fearful. The meerkat immediately sensed something amiss. He had never witnessed such a diverse range of expressions among the mountain dogs summoned by their king. They had always been single-minded in their aggression. "Good boy, little pup," the meerkat cooed with a sly smile, resembling one coaxing a puppy, while his hand stealthily grasped a dagger, poised for action. As the meerkat approached within a certain distance, the cornered mountain dog, driven to desperation, lunged at him. The mountain dog's speed was astonishing, and in the dimly lit cavern, its rapid movements were nearly impossible for the meerkat to track. Albrecht managed to deflect the dog's attack with his dagger. They narrowly missed one another, and although Albrecht sustained no injuries, his jacket was shredded by the dog's claws. Enraged, Albrecht considered retaliating against the wretched mountain dog, but the cacophony of barking from the dogs above forced him to regain his composure. The mountain dog within remained in the spot where Albrecht had fallen, refraining from further assault, instead growling at the dogs above. After contemplating, Albrecht retrieved a cherished piece of jerky from his pocket. The moment the mountain dog caught the scent of the jerky, it ceased its barking. Its eyes fixated hungrily on the morsel in the meerkat's hand, conveying a blend of desire and trepidation, its drool nearly pooling on the ground. The meerkat cautiously approached the mountain dog, halting at a safe distance. Before tossing the jerky, the mountain dog eagerly devoured it. Albrecht scrutinized the creature, noting its gaunt frame, covered in withered gray fur, devoid of any signs of corruption or degradation. You are but a normal dog. How have you managed to survive? Albrecht mused, glancing up at the entrance. The opening was far too small for a mountain dog of such size to have fallen through, given the dog's skeletal condition. It seemed likely that it had been trapped here for an extended period. Perhaps it had fallen when it was still young and had clung to life through sheer willpower. Moreover, being confined to this space had spared it from the fate of being assimilated by the mountain dog king. After finishing the jerky, the dog's previously murky gaze had become noticeably clearer, and it looked up at the meerkat with an outstretched tongue, eager for another piece of jerky. Little pup, would you like to go outside? Albrecht revealed a sinister grin as his hand slowly extended with solid, sharp claws. He was indeed a meerkat capable of burrowing, and such a place could not confine him. A pack of fallen mountain dogs frantically clawed at the earth at the cave's entrance, attempting to dig their way in to tear apart the living being hidden within. The soil behind them began to tremble, bulging and cracking, and an arrogant laughter echoed from within before anyone could arrive. Albrecht mounted a gray mountain dog and burst forth from the fray. They did not seize the opportunity to flee. Instead, they brandished long daggers and charged into the throng of fallen mountain dogs. The night Albrecht was known for his vendettas. The dull whistling at that moment resounded like thunder, as the upper half of a mountain dog's head was brutally severed from its body by a great sword. The swordsman advanced through the corpse of the mountain dog, and the remaining ordinary mountain dogs that had gathered to bite at him were all reduced to mere chunks of flesh by his great sword. The immense strength of the swordsman, combined with the absolute weight of his blade, rendered the ordinary mountain dogs utterly incapable of resisting him. He was akin to a meat grinder on the battlefield, swiftly clearing the area of all mountain dogs single-handedly. Only Winterdell and a king remained, having witnessed the swordsman's massacre in its entirety, genuinely astounded by the prowess of this sudden warrior. Eugen withdrew a fire starter with his left hand, illuminating the darkness as he stepped forward, revealing the vague outline of a colossal, unknown entity. Be cautious. That is the true apostle, the king of mountain dogs, Winterdell shouted from behind. Without needing Winterdell's warning, Eugen could sense the corruption and distortion emanating from that mass. He hurled the fire starter toward it, instantly illuminating the vast darkness. Before him crouched a gigantic mountain dog, its upright forebody exceeding 5 meters in height, its head and neck shrouded in thick black fur, while its neck down was devoid of hair, revealing only bare skin. It possessed forelimbs but lacked the hind limbs typical of canines to support its rear body. Its hindquarters were grotesquely swollen and rotting, overrun with deformed human limbs. Thus, it was unable to move its body freely. Eugen leaped to slash at the king of mountain dogs, who caught the blade in its jaws. Immediately, Eugen pivoted, delivering a kick to the creature's face, causing it to stagger and release the sword. Seizing the moment, Eugen withdrew his great sword and plunged it into the king of mountain dogs' left eye. A colossal wail reverberated throughout the cavern, causing Winterdell and Akang's eardrums to ache. Akang exclaimed in shock. He actually wounded the apostle. Is this fellow a monster? Eugen's body was flung away by the king of mountain dogs' head, crashing against a stone pillar. A normal human would likely be gravely wounded from such an impact, but Eugen had been enhanced by the soul of infernal fire, his physical prowess elevated to an entirely different level. He quickly pushed aside the rubble, leaping down and charging toward the king of mountain dogs with renewed vigor, each strike of his great sword akin to a hammer. For a time, even the king of mountain dogs found itself in a rhythm of suppression. The power displayed by this sudden swordsman astonished Winterdell. Perhaps this knight could truly vanquish the apostle of the mountain dogs, thus resolving the plight of Iron Mountain Town. However, Akang remained skeptical of the swordsman, advising, no matter how powerful that knight may be, he cannot possibly defeat the immortal apostle. Young Master Winterdell, let us seize this chance to escape. The young knight stubbornly shook his head. We must defeat the king of mountain dogs. Only by conquering it can Iron Mountain Town have a future that I would rather die here than flee. If you wish to escape, do so now. Akang felt helpless against the young master's obstinacy. Though he yearned to flee, the knight's actions and the homecoming armor he wore reminded him of his own past. He had once been an expedition knight resisting the invasion of the infernal fire army. Although that war had ended in defeat and his homeland lay in ruins, he still lived on. A member of the glorious Orlon Expeditionary Force, Akang picked up a large shield from a hunter's corpse, declaring, "Young Master Winterdell, I have only just found employment with you. How can I abandon my employer and flee?" Just as the two resolved to aid the swordsman against the king of mountain dogs, they witnessed the fur around the king's neck rapidly swell, resembling a lion's mane, as countless steel-like quills shot forth, piercing the swordsman's tattered armor and suspending him in midair with a resounding thud. The massive iron sword fell from the swordsman's grasp, crashing into the ground below and echoing like a heavy toll in Winterdell's heart. Had the knight who had brought him hope already been defeated? Suddenly, two blue flames ignited in the hollow, dark eye sockets of the knight's helmet, and his body stirred stiffly, yanking out the quills that had pierced him like steel needles. Ability, Soul of the Warrior activated. Eugen plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The immense pain from the numerous quills vanished, replaced by a surge of power coursing through his body. His blood boiled, and the blood spots seeping from his armor lit up with a crimson glow, resembling embers of flame desperately burning their last energy. The king of mountain dogs emerged from the shadows. Its grotesque dog face, adorned with outwardly curling barbs, emitted a low, rumbling growl, as the remaining dense mane on its neck flailed wildly like a frenzied lion. Eugen seized his great sword and charged at the king of mountain dogs, deflecting the attacking quills with his blade, as if surfing on a sea of needles, steadfastly advancing toward the source of the waves. Seeing Eugen press forward, the king of mountain dogs bared its teeth and roared in fury, its mane growing wildly in a reckless assault. The pressure that had once been manageable under the enhancement of the soul of the warrior suddenly multiplied, as if a tiger were battling an elephant. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, Winterdell and Akang rushed to Eugen's side, shields in hand to block some of the attacking quills, and Eugen immediately sensed the relief and pressure. He was taken aback by their actions, realizing that instead of fleeing, these two had the audacity to aid him. Such fools were a rarity in this world for him. With their cover, Eugen found an opening to carve a path toward the king of mountain dogs with his great sword. The king opened its gaping maw, filled with countless razor-sharp teeth, attempting to swallow Eugen whole. Unflinching, Eugen raised his sword against the oncoming jaws, and with tremendous force, he cleaved the king of mountain dogs' entire head in two before the astonished gazes of Winterdell and Akang. "Is it over?" Before Winterdell could express his delight, the severed head of the king of mountain dogs let out a piercing wail, its bald, raw flesh writhing as if in agony, from which countless rotting mountain dogs emerged, each twice the size of an ordinary mountain dog. This was the very form of the colossal mountain dog that had previously been defeated by the meerkat and numerous hunters, and this time, they were far more than a single entity. Eugen was suddenly seized by one of the monstrous mountain dogs emerging from the king's body, dragged away from the king of mountain dogs. Akang hastily took Winterdell and fled toward the cave entrance. They could not afford to linger here any longer. This immortal apostle, capable of summoning powerful monstrous avatars, was indeed beyond human reckoning. The giant mountain dogs continued to pour forth from the king of mountain dogs' lower body, and the flesh there was visibly shriveling at an alarming rate. Akang, filled with despair, realized that the moment the king of mountain dogs unleashed the giant mountain dogs, escape had become a mere luxury. The speed and strength of these monstrous dogs were incomparable to those of ordinary mountain dogs. Having run less than 10 meters, they found themselves ensnared in the jaws of the colossal dogs. Akang abandoned his duty as the Baron's son and desperately attempted to break free, using his shield to futilely ward off the snapping jaws. In the next moment, he was caught by two of the giant mountain dogs, their teeth sinking into his flesh and skull, while another force tore at his legs, trying to pull him apart. Was this to be his fate? As the teeth pierced through bone, Akang caught a glimpse through the gaps between the gnashing jaws of Winterdell, who was being held in the mouth of a giant mountain dog, desperately trying to be chewed. In that final moment, I forsook the child, relinquishing the glory of knighthood to seek my own survival. I am indeed a knight who has brought shame upon his majesty. With a heart-wrenching cry, 13-year-old Dongdir witnessed the gruesome spectacle of a Kang's body being torn apart and devoured by the mountain dogs before his very eyes. As he felt his own flesh being savagely gnawed by the beasts, the once indomitable spirit within him succumbed to terror, erupting in a desperate wail. Encased in sturdy armor, he had yet to be directly shattered. But the agonizing anticipation of death, as the steel began to yield and groan under the strain, tormented him further. Perhaps his father was right. The apostles were insurmountable foes, and he must relinquish his hatred to accept the protection of the Church's knights, even if they had condemned his mother as a witch and burned her alive. The mountain dog's teeth tore into his armor, piercing flesh and causing blood to seep into his eyes, staining his world in crimson. He understood that his demise was imminent. In that dire moment, Dongdir observed a colossal sword, forged of steel, cleaving through the encroaching mass of mountain dogs. Just when despair threatened to engulf him entirely, the sword reappeared, slicing through hopelessness. The swordsman, adorned with scars, broke free from the mountain dog's encirclement. His blood flowing like a stream from the gaps in his battered armor. He fought with the relentless tenacity of iron, wielding his sword with vigor, even in the face of overwhelming despair. The blood that flowed was a vivid red, reminiscent of embers refusing to extinguish. What fueled such unwavering determination within him? Dongdir was captivated and awed by the swordsman's indomitable will, though all struggle seemed futile. What sustained him to such an extent? He yearned to possess such unyielding resolve. The bad dogs. Grandfather Albright has returned. Woof woof. The distinctive, sharp yelp of the meerkat pierced through the cavern as Albright rode in on a gray mountain dog. With the swift momentum of his steed, Albright's dagger found its mark, piercing the neck of a mountain dog. How could the effeminate young master still be alive? The gray mountain dog clamped onto Dongdir's armor and pulled him to safety. Retreating to join the swordsman, why you re-back? Dongdir, just having escaped the jaws of death, found himself thrown between the meerkat and the swordsman, incredulous at the sight of the cunning meerkat, who had saved his life against all odds. I owe no debts. I am here to repay the swordsman's kindness. You must be in no condition to continue. Allow me to cover your retreat. Contrary to the meerkat's expectations, the swordsman, Ember, felt an unprecedented strength surging within him. He had grasped the true essence of the warrior's soul ability. The pain he had endured had transformed into boundless power, a wellspring of invigorating strength. I do not require your assistance. Simply ensure this child's escape. Ember swung his massive sword, cleaving through all obstacles in his path, advancing towards the apostle. Albright stood aghast at the sight. The swordsman's blood loss should have rendered him near death, yet he continued to unleash such ferocious attacks. By the gods, brother, you are truly fierce, the meerkat marveled, finally understanding the monstrous presence he had sensed in the alleyway. A wild thought ignited within him. If they harnessed the swordsman's current prowess, perhaps they could indeed capture the mountain dog king and claim the Church's bounty. Overwhelmed with excitement, the meerkat's fur bristled. Swordsman, since you refuse to retreat, I shall gamble alongside you that we will split the bounty equally. The swordsman offered no reply, his focus unwavering as he pressed on toward the apostle that must be slain. Ember advanced resolutely, while the meerkat charged valiantly on his newly acquired steed, drawing a significant wave of hatred towards himself. Charge, she knew. Once we claim the bounty, there will be an endless supply of jerky to feast upon. Woof woof. As the meerkat, eyes ablaze with fury, charged at his mountain of gold, Dongdir found himself exposed to the mountain dog's minions. His sword and shield had long since been lost, leaving him to await his grim fate. Yet, inspired by the swordsman's unyielding spirit, he resolved not to surrender this time. The advancing swordsman treaded over countless mountain dog carcasses, finally reaching the vicinity of their sovereign, where only a gaunt, bloodied skeleton remained, stripped of its former flesh. With a thunderous blow, the great sword of the Lightless One struck down the mouth of the mountain dog king. While Ember adeptly evaded the claws that sought him, rising to cleave the spine of the creature's lower limbs in an instant, the colossal form of the mountain dog king collapsed, crashing to the ground in a pitiful heap. As the king fell, the pack of mountain dogs transformed into mere chunks of flesh, crawling toward their fallen leader. They had succeeded, they had triumphed. The swordsman had vanquished the mountain dog king. Breathless with relief, Dongdir exhaled deeply, discarding his helmet in jubilance, his cheeks flushed like ripe apples. The meerkat, too, rejoiced, having fulfilled his goal of hunting the apostle, Now, all that remained was to deliver the half-dead apostle to the church for reward. Yet, just as elation washed over him, he was struck with terror. The swordsman showed no signs of halting. Instead, he dragged his great sword toward the exposed heart of the mountain dog king, unhesitatingly plunging it towards the vital organ. The meerkat gasped in horror, urging his gray mountain dog forward to tackle Ember to the ground. Have you lost your mind, swordsman? Killing the apostle does not meet the church's bounty requirements. We would earn not a single coin, Albright shouted in a fit of rage. Crimson droplets oozed from the armor, and the once azure glow of the swordsman's helm had dimmed, the brilliant ember extinguished in a pool of blood. I seek only to slay the apostle. If you dare obstruct my path, I shall eliminate you as well. Ember strode coldly toward the apostle, his steps resolute, devoid of any room for negotiation. Furious, Albright retorted. Come then, with your current state, do you think I will fear you? If you dare touch my gold, I shall rend your entrails asunder. Woof woof. The meerkat's mount bared its teeth at the swordsman in a display of menace. Unfazed by the threats, the swordsman pressed onward, igniting Albright's fury further. She knew. Let us teach him a lesson. Riding the gray mountain dog, Albright lunged at Ember, who met him with a mighty swing of his sword. Having previously witnessed its might, Albright quickly raised his dagger for defense. To his shock, despite the swordsman's apparent weakness, the force behind his swing was still formidable. Unable to withstand it, Albright was sent hurtling away. Had it not been for the dagger shielding him, he would have been cleaved in two. The gray mountain dog bit down on Ember's left arm, blood gushing forth, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Kicking the beast away and thrusting his sword toward the heart of the mountain dog king, Albright abandoned his howling steed, his eyes filled with rage as he charged at Ember. Stop, you fool. At that moment, a large contingent of armored knights emerged from the cavern entrance. Swordsman, halt. This time, Ember would not allow the meerkat to impede him. He thrust his great sword forward. Yet, before it could touch the heart nestled within the ribs of the mountain dog king, he felt his strength wane. A sharp arrow pierced him from behind, emerging from his chest. The swordsman collapsed, revealing the bewildered meerkat behind him. Albright's dagger was still a meter away from Ember. Clearly, this strike was not his doing. The sound of ironclad footsteps reverberated throughout the cavern as the meerkat beheld a formidable battalion of knights, brandishing torches that illuminated the dim confines. The darkness was banished, revealing all that lurked within. The meerkat spotted their emblem. They were from the church's Holy Seventh Night Order. Why had they come here? Yet, this was fortuitous. He could hand over the apostle to them and claim his reward directly. Wait, foolish dog. Where are you going? Come back. The sudden appearance of the armored forces terrified the gray mountain dogs, who, heedless of the meerkat's cries, fled deep into the cave. The vice-captain of the Holy Seventh Night Order, Colin, returned the crossbow to his subordinate, surrounded by adoration and reverence. The very arrow that had struck the swordsman had been loosed by their vice-captain, who had intervened at a critical moment to thwart the swordsman's nefarious act. The holy knights encircled the barely alive apostle, guarding it vigilantly, even driving away the clamoring meerkat. What are you doing? This is my captured monster. Well, as long as you pay me, who is in charge here? No one paid heed to the clamorous meerkat, which left its expression decidedly displeased. Under the watchful guard of the four-armed penitent, Taurus approached the fallen form of the king of the mountain hounds. Indeed, it was an apostle captured alive. Taurus gently caressed the exposed, ghastly skeleton of the mountain hound king, his face betraying an unmistakable excitement. Great Holy One, merciful Father, it is by your aid and guidance that this apostle has appeared before us. Let it be clear, this is my capture, and not the merit of your Holy One. The meerkat, with its agile form, maneuvered past the numerous paladins obstructing its path, and leapt before the leader of the paladin order. Reminding him of the promises he ought to fulfill, Taurus regarded the wretched beast masquerading as a human for a moment before quietly stating, "Thank you for your contribution to the salvation of this world. I shall pray to the Holy One to acknowledge your role in this grand hunt. Whether the divine is aware or not, Albrecht does not care. You have obtained the apostle. Cease your delay and present the promised bounty. The reward you deserve shall be given to you at an appropriate time. Now, please step aside." Albrecht raised an eyebrow, suppressing his anger as he inquired, "What do you mean by appropriate time? Surely, you do not intend to renege. Do you? Absolutely not. I demand it now." Taurus waved his hand impatiently, and the surrounding paladin guards promptly brandished their weapons, forcing the meerkat back. "Hey, old man, What do you mean by this? Do you intend to deceive me? I shall not hand over this apostle until I see the gold. Taurus, having exhausted his patience with the greedy, chattering creature, coldly retorted, Wretched beast, do you not find satisfaction in having garnered the divine's recognition and blessing? Truly, a beast remains a beast. You shall never enter the realm of the divine, destined only to be a lowly meerkat. What did you say, you old fool? Albrecht's temper ignited at the insult, his fur bristling. No one but a certain scoundrel dared to call him that. Those who disdained him were long dead. In an instant, the meerkat, previously restrained by the encircling knights, broke free. Its form darted like lightning. And before the other paladins could react, the meerkat had breached the perimeter, its dagger aimed at Taurus. Before Taurus could react, the penitent, adorned with a comfortable mask, appeared like a specter, shielding Taurus's body. Point 2 exaggerated. Menacing U-shaped spears lunged from either side, attempting to ensnare the meerkat's slender frame. The meerkat nimbly evaded the vicious spear's grasp, using the bodies of the surrounding paladins as cover, and swiftly maneuvered to Taurus's rear. Did you truly think I could not kill you, you shameless old wretch? Albrecht grinned menacingly, thrusting the dagger toward the weak old man's kidneys. Watch out, Commander. Vice Captain Colin warned in terror. He believed the presence of the penitent would ensure the commander's safety. But it seemed he had underestimated this meerkat. That a radiant light filled the cavern, not one produced by torches, but pure and holy, akin to angelic wings. The meerkat's cunning and vicious blade halted before the brilliance. As no amount of force could penetrate it. How is this possible? As the meerkat stood bewildered, the U-shaped spear pinned it to the ground, two fierce prongs embedding into the ironstone floor, tightly constricting its neck. That was the light of faith. All present paladins were captivated by the shield of light in that moment. After the descent of the infernal flames, the sacred and powerful light of faith had vanished. The great divine had forsaken the sin-ridden populace, no longer bestowing divine protection. The most potent faith spell, once reliant on the divine light, now found itself rendered impotent, and the once exalted paladins fell back to the mortal realm. Even lesser than the heretical wizards long suppressed as vermin, this heralded the total collapse of the Holy Church. Many newly inducted members of the Paladin Order had never even witnessed the divine light. The once revered image of the paladins had become a mere phantom of legend. Today, the great light of faith from the Holy One reappeared upon the commander, signifying that they were on the right path. The path of salvation undertaken by Commander Taurus was not a delusion. He had received the divine's endorsement. Instantly, all paladins, without exception, knelt in fervent devotion before that divine light, tears of emotion streaming down their faces. As the holy light gradually faded, Taurus turned his gaze toward the fallen swordsman. This swordsman had nearly thwarted his plans by vanquishing the Mountain Hound King. The swordsman's appearance, clad in armor and wielding an exaggerated greatsword, increasingly resembled the figure described by the interrogated mountain spirit. Swordsman, once again you stand in the way of my plans. Is this mere coincidence? Or perhaps your presence is a deliberate design of the devil, intended to obstruct the divine's bestowed duty upon me to save the world? The swordsman could not respond to Taurus's inquiries, for an arrow had pierced his chest, leaving him sprawled on the ground. His fate uncertain. My lord, how shall we deal with this swordsman? Vice Captain Colin inquired. This swordsman had defeated the apostle, earning Colin's utmost admiration. If it were up to him, he would not wish to witness such a fate befall the swordsman. Yet, should the commander deem him guilty, he would have no choice but to comply. His transgressions were sufficient to warrant penance by fire. Yet his relentless pursuit of the apostle was commendable. Taurus regarded the swordsman with a mix of regret and reflection. I believe he merely stumbled into the role of a devil's tool. The Holy One's mercy shall forgive him, but due to his delays, many more shall suffer. That is a sin from which he cannot escape. Take him back for judgment. Yes, my lord. Wait a moment. The somewhat juvenile voice interrupted Colin's actions. Winterdell squeezed through the kneeling paladins, his eyes ablaze with anger. He had witnessed the church's agents launch a treacherous attack on the swordsman, attempting to slay the hero who had defeated the apostle and saved Iron Mountain Town. Now, these hypocritical individuals sought to take the swordsman away in the name of the divine, which incensed him. Esteemed commander of the 7th Paladin Order, I humbly request your indulgence. I am Winterdell Bordeaux, son of Baron Mond. Facing the son of Baron Mond, who had sheltered the 7th Paladin Order, Taurus wore a placid and appreciative expression. Ah, it is young Lord Winterdell. You have shown remarkable courage to personally partake in the hunt for the apostle at such a young age. You are a commendable child, a true knight. Your deeds today have not gone unnoticed by the divine. The Holy One shall bless you. The Church will grant you the promised rewards along with others who have contributed that I seek no reward. I only ask that you release the swordsman. He is a hero and deserves not such treatment." Gazing into the young man's fierce, stubborn eyes, Taurus's placid demeanor faltered as he replied, "You have bravely fulfilled your role in this battle. Now you must rest." As Taurus's words fell, Winterdell felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his mind clouding as he collapsed into Colin's arms. "My lord, how shall we handle this child? He is the offspring of Baron Mond, who is a benefactor to our order. Let us return him to the Baron." "Commander, the meerkat is missing." The penitent raised its long fur, revealing an unnoticed dark hole beneath the binding semicircular steel ring. Taurus paid no mind to the whereabouts of the lowly meerkat, issuing a command. "Do not concern yourselves with that meerkat. Hasten to transport this apostle back to the church." Baron Mond, accompanied by a majority of the guards from his castle, hurriedly arrived at the foot of Iron Mountain, only to encounter the descending company of the church's paladins. A makeshift wooden cart, drawn by 8 horses, bore the colossal form of the apostle, an awe-inspiring sight that left him stunned. Eradicating the apostle from the mines had long been his greatest aspiration, and this was the primary reason for inviting the wandering church paladins to settle here. He had anticipated a prolonged endeavor, never imagining that this goal would be achieved on the very second day following the church's arrival in Iron Mountain Town. Moreover, he had successfully retrieved his son from the clutches of the church's paladins, alleviating a significant burden from his heart. Baron Mond and the paladins merged forces, triumphantly entering Iron Mountain Town, the sight of the apostle's imposing form drawing a crowd, stirring the entire town into a frenzy. Since the advent of the infernal flames and the emergence of the apostles, all have lived in the dread of their terrifying legends. Who could have imagined that one day these powerful and malevolent beings would be paraded through the streets? In stark contrast to the grotesque and distorted forms of the colossal apostles, the wretched figure, hanging like a beggar from the wooden pillars of a cart, drew the attention of some onlookers. The unconscious son of Baron Mond, the young knight Dunder, and the sole survivor among the apostle hunters, who had fled down the mountain to deliver a warning, were heralded as heroes by the church, their deeds celebrated in the name of the divine. Meanwhile, the swordsman suspended on the wooden post was branded a sinner, the target of public scorn. An old blacksmith in the crowd cast a derisive glance at the suspended swordsman, muttering, "I told you, the church's favors are not so easily won." When the embers of consciousness returned to Eugen, he found himself imprisoned in an unfamiliar cell, his body bound to a wooden cross. The arrow that had pierced his chest had been removed, and his wounds tended to. Having been tightly encased in armor, Eugen now lay nearly bare, stripped of his protective covering. The heavy door of the dungeon creaked open, revealing the paladin guards, and in strode their commander. Taurus, he traversed the dimly lit hall, passing by numerous cells housing nefarious criminals, among which were the most heinous of offenders, those who dared to assassinate him and sought to distort the church's teachings to incite the populace. The heretics trembled in fear at Taurus's presence, some recoiling in terror, while others, despite their battered bodies, clung stubbornly to their defiance. Even those who had been silenced, disfigured, and blinded continued to emit cries of resistance. Taurus regarded them with indifference. The fatigue he typically displayed was replaced with an unusual fervor. As he prepared for the ritual, he had made it a point to personally adjudicate the swordsman, hoping to enlighten him about the damage his misguided actions had inflicted upon the world. Entering the cell, he gazed upon the swordsman's exposed face, a youthful visage, pallid from years of donning a tight helmet. His black hair and dark eyes bore no remarkable distinction, yet Taurus was well aware that this swordsman had single-handedly hunted the apostles. Just previously, he had slain the mountain spirit apostle, and had it not been for Colin's intervention, the king of the mountain dogs would have met the same fate. In the face of his incarceration, the swordsman exhibited a remarkable composure, perhaps even a numbing detachment. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Taurus, the commander of the Holy Seventh Night Order," he replied. Eugen felt a sense of relief. So this was merely a madman from the church. Taurus, unfazed by Eugen's derision, posed a question of his own. "Why do you hunt the apostles indiscriminately? Do you not believe they deserve to perish? Indeed, they should be slain," Taurus asserted. "They are the most potent and twisted devotees of the infernal flames, the very source of the world's corruption." Taurus's response caught Eugen off guard. He harbored a deep disdain for religion. He had always categorized such individuals as members of a radical cult, having witnessed far too many inhumane and foolish acts committed in the name of the divine. Though these zealots did not openly worship the infernal flames, their actions bore the essence of its grotesque nature. The very act of preventing him from killing the apostles was the greatest testament to this. Sighing, Tors continued, "The existence of the apostles, so blasphemous, must undoubtedly be eradicated, yet your methods are misguided. Do you not understand? The apostles cannot be killed. Their essence is a manifestation of the fallen desires summoned by the infernal flames. Whenever you arrogantly slay their physical forms and extinguish their fire-driven hearts, the corrupted flames do not truly perish. Instead, they select new vessels for rebirth. In essence, you may believe you are eliminating a source of corruption, but in reality, you are creating one or even multiple new sources. Each time you kill an apostle, the resentment they harbor will only fuel the flames further, resulting in the rebirth of an even more powerful apostle. Do you still believe your actions are justified?" Tors's explanation finally illuminated for Eugen the meaning behind the words once spoken by the Lady of Embers. It revealed why the people of this world could not eradicate the apostles, and why it required the embers to save them. My approach is indeed correct. My body can absorb the infernal flames without causing the repercussions you describe. Arrogance. Tors had anticipated that upon hearing these words, the young man would recognize the gravity of his sins and express remorse for his ignorance, willingly accepting his deserved punishment. Yet, to his astonishment, the swordsman uttered such ignorant proclamations, reveling in his delusion and displaying no inclination for repentance. Veins throbbed visibly on Tors's forehead as he seized a whip and lashed it fiercely across Eugen's body, tearing flesh and splattering blood. The horrific marks of the whip adorned Eugen's chest. Yet rather than cry out in submission, he erupted in laughter. "You deem me in the wrong. Then what are you doing?" Tors stretched his arms wide, gazing upward at the cold stone bricks shrouded in shadow, as if envisioning a future filled with boundless beauty. "I am here to end suffering." Peroni leaned against the window, her face clouded with worry. The presence of the boiling forge prevented her from leaving Baron Mond's estate, and she had lost contact with the swordsman. Baron Mond had promised to assist her in locating him, yet hours had passed without a word. What had become of Mr. Eugen? There was no cause for concern regarding him. Rather, our safety should be our primary concern. Cucci leaned against Peroni's wrist, enviously watching the birds flit. "But if only I had wings, I could go wherever I pleased." Cucci tilted his head back to gaze at Peroni's chin. "Do you feel it? That Baron looks at you as though you are a delectable cake. He surely harbors ulterior motives." Peroni replied with indifference. "Oh, and what do you suggest I do about it?" After a moment of contemplation, Cucci crossed his arms and said, "Since you intend to stay here, why not seize this opportunity to marry him and live a life of luxury?" "That may be so. But I am merely a slave. How could a grand baron ever take an interest in someone so lowly? It is merely a folly. Besides, I have no desire to remain here. In that case, how about we sneak in and give him a good thrashing before making our escape?" Peroni shot a disdainful glance at the cookie man, convinced that he must be out of his mind. After all, he was a cookie. He had no brain at all. Is that Mr. Eugen? My partner has come to rescue us." Suddenly, Peroni heard Cucci's jubilant exclamation. She turned her gaze to the window, her pupils constricting in disbelief. She truly saw a figure resembling Mr. Eugen. Yet, that familiar figure was currently suspended by ropes from the wooden pillar of a cart, his armor battered and stained with blood, a sight most pitiful. "Is that truly Mr. Eugen?" Peroni asked incredulously. Cucci pulled out a monocular to peer downwards, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "There is no mistake. That is my partner. He has been captured by the church. What should we do?" Cucci panicked upon confirming Eugen's identity. The church members escorting him were clad in armor and wielding swords, far beyond the capabilities of this woman and cookie duo. Perhaps we should seek the Baron's assistance. He is the master here and surely has a means to rescue Mr. Eugen. With this thought, Peroni hurriedly lifted her skirts and dashed out of the room in search of Baron Mond, only to be intercepted by the butler. Baron Mond had just returned after locating his son and was presently consulting a physician regarding the cause of his son's unconsciousness and multiple severe injuries. In Dunder's chamber, Baron Mond anxiously inquired of the physician, "How is Dunder faring?" At that moment, Dunder lay still in a state of unconsciousness, his custom armor having been forcibly removed and carelessly discarded nearby, bloodstains marring its interior. The physician cautiously extracted the shattered pieces of armor embedded in Dunder's flesh, applying ointment. Fortunately, the injuries were merely superficial. No bones or organs had been harmed, and with time to recuperate, he should make a full recovery. Upon hearing the physician's reassurances, Baron Mond finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Dunder was his only son. Should Winterdell encounter an unforeseen mishap, the consequences would be unbearable for him, and he would be unable to explain it to the soul of his departed wife. It is utterly preposterous that he dared to venture into the mountains alone to hunt the apostle. This is not merely foolishness, it is sheer folly. Once the initial concern subsided, it was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming anger that he resolved that henceforth he must keep a vigilant eye on Winterdell, and he could no longer indulge him as he had in the past, allowing him to act recklessly. What was the cause of his unconsciousness? When would he awaken? The physician, closing his medical kit, remarked, "It seems that Master Winterdell's fainting spell is due to extreme fatigue. After a period of rest, he should regain consciousness." After bidding farewell to the physician and instructing the maid to care for the young master meticulously, he returned to his study, lost in contemplation. Although Winterdell's recent antics were somewhat reckless, the church had communicated that he, alongside a band of bounty hunters, had vanquished the apostle, which was undoubtedly good news. With the apostle eliminated, the iron mines of Iron Mountain could be reopened, allowing the town to resume the trade of iron tools and weaponry in exchange for precious food, thus alleviating the crisis in Iron Mountain. While the threat of the apostle had been eradicated, what of the church's influence? Invoking the divine is easy, yet sending it away is fraught with difficulty. The church's nightly order had been invited to establish a presence here to protect Iron Mountain, but such organizations are rarely benign, and they would undoubtedly engage in zealous proselytizing, which, over time, could encroach upon the Lord's rights, potentially rendering him a mere figurehead. This posed a significant dilemma, yet Mond was at a loss for how to address it. Just then, the steward announced that Miss Poloni had urgent business to discuss. It is often said that beautiful women are like delightful flowers, a sentiment that Baron Mond wholeheartedly agreed with. Upon witnessing Miss Poloni's anxious and endearing expression, his troubles seemed to dissipate. Mond smiled and inquired, "Dearest Miss Poloni, what matters could possibly cause you such distress?" "It's terrible, my lord. The swordsman has been captured by the church," Poloni exclaimed, her ruby-like eyes brimming with apprehension. "How could he have been taken by the church? Has he offended them?" "I am unsure. I merely saw from the third-floor window that they had hanged Mr. Ember right in your estate." A.S. Poloni recounted the events. Mond instantly recalled the pitiful knight he had seen hanging from the carriage of Torse on his way back, and it dawned upon him that this was the swordsman Miss Poloni spoke of. "I regret to inform you, Miss Poloni, that while I would very much like to assist you, this matter is beyond my intervention." "You cannot help it all?" Mond shook his head and sighed. "Other matters may be negotiable, but I cannot involve myself with the church. Moreover, you must understand, the swordsman you wish to rescue has been charged with the grave crime of betraying humanity and obstructing salvation." "How can this be?" Poloni felt as if her strength had been drained away. "It's impossible. The swordsman is a good man. He would never commit such an act. Surely, the church has made a mistake." "I comprehend your sentiments, Miss Poloni. The church possesses its own flexible criteria for judgment in such matters. While I share your discontent with their actions, I am currently powerless to intervene." Mond spoke earnestly, though he secretly relished the idea of the swordsman, whom Poloni cared for deeply, disappearing. However, he had not sunk so low as to take pleasure in another's misfortune. The church's power in Iron Mountain was not merely a handful of priests and nuns, nor a few fanatical believers, but an entire legion of armored paladins. Given the scant remnants of his castle guards and militia, facing the well-trained paladin order would be akin to waiting for the harvest to be reaped. Should Torse have the inclination and will, he could easily lay siege to his castle at any moment, if it were not for the apostle's occupation of the mines and the escalating assaults by the fallen. He would never have invited such ravenous wolves to share his town. He was left with no choice. Since he refuses to lend a hand, we shall rescue Ember ourselves, just as Poloni was at a loss for what to do. The study door was flung open, and a panting Winterdell rushed in, bandaged and breathless. "Father, you must find a way to save the swordsman. Young master, your injuries are severe. You cannot be running about." Two maids hastily followed him into the study, and upon seeing their lord's grim expression, their faces turned pale with fear. "You are awake, Winterdell," Mond exclaimed with delight, but upon seeing Winterdell's state as he rushed in, he immediately adopted a stern expression and reprimanded. "Winterdell, why are you running about? You should be resting to recuperate." Winterdell, however, was unfazed by the admonition, urgently insisting, My condition is of no concern, but the swordsman has been shamelessly captured by the church that he saved my life. You must rescue him. The swordsman you refer to, is it Mr. Ember? Poloni asked in astonishment, glancing at the 12 or 13-year-old boy. Only then did Winterdell notice Poloni's presence and her striking appearance, combined with the oddity of her being in this private study, immediately led him to suspect something was amiss. Nevertheless, his focus remained on the swordsman, and though he felt vexed, he suppressed his irritation to persuade his father to agree to the rescue. Mond furrowed his brow, pondering how Miss Poloni had come here for the swordsman, and yet his own son was also entangled with the same swordsman. The knight captured by the church saved your life? Indeed, not only that. He defeated the apostle. He is the true hero who rescued Iron Mountain. You must save him from any perspective. Winterdell recounted the encounter with the king of the mountain dogs, his emotions intensifying as he described the sudden appearance of the church's knightly order. His face flushed with indignation towards their actions. Why did they treat the swordsman this way? Poloni could hardly believe it. In her mind, the church was typically an entity that stood against evil and brought hope to the impoverished. Baron Mond sighed. The swordsman has been imprisoned in the estate's dungeon that I have temporarily allocated that space for the church's use, and both the entrance and interior are guarded by paladins. Winterdell, how do you propose I rescue him? Negotiate with that stubborn old torse. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was a fanatic to an extreme. Once he has made up his mind, nothing will sway him. Or perhaps you suggest using the baronial private soldiers to storm the prison. Pitting ordinary men against fully armored paladins is tantamount to courting death, even if I were to succeed in rescuing the swordsman. Do you intend for our family to become irrevocably at odds with the church, ultimately leading to our execution by Torse and his knights under the guise of heresy? Winterdell was momentarily rendered speechless by Mond's incisive words. My lord, there is no need for you to take action personally. If you can merely divert the guards at the dungeon door, I will rescue Mr. Ember myself. Suddenly, Poloni interjected, her eyes shining with a resolute determination. In her urgency, her tone did not resemble a plea for help, but rather a command to a minor baron of the Aleman kingdom. Baron Mond was momentarily taken aback by Poloni's demeanor and tone. Such words could not possibly come from a mere servant. Not only did he not feel offended, but he found himself even more intrigued by Miss Poloni. Her commanding presence in that critical moment reminded him of his wife, who had passed more than a decade ago. It was precisely this quality that had drawn him to her, leading him to abandon his former reckless ways and, despite familial opposition, insist on marrying a commoner. Very well, Miss Poloni, since you are so resolute, how could I bear to refuse such a lovely lady? He acquiesced. However, let it be clear that regardless of whether you and the little cookie succeed or are ultimately apprehended by the church, I shall not involve myself further in this matter, nor will I acknowledge any participation. Poloni nodded gratefully. I am immensely thankful for your assistance, my lord. Rest assured, this matter will not implicate you in any way. Father, I wish to go as well. You cannot go, the Baron retorted sternly. The condition for my distraction of the guards is that you, Winterdell, return to your bed immediately. Residing within the manor, the church's paladin was accustomed to his daily meals being provided by Baron Mond. On this evening, however, Baron Mond himself arrived in person, a deviation from the usual practice of sending a cart laden with food. His visit was intended to confer with Captain Schneider, seeking an audience with Commander Torst. As he prepared for the impending task of purging Iron Mountain of its fallen participants, requesting the knight's assistance, Captain Schneider, however, informed Mond that Commander Torst was currently preoccupied with more pressing matters, and that their discussion would need to be postponed. The pretense of seeking an audience with Torst was a half-truth. The primary objective was to facilitate the entry of Poloni and the cookie into the dungeon, though he held little hope for this endeavor. A robust maiden paired with a peculiarly shaped cookie, he nonetheless respected Poloni's choice. Disappointed, Baron Mond expressed his regret to Schneider, while unbeknownst to them, under the guise of the servants attending to the paladin's meal, Poloni and Cookie successfully evaded the guards' watchful eyes and reached the dungeon entrance. Just as Baron Mond was about to concoct an excuse for his departure, he caught a glimpse of a boy darting from behind the bushes, swiftly entering the dungeon. Mond's heart raced. That boy was none other than Winder, who had been ordered back to his quarters for rest. What troubles you, my lord? Schneider inquired. Noticing Mond's sudden pallor, with a stiff smile, Mond replied, It is nothing. Merely the thought that we cannot immediately eradicate the fallen and restore the mines fills my heart with an unbearable anxiety. Schneider, arms outstretched toward the heavens, earnestly reassured, There is no need for haste. my lord, as long as you follow the divine guidance and fulfill the tasks bestowed upon you, all will be well." Upon hearing this, Mon's expression darkened further. Polony and Cookie descended the staircase, passing through the iron gate. Despite the torches illuminating the way at intervals, both felt a tightening sense of dread. This place is so vast. Where could Mr. Ember be imprisoned? Polony pondered aloud. Cookie, unfamiliar with the territory, could not provide an answer, but he acknowledged that the unknown was what constituted true adventure. "Follow me. I know where the most dangerous prisoners are likely to be held." A sudden voice startled them, nearly causing Cookie to crumble into pieces. It was only when they recognized it as Baron Mon's son, Winder, that they exhaled in relief. "What are you doing here? Did your father not forbid you from coming?" Winder, equipped with a round shield and a long sword, stepped forward to lead the way, responding gravely, "I am no longer a child. I possess my own judgment. And what about you? What is your relationship with the swordsman?" Polony found herself at a loss for words. What was her relationship with the swordsman? Merely a temporary protector? Or perhaps a savior? Cookie, unburdened by hesitation, chimed in, "He is my partner. We are adventurers exploring the world. Or rather, professional apostle hunters. The reason he was captured this time is that he failed to bring me along." "You are apostle hunters," Winder exclaimed, captivated by Cookie's declaration. He too harbored dreams of traveling far and wide, ridding the world of evil apostles like a gallant knight. This aspiration had driven him to train diligently since childhood. Turning to Polony, he added apologetically, "I mistakenly judged you, Miss Polony. I thought you were merely my father's new mistress. For that, I apologize." Polony, slightly embarrassed, averted her gaze. She had always felt that the Baron harbored such intentions. "Are you familiar with this place?" she inquired of Winder. He nodded in affirmation. "I used to sneak down here alone to cultivate my courage." Under Winder's guidance, the trio descended to the lowest level, only to encounter two paladin guards at the first corner, blocking their path. "What shall we do?" Polony asked. Winder grasped the hilt of his sword, stating, "There is no way to evade them. I will handle it." Polony swiftly intervened, stopping the reckless youth. Those armored church paladins were far beyond Winder's capability to confront. Her eyes darted to Cookie beside her. "Cookie, you are small. Sneak past to draw their attention and lead them away to me. They look fierce." "I dare not," Cookie protested. Polony smirked, having discerned the Cookie's temperament. Who is the greatest Cookie adventurer? Of course, it is Cookie. Flames ignited in Cookie's nostrils, fueled by determination. Winder was astonished to see actual fire erupting from the Cookie's nose. The two paladins were seated at the corner, engaged in idle chatter at last, under divine guidance. "The captain has acquired a living apostle, but what next? How shall we pave the way for salvation?" As they mused, a noise emanated from the left corner, startling them. What was that? A rat, one of them speculated. Aside from the incessant wailing of those damned souls, only rats remained. "I shall investigate. Be wary of those vile sinners who may emerge to wreak havoc upon the world. We will not tolerate their sins." One paladin ventured around the corner into a left passage. Almost immediately, he noticed a large head peering at him from the darkness, beyond the reach of the torchlight. "Who goes there?" With the clash of steel and a battle cry, the other paladin rushed to support his comrade, brandishing a short hammer. As they approached with their torches, they were astonished to discover that it was not a human head, but rather a large pumpkin. Why is there a giant pumpkin hanging here? Has it been here all along? Who knows? This is the Baron's dungeon after all. Perhaps he harbors some peculiar fondness for it. Relieved that it was merely a false alarm, they returned to their corner to continue their discussion, oblivious to the fact that two figures had stealthily slipped past them. "How did I perform just now?" "You are a competent adventurer," Polony praised Cookie, who beamed with delight. However, their joy was short-lived. Soon, horror and panic overtook their expressions. Along the darkened cells lining the corridor, numerous prisoners were confined, some with decaying bodies, others marred by the scars of whips, nails driven into their flesh. Some hung silently in their cells, their pupils dilated as they stared blankly at every passerby. Even more were mutilated, lacking eyes, noses, and tongues, resembling wraiths, unable to even utter a cry. This place was truly a living hell. Polony's body tensed. Had it not been for her courage and determination to save the swordsman, she would have fled in terror by now. "Are these the prisoners your father has incarcerated?" Winder, "Impossible. That is not my father's way. He prefers to execute those who break the law rather than subject them to such torment. These are all individuals captured by the church." That Winder's gaze trembled. This scene was more terrifying than witnessing the grotesque and fearsome king of mountain dogs. Poloni remarked, "They must have committed grave offenses to endure such punishment." Winder scoffed, "Is that so? Then what crime do you think the swordsman has committed?" Poloni fell silent. Could the swordsman also be imprisoned here? Cookie's words cast a deeper gloom over their expressions. Torst, Torst, a sudden, anguished cry startled the trio, compelling them to turn towards the source of the sound from within a cell. There, they beheld a wretched figure, bound by chains, with his eyes gouged out and ears severed. "Who is Torst?" Winder asked, his face paling. "He is the captain of the church's night order." The grotesque individual, even with half of his lips removed, strained to scream and roar, his hollow eyes unable to discern the newcomers. Yet this was a place that even the mightiest paladins dared not tread lightly. Only Torst would frequently visit here. "You have stolen our provisions and hung my wife and children's heads upon the flagpole, you twisted monster. I shall curse you." The ghastly figure's blood tears streamed down his face as he hurled the most vile and venomous words at Poloni and the others. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the trio hastily quickened their pace in search of a way out. "Partner, I have found you." The gingerbread man joyfully darted into a dimly lit cell. Poloni beheld within the prison a pallid young man with dark hair, cruelly affixed to a cross, utterly naked, his body marred by ghastly whip marks and scorched skin from branding iron burns. "Is that Mr. Eugen?" Poloni inquired tentatively of Kiki. Although she had traversed a long path alongside Eugen, she had never glimpsed his face, as he perpetually concealed it beneath his helmet, never once removing his armor in her presence. "Kiki, have you ever seen Mr. Eugen's face?" "No, but I am certain this is him," Kiki replied with conviction. "Partner, awaken quickly. We have come to rescue you." At the sound of the gingerbread man's call, Eugen opened his eyes. Astonished to see Poloni, Kiki, and the boy he had encountered in the mine, materializing in this dark dungeon, "Is it truly you, Mr. Eugen?" Poloni gazed at the battered figure of Eugen, whose hands were still nailed in place. Her face a portrait of anguish. The fearless and valiant swordsman, who dared to challenge the apostles, now lay in such a wretched state. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from behind them, the number of pursuers at least a dozen, instantly enveloping the three in a profound sense of peril. "Have we been discovered?" Poloni exclaimed in alarm. "That I do not know, but let us not dwell on that. We must rescue the swordsman first," suggested Winterdell. "But we lack the key. We cannot enter the cell." Ultimately, under Winterdell's familiar guidance, they sought refuge in an adjacent empty cell. "Are they coming after us? Let us remain silent and observe," replied Winterdell. The three cautiously peeked out from their hiding place into the dungeon corridor, witnessing a cadre of holy knights entering, led by the vice-captain of the order, Colin. They did not venture further inside, but halted before several cells, extracting the tortured prisoners within, including the grotesque figure among them. "Ah, Tolls, I curse you. I curse you to be forsaken by the divine, to decay and fall, becoming the hideous monster you loathe most. I curse you." His wretched voice reverberated throughout the dungeon until Colin commanded someone to sever his tongue. Thus, the holy knights marched forth, escorting the sinners away in a grand procession. "Where are they taking them?" Kiki asked with a heavy heart. "Perhaps to their execution," Winterdell replied. This scene evoked memories of his mother, who might have faced such despair before her death. He longed to charge forward and slay these churchmen. But he was here to rescue the swordsman and could not act impulsively. "We need the key to unlock Mr. Eugen's cell. Kiki, I must rely on you this time." After the incident with the kidnapped Fikiansen, Poloni had discovered that the gingerbread man possessed a remarkable talent for thievery. The gingerbread man transformed into a cunning thief, declaring, "No problem. Let me show you the prowess of Kiki to Mr. Eugen. Hold on a little longer. We shall rescue you shortly." "Rescue me?" Poloni's words struck Eugen as unfamiliar. He had never placed his trust in others, nor had he imagined that one day he would be saved by someone else. Time passed, and suddenly, Kiki appeared, shouting frantically as he sprinted towards the swordsman's cell, his brow slick with sweat. The entire dungeon seemed to tremble at his raucous cries, sending dust cascading from above. "Foolish gingerbread. Your clamor will surely attract the churchmen." Poloni fumed, her face dark with annoyance. "That it is too late. They are already upon us." Just as Winterdell had predicted, the gingerbread man, clutching a set of keys, was pursued by two charging holy knights. Winterdell drew his sword, unfastened his round shield from his back, and bravely positioned himself to block the corridor. You go unlock the cell and rescue the swordsman. I will hold them off." The Winterdel's words faltered as he beheld the two knights rushing towards him, followed by a terrifying mass of twisted, grotesque entities that threatened to fill the passageway. They were not charging here. They were fleeing for their lives. The once neglected church was now encircled by holy knights, forbidding any approach. The doors of the church creaked open for Colin, the vice-captain of the 7th Knights, revealing the once sacred hall, now stripped of all clutter. The king of the mountain dogs lay in the center. A monstrous figure akin to a small mountain to fulfill the captain's orders of bringing the king of the mountain dogs inside. Colin had nearly demolished an entire wall of the church. Devout acolytes encircled the king of the mountain dogs, using blood as paint to inscribe a ritualistic array. One acolyte succumbed to exhaustion. Another would take their place to continue the gruesome task. This macabre and bloody scene reminded Colin of the sanguinary rituals he had once witnessed during the cleansing of heretical cults. The sight unsettled him, yet he could only suppress his discontent. As the order had come from the esteemed captain, he commanded his men to temporarily cover the gaping hole in the wall with black cloth to shield it from the prying eyes of the gathered believers outside. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Were it not for his long-standing loyalty to Captain Tolles and understanding of his unyielding faith in the divine, he might have doubted whether the captain had been ensnared by a malevolent deity. Recollections of the defensive battle at the Holy City flooded his mind, where the previous captain, George Henry, had faltered at the critical moment, leading to the collapse of the line, had it not been for Tolles. Then still the vice-captain, stepping forward to stabilize the situation, he would have perished long ago. It was Tolles' emergence that had granted him a second chance and preserved the flame of the 7th Knights. Throughout the years following the captain, he had found that whenever disagreements arose, Tolles' decisions invariably proved correct, even as the captain's demeanor grew increasingly extreme. Trust in the captain. He must be right. Tolles knelt opposite the king of the mountain dogs, fervently uttering his final prayers, no longer directed toward the statue of the Holy Light, but to an exaggerated chalice. This vessel, known as the Holy Grail of Fire, had once been used by the clergy to present sacramental wine to the divine during the celebration of the goddess' birth. After the church's fall, Tolles had fortuitously discovered the Holy Grail of Fire and had guarded it carefully over the years, using it as a medium to connect with the divine, offering confessions and prayers. This was a sacred artifact, and Tolles firmly believed it would serve as a bridge to attract the divine's attention. Years later, as he had hoped, the divine perceived his devotion through the chalice and illuminated his path. However, this time, the cup was filled not with wine, but with fresh human blood. After countless sincere prayers, the blood-filled Holy Grail of Fire radiated a pure white light. "Who seeks my gaze?" a voice emanated from the chalice. Ethereal and elusive, yet imbued with immense power, as Tolles beheld the light, he fell prostrate, and everyone in the church, including the doubtful Colin, knelt in reverence. That beam of holy light was a divine sign. Only the divine could emanate such pure faith. In that moment, all doubt vanished from Colin's heart, and he felt grateful to have once again followed the captain's lead. Tolles, with his head bloodied from prostration, struggled to contain his overwhelming excitement, tears streaming down his face as he implored the divine, "Great deity, your humble follower, guided by your light, has finally found an apostle to offer as sacrifice. Please, guide the sinners of this world toward redemption. You seek to save this decaying world?" "Yes, great sanctified one," that the Holy Grail responded. "However, your offering is insufficient. This world teeters on the brink of extinction. To grant you the power of salvation, more offerings are required. Not only an apostle, but also the sacrifice of untainted mortals. How many do you require?" "The more, the better," came the solemn and majestic voice of the Holy Grail. Devoid of joy or sorrow, Colin raised his head in disbelief, gazing at the blinding holy light that nearly prevented him from opening his eyes. Could such words truly emanate from the divine? "Colin," Tolles' urgent voice roused the entranced vice-captain. "You must bring all those imprisoned here to me. My lord, even heretics should not become sacrificial victims. That is the work of a cult. Their crimes should be punished publicly to awaken the masses." "Enough!" The light of faith illuminated the figure of Tolles, and in the next moment, he appeared before Colin, seizing his iron armor. The once frail old man now stood tall and imposing, as if the robust paladin were the feeble elder. "What are you still concerned about at such a time? Do not forget our objective. We must bring a definitive end to this suffering." allowing more lives to return to the once beautiful and tranquil times. But Colin hesitated. This is the demand of the great Holy One to do you wish to defy the deity that created you. Do not forget your station. Moreover, those individuals are to be sacrificed to the great Holy One. They will be sent to the realm of the divine, not a place of wickedness, in the divine kingdom. They will find happiness. Colin lowered his head in shame. Yes, my lord Tors. Moments later, Colin escorted over 20 prisoners from the dungeons of the Baron's manor back to the church. The horrific figure of the apostle and the blood-soaked altar terrified the prisoners, who instinctively understood the malevolence of this altar. Stepping upon it would be a fate far worse than death. The prisoners struggled desperately to escape, even wishing for death, but their tortured and interrogated bodies were far too weak to resist the paladins escorting them. Among them, one grotesque figure, tortured into monstrous deformity, did not struggle. That it seemed as if he had grown new eyes, merely facing Tors with an open mouth, silently screaming with a severed tongue. His lips formed the words, "I curse you. What of the swordsman?" Tors found no trace of the swordsman among the prisoners and questioned Colin. Colin replied, "My lord, the swordsman is not an heretic. His strength could still be of use in our quest to save the world." "No, he is indeed an heretic," Tors bellowed in fury, yet he quickly regained his composure. He understood that his most loyal vice-captain had begun to harbor doubts. Never before had his vice-captain questioned his commands. But it no longer mattered. As long as this endeavor succeeded and the divine granted him power, he believed his vice-captain would awaken once more. Tors knelt before the holy grail of fire, proclaiming, "Merciful God, this is the sacrifice I offer unto you. No, this is not enough. That I require you to offer the lives of the entire town." Tors's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the compassionate and merciful Holy One could utter such words. Colin drew his great sword, pointing it at the radiant Holy Grail, his hunched back straightening as he regained his stature. "My lord Tors, you must see. This is no benevolent Holy One, but the wickedness of a malevolent entity." The towering paladin did not wait for his captain to decide. His body surged toward the altar, intent on cleaving the unholy grail in two. At a blinding surge of divine light erupted, forming one of the sacred spells Colin had once known best. The barrier of light hurled him backward, crashing him against the wall. Previously, he had cast sacred spells to repel the attacks of malevolent heretics. This time, he experienced the force of being rejected by the holy light. Tors sorrowfully addressed Colin. "Do you not understand, Colin? Only the divine can release pure holy light in this era consumed by flames. Is there any other existence capable of such a feat?" Colin disregarded his captain's counsel, his resolve to resist only intensifying. To sacrifice an entire town. Such an act could not be permissible, even if the Holy One himself commanded it. If the deity were to pursue such a course, it would signify their fall from grace. A fallen god is no longer a god, but a demon. A long-suppressed fire ignited within Colin, and the great sword, embodying his will, pierced through the rejecting holy light. The barrier of light shattered into countless fragments. Yet before he could take further action, another layer of the light shield rose before him, extending pure and holy tendrils of light to attack Colin. At that moment, the sound of clashing swords rang out as the paladins guarding the area joined Colin's side, assaulting the barrier of light and the luminous tendrils. The vice-captain was right. If the deity were to act in such a manner, it would indeed signal their corruption. A corrupted deity is no longer a god, but a demon. As Tors witnessed even the paladins meant to protect him joining Colin's cause, he felt his own convictions wavering. Was he truly mistaken? Under the relentless assault of the paladins, the shield of light began to falter, twisting and revealing its true nature. The exterior of light was merely a deceptive facade. Within, it was a storm of blood and distortion. The bloody storm surrounding Tors exploded outward, and he found himself standing atop a city wall, gazing at the sprawling grand cathedrals in the distance. Their towering spires seemingly piercing the heavens, an aura of solemnity enveloping the place. The ancient, resounding toll of the bell awakened Tors's dormant memories. This was the holy city of Marin Fando, his childhood home. A massive ball of fire streaked across the sky above him, hurtling toward that sacred ground, collapsing buildings and shattering sculptures in the blink of an eye. The place transformed into a brutal battlefield. On that merciless battlefield, apostles, grander than mountains, crashed through the city walls, and the fallen undead poured forth from the depths of hell into the town. The paladins fought valiantly, unafraid of death, yet their bodies piled high like mountains. Stripped of the divine magic bestowed upon them, even with various traps and gunpowder weapons, they could not contend with the army of the fallen. The flesh and blood line of defense formed by the paladins was breached. Just as Tors remembered. No. Tors cried out in anguish, unwilling to witness this scene replayed. Not just here, countless places across the world were enduring such horrors. The world was on the brink of ruin. If salvation were to be sought, a price must be paid. Sacrifice the entire town. This town shall serve as your sustenance, and you will repay the world with their meager offering. But I cannot. The battlefield of Marin Fando faded away, and Tors found himself towering and robust, radiating holy light. Around him were countless minuscule beings who marched forward to guard his magnificent form, conquering city after city and village after village. Vanquishing all the apostles of Hellfire. At last, he had purified the corruption, and the world was saved. The ancient, resonant toll of the bell of the holy city resounded once more. Will you choose to scrape by, waiting alongside other feeble beings to be slain by monsters until the world meets its end? Or will you pay the price to become the savior of this world, to rebuild the church, to restore the holy city, and grant the world a new beginning? My Lord Tors, stop. Please stop. Colin's anguished voice echoed through the bloody storm. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not advance a single step closer. Proceed with the sacrifice, my loyal servant. I choose to sacrifice. I wish to end this tragic world. Tears streamed from Tors's eyes. His weary gaze, after uttering those words, seemed to shed all burdens, closing his eyelids in relief. The crimson storm of sacrifice intensified around Tors, surging outward toward the church. A vast black cloud gathered above Iron Mountain Town, resembling an indescribable terror, opening its maw to prepare for a feast. A whirlwind of storms encircled the periphery of Iron Mountain Town, forming a barrier that enveloped the town in a colossal shroud, isolating it from the outside world. The faint twilight of evening gradually succumbed to an endless darkness. Countless citizens of Iron Mountain Town gazed up in shock at the monumental transformation, utterly unaware of what was transpiring. In their confusion, their bodies began to warp. A strong and towering knight pursued the multitude of fallen beings. Bearing a shield as thick as a city wall, clad in sturdy black-gray armor, he gazed toward the direction where the fallen congregated, toward a town engulfed in black clouds and the winds of corruption. Countless fallen creatures seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, surging toward the heart of the darkness. Is this the domain of the apostles? A new disaster apostle is being born there. Aware that it had become a breeding ground for evil, entering it would mean certain death. Yet, he resolutely chose to charge into the town, to save lives. Baron Mond, in a state of anxious anticipation, sat in the hall, awaiting reports from his servants regarding the happenings in the dungeon. How dare Wendell audaciously disregard his orders and recklessly venture into the dungeon to rescue some swordsman? As the son of a baron, should he fall into the hands of the church, it would provide them with a significant leverage against his family. Such a blatant disregard for the safety of his lineage would undoubtedly warrant severe punishment for Wendell. But only if he were to return safely. After all, it was well known that the fanatics of the church acted with extreme measures. No, I must concoct a reason to send someone into the dungeon to retrieve Wendell. Just then, the entire Lord's castle trembled noticeably, as the daylight streaming through the windows transformed into a dim, blood-red hue. Upon receiving reports from his servants, Mond, in disbelief, rushed outside to behold the scene of Iron Mountain Town enveloped by a swirling tempest. What on earth is happening? No one could answer his query. All were oblivious to the origins of this cataclysm. My lord, there are numerous undead abominations in the city. What abominations are attacking the town? Why was there no prior warning? Mond, filled with fury, hastily dispatched men from the castle to purge the abominations and contacted a portion of the church's nightly order stationed at the castle for assistance. Despite his uncertainty regarding the current situation, Mond felt reassured by the presence of the church's knights within the town, believing that the abominations could not breach the defenses. However, upon hearing reports from the castle's private soldiers who had been sent out and quickly returned, his composure shattered. According to them, the town was now rife with countless abominations, far exceeding the number that had besieged it previously. Mond was taken aback. Was it not said that the apostle had been captured? Without the apostles' organization, how could such a multitude of abominations gather? Moreover, they had appeared unexpectedly, without any prior notice. Where had these abominations come from? Quickly, fetch Captain Tors. Colin found himself thwarted by the raging storm. Unable to approach, he observed many wavering paladins and clergy members beginning to undergo grotesque transformations. He realized that, with his current strength, he could not rectify the dire situation. A monumental disaster, one that would plunge them into despair, was imminent. No matter how resolutely he steeled himself, the guilt of having unwittingly contributed to this calamity was enough to drive him to the brink of collapse. In his moment of helplessness, he recalled his past experiences in Marlin Vondo, when their defenses had crumbled and the captain had abandoned his post. It was the vice-captain who had risen to the occasion, restoring their resolve, organizing the troops for a structured retreat, thereby preserving the spark of the 7th Paladin Order. This moment, he was no longer a knight commander, but the vice-captain of the 7th Order, just as Tor's had been in those days. He was determined to emulate Tor's actions. All who still live, retreat with me, Colin commanded loudly. His voice resonated like thunder among the fearful paladins, awakening them from their stupor, and they instinctively obeyed, withdrawing towards safety. After escorting the remaining uncorrupted clergy and civilians, they found the outside in utter chaos. People were fleeing in disarray, and the fallen were exhibiting violent tendencies, slaughtering all sentient beings in sight. What shocked them further was the sight of Iron Mountain Town shrouded in a pallid whirlwind at its far end, encasing the entire town within its grasp. The others remained paralyzed by the horrifying scene. Colin regained his composure first. Scanning the surrounding terrain, he decisively issued orders. I command all knights of the 7th Order to protect the civilians and retreat to the Lord's castle. That shall serve as our line of defense. We must atone for our foolish actions. The tainted desires rapidly spread across every corner of the church, corrupting the weak-willed and those harboring malevolent thoughts first. Their flesh grotesquely swelled, unclean organs sprouted, and bones pierced through their flesh, transforming them into twisted abominations, unleashing their primal desires upon all living beings. Furiously, Bajansen was strategizing with his subordinates, including Jihor, within and in. They realized that they could not storm the Lord's territory to recapture the fleeing slaves. Such an effort would be tantamount to suicide. Yet, without reclaiming the slaves, they would receive no payment. This venture into the unknown not only risked devastating losses, but would also bar them from ever returning to Bartoluendit. In their impotent rage, they cursed the swordsman, cursed Peroni, and muttered imprecations against the shameless Baron Mond. Just then, Bajansen heard the sounds of screams and chaos from outside. He witnessed his most formidable knight, Jihor, swelling in size, cursing the swordsman while suddenly launching an attack on the others, reducing them to a bloody pulp. Jihor, have you lost your mind? In the blacksmith shop, the old smith, Zaid, hammered the head of a suddenly transformed customer who attempted to devour his apprentice into the furnace. Master, have we killed someone? Karda asked in panic. No, it is the scent of the fallen. Quickly, Karda, pack your things. We must leave at once. Colin, leading the remaining fewer than 100 paladins, fought against the abominations while retreating towards the Lord's castle, striving to protect any civilians they encountered along the way. During this process, he witnessed countless individuals undergo grotesque transformations, some brutally murdered, others devoured entirely. Colin was plunged into immense sorrow, yet he lacked the power to halt the carnage, relying solely on his meager strength to safeguard those he could. During their retreat, those among the populace capable of wielding swords, adventurers, bloodthirsty bounty hunters, and even the old smith and his young apprentice joined Colin in the fight against the abominations, significantly alleviating the pressure on the church's paladins. Colin even encountered a mage wielding arcane spells to combat the abominations. In the past, he would have resolutely captured such heretics and sent them to the pyres. Yet today, he felt a profound sense of relief. Aside from the holy arts, the existence of arcane magic could counter the flames of corruption. Behind the paladins, thousands of civilians were shielded as they neared the castle gates. The knights guarding the outer perimeter had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a few dozen alive. The number of abominations seemed endless. No matter how many they slain, more seemed to converge. Baron Mond opened the iron gates of the castle for the civilians to enter. Colin organized the remaining paladins at a narrow point, using their bodies to form a barrier, buying time for the civilians to flee into the castle. Charge! Just as they were about to falter, Schneider, the knight commander of the 7th Order, along with nearly 50 remaining paladins stationed at the castle, charged into the fray, bolstering the faltering defense. For a moment, The crumbling line held firm, but it could only delay the inevitable collapse. "What is happening? Where is the captain?" Schneider inquired, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. He had not spotted Captain Torres among Colin's ranks. Was this man shirking his duty to ensure the captain's safety? Colin fought in silence. Disregarding Schneider's questions, the tide of grotesque abominations surged forward, and Colin led his men in desperate resistance. Yet many civilians remained outside the castle. "We cannot hold," a paladin shouted as more bizarre abominations rushed towards the castle gates. Their overwhelming numbers resembling a deluge, with annihilation looming ever closer. "The gate! They are closing the gate!" Colin turned to see the iron gate of the Lord's castle slowly shutting, clearly indicating that those inside believed they could no longer hold. Fearing the monsters would breach the castle. Thus, they ceased to care for the civilians still outside and forcefully shut the gates. Colin found himself unable to condemn them, for it was these very fools, shouting for salvation, who had unleashed the monsters. Some members of the knightly order, witnessing the impending closure of the gates, rapidly lost their courage to fight, abandoning their positions in a scramble to seize the last available gaps before the gates fell. Colin silently surveyed the scene behind him, then turned back, continuing to wield his knightly sword to slay as many abominations as possible. He lacked the audacity to fight for his own survival amidst the civilians. He had accepted his fate, and perhaps being slain by these fallen creatures was a punishment from the heavens. The encirclement of the knightly order grew tighter, with civilians desperately fleeing towards the castle. Even as the weighty gate, weighing several thousand pounds, descended upon them, crushing them into a pulp, it still closed shut. The townsfolk trapped outside could no longer seek refuge within the castle, left only to await the demise of the knights on the periphery. As they too would be consumed by the fallen, despair enveloped the battlefield, and the people awaited death. A glimmer of hope descended from the heavens. A dark speck pierced the sky, akin to a celestial iron ball, descending with an unstoppable force, crashing heavily into the densely packed throng of abominable creatures. Where it struck, the monsters were swept aside like chaff, creating a colossal wave of blood and flesh. This sudden warrior, clad in formidable armor, appeared remarkably robust and formidable. His towering stature and physique presented a sight unseen by any on the battlefield, resembling a diminutive giant descending upon the earth. His chest was as broad as a city gate, and his arms were thicker than the thighs of an average man. Those sturdy limbs were as unyielding as stone pillars. He bore a shield, as heavy as a wall, nearly matching his own height. Crafted from pure iron, this warrior was known as the Wall Shield Knight, a valiant soul seeking the sun in a world steeped in despair, an indomitable spirit who would never relinquish hope. The Wall Shield Knight slammed his shield into the ground, unleashing such tremendous force that the earth heaved upward into a small mound, sending swathes of the fallen flying. The pressure that had once cornered Colin and Schneider was suddenly alleviated by more than half. What a terrifying power! This spectacle left the paladins before the castle gate, as well as the spectators like Baron Mond, who were watching from atop the walls, utterly astounded. In the dungeon, chaos reigned. How could this be happening? The fallen creatures surging towards the two paladins were grotesque in their forms. Some still retained a semblance of humanity, while others had completely transcended the notion of being human. There were those whose necks elongated like serpents, and others with tiny arms sprouting from their own, densely packed like hair. Some bore mouths that opened and closed incessantly across their bodies, while others were grotesque amalgamations of two or more humans writhing together. Dunder felt a chill run down his spine. How could so many fallen creatures manifest in their own dungeon? Kuchi, clutching a keyring, shouted and darted past Dunder, who stood frozen, his hair standing on end as he gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Sword and shield aimed at the approaching horrors. The swordsman had already metamorphosed into such a state. It was his duty to protect this place. The two paladins were completely consumed by fear, pushing past Dunder to flee, only to find their escape route blocked ahead. "Mother, please protect me," Dunder bellowed, bracing his shield against the approaching abomination, his right hand swinging the sword down to cleave through its two heads. "Stop running, you fools," Poloni yelled as she seized the frightened biscuit, snatching the keys from his hand. Though she too felt a surge of terror coursing through her, she steeled herself and clutched the keys. But with so many, she couldn't discern which one opened the swordsman's cell, forcing her to try them one by one. "Who are you?" The two cornered paladins drew their swords, demanding to know who dared to open the prison door. Are you idiots? Why are you still concerned about that? Quickly tell me which key unlocks the swordsman's cell. In her panic and fear, Poloni turned her ire upon the paladins, Pinu and Vita. Startled by Poloni's outburst, realized that this was no longer merely a prison break issue. Don't waste your breath. The entire dungeon has been overrun by the fallen. We're all going to die here. Pinu lamented, dropping his sword in despair. Poloni glared fiercely at the two. As holy paladins, how can you utter such words? She pointed towards Dunder, who stood resolutely against the advancing fallen. Are you not even as brave as a child? It dawned on the two paladins that the reason they had not been consumed by the fallen was due to the small knight bravely holding them back with sheer willpower. What remarkable courage this youth possessed, daring to confront the horde of fallen. Yet they, as paladins sworn to combat the fallen, could think only of fleeing. Overcome with shame, they longed to vanish into the earth. Right now, rescuing the swordsman is our only chance of survival. Stop wasting time and tell me which key unlocks the cell, Poloni urged. Vita snatched the keys and quickly searched through them. It's this one. Poloni took the key and, while unlocking the door, shouted to the two paladins, stop standing there like fools. Hurry and help Dunder fend off the fallen. Dunder was still surrounded by the fallen, using his left round shield to fend off the throng pressing in, while his right hand could only offer limited resistance. There were simply too many of them, leaving him no space to swing his sword. Just as it seemed Dunder would be overwhelmed, the two paladins surged forward, one on the left and one on the right, raising their long swords and paladin hammers to join the fray. With the addition of the two paladins, Dunder's burden lightened significantly. Click! The lock sprang open. And Poloni, filled with relief, hurried to the side of the embers. It was then she finally noticed that Ember was completely naked, the unique anatomy of the man exposed, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Yet when she beheld the nails embedded in Ember's arms, her shyness dissipated, replaced by fear and concern. 4 iron nails had been driven into both of Ember's arms, securing him to the wooden cross behind him. Poloni feared that the swordsman's arms might be rendered useless. Swordsman, how can I free you? Ember weakly gestured towards the stone table laden with torture instruments. Do you see that claw hammer? Use it to pry out these nails. Meanwhile, the two paladins and Dunder were fiercely battling the fallen outside. Poloni had no time to hesitate. She swiftly obeyed the swordsman's command, using the claw side of the hammer to pry at the nails. The nails were slowly lifted, blood spraying from his arms, even splattering onto Poloni's face. Ember did not call for her to stop, so she resolutely continued her efforts. One by one, the nails were forcibly removed. And Poloni supported Ember's weight, his entire body pressing against her shoulder, nearly toppling her over. Are you all right, Ember? The agony radiating from his arms nearly caused Ember to lose consciousness, but he gritted his teeth to remain conscious. With Poloni's assistance, he sat upon the ground, and she removed her cloak to drape it over him. Ember, what should we do next? Of course, we must leave. Ember, with Poloni's support, rose to his feet. But his anger flared as he realized his arms were utterly powerless. The multitude of fallen loomed before him, yet he could not wield his sword. How was he any different from a useless being? The passageway could accommodate no more than 4 people side by side, and leveraging their geographical advantage, Dunder, Pinu, and Vita managed to stabilize their line until the 3 of them vanquished the swarming fallen. Exhausted, they collapsed to the ground, the corridor before them littered with the twisted remains of flesh and organs. Dunder inquired of the 2 paladins, "Hey, how could so many fallen suddenly appear here? Did they break in from above?" Pinu replied bitterly, "These fallen are the sinners from the prison. I don't know why they suddenly became corrupted. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Some of them had even been dead for quite some time." Is that so? Though surprised by this revelation, it also relieved Dunder. If these fallen had infiltrated from outside, it would mean chaos reigned beyond. If this calamity was confined to the dungeon, his father would surely resolve it. This is no place to linger. We must leave at once. After a brief respite, Dunder rose to his feet, and with Poloni supporting the swordsman, he led the way towards the dungeon exit. Yet after only a short distance, another fallen creature appeared ahead of them. This particular fallen was grotesquely massive, resembling a grotesque mass formed from the amalgamation of numerous human bodies, a multitude of arms and limbs flailing as it attempted to grasp them, yearning to pull them in and assimilate them into its form. This abomination was known as the Feeder, a gluttonous entity desiring to claim all human bodies as its own. Impossible. This is an apostle. What a blasphemous form. Retreat, retreat, quickly. The crowd lacked the courage to confront the threat directly, opting instead to retreat immediately. Little did they anticipate that behind them, the path was already obstructed by the very fallen beings they had slain, now resurrected in a different form, sealing off their escape. The fallen, often referred to as the undead, could not be killed. Unless their bodies were utterly destroyed and reduced to ash, they would continually revive. How could these monsters return so swiftly and at such a critical moment? With apostles blocking their front and the resurrected fallen encircling them from the rear, they found themselves in a desperate predicament. Hurry, kill me. I cannot bear the thought of being dragged into their grasp. Vita cried out in terror, discarding his helmet and trembling as he aimed his sword at his own throat. Curse it. I will never surrender. Winterdell roared defiantly, bracing himself to confront the apostle to Mr. Eugen. We Polonies looked to Eugen, seeking the aid of the swordsman they believed could accomplish the impossible. Eugen forcefully disengaged from Poloni's support. The infernal flames within him were slowly aiding his recovery. He felt a flicker of strength returning, just enough to stand on his own, yet it was insufficient for combat. Not only was his formidable greatsword nowhere to be found, even the simplest of longswords felt beyond his capability to wield at that moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned urgently to the cookie man perched upon his shoulder and asked, "What did you feed me last time while I was in the tree spirit's belly?" "What are you trying to do?" Cookie retreated behind Poloni's hair. "That was my hand. It hurt. I'm not feeding you again. Stop the chatter. There's no time. Otherwise, we will all perish here." Just as Cookie hesitated, a nearby floor tile was abruptly lifted, revealing a dark opening beneath that a brash meerkat, clad in a filthy fitted jacket, sprang forth, baring its fangs and shouting, "Tors, you old rascal, your Lord Albrecht has come to collect his dues." The sudden appearance of the meerkat left the group dumbfounded. Who would have thought a large meerkat would emerge at such a time? Not only was there the meerkat, but shortly after, a gray mountain dog also emerged from the hole. No wonder the meerkat had dug such a large entrance. Upon realizing the current situation, the meerkat appeared utterly bewildered. Where is this? It had heard tales that the leader of the church's night order resided in the Lord's castle. It had merely intended to dig its way into the castle to seek vengeance against Tors. Albrecht was not one to forgive. He sought retribution for Tor's betrayal, for the gold that was rightfully his. But why, upon emerging, was he surrounded by the fallen, engulfed in infernal flames? "Meerkat leader," Winterdell exclaimed with joy. He recognized this meerkat as the leader of the meerkat hunting group he had once joined. The effeminate lord's son and the swordsman. Albrecht was taken aback, surprised to encounter so many familiar faces upon his emergence. Sensing the danger, the meerkat immediately considered retreating back into the hole. "Simon, we've come to the wrong place. Withdraw." However, his clumsy steed blocked the entrance, and as the gray mountain dog leaped away in fright, the opening was quickly sealed by the approaching fallen. "You foolish dog," the meerkat cursed, extending its claws to dig through the nearby earthen wall. Swiftly breaking through to another cell's passage, the others brightened at this timely arrival. As the meerkat burrowed into the passage, Pinu forcefully rammed through, completely opening the way. The group followed the meerkat into the tunnel. Pursued relentlessly by the horde of fallen, "Where on earth have I dug to?" Winterdell replied, "This is my family's dungeon." Albrecht was momentarily speechless. The good news was he had indeed reached the castle. But the bad news was that he had arrived at the dungeon. His luck was abysmal. They navigated through the cells to the opposite corridor, yet Winterdell felt no joy, according to his memory. They were moving further away from the exit. Suddenly, a squad of holy knights clad in the armor of the Seventh Knight Order appeared at the intersection ahead. Pinu and Vita rejoiced, believing the church's reinforcements had arrived to save them. As they moved to approach, Winterdell hastily stopped them. "Look closely. Those are not your allies. They have become aberrant fallen." At Winterdell's warning, the two examined the charging holy knights more carefully. Their movements were disturbingly twisted, and some bore grotesquely distorted proportions. These knights had undoubtedly transformed into the fallen. How could these holy knights, once paragons of virtue, succumb to the infernal flames? The very foundation of their beliefs was shattering before their eyes. "Follow me," Winterdell urged, leading the group through a cluttered passageway. "Meerkat leader, you need to dig through this wall," Winterdell commanded, pointing at a solid wall. Why what right do you command me? Albrecht retorted, yet realizing the stakes involved. He promptly began to excavate the passage. They are coming. Hurry, Poloni shrieked, spotting the fallen holy knights, clad in iron armor, charging like a stampede of rhinoceroses, urging them to hasten. Do you think I want this? It's solid rock, Albrecht shouted in fury. With the other's assistance, he finally cleared a substantial stone slab. Upon striking the earth, his claws felt as though they were sinking into soft tofu, and he rapidly opened a path to the other side. The group rushed through, only to find that it was not a passage but an iron door blocking their way. This is a dead end, Winterdell exclaimed, snatching the keyring from Poloni's hands and quickly locating a key to insert into the lock. Click, the lock released, and two holy knights pushed the iron door open, allowing everyone to slip inside. Just as the door slammed shut, a series of deafening thuds echoed behind it. The fallen holy knights had crashed into the door. As the torches inside flared to life, they found themselves in a storeroom filled with various prisoners' belongings. The swordsman immediately spotted his greatsword, the lightless blade, discarded in a corner alongside his severely damaged armor. The wayfarer instinctively retrieved his tightly wrapped helmet, its dark eye holes seemingly locking onto his now fragile form. Bang! The heavy iron door trembled violently under the force of the impacts. What should we do next? Should we break through another wall to escape? Poloni inquired. Winterdell turned to Albrecht. This is already the edge of the dungeon. There are no further passages here. Can you dig a tunnel to lead everyone out? Do you think I'm a beast of burden? If you have the strength, you dig. Albrecht snapped, his arms trembling slightly. He had already dug his way in, after a harrowing escape and numerous tunnels excavated. He had no strength left to continue, that if he could still dig, he would not concern himself with the fates of these individuals. His only aim would be to escape. Their previous cooperation had been merely a necessity. A bond of survival. Bang! Each thunderous crash resonated in their hearts. As time passed, cracks began to form in the stone walls securing the iron door, widening with each impact from the outside. This door won't hold much longer. Winterdell, Pinu, and Vita readied their weapons for a final stand, while the meerkat drew his newly repaired flintlock pistol. With a resounding crash, the heavy iron door finally broke free from the wall, sending a cloud of dust into the air, revealing the fallen holy knights, encased in iron as if they were living statues. Bang! Albrecht was the first to pull the trigger, the bullet tearing through the smoke and piercing one fallen knight's helmet. The three in front roared, preparing to attack the fallen knights, only to be taken aback as the knights began to retreat. They are falling back? No, there was something else pursuing them. The apostle was closing in. A multitude of arms grasped at the fallen knights, who struggled against the grotesque bulk of the apostle. Yet, it remains an unavoidable fate to be drawn into the struggles of those trapped within the apostle's body. Until one becomes a part of them, the courage to resist the fallen paladin, which had barely lingered, dissipated entirely in the face of this apostle known as the Master. It is over. We have no chance. As soon as we draw near, we will be pulled in. I refuse to become a part of this creature. Kill me. Please, kill me. Vita screamed in terror, utterly consumed by fear at that moment. Bang! The meerkat, having loaded its ammunition, fired directly at this master, but the bullet struck its form like a drop of rain in the ocean, creating not a single ripple. Damn it! The meerkat panicked, lacking the courage to confront this terrifying being. It had furtively cast its gaze towards the biscuit hiding beside the swordsman. Its body craved sustenance. If it could consume that biscuit, perhaps it would regain some strength to dig a tunnel and escape this wretched place. Do not fear. We must defeat it to survive. Let us unite and slay it. Dunder, return quickly. Dunder took the lead, advancing forward, his shield deflecting several approaching halflings, while his longsword thrust directly into one of them. Although the halfling's body was pierced, it did not hinder its movements. It clutched the sword, preventing Dunder from withdrawing. In a moment of panic, Dunder decisively relinquished the sword's hilt and shield, attempting to retreat. But his ankle was seized by the halfling beneath him. Instantly, the determination, courage, and resilience in his eyes vanished, leaving only the boundless fear of being captured by the master. Help me. He turned to find that no one had followed him into battle. They were all retreating, like mice trapped in a cage, desperately hiding in a corner. Save me. Tears welled in Dunder's eyes as he was ruthlessly dragged inward by the halflings, soon to become a part of them. Within the throng of halflings surrounding the master, He envisioned the image of his mother from his fantasies, her arms wide open, welcoming him home. Dunder, Poloni exclaimed in horror, reaching out to grasp him, but was restrained by Pinu and Vida. Do not go over. You will be pulled in, the two warned in terror. Albrecht lunged at Kuchi, his expression twisted with panic, attempting to consume this mobile emergency rations to regain strength and escape. Kuchi screamed in evasion. The crowd was suddenly parted as a swordsman, clad in a helmet and wielding a pitch-black greatsword, charged in, generating a fierce gust of wind. The 1.7-meter-long sword pierced through the desecrated bodies of halflings. Ember held the sword's hilt, driving it deeper, while with his other hand, he grasped Dunder's arm, slowly pulling him outward. Many halflings on the master shifted their focus to the swordsman, frantically tugging at his body, attempting to draw him in as well. The swordsman's form was gradually being consumed, his arm bleeding profusely from where it had been nailed down, yet he remained oblivious during the swordsman's absorption. Finally, Dunder was completely yanked out of the master's body and flung away. Once freed from the master's grasp, the vision of his mother faded, replaced by the imposing figure of the swordsman. His eyes widened as he witnessed the desecrated fallen apostle being forcibly torn apart by the swordsman's greatsword. Blue orbs of light erupted from its form, surging towards the swordsman, resembling the brilliant stars described in his father's tales. The master's fallen, malevolent body disintegrated, the numerous bodies adhering to it collapsing like scattered building blocks. Corpses strewn across the ground. Exhausted, Ember knelt, propping himself on the sword, his torn wounds beginning to heal. The crowd beheld that behind the scattered corpses of the master, a relentless tide of the fallen surged towards them. Master, look, the gate is opening. Katara, the blacksmith apprentice hidden among the refugees, exclaimed to the blacksmith's side. Under the protection of the wall shield knights, the castle gates finally swung open once more, allowing the trapped citizens and knights to retreat into the castle estate. With no impediment from the citizens and knights at the gate, Mond immediately commanded the guards to eliminate the fallen congregating by the city wall with arrows and boulders. The wall shield knights and the members of the order ascended the castle walls. The wall shield knight, towering at 2.4 meters with a robust physique, clad in heavy armor, resembled a moving mountain of steel, instilling a profound sense of intimidation that compelled everyone to instinctively step aside. Baron Mond hurried forward to greet him, stating, "On behalf of the entire Iron Mountain town, I express my gratitude for your assistance. You are truly a great knight. May I ask your name? After this matter is resolved, I shall prepare a gift to show my appreciation." The wall shield knight removed his heavy, ball-like helmet, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man with a bald head reminiscent of the Mediterranean. His eyes radiated brightness and vitality, exuding warmth and a sense of acceptance rather than sharpness. The wall shield knight laughed heartily. "No need for gifts. This is my own choice if we survive this crisis. A drink will suffice. Everyone who sees me calls me the wall shield knight. I quite like this title, so you may refer to me as such." Mond's insistence on preparing a gift stemmed from his ulterior motives. He genuinely wished to express his gratitude. However, that was only one aspect. He feared that this formidable knight, capable of facing 100 foes alone, might depart, so he sought to bind him with a lavish gift. Although the knight declined the offer, his willingness to remain eased Mond's concerns as long as this wall shield knight stood by. Regardless of external factors, his safety would undoubtedly be secured. Mond then turned to inquire about Colin. "Sir Vice Captain, may I ask what has transpired?" As the lord of this land, he was still unaware of what had led to the current predicament. "Where is Captain Tors? Why have I not seen Captain Tors?" Knight Schneider again questioned his vice-captain, devoid of any respect. That Colin's face turned pale. After several pauses, he finally recounted the entire sequence of events. "What did you say?" Mond exclaimed, gripping Colin's armor in a fit of rage. His face turning red with angered. The true instigator of all this chaos was the church. He had hoped to utilize the remnants of this church's power to defend his city, only to see his city face destruction due to such a ludicrous outcome. Mond felt an overwhelming urge to confront these church fanatics directly. This was utterly impossible. Captain Tors's piety and loyalty to the divine had been demonstrated countless times. How could he be swayed by mere heretical deities? "You must be speaking nonsense." Besides Mond, the one who found it most intolerable was Knight Schneider, who had been rescued by Tors during his most helpless moments on the path of exile. He was Tors's most loyal supporter and could not accept the portrayal of Tors that Colin described. Colin said, "This calamity is of our own making. If possible, I am willing to take my own life as atonement. But now, I cannot die. I must lead the remaining knights to atone for our mistakes. I absolutely do not believe that Captain Tors is the one you describe as sacrificing the entire town. Once this crisis is over, I will retrieve Captain Tors and make you pay for your lies," Schneider stated coldly, and without reservation. An ever-increasing number of fallen undead creatures gathered from the direction of the town towards the base of the wall. However, their flesh and blood could not inflict any damage upon the wall. The ancestors of the Bordeaux family had once followed the first King Elman into battle, although they were mere footnotes in history. Their years of toil and valor earned them the title of Baron and a barony as a reward, elevating them to the ranks of the nobility. This baron's fortress, cultivated by the Bordeaux family over the years, not only discovered mines, but also gradually developed into a town. The small baron's fortress had been renovated and improved by generations of family heads, making it a formidable military stronghold. The outer defensive wall stood nearly 10 meters tall. Sturdy and robust, with the wall's defenses, Mon believed it should withstand the onslaught of the fallen. The only concern was the sheer number of the fallen. If Colin's words held true, these fallen were once the subjects of the town, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even if less than half transformed into fallen beings, that would still be an alarming quantity, and it was uncertain how long it would take to eradicate them all. Were they to remain trapped within this castle indefinitely? In the short term, it is manageable. However, as time extends, the food supply will inevitably fall short for such a multitude. While Mond was still contemplating strategies to endure their confinement in this location, a sudden, terrified cry for help erupted from the city guards. Fallen creatures were attempting to scale the walls. Those monsters, corrupted by infernal flames, surged relentlessly towards them, stacking upon one another in their ascent, ultimately reaching a height perilously close to the ramparts. Other fallen beings climbed upon the mountain of flesh to further breach the walls. This was dire. The night had intensified the fallen's ferocity. Schneider's complexion paled. As a holy knight who had vanquished countless fallen, he was all too familiar with their nature. "Defend the walls. Push them all down," Corin commanded, leading the knightly order to take charge of the defenses. Employing shields and hammers to crush and cast the fallen from the battlements, in an instant, the walls transformed into a fierce battleground of offense and defense. The monsters were breaking through. The unexpected upheaval plunged the civilians sheltering within the castle into a state of panic. Mond urgently dispatched reinforcements from the remaining guards to quell the chaos below. The situation was already dire. Should the populace within begin to riot, it would spell disaster. Mond ordered, "Select all the men. They must assist in the defense of the city." Miller, clad in a gray cloak, ascended the highest tower of the walls. Lifting his gem-encrusted staff with both hands, he recited incantations. The gem atop the staff ignited with a crimson glow, coalescing into a fireball the size of a human head above him. The fireball streaked down like a meteor, crashing into the throng of fallen and exploding upon impact. Instantly, a radiant sun seemed to rise amidst the fallen below the walls, illuminating the area and incinerating all within a 20-meter radius into ash. Witnessing the small sun emerge beyond the walls, the previously restless crowd of civilians fell silent, awestruck by this display of power. The Wall Shield Knight, having just felled a cluster of climbing fallen with his formidable strength, was also captivated by the blinding light. What a magnificent radiance! Only light can dispel the sinister desires lurking within humanity. Preventing the kindling of infernal flames, the sun-like fireball reached its zenith. It swiftly dissipated, plunging the area back into darkness. Light is fleeting. If there exists an eternal illumination, it is the sun. Only the sun can endure without end. Its radiance will expose the insidious inferno, reducing it to ashes. This was the very reason he had been in search of the sun. Exhausted, Miller sank to the ground, gasping for breath. That singular strike had drained a considerable portion of his magical energy and stamina. Yet, given the urgency of the moment, with fallen on the verge of breaching their defenses, he had no choice but to intervene. As a wandering mage, he sought to deepen his understanding of the mysteries of magic through his travels. However, his recent fortune had been abysmal. He had come to the city to procure materials and supplies, never anticipating an encounter with the church's knightly order, which he had not seen in years. Thus, he found himself trapped within the city, intending to seize an opportunity to escape that night, only to be ensnared in this cataclysmic inferno with the aid of Miller the Mage and his small son. The nearly breached line of defense was stabilized once more. Corin bellowed, "Hold the line. If we can endure the night, we shall surely reclaim our ground." The resolute and powerful voice of the vice-captain resonated across the walls, uplifting the spirits of all defenders in response. Crash! A segment of the wall's defenders was violently scattered, blood and dismembered limbs flying. The source of this chaos was a mass of flesh formed from the fallen pressing together. The mass exploded, reconstituting into a horde of fallen that charged toward the surrounding guards. A grotesque, worm-like creature, composed of twisted human limbs, emerged from the tide of fallen, gaping wide to consume a cluster of the corrupted beings. After a brief mastication, it ejected the remnants like cannon fire. Boom! Another heavy thud echoed as the fleshball arced through the air, crashing into the cluster of civilians gathered behind the walls, eliciting horrified screams. Twisted faces, eyes bulging, breached the walls, causing those who met its gaze to tremble uncontrollably, their bodies contorting in fear. The once stabilized defenses devolved into chaos anew. Corin, witnessing this sudden despair, felt his vision narrow with rage. Heedless of the peril, he charged at the enormous, eye-laden face. The eyes upon that visage all turned towards him, stretching his senses to their limits. "My dear Corin, have you become a worthy knight?" A warm voice echoed in his memory. That of an elderly woman seated by a crackling hearth, eagerly questioning the returning Corin. That he recalled the past, of how he had set ablaze homes to eradicate heretical mages, taking the innocent lives within. In that holy war that besieged the church, he had succumbed to fear, fleeing from the line he had vowed to defend unto death. To ensure the survival of the knightly order, he had obeyed Captain Thor's orders to slaughter villages, seizing their last means of survival, and hanging those who resisted from the flagpoles. For Thor's scheme, he had personally ambushed the swordsman, preventing the death of the king of the mountain dogs, thus unwittingly facilitating this sacrificial offering to the malevolent deity. "Mother, I have not." The elderly woman chuckled. "Then how can you still bear to exist as a human?" Corin sensed a shift within himself. If he could just cross that threshold, he could relinquish all guilt and burdens weighing upon his heart. Crash! A massive shield collided with the transformed fallen paladin. The wall shield knight's towering form shielded Corin from the multitude of eyes gazing upon him, snapping him back to reality as long as hope resided within. As long as his convictions remained unwavering, he could not be swayed. "Thank you for your aid." Corin grasped his shield and knight's sword, his expression one of terror, for he had narrowly escaped being corrupted into a fallen being. "I shall confront another apostle. Can you handle this one?" Corin nodded vigorously. "I will not be swayed by it. I shall deal with it." The wall shield knight laughed heartily, leaping high to intercept the colossal fleshball projectile, blocking it with his great shield and returning it with a strike. The agile worm-like creature deftly evaded the assault of the flesh ball, which crushed a swath of fallen in its wake. Corin raised his shield, blocking his view as he charged towards the eye-laden fallen. That moment, a corrupted fallen paladin wielding a massive hammer swung down upon him. Schneider, wielding his knight's spear, pierced through the fallen paladin, targeting Corin, granting him the opportunity to close in on the enormous, eye-filled visaged at close range. The gaze of those eyes seemed to penetrate his shield, ensnaring Corin once more in the seductive power of corruption. "Perish, monster!" He fought against the overwhelming emotions threatening to consume him, driving his knight's sword forcefully into one of the eyes, lifting it upward, and cleaving the face apart as a torrent of putrid liquid erupted from the wound, splattering Corin directly. Though his shield absorbed most of it, some still splashed onto him, corroding his armor with deep pits. Nearby, the exposed flesh of other corrupted beings began to rot away, eaten away by the corrosive fluid. Within the castle estate protected by the walls, the fallen fleshball that crashed down not only crushed numerous clustered civilians, but subsequently detonated, transforming into a horde of savage fallen that unleashed indiscriminate slaughter. Amidst the atmosphere of terror and bloodshed, some refugees began to metamorphose into infernal beasts, further amplifying the calamities reached. Do not panic. This is our destined tribulation. Do not run amok. Pray with me and confess to the Holy Spirit. If we are devout enough, the disaster shall surely recede. Father John fervently preached amongst the crowd, yet in their panic, no one heeded his words. The blacksmith Zid, rescuing a young apprentice from peril, swung his hammer to reduce a fallen skull to mush. Though he was older, his years of forging steel had endowed him with formidable strength. "Master, what should we do now?" "Well then, I shall leave the rest to you all." The Wall Shield Knight, true to his title, stood at the entrance like a formidable fortress, raising his iron shield to confront the surging tide of the fallen. The very ground beneath him was indented from his weight, yet he remained steadfast, unwilling to yield even an inch. Behind him lay countless lives. Should he falter or fall, the people would meet a tragic end. The Wall Shield Knight's purpose was to protect these souls. Under Colin's command, the remnants of the knightly order and the castle's defenders established a new front, slaying the fallen who sought to scale the walls. Colin remarked, "My Lord Baron, it will soon become exceedingly perilous here. I implore you to retreat into the castle for safety." Mond, with a bitter smile, replied, "In the face of such calamity, what difference does it make where I hide? I, too, have learned the art of knightly swordsmanship. I shall fulfill my duty as a lord." "Father, I too shall remain to fight," Winterdell asserted firmly. The solitary figure of Eugen held a breach against the onslaught, wielding the New Year sword technique to cleave through the advancing fallen. Kuchi stood atop his head, brandishing a small flag to rally support. At that moment, the dark, low-hanging clouds parted, revealing 3 enormous iron spikes that descended like meteors, crashing into the castle walls with tremendous force. Instantly, a breach was created, shattering that section of the wall, obliterating both defenders and fallen alike into countless fragments. The refugees behind witnessed this horror and spiraled into chaos, disregarding the Lord's authority. Rushing towards the castle's interior, they believed that only the sturdy fortress walls could offer them a semblance of protection against the monstrosities. The 4 guards stationed at the castle gate, seeing the throngs of refugees, dared not impede their frantic rush, and were among the first to flee inside. The debris from the crumbling walls rained down like hail, resulting in countless casualties in the blink of an eye. What had once seemed an impregnable defense had been breached. Colin immediately redirected most of the guards to seal the gap. Yet he understood all too well that the wall's defenses had become a mere facade. Insufficient defenses would allow some of the fallen to scale the walls, but neglecting to reinforce the breach would render the wall's defense utterly meaningless. "We cannot hold the wall much longer. If more spikes descend, we shall perish upon it. Captain Colin, we must retreat to the castle for defense immediately." Mond decisively ordered a withdrawal to his stone fortress. The Bordeaux family's stronghold, constructed over many years, was exceedingly robust, and Mond believed it could withstand the assault of the fallen. Colin grasped the last remaining knight in a daze and commanded, "You must escort the remaining forces to protect the Lord Baron as he retreats to the castle and secure the main gate." Schneider, his face etched with despair, lamented, "Colin, is this all the consequence of our own making?" Colin, gripping Schneider's breastplate tightly, replied in a low tone, "Despair not. Do not lose your way. Muster your spirit, you wish to allow the fires of despair to infiltrate your heart and lead you to ruin." "Knight Schneider, our battle is far from over. We must atone for our transgressions." Schneider nodded, steeling himself to accept the vice-captain's duties. It was then he realized that the vice-captain, whom he had previously dismissed with prejudice, possessed a resolve that far surpassed his own. "I shall lead the remainder. What of you? Will you not join us in retreating into the castle for defense?" Colin replied coldly, "That breach is not large. I shall do all within my power to hold it, minimizing the number of fallen that breach our walls." "You are courting death." Colin did not respond, but silently advanced towards the breach. Only by holding that gap could the pressure on the castle's defenses be alleviated, granting them more time. This was his way of atonement. He would fight at the forefront until his last breath. In the distance, the Apostle of Calamity had turned its gaze toward the castle, its expression a blend of compassion and bewilderment. He then began to stride forward amid a legion of fallen, moving towards the castle estate in a scene both grand and surreal. "Come, Miss Poloni, you should retreat with me to the castle now." However, as Mr. Eugen was being led by Mond in retreat, Poloni anxiously searched for the swordsman, who remained atop the wall, single-handedly holding back the tide of fallen. And no matter how she called out, the swordsman could not hear her, his gaze fixed on the Apostle of Calamity. That creature would be the greatest prize of his endeavor. Just before entering the castle, Mond cast one last glance in the direction of the swordsman, pondering that perhaps this would be their final parting. Albrecht chose not to follow Baron Mond into the castle. To him, whether he hid or not, the outcome would be the same. Had they not seen the massive spikes launched by that monster, Could the Baron's stronghold withstand more than the walls? Once the monster drew near and unleashed its spikes upon the fortress, wouldn't it merely become a living tomb? He mused that perhaps hiding would lead to a quicker demise. He had no intention of entrusting his life to the whim of a monster. If he were to die, it would be better to charge headlong at the Apostle of Calamity. Perhaps they could muster the strength to vanquish it. Alas, no one heeded him. He was but a meerkat. Albrecht cursed. What a bunch of cowards. They deserve to perish here. Don't you think, she knew? He inquired of the gray mountain dog beneath him, seemingly seeking affirmation. Yet, the much larger dog curled its tail and trembled. Clearly in disagreement with his words, Albrecht smote the dog's head, exclaiming that despite its formidable size, its courage was utterly mismatched. Look at your cowardice. We are all fated to die here. Why fear it? We shall charge forth, like true cavalry, to meet our end. In that moment, Albrecht recalled the passionate days of his past as a cavalry commander. If death was inevitable, let it be on the road of charge. It was a phrase his former vice-captain often uttered, one he had never understood until now. As he confronted this impending doom, charge forth, she knew. Let us bring down that old scoundrel, Taurus. The meerkat's eyes gleamed with madness as he commanded the gray mountain dog to leap from the wall and sprint forward, seeking a glorious demise. However, instead of charging, the gray mountain dog turned tail and fled towards the castle garden. Colin, leading 10 selected elite knights, repositioned to defend the newly created breach in the wall. Schneider, meanwhile, guided the remaining 30 knights to cover Baron Mond and others as they retreated into the castle, forming a defensive line at the castle gate to combat the few fallen that had scaled the walls. The castle was already crowded with refugees, yet Mond and the others were taken aback to find the populace, contrary to the chaos outside, attentively listening to a priest's sermon. Do not panic. Do not fear. This is our lot to bear, our sin. Pray with me to the Holy Spirit for forgiveness. As long as we are devout enough, God shall protect us, and the calamity shall recede. We have just endured a rain of stones, and yet survived. This is the best proof. Pray with me, with the utmost sincerity, to bring an end to this disaster at such a critical moment. He continued preaching. What a madman! Winterdell furrowed his brow, wishing to intervene but was restrained by Mond. Father, allow him to continue. In this moment of helplessness, these people need some ethereal solace in this final hour of retreat. The people finally heard the priest's voice. Father John's impassioned oration seemed to infect all present, his words offering the last glimmer of hope. One by one, the crowd knelt, clasping their hands to their chests, praying with the utmost sincerity to the divine. It seemed their prayers truly bore fruit. Amidst the roars, screams, and tremors outside, the gathered populace within the castle remained tranquil, kneeling in prayer. Let them pray here. As long as they do not cause trouble, they may be as devout as they wish. Mond instructed the steward. Steward, lead us to a quiet place. As they prepared to navigate through the throng to leave the hall, suddenly, a large hand emerged from the crowd, seizing Poloni and dragging her away. The grotesque, blood-streaked hand grasped Poloni, filled with venomous resentment as it proclaimed, "It is all your doing. You have left me with nothing. If it were not for you, I would have long departed from this wretched place." Feikiansen howled in agony, his arm severed by a sword wielded by Winder, blood gushing uncontrollably. The hard-won Poloni had once again been ruthlessly snatched away. "Why would you do such a thing? All I desire is to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Feikiansen screamed in torment, his voice twisted with pain, his eyes bulging, his corpulent body swelling, straining against his clothing. His complexion shifting to a purplish-black hue. His cries transformed from a deep roar into increasingly shrill, childlike wails. In that moment, Feikiansen fell from grace. Atop the tower, the wizard closed his eyes, attempting to communicate with the elemental realm of fire. Sealed away from this world, using his very spirit, communicating with the elemental realm in such a manner was undoubtedly perilous, especially within the volatile realm of fire, where he risked becoming lost in the world of flames. His soul dissolving into fiery spirits, his body reduced to ash, the apocalyptic apostle was beyond his own strength to confront. He was compelled to wield equally cataclysmic power to oppose it, even if it meant dabbling in the forbidden forces his mentor had cautioned him against countless times. His spirit drifted through the void, undeterred by the thunderous booms of nails piercing the city walls. The defenses atop the walls had already been abandoned. The fallen surged unimpeded over the high barriers. intercepted only by Sir Schneider and the remaining 30-odd paladins stationed at the castle gates. Colin, leading 4 paladins, blocked the breach in the wall with their flesh and shields. They understood well that remaining there would inevitably lead to being overwhelmed by the fallen. Yet to abandon their position would only increase the burden on their comrades defending the castle. Their presence was akin to a dam holding back a flood, bracing against the heaviest pressure, preventing the downstream from being utterly devastated. The Wall Shield Knight raised his massive shield high and brought it crashing down, instantly reducing the fallen beneath to a pulp. The ground before him upheaved as it bore the weight of the onslaught, forming small hills and sending a multitude of corrupted beings flying. He witnessed the wall being shattered by iron spikes. It was the fallen here that had ensnared him, preventing him from averting this calamity. The wall's defenses could no longer hold, and his vigil at this gap in the gate seemed to lose all significance. Eugen stood atop the crumbling wall, surrounded by heaps of corpses he had felled with his great sword. The fallen he had slain, even preserved in their entirety, they could not be revived. He silently gazed at the colossal figure. Now impatient, he felt no pity for the wretched refugees, nor for the so-called nobility. And certainly not in the name of salvation. He acted solely for himself. As long as he could slay this apostle, he would be one step closer to escaping this world. Shall we not first seek refuge in the castle? Everyone else has already retreated inside, Kiki inquired. The response from Eugen was his next course of action. He leaped directly off the wall, plunging into the sea of monsters below. Kiki gasped in horror. Are you mad? The spot Eugen chose to leap was none other than the entrance guarded by the Wall Shield Knight. I need to get over there and deal with it. Do you have any strategy? The Wall Shield Knight fiercely pushed back the encroaching fallen with his shield, showcasing his robust muscles. Swordsman, I can throw you over, but doing so would be akin to signing your own death warrant. Do you truly wish to proceed? Remaining here would only lead to a slow demise at the hands of the fallen. Come, let me witness your strength. Ho ho ho. The Wall Shield Knight laughed heartily. You speak the truth. With that, he swung his great shield, the explosive force clearing a 10-meter radius in front of him. The Wall Shield Knight angled his shield against the ground, addressing Eugen. I commend your courage. Swordsman, ascend. Is that truly sufficient to hurl him across? Kiki frowned, expressing skepticism. Eugen complied, leaping onto the angled shield. Trust in the Wall Shield Knight's strength. Miraculous biscuit. The Wall Shield Knight stepped back and charged forward, his powerful shoulder colliding with the shield, akin to a hammer striking a mountain, like a mighty ape shaking a tree. Eugen felt an overwhelming force propel him skyward, as if his very armor might shatter. The biscuit on his shoulder was crushed into fragments by the impact. Even so, the remnants clung desperately to the seams of the swordsman's armor, lamenting, I have not yet descended, soaring through the air. Eugen felt the fierce winds. Witnessing the approaching apostle, larger and closer did he raise his sword, prepared to plunge it into that loathsome visage. Suddenly, a metal spike shot forth from the apostle's back at an alarming speed. Hurtling toward him, Tors knelt, looking up at the Holy Grail glowing with warm light above his head, its mouth tilted to spill forth a cascade of golden, sanctified water, drenching his body from above. He beheld the vile king of the mountain dogs being purified, the surrounding fallen dissipating their malevolent aura. Reborn with angelic wings, God did not deceive him. The taint polluting the world was receding, and the world was regaining its rightful brilliance. Yet, at this moment, his most trusted vice-captain transformed into a fiend, attempting to thwart his grand vision of salvation. The pitiable Colin. But none of that mattered now. The power of the divine had descended upon him, and the machinations of the inferno were destined to be dismantled before him. Tors felt himself rising, the burdens of his aging body drifting away. His form becoming light and unblemished, his strength surging, his spirit invigorated as never before. He soared above the altar, beyond the murals, ultimately surpassing the heavy eaves of the church. He caught the scent of the fallen gathering in the distant castle, once the abode of this town's lord. Now, it had transformed into a hellish den for the fallen. He had long known that those so-called nobles were but gluttons feasting on human flesh, sampling blood and indulging their desires. The sorceress lured with her body, tempting greed, while the heretics employed dark powers to counter the radiance of faith, hiring beasts of foreign origin to ravage and pillage, attempting to integrate those aberrations into human life, corrupting the creations of the divine. This was why the Almighty chose to unleash divine retribution and abandon them. Pity, lament. I shall end all of this and restore the untainted order. regaining the divine's favor. Tor's witnessed his paladin order thwarted at the walls, suffering grievous losses. He gazed upon them with compassion. Did these demons believe they could halt him? No, it was an impossibility. Behind him, countless church knights rallied to his side, preparing for the assault against the infernal lair. Those were the remnants of paladin orders long extinguished, now reborn under his might. The First Holy Order, the Second Holy Order, the Third Holy Order, the Fourth Holy Order. You have all come. Tors was surrounded by his old comrades from the paladin orders as they advanced toward the castle's infernal pit. The long nails meant for punishing him withdrew of their own accord. Transforming into lethal arrows for the destruction of evil, he had been recognized by the divine and no longer bore the suffering of the nails. They were now meant for the apocalyptic demons. A minuscule black dot hurtled toward him like a cannonball, carrying boundless malice. Another nail shot forth from his back, aimed at Gauchion, striking down the audacious assailant, sending them plummeting to the ground. Eugen plummeted toward the earth. Although he twisted his body with his sword to evade direct impact with the colossal iron spike, the residual force left him feeling as though he might disassemble. His attacks had become too singular. Without proximity to his target, even the mightiest sword and most terrifying power would render themselves meaningless. The swordsman fell like a fly swatted midair, helplessly descending into the encircling tide of the fallen. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the wave of corruption, a brilliant golden-red light erupted from the tower atop the walls. The wizard Miller raised his staff, a blazing golden-red fireball igniting at its tip. As if lifting the newborn sun, the last hope for this sunless world. The fire magic, the scorching fireball blessed by Neos, had, during this period, allowed him to connect with the elemental realm of fire, finally bridging the energy from this isolated world. This would be the most powerful spell he had ever cast. A golden-red fireball, radiating an unbearable intensity, hurtled towards the savior hound, whose visage, known as Taurus, bore an expression of unparalleled gentleness as it gazed upon the spectacle. Bathed in sunlight, the fireball detonated before the face of the savior hound with a resounding boom, unleashing a conflagration that engulfed all in its wake, devouring the tide of fallen creatures and reducing them to mere ashes. The wall shield knight lowered his shield, extending his arms in adoration of this incomparable sun. Was this the power of magic? Colin, still engaged in combat against the encroaching fallen, found himself entranced, unable to avert his gaze. If only he were still the great knight of the gods he once was, he too could unleash a brilliant light of hope. Such formidable magic must surely be capable of vanquishing the Apostle of Calamity, right? Even the Apostle of Calamity would be reduced to ashes. The fallen creature that had consumed the swordsman was cast aside by the explosive aftermath of the flames. The swordsman, barely managing to steady himself with his colossal sword thrust into the ground, he caught a glimpse of a massive silhouette emerging through the flames, stepping forth from the realm of fire. The body of the savior hound gradually emerged, its form ablaze yet seemingly impervious to harm. Taurus's face still adorned with a serene, compassionate smile. The power of the flames emanated from the divine. And as the chosen savior hound, how could the divine's fire inflict harm upon it? It felt only warmth, the embrace of the divine, the radiant love exuded by the great deity. Within this warmth, he seemed to hear the resounding cry of a newborn infant. The savior hound strode forth from the flames, its form engulfed in fierce fire, yet bearing a countenance of tranquility, utterly unperturbed by the flame's potential for harm. Witnessing this apostle of calamity up close instilled a profound fear within the cookie man, perched upon the shoulder of the Ember. Ember, run away. Ember had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he charged forward with his sword towards the savior hound, intent on slaying this apostle, and now his opportunity had finally arrived. With a resounding clang, Ember raised his broadsword before him to block the sudden onslaught, sliding back several meters from the force of the blow. A towering figure, standing at 2 meters and 6 centimeters, obstructed Ember's path, preventing him from approaching the savior hound. The newcomer was ensconced in iron armor, with twisted bones protruding ominously, his right wrist connected to a massive blade carved from bone, while his left hand wielded a sharp-bottomed iron shield. His exaggerated height surpassed even that of the wall shield knight, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. He was Hogger, corrupted by the flames of sin. Once a knight of full armor serving the slave trade of the boiling claws. Swordsman, we meet again. I shall chop you into mincemeat. You are Grihor? Kuchi exclaimed, immediately recognizing this old acquaintance. Grihor chuckled. Indeed, it is I. Once I dispatch the swordsman, I shall capture you and bring you back to Boiling Claws, where he awaits my return to report." Although the figure seemed to recognize him, Ember could not recall who he was. Nor did he care. His sole purpose was to slay the apostle, which naturally included this individual as well. Ember swung his sword at Grihor, only to have it deflected by Grihor's shield. Grihor sneered, seizing the moment to raise his massive bone blade, aiming to cleave the swordsman in two, just as he had done to Ember's underlings before. He had not forgotten how the swordsman had disdainfully sent him flying in Muddy Ditch Village. Regardless of his shouts, the swordsman had not even deigned to glance at him. He had never regarded himself as a rival. Why should he? He was a noble knight descended from those who had once expanded the Elman kingdom, while the swordsman was merely a beggar knight clad in tattered armor. How dare he look down upon Lord Grihor? Perish, beggar swordsman. Ember had no intention of evading, utilizing the rebound from the impact against the iron shield. He struck again with greater speed. The lightless greatsword was deflected once more by the shield, and he retaliated with an even swifter arc. The relentless onslaught of strikes bore down upon Grihor, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Not only did Ember suppress Grihor, but he also caused him to lose his balance, necessitating that Grihor cross his giant bone blade in front of his shield. Using the strength of both arms to collectively block the swordsman's ferocious attacks. "Your strength has increased," Grihor exclaimed in astonishment. Once, although he had quickly been overpowered and sent flying by the swordsman, his thick armor had saved his life from being cleaved in two. Despite the humiliation, he had at least experienced the swordsman's might firsthand, and now the power exhibited by the swordsman had evidently grown since their last encounter. But what did that matter? Was this all he could muster? Grihor thrust his shield and bone blade forward against the swordsman's next strike, pushing with all his might as if extending his arms. Not only was the swordsman forced back, but the multitude of fallen creatures attempting to close in on him were also swept aside, their bodies reduced to gory remnants. Now, he had grown strong, unimaginably so, and he sought to erase the shame of his defeat in Muddy Ditch Village. He was a knight of noble honor. Even in his fall from grace, he could not allow a beggar swordsman clad in incomplete armor to humiliate him. Ember was abruptly repelled by Grihor's explosive strength, interrupting his New Year's sword technique. Surrounding him were skeletal fallen creatures, compelling him to abandon his assault on Grihor and instead swing his sword to slay the enemies leaping toward him. "Swordsman, are you all right?" Kuchi inquired anxiously, noticing blood seeping from the gaps in Ember's armor. It then dawned on him that not long ago, Ember had been a prisoner nailed to a wooden stake, his body subjected to a series of brutal tortures from which he had yet to recover, since picking up his sword in the dungeon and slaying the fearsome apostle of the beast. The swordsman had been in constant battle, never once resting. The swordsman had only appeared formidable, allowing others to overlook the fact that he was still a grievously wounded individual. "Get away! He is my prey!" Grihor bellowed in frustration, cleaving through the fallen creatures that sought to encircle and attack the swordsman. Ignoring the concern of the Cookie Man, Ember, while dispatching the surrounding fallen, noted that Grihor was advancing toward him with great strides. Time had been lost dealing with the fallen, and now it was too late to evade. With each step Grihor took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. "It is my turn now, swordsman." The massive bone blade descended with immense force. Bang! Ember crossed his sword in defense against the relentless strikes of Grihor's colossal blade, his entire body nearly sinking into the earth from the impact. Kuchi watched in horror as Ember, in blocking Grihor's fierce assault, had his already healing wounds reopen, blood oozing from his armor in increasing amounts. Worry and urgency filled his heart, yet as a fragile cookie, what could he do to assist the swordsman at this moment? Bang! Ember was driven to one knee by the force of the bone blade, one hand gripping the sword's hilt while the other pressed against the heavy blade, exerting all his strength to withstand the onslaught. The blade's edge was perilously close to his shoulder. "Is this all you can do, swordsman? Stand up. Ha! If you do not retaliate soon, I will cleave you in two, damn it. You shall not bully my partner." I'll fight you." Kuchi, filled with fury, did not know from where he had drawn two mini-tai swords. With agility, he leapt onto Grihor's massive blade, much like the swordsman had once charged toward the twisted treant atop a thick vine. The little cookie dashed towards Grihor's helmet, his long hair dancing in the air, his gaze sharp, as if he had been adorned with eyeliner anew. Double sword flow, dual blade slash, Grihor's left hand shield thrust forward, knocking the noisy, absurd cookie away. "Oh no, I forgot. This is valuable merchandise for Boiling Claws. If I kill it, I cannot sell it." Grihor lamented as he searched around, but could find no trace of the cookie. An opportunity, Ember suddenly rolled to the right, evading the edge of the bone blade, and ferociously swung the lightless greatsword towards Grihor's waist. The sword's edge sank into Grihor's side, but only penetrated a few inches before being halted by the impenetrable bone. Grihor had not anticipated that the swordsman would take advantage of his distraction to slip from under his blade and inflict a wound upon him, igniting a deep fury within him. Despicable, he immediately raised the massive bone blade connected to his right hand and swung it down towards the swordsman, but unfortunately, he missed. The swordsman, realizing the blade could not land a hit, calmly withdrew his sword and evaded the deadly strike of the bone blade. He leaped onto the back of the bone blade, spinning his great sword in midair, disregarding the wounds on his body and the limits of his exhausted form, unleashing all his strength in a downward slash. Grihor's right hand was too late to retract the bone blade, and he had no choice but to block his head with the iron shield in his left hand. This ferocious, thunderous strike came crashing down onto the shield with immense force. Even Grihor, with his now twisted and corrupted body, could not withstand it. He fell backward, and the blade of the Nameless One even sank several inches into the shield, though it may seem lengthy. The battle between Eugen and Grihor lasted less than a minute. From the dark eyeholes of Eugen's helmet, no emotion could be discerned as he drew his great sword, poised to deliver a fatal thrust to Grihor. Yet at that moment, he spotted his greatest target, the harbinger of calamity, merely a few steps away, peering at him with a calm demeanor. That face was all too familiar to him, the face of Taurus, the leader of the Seventh Night Order, who had once tortured him in the name of salvation. That it had shed the weariness of years spent fleeing, desperately maintaining the Seventh Night Order, and the sickly madness that flickered in his eyes from time to time. What manifested in his gaze now was a compassionate look, one that seemed to see through everything and pity all. Behind the human face lay a broad canine form, its back riddled with iron spikes that seemed to constantly grow from its flesh, 3 of which were now forced out from its back. The pressure of its muscles created a shockwave. Eugen thought those 3 iron spikes would come crashing down upon him, but their true target was not him. They soared over his head and shot upwards into the sky, then plummeted towards the castle with even more terrifying speed. "How dare you be distracted while dueling me, swordsman?" Grihor roared in a frenzy, swinging his iron shield to send the swordsman flying as if in humiliation. Eugen, who was hurled backward, did not turn to look at Grihor. His gaze followed the trajectory of the 3 massive iron spikes. He noticed that the landing spot of the spikes seemed to be the unfamiliar mage atop the castle tower, who had unleashed explosive fireballs. The twisted tide of the fallen immediately engulfed the swordsman's body as he crashed to the ground. Eagerly yearning to dismember this unique flesh, swordsman, Kuki cried, tears streaming down her face as she recklessly dove into the mass of fallen flesh that consumed the swordsman. "Close the gate," Schneider commanded, as the heavy wooden doors of the castle began to shut. The knights who followed Schneider found themselves trapped outside, their faces filled with terror. Schneider sternly looked at the paladins and ordered, "Form a line. We shall guard this door." "Commander, aren't we going in?" one paladin questioned in confusion. "Of course not. Hiding inside serves no purpose. Commander Colin has secured the breach in the wall, preventing the fallen from entering en masse. Our task is to cleanse all the fallen that attempt to scale the walls and enter this territory. If we do not fight here, then Commander Colin and the remaining knights' efforts at the wall will be in vain. The breach in the wall is solely to prevent us from being overwhelmed by those long spikes thrown at us. This calamity is a result of our foolishness. We must atone for our mistakes. This is our battlefield, and we will fight until the very last moment, until the walls crumble, until Commander Colin falls, and until our last man is down." Knight Commander Schneider's words left the paladins of the Seventh Night Order unable to contest. They had heard Commander Colin recount the origins of this disaster and witnessed Taurus's fall into apostasy. Though fear gripped them, they no longer resisted, summoning the last vestiges of courage within their hearts to shoulder the responsibility and stand firm on this inevitable battlefield, until they heard the wailing of a newborn. The piercing cries of the infant echoed throughout the castle, awakening many who sought solace in prayer, forcing them to confront the harshness of reality. Fyke Jansen had transformed into a corrupted monster. The fat on his body expanded rapidly, bursting his clothing apart. His head grew disproportionately large, and his skin turned a pale purple, with blood gushing from the severed left arm like an unceasing fountain. "Do not be swayed by the fallen demon. It disrupts our communion with the divine. They are illusions, mere void. Father John loudly cautioned the shaken refugees. Yet, the terrifying, distorted, enormous infant-like fallen monster approached them, leaving them no choice but to await their demise. Some refugees fled in panic, while others who continued to pray were swallowed whole by the fallen magic infant, as if it were merely a snack, chewing while still emitting cries of distress. Jansen seemed to have truly reverted to an ignorant infant, acting solely on instinct, greedily grasping everything within reach and curiously tasting their essence. Dondel, come back, seeing his son charge toward the giant infant monster. Mond shouted anxiously, Father, there are no swordsmen here, no wall shield knights, the paladins are still holding the gate. It is only me left. I must step up. Dondel braced his shield against the enormous palm of the fallen magic infant, saving a mother and her infant from being snatched. Leave this place. Dondel dodged the fallen magic infant's swipe, leaping onto its swollen belly, and thrust his sword down. The blade pierced all the way to the hilt. Yet no blood flowed forth. Dondel felt as though he had stabbed into a block of dead pork. Sensing something amiss, he attempted to withdraw his sword, only to be drenched in a fountain of blood. This was the blood he had awaited, but the source was not the wound he had inflicted. It erupted from the severed arm of the fallen magic infant, the severed stump aimed directly at Dondel, gushing forth blood like a great drum, the viscous liquid knocking him to the ground. Cough, cough, Dondel gasped, choking as he expelled a torrent of blood, remnants of the fluid the fallen magic infant had forced into him when he was unprepared. Surprisingly sweet, akin to a blend of blood and brown sugar water, the enormous hand of the fallen magic infant seized Dondel, lifting him as if he were a delicate toy, greedy to claim him as its own. Dondel, quickly go save Dondel. Mond urged his guards to attack the fallen magic infant, but its bloated flesh acted as an impenetrable shield, no matter how any sword or blade pierced its skin. It seemed incapable of inflicting harm, repelled by the blood spewing from the infant's severed arm. None dared approach the fallen magic infant. In desperation, Baron Mond drew a decorative noble sword from his waist. Grimacing as he thrust it into the creature's eye socket, the fallen magic infant tilted its head in confusion, gazing at Mond, the long and delicate noble sword resembling an embroidery needle still lodged in its eye socket. An eerie and terrifying sight. As Mond locked eyes with the infant's wide, curious gaze, he felt all his strength dissipate, collapsing helplessly into the ever-gushing pool of blood, witnessing the fallen magic infant open its cavernous maw, large enough to swallow him whole. Father, Dondel cried out in terror, struggling desperately against the grip of the chubby hand. Yet he could not break free. Instead, the grip tightened, nearly bursting his body apart. Jansen. This name seemed to stir some memories within the fallen magic infant. It turned its gaze toward the source of the voice, seeing a black-haired girl with red eyes in a long dress. Instantly captivated by her, the fallen magic infant dropped Dondel and Mond, its short, stout limbs moving unsteadily toward Poloni. Poloni retreated helplessly, the crowd behind her parting like a plague as she fled up the stairs, the previously crowded refugees hurriedly making way for her. With some even opting to leap down the stairs, she could not enter the second-floor room, as it was too packed with people. Helpless, she continued to run along the circular corridor until she reached a dead end. With no escape left, Poloni, the feeble cries of Dongdir echoed as he struggled to maintain his balance, desperately attempting to rise from the pool of blood spat forth by the fallen infant demon. Yet he never succeeded, only able to watch in vain as Poloni was driven into a corner. The most devout of the populace remained undisturbed by the tainted demon infant. They shut their eyes tightly, clasped their hands fervently, beseeching the divine for mercy. They implored the deity to bestow a magnificent miracle, to rescue the unfortunate maiden, to save the indomitable knights still holding their ground outside, and to deliver them from this senseless calamity. The corrupted demon infant, with its corpulent feet, approached Poloni step by step, yearningly reaching out its hand to grasp her, only to have its first attempt evaded by Pellinide. In its impatience, it extended its severed right hand, while its left hand, which had been gushing blood from a severed limb, astonishingly regenerated in that moment, bones and flesh sprouting forth, restored to its former state in the blink of an eye. Its chubby hands spread wide, longing to embrace, yearning for the very thing it desired most. At that moment, a glass window in the castle shattered, and a massive black spike crashed through, piercing the fallen demon infant's body, pinning it grotesquely to the cobblestone floor. After unleashing his searing fire magic, Miller found himself engulfed in exhaustion, his spirit unraveling. He witnessed the savior, the greedy hound, emerge safely from the flames, and despair washed over him. Even the forbidden magic of communicating with the elemental fire realm could not harm the apostle of calamity in the slightest. He could not fathom how to defeat this embodiment of disaster. And that embodiment of disaster had already locked its gaze upon him. The savior hound, with multiple spikes embedded in its broad back, had 3 spikes ejected forcibly by the pressure of its muscles, piercing through the clouds with an overwhelming force. Ultimately, was he destined to perish here? In despair, Miller closed his eyes, awaiting his impending fate. With a thunderous roar, the first spike flew towards the tower's pinnacle. Crashing down with a shrill metallic clang, the dust and sparks it kicked up nearly obscuring his view. The spike was deflected, landing in the open ground before the city wall, crushing a horde of fallen creatures. Miller did not perceive the moment of his own death as the spike pierced through him. He opened his eyes in astonishment, only to see a tall figure enveloping him amidst the choking dust. He recognized the silhouette. Such a majestic form could only belong to the man known as the Wall Shield Knight. Be careful, something's coming from behind, the Wall Shield Knight warned, his massive shield angled towards the sky. Meeting the second spike, which was nearly 4 meters long, in a clash in that instant of collision, the surface of the shield illuminated with red runic light. A powerful tremor released upon contact with the spike's hefty tip. The sound of steel clashing echoed, sparks flying. The spike was deflected, skewed off its trajectory and embedded into the city wall, penetrating half of its surface area. Blood seeped from the Wall Shield Knight's muscles. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he braced himself to confront the subsequent third spike with unparalleled strength, fiercely countering it. Not only did he withstand the spike's impact, but he also propelled it upwards with unimaginable force. The spike traced a downward parabolic arc, striking precisely into the window of the stone fortress behind it. That moment, the fallen demon infant, crying out, happened to be in that very spot, pierced by the spike. The wind pressure from the spike knocked Poloni against the wall, leaving her momentarily dazed. She had no time to acknowledge her pain, instead staring in disbelief at the twisted giant infant, transformed from the boiling jaws of the abyss. This is a miracle. Did you see? This is a miracle, a response from the divine. Under this incredible miracle, all the panicked and unsettled populace were shaken, emulating the most devout among them, who continued to pray, adopting the most sincere postures in their supplications to the divine. That I feel the return of the holy art, Father John murmured, tears streaming down his tightly shut eyes. Had the divine finally chosen to show mercy upon these sinners? Colin battled at the forefront of the breached city wall, completely surrounded by the army of the fallen. He saw the 4 valiant paladins he had chosen fall, exhausted and overwhelmed by the onslaught of the fallen. In his near exhaustion, he fought with the last remnants of his strength, his body reduced to mere instinct. He numbly raised his shield, numbly swung his knight's longsword. The paladin, stripped of the power of faith, relied solely on his hardened physique. Despite pouring everything he had into the fight, he could do no more. The flame of his life flickered ever dimmer. A familiar yet foreign power descended upon him. A radiant platinum light burst forth from Colin's very being. He could not contain the tears streaming down his face. God, how do I deserve this power? With a hum, the great sword pierced through the twisted tide of resentment. And the swordsman, accompanied by his biscuit companion, emerged from the endless sea of corruption. With only his sword in hand, he carved a path through the mountains of the fallen, his blood ignited, transforming into unquenchable embers. Blue flames igniting from the dark eye sockets of his helmet. That was the indomitable spirit of a warrior. The smoldering red embers upon him illuminated him amidst the storm and dark clouds of the night. He shattered the fallen with the lightless great sword, cutting through the encirclement that surrounded him. Jihor watched as the swordsman fought his way out from the mountain of corpses and blood. His previously dormant demeanor revived. His fighting spirit reignited, trembling with excitement, his bony visage twisting grotesquely as he bared his sharp fangs in a maniacal laugh. Swordsman, come. The massive bone blade swung down with brutal ferocity, aimed directly at the swordsman's head. This time, the swordsman did not choose to evade. He raised his greatsword and clashed it head-on against Jihor's colossal bone blade. The embers upon him blazed hotter at that moment, with a deafening crash. The bone blade collided with the edge of the lightless sword, emitting a shrill sound. Before the bone blade, the lightless sword that should have appeared exaggeratedly large seemed delicate and frail. Yet, in this extreme clash of power, It gained the upper hand. Cracks spread across the surface of the bone blade, the lightless sword's edge gradually penetrating, until it severed the bone blade in half, shattering it into countless fragments. How can this be? Jihor staggered back, incredulous that the swordsman could completely overpower him in strength. After cleaving the bone blade, the lightless sword did not halt. The swordsman gripped the hilt and continued to slash, embedding the blade into Jihor's neck. Encased in armor and bone, Jihor's head flew high into the air, and even in his final moments, he could hardly believe he had been defeated by a beggar swordsman. Blue motes of light continually emerged from Jihor's headless corpse, flowing into the swordsman. Excellent. We have vanquished him. The one-armed biscuit, wrapped in bandages, cheered joyfully from the swordsman's shoulder. Jihor's headless body collapsed with a thud, revealing the enormous visage of Mercy behind him, and Kuchi's cheers froze in place. The swordsman strode towards his target, the star embers igniting, the cape surrounding him fluttering dramatically. Swordsman, Tors opened his mouth. Are you here to join my quest for salvation? The swordsman plunged his sword into Tor's eye. This was his response. Blood flowed from the eye pierced by the sword, resembling tears of blood. You have aligned yourself with the fallen, swordsman. You are mistaken. You are the world's sinner. Tor's face bore the expression of a benevolent deity looking down upon the masses. Yet grotesque veins resembling maggots bulged and throbbed across his visage. He cast aside the great sword embedded in his eye, lifting his chin, blood tears streaming down as he gazed into the darkened firmament. A colossal maw split open from his chin to his ear, unleashing a silent roar towards the heavens. His teeth, resembling tentacles, danced wildly. Beneath the thick black clouds, rain began to pour, and thunder roared at that moment. This was the roar of the Apostle of Calamity. The savior hound lunged at Eugene with its fearsome maw wide open. Why Eugene deftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the beast's vicious bite, and struck upward with his great sword, delivering a tremendous blow that caused the hound's entire head to tilt back under the sheer force of the strike. The king of hounds steadied itself with its hind legs, drawing forth two long spikes from its back to hurl at the sinner before it. The trait of the warrior's soul granted the severely wounded Eugene a remarkable surge of power in this moment. The more grievously he was injured, the greater his strength became. As long as his will persisted, he would fight until his body was consumed and life extinguished. Why Eugene wielded his great sword, clashing against the hound's spikes in a fierce confrontation. The towering walls and towers crumbled under the pressure of the knights and the spikes, collapsing around them. Miller, utterly exhausted and unable to stand, plummeted alongside the crumbling tower, his spirit severely shattered, and he fell into unconsciousness. That moment, a large hound leapt over the debris, and upon its back, Albrecht seized the fallen unconscious mage, hoisting him onto the hound's back. The agile gray mountain dog bounded over the fallen stones, landing on the ground while panting heavily. Don't stop. Keep running, cried the meerkat in terror, as behind them, the collapsing tower bore down upon their direction, threatening to crush them. The addition of an adult on its back slowed the gray mountain dog's speed considerably, and along the way, they encountered distorted creatures obstructing their path. Realizing they were unable to escape the impending collapse of the tower, Albrecht chuckled wryly, pondering whether even a bandit could face retribution for a moment of kindness in saving another. In this dire moment, a towering figure crashed down before them, the shockwave obliterating a swarm of fallen creatures and halting the gray mountain dog in its tracks. He raised his massive, heavy wall shield to protect everyone behind him, and in the next instant, the ruins of the tower enveloped them. A thunderous roar echoed through the area as Schneider witnessed the tower's collapse, debris flying perilously close to him. Another section of the wall crumbled under the force of the spikes deflected by the wall shield knight. With the knight having left the guarded city gate to rescue the mage, numerous fallen beings surged through the gap created by the spikes. This dramatically increased the pressure on Schneider and his paladins defending the stone fortress's entrance, resulting in casualties among the holy knights. Yet, as Schneider had proclaimed, they would hold steadfast until the last man fell. The wall shield knight braced himself against the boulders, glancing down at Miller, the meerkat, and the mountain dog he had shielded, relieved to see them unharmed. Meerkat Knight, may I entrust you with taking this brave mage to safety? I cannot be away from the gate for too long. I leave him in your care. Before the meerkat could voice any objections, the wall shield knight had already placed the unconscious Miller onto the back of the gray mountain dog and, wielding his shield like a bulldozer, charged ahead, pushing through the throng of fallen beings toward the city gate. "How dare you entrust a bandit with the protection of another?" exclaimed the hound. "Woof," it barked, seemingly questioning whether or not to toss the mage off its back. "Of course, we must first ensure his safe passage," replied Albrecht, slapping the dog's head to urge it onward. He had witnessed the young mage's deeds. It was his power that had thwarted the advance of the fallen army on multiple occasions, even daring to confront the apostles of calamity. Although he harbored disdain for humanity, he felt a measure of respect for such individuals. Otherwise, he would not have risked his life to save the mage on the brink of being buried by the tower. "Hey, mage, wake up, get up and cast a few fireballs," despite the meerkat's frantic cries. The mage remained unresponsive. Under the meerkat's direction, the gray mountain dog leapt onto the rooftop of the stone fortress, traversing the eaves until it arrived at the shattered window. Upon entering, it immediately recognized a familiar face staring blankly by the window and tossed the unconscious mage toward her. "Here, this fellow is in your care." Peroni stood in shock as she received Miller, still reeling from the horror of witnessing the apostle being crushed by the massive spikes, after leaving the mage behind. The meerkat leaped down from the gray mountain dog's back to perch on the windowsill, raising his blade and firearm to the timid hound below. "Albrecht never sits idly by. I am charging forth. Whether you follow or not, I shall ask you one last time. Sinu, do you choose to be a dog or a wolf?" The wall shield knight pressed forward, forcefully pushing back a horde of fallen beings toward the now wide-open city gate. Extending his reach to shield the entrance and the newly collapsed section of the wall behind him, he beheld the savior hound howling at the sky, while the swordsman stood resolutely amidst the tide of corruption. Engaging in fierce combat, the swordsman had not perished. Rather, he had valiantly approached the apostle of calamity. A sense of admiration welled up within him, his heart racing with fervor, yet concern for the swordsman gnawed at him. Only by vanquishing the apostle could this calamity be ended. Yet, the swordsman lacked the strength to defeat such a formidable foe alone. He needed assistance, however. Leaving the gate unguarded would inevitably lead to the demise of all those he protected behind him. Engulfed by the oncoming tide of monsters, that moment, a brilliant light erupted from another breach, illuminating the encroaching darkness. Colin emerged from the shattered wall with the remaining 4 paladins, wielding swords and shields ablaze with flame. Resembling the radiant knights of a sacred mural, upon striking with his platinum flame-infused sword, Colin unleashed a crescent wave of light that cleaved through the fallen, severing them in twain, their wounds ignited by the burning fire. "Wall shield knight, we shall hold this line. Go, do what you must." Heavy rain poured from the heavens, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Tors repelled the swordsman with a powerful blow from his dual knight swords. Each attack enveloped in radiant platinum light, leaving behind fierce trails of brilliance. Even the swordsman found himself evading the onslaught, rolling clumsily to avoid the strikes. From Eugene's perspective, the long spikes gripped by the savior hound were not enveloped in blessed light, but rather in a viscous, dark blood. This corrupted blood possessed a terrifying corrosive quality, creating pits upon contact with the ground and eating away at his iron armor. He was forced to evade. The fallen surged toward Eugene, compelling him to turn his attention to them, while the savior hound raised its iron spikes, crashing them down with tremendous force. All the fallen beneath the spikes were crushed and corroded, and Eugene narrowly dodged the attack. Using the blade of his great sword to shield himself from the splattering corrosive blood, the sound of hissing corrosion echoed from his sword. Despite the excruciating pain, Eugene pressed on, drawing his sword and swiftly approaching the descending claws wielding the spikes. Raising his weapon to strike in an instant, the savior hound's right hand was severed at the wrist. The hound, now reduced to using its remaining left hand, swung the long iron spike with immense force, sending Eugene flying. "Swordsman!" it roared, as the spikes on its back were expelled, soaring into the sky, then raining down upon the swordsman like a tempest, while Eugene adjusted his position mid-air, rolling to evade. As the ground beneath where he had fallen erupted with 4 or 5 iron spikes, shattering the earth, more spikes followed, and Eugene did his utmost to avoid them. Yet, the sheer size of the spikes and the destruction they wrought was overwhelming. He was thrown off balance by the blast of air and debris, and looming above him was a deluge of iron spikes nearly half a meter in diameter, descending upon him. Why, Eugene? Get out of the way! Kiki desperately pulled at Eugene's fallen form, but his size rendered him incapable of moving the swordsman, who was far too heavy. "Get up, swordsman!" Kiki cried in frustration. Yet, it was too late. Even as the swordsman summoned all his strength to rise and evade, it was already beyond the point of no return. Never lose hope. The wall shield knight crashed down before Eugene, using his exaggerated shield to protect both Eugene and the biscuit man beneath him. Then, all that could be heard was a heavy thundering sound, more intense than a torrential downpour, from the outside. One could see the massive shield absorbing the onslaught of long nails, which struck against it like a barrage of machine gun fire, creating a myriad of craters that sent debris flying in all directions. Within a radius of 100 meters, every object was shattered by the nails, and the fallen ones surrounding the area suffered grievous injuries, pierced through by the long nails, with even the savior, the greedy dog, being impaled by several of them, its forelimbs shredded. "Are you all right, Wall Shield Knight?" Kiki inquired with concern. The Wall Shield Knight, trembling as he held up his shield, bore numerous wounds from withstanding the impact of the nails, blood gushing forth in a pitiful manner. Yet at that moment, he wore a smile, for the Wall Shield Knight could withstand anything. Anyone standing behind him was safe. His smile radiated warmth and brightness. Akin to the morning sun, the Wall Shield Knight pushed his shield aside. He beheld the apocalyptic demon pierced by the nails he had launched. Such a horrific wound would spell death for any creature that encountered it. And he believed that this calamity was finally coming to an end. However, in the next instant, the body of the greedy dog began to stir, the power of infernal flames rapidly reviving it. Is this not enough to kill it? The Wall Shield Knight's expression grew grave. The swordsman rose, his leg still bent in an unnatural angle. "I can slay it, but I require your assistance." The severed ends of the greedy dog's forelimbs twitched, new flesh sprouting in a frenzy, and in an instant, 4 new arms emerged. "Charge!" Albrecht, riding his gray mountain dog, surged forward along the path previously cleared by the Wall Shield Knight. The gray mountain dog seized a fallen one blocking their way, tossing it into the air with a swift motion, while the meerkat on its back raised his flintlock pistol and pulled the trigger, obliterating the fallen one's head. "Torres, old scruff, do you remember Lord Albrecht? If you think you can evade the meerkat's dead, I shall personally smash your face." The gray mountain dog leaped onto the greedy dog's arm, bounding up to its shoulder, then leaping into the air. Albrecht promptly kicked off the back of the gray mountain dog, soaring high to strike the greedy dog's massive face with a round of iron shot. The insult was egregious, yet the damage was nearly negligible. The greedy dog roared, opening its mouth to bite at the cavalry. However, Albrecht, having landed his strike, swiftly withdrew, evading Torres' counterattack, landing safely on the back of the gray mountain dog as they fled down the greedy dog's back. Albrecht drew his blade, slashing as he rode, leaving the greedy dog's back riddled with wounds that he noticed that the previously embedded iron nails had transformed into gaping holes, from which new nails began to sprout. And in no time, the back was once again covered with the destructive iron spikes. The gray mountain dog leapt over a flesh wound. A black iron nail rapidly grew, striking the dog's belly with tremendous force, sending both the meerkat and the gray mountain dog flying, tumbling to the ground. The greedy dog seemed enraged by these 2 minuscule annoyances, contorting its body in an unnatural 360-degree twist, its newly grown arms striking at the meerkat. This terrifying scene extinguished the fierce spirit the gray mountain dog had mustered, causing it to cower in fear. Yet the even smaller meerkat stood firm, facing the greedy dog, relentlessly firing his pistol. He had declared that even in death, he would charge forward. Thus, even in what may be his final moments, he felt no fear. He was no coward. He was a meerkat filled with blood and spirit. "Go, swordsman!" the Wall Shield Knight bellowed, his muscles bulging with power, launching the swordsman into the air. The swordsman soared toward the heart beneath the greedy dog's neck, hands gripping the sword hilt, gathering strength at that moment. The greedy dog was still focused on the meerkat, attempting to crush it. "What are you looking at?" the swordsman coldly remarked, utilizing the remaining embers still burning on his body, along with the Wall Shield Knight's terrifying force. He became like a spear piercing through the air, and the long-anticipated strike of the great sword plunged into the greedy dog's chest. The blade punctured flesh and bone, coming mere inches from the heart it protected. Within that heart danced a vibrant blue infernal flame, supplying the greedy dog with an unending source of power. Yet, the moment the sword's edge pierced the heart, the blue flames seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, uncontrollably pouring into the blade and into the meerkat's body. The greedy dog sensed the lethal threat abandoning its assault on the meerkat to grasp at the swordsman's body with its 4 hands. It felt its boundless power swiftly draining away. The Wall Shield Knight, witnessing the infernal flames being stripped from the Apostle of Calamity and surging into the swordsman, finally comprehended the method the swordsman had spoken of to defeat the Apostle of Calamity. It was the siphoning of infernal fire by the extinguishing fire wielder, the definitive means to slay the infernal fire apostle. This swordsman was, astonishingly, an extinguishing fire wielder. Realizing this, the Wall Shield Knight was determined not to allow the Apostle of Calamity to succeed in its intent to drag the swordsman away. He would safeguard this hard-won opportunity with his life. Get up. The meerkat also witnessed this scene, excitement surging within him as he delivered a fierce kick to the gray mountain dog, which was cowering with its head buried like an ostrich. Its massive rear end raised high. We need to hinder Torres. That swordsman is like a vampire, absorbing Torres' energy. We must obstruct him. The meerkat mounted the gray mountain dog once more, rejoining the fray alongside the Wall Shield Knight to disrupt the greedy dog's intent to attack the swordsman. Suddenly, one of the apostle's arms broke free from its control, rebelling against the other limbs. This arm sprouted a nose, a face with lips severed and eyes gouged out, its expression twisted with malice. Letting out a wretched roar, Torres, the surging blue light amidst the pitch-black realm, was dazzling, capturing the attention of all those still fighting. It was Sir Ember. Poloni clutched her skirt in excitement, having witnessed the radiant blue flames erupting more than once. She knew what it signified. Sir Ember was about to defeat the Apostle. Colonel, leading the remaining forces to defend their line, was also rendered speechless at that moment. The swordsman's blade had pierced the Apostle turned Torres. And from that vile body surged a massive blue light, bright as a lighthouse beacon. That was the Apostle's vengeful soul, the embodiment of infernal fire, and all this infernal fire was being absorbed by the swordsman. Could it be that the swordsman was the very being they had been searching for, the one Torres would go to any lengths to possess, the legendary figure capable of extinguishing infernal fire, the extinguishing fire wielder? He was the Savior's extinguishing fire wielder. Tears streamed down Colonel's face, overwhelmed by a torrent of complex emotions. It was absurd, regretful, sorrowful, yet he felt an overwhelming joy. They had strayed from the path, causing irreversible calamity. Yet, thankfully, the extinguishing fire wielder had not been slain by their foolishness. There was still hope for the world. But just as everything seemed to settle, the greedy dog's arms twisted grotesquely, wildly slamming into the ground. Its body sprouted wicked mouths from various parts, spewing forth thick, black blood that sprayed in all directions, the stench overwhelming. The meerkat dug into the ground with unprecedented speed, dragging the gray mountain dog into an underground shelter. The body of Ember was washed away by the erupting black blood, halting the process of slaying the Apostle. Swordsman, the formidable figure of the Wall Shield Knight, braved the deluge of falling black blood, raising his shield to protect the embers beneath him. Subsequently, all was enveloped by the corrosive black rain. The Apostle of Calamity howled in anguish amidst the curtain of black blood, reminiscent of an infant's wail. At one moment, the baby's cries drowned out the torrential rain, rousing the priest who prayed before the statue. The priest, upon pushing open the aged double doors of the chapel, was met with the heart-wrenching cries of an infant. Drenched in rain-watered, it was a struggling, fervent life, nearly engulfed by the roaring downpour, its fragile flame of existence on the brink of extinguishment. The priest's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he rushed into the rain. Cradling the infant in his arms, draping his sacred robe over the child to shield it from the tempest, that he glanced around, desperately seeking the parents of this pitiful life, but found nothing but emptiness. The priest had no choice but to bring the infant back to the chapel, tending to it with utmost care, praying to the divine in hopes that this unfortunate little one would survive. The world was growing ever more dire. The priest sighed deeply, yet felt utterly powerless. For days, he searched the village for the child's parents, but no one claimed the infant, and rumors began to circulate that the devout priest had violated sacred laws, fathering an illegitimate child with some wild woman. Unable to care for the child alone, he sought advice from the village women, pleading for any nursing mother to spare some milk to save the child. What a beautiful life it was! The priest played with the infant in his arms. The child's tiny hand grasped his finger, suckling with innocent joy. In that moment, tears of happiness streamed down the priest's face. For his withered spirit, after so many years, finally felt solace. You are a child born under the gaze of the divine. From now on, You shall be called Tors. As days turned into years, Tors grew. And the priest taught him to recite the scriptures and pray daily, sometimes even assisting the priest in leading the Saturday morning services. Undoubtedly, Tors was a gifted child, having read many classics. He could mimic the priest's pious recitations with remarkable authenticity. Yet the priest cautioned him that his devotion was but a hollow faade, akin to that of the farmers who came to pray in the chapel. Nevertheless, the priest firmly believed that one day, Tors would comprehend the essence of true piety. In Tors' observations, the priest was a warm and kind man, his eyes always reflecting a unique expression unseen in others. Tors did not understand what kind of expression it was. But whenever he beheld that gaze, his heart would fill with tranquility, until one day he witnessed an outsider child, pierced through the body with a wooden stick, displayed before the church doors. All the villagers gathered, hurling stones at the child's corpse until it was unrecognizable, and all this was orchestrated by the priest. The catalyst was this child, who had come to the village to beg, occasionally singing songs he had learned from wandering poets. He had taught the other children to sing, Tors among them. They sang songs of bountiful harvests, songs of harlots, songs of blasphemy. God is to perish, calamity shall descend on the same day. These were crude, rustic tunes, easily spread and devoid of sophistication. Tors boasted to the priest about these matters, and for the first time, the usually gentle priest erupted in anger, his face contorting in a terrifying grimace. The unique glimmer in his eyes extinguished, he revealed a miracle to Tors. From his back sprouted immense golden wings, which lifted him into the heavens, soon returning with the long-lost wandering child and another unfamiliar adult. Before the gathered villagers, the priest condemned them, urgently accusing the pair of their sins. A great fire was kindled beneath them, consuming them to ashes, erasing all traces from the world. Tors witnessed this horror for the first time. A terror that even the most staunch sorcerer or alchemist, delving into mechanics or potions, had never instilled in him. The priest had even shown kindness towards them. No one dared to witness the execution save for the priest and Tors. The priest knelt before Tors, tears streaming down his face, weary and pained. Tors, I dislike this as much as you do, but I must do this. Our church is riddled with festering sores. God has grown weary of it. And these individuals dare to spread this disdain to every soul on earth. Such blasphemous words will incite God's aversion to humanity. The priest's hands clutched Tors' shoulders tightly, fear etched in his voice. Tors, humanity cannot survive apart from God. Tors did not grasp these words. He feared the priest and merely wished to escape. As time wore on, the priestess' recommendations bore fruit, and Tors was appointed as a cleric of the church. Destined for the holy city of Marinfando to further his studies, Tors finally departed from the priest. He was awestruck by the solemnity of the sacred city's monastery, the grand scripture hall constructed of massive stones, soaring to what seemed to be the very heavens, the resounding bell tolling throughout the entire city with each chime. The ancient, heavy library stood amidst the magnificent architecture, appearing as slender as a thread compared to the multitude of towering arches. Walking upon it felt as though one treaded upon clouds. He adored everything about this place, yearning to remain here after his studies and ascend to a high position, never to return to the priest's side. He matured day by day, yet his devotion and exceptional performance did not elevate him to prominence. The upper echelons of the church were monopolized by the scions of noble families, and even the Pope had grown complacent in indulgence. Tors gradually began to understand the priestess' words. The thriving faade presented now was more robust than at any point in history. Yet, it was an illusory power, built upon a palace of bubbles. Could a church like this truly escape God's disdain? Even so, he had no desire to return to the priest, to inquire about the priest's thoughts. He merely endured, starting at the lowest level as a clerical officer, sifting through mountains of convoluted records and scriptures, and even serving as a common knight of the church, suppressing towns that defied its authority. Year after year, Tors ascended to the rank of vice commander of the 7th Knight Order. Yet he knew this was the pinnacle of his ascent. As a commoner, he could rise no further. The church would rather appoint a noble scion, devoid of any achievements or merits, as a commander than promote him. He could only faithfully assist to maintain his position, though, given his humble origins, attaining the rank of vice commander was a source of envy for many. Yet, as his body aged and his thirst for power grew, he found himself dissatisfied, longing for change. Approaching middle age and on the verge of old age, he had thought his life would continue in this monotonous decline, until that fateful day arrived when the sun became a black hole. The azure sky turned blood red, and a fetid rain of blood began to fall. The once invincible power of faith dissipated, twisted desires ignited into flames, and an unending tide of depravity surged into Marinfando. The once illusory splendor of the church vanishing in an instant. Tors, overwhelmed, hid among the piles of corpses, having long forgotten his duties and the honor of the Seventh Night Order. In the final moments of his life, he began to regret, suddenly yearning to see the priest once more. Perhaps it was the pull of this thought that led him to glimpse the priest's face amidst the stacked, decaying, stinking corpses. The priest appeared just as he remembered, that long-lost gaze bringing Tors a sense of peace. The priest urged him, "Do not despair, do not fear. Muster your strength, Tors, leave this place, and sow the seeds of hope anew. When the time is ripe, you shall rebuild the church and once again welcome the divine favor. Remember, Tors, humanity cannot survive apart from God." In that moment, Tors finally comprehended the priest's gaze. It was the last vestige of compassion after all else had proved futile. The sacred light emitted during the eradication of malevolent heretics once epitomized the noble form of the paladins. However, ever since the descent of the infernal flames, that brilliance has receded from them, transforming the once mighty and invincible holy knights of the church back into mere mortals, trembling helplessly under the onslaught of infernal monstrosities. Yet today, the divine power of faith has returned to the loyal and valiant knights, reinforcing the crumbling defenses, their swords and shields radiating light and warmth, cleaving through the darkness and shattering the monsters. They can finally proclaim their names with pride. They are the guardians of the divine's majesty. They are the paladins, the wall and shield knights, who were the primary defenders of the city, have gone to support the swordsmen, directly confronting the apostle of calamity, with the burden of holding the city wall resting entirely upon the shoulders of Corin and his comrades. Corin, accompanied by the remaining 4 paladins, stood in a line, forming a bulwark beneath the city walls. Empowered by divine magic, their shields were unyieldingly strong, and the light that burned upon their knightly swords sliced through the flesh of the monsters, preventing them from overwhelming the fortress. Yet, their numbers were woefully insufficient against the multitude of foes. Even with the fortification of faith, the relentless assault of the fallen, a tidal wave of despair in a tangible form, quickly revealed cracks in the defense held by the 5 paladins. Corin raised his gaze to assess the situation against the apostle of calamity, but the amassed monsters seemed to form a corporeal wall, a moving mound of flesh obscuring his view. What was the state of battle over there? Would the swordsmen and wall knights triumph over the apostle of calamity, or had they already succumbed? Engulfed by the tide of fallen flesh, Corin could not know. He might never know. One by one, the remaining paladins fell, either corroded or assimilated, and Corin felt as though he were caught in a whirlpool of the ocean. Surrounded by the fallen on all sides, their claws, mouths, and indescribable putrid appendages sought to devour him in a corrosive embrace. Corin realized he was on the brink of death. He was weary. He should have perished long ago. He lived solely to atone for his sins, to protect the lives of hundreds. "I cannot die yet." With a fierce roar, Corin summoned all his strength to unleash the sacred art of light as denial. A fountain of platinum light erupted around him, repelling everything in its vicinity. Seizing the moment, Corin thrust his shield forward, breaking through the vortex of flesh, and once again saw the thick, mottled city walls. Along with the vast black clouds of lightning filling the sky, he knew this might be the last time he beheld the walls. He had exhausted all his strength, and after this final struggle, death awaited him. Yet at that moment, from the breach in the walls, a throng of paladins surged forth, bathed in holy light, driving back the malevolence. Schneider led over 30 remaining paladins through the protective barrier of the city walls. Taking up the fight from Corin, the power of faith descended upon the paladins standing before the gates of the fortress, most of whom were later recruits, unfamiliar with the visage of the holy city and untested by the trials of Bishop Marinvander. Strictly speaking, they were not even formal paladins. Nonetheless, Tors believed their faith and resolve were no less formidable than that of true paladins. He had led them in daily prayers and taught them the sacred arts that they could no longer wield. Convinced that one day these teachings would prove invaluable, thus, when the divine presence enveloped them, Schneider commanded them to arm themselves with sacred magic, forming a battle line under the auspices of the sacred arts. Although they were strangers to this technique, they managed to execute their formations. Corin had absorbed the brunt of the assault, and with the invigorating power of faith, they swiftly began to cleanse the encroaching fallen. After ordering 10 to remain behind for safety, Schneider led the remaining 20+ to reinforce Corin, if he still lived. 25 paladins formed a killing wall, charging forth with an unmatched ferocity, driving the fallen back from the city walls. Corin, on the verge of collapse, was supported by Schneider. "Can you hold on, Captain?" Schneider inquired. Corin leaned on his sword, straightening his back. "Of course, I can still fight," but Schneider's expression was grave. "From here on, we shall defend this line together." Corin studied Schneider anew. After enduring the blow of the captain's fall, this knight commander had swiftly emerged from the depths of despair, his fighting spirit unwavering. Perhaps he had underestimated Schneider. This knight commander might possess greater potential than himself. And perhaps the Seventh Knight Order would flourish under his leadership. For a fleeting moment, the paladins shattered the towering wall of fallen beings, revealing the fierce battle against the Apostle of Calamity behind it. Corin witnessed the Apostle, now transformed from Tors, nearing its end. The swordsman had plunged his great sword into the Apostle's heart, and the Apostle of Calamity made a frenzied final counterattack. Although their view was quickly obscured by the mountain of fallen flesh, they had glimpsed hope. Perhaps the dawn of victory was at hand. "If we hold this ground, we shall surely prevail." With Corin's command, all the paladins present charged valiantly forward, trampling over countless fallen corpses as they pushed the front line. The sacred light of faith was their armor, and the courage within their hearts served as the source of their strength. Surging with fervor at that moment, the mass of fallen flesh they pressed against burst open, clearing a path through the obstructing mounds, sending anything that came into contact with their trajectory flying. The bodies of the paladins were mangled, severed limbs scattered asunder. Corin's eyes widened in horror as he beheld. Beyond the shattered mass of fallen flesh, a grotesque long worm formed from human limbs. Corin recognized it. It was the very creature that had been slain by the Wall and Shield Knights. Had it been revived by the Apostle of Calamity's influence? But what of it? The will of the paladins had been ignited. They would achieve victory, and if the monster returned, they would slay it once more. Schneider seized Corin's banner, his towering figure charging at the forefront, his target set upon the grotesque long worm. With a fierce snarl, he raised his shield, smashing through the ranks of the fallen, his knightly warhammer ablaze with sacred light, descending upon the creature, shattering the skull of a fallen skeleton to pieces. "For the glory of the divine," Schneider shouted as he pressed onward. The long worm, with countless long arms resembling tentacles, relentlessly grasped the fallen around it, shoving them into its gaping maw, creating a projectile of compressed flesh and blood. Schneider, agile and swift, rolled aside just in time to evade the massive projectile that narrowly missed him, crashing into the rear and obliterating a paladin along with the surrounding fallen. With rage igniting his heart, Schneider's eyes burned red. Those were the bravest and finest warriors, and he would make this creature pay. As Schneider rose, still unsteady, the grotesque long worm suddenly arched its body and leapt, akin to a flying centipede, its serrated maw opening wide, charging directly at Schneider. Just then, the towering figure of Captain Corin charged forth, his knightly shield bursting forth with platinum light, a massive shield of sacred light manifesting before him. Sacred art. Tola's shield wall. Corin understood well that Schneider was a later addition to the Seventh Knight Order. Having never undergone training under Marenvander, and had never experienced the power of the sacred arts, though Tors had personally taught him the techniques of the sacred arts, today was his first attempt to wield them. And he was far from proficient. Relying solely on warrior techniques to combat this apostle was unrealistic. His knight commander needed his protection. Corin's sacred light shield clashed against the massive maw descending upon him, the immense pressure forcing him to feel as if his left arm might break. The shield of sacred light began to crack under the strain, pushing Corin backward. Yet, he gritted his teeth and held firm, his knightly sword piercing through the sacred light shield, desperately stabbing into the flesh within the long worm's maw. Schneider did not remain idle. Seizing the opportunity Corin had afforded him, he rolled beneath the long worm, driving the spiked back of his warhammer deep into the creature's soft underbelly, tearing and shredding as he thrust upward with all his might. He believed that such a grievous wound would bring the apostle down. Yet this solitary apostle seemed utterly unfazed, continuing to engage in combat with Corin. The light shield of Corin was on the verge of shattering, about to be consumed. Schneider's eyes ignited with a holy radiance, the energy of sanctity within him converging relentlessly upon the embedded warhammer. This was a tactic taught to him by Tors, a method employed by paladins in their direst moments to gather holy light in their weapon, sacrificing the weapon itself to annihilate the foe, even if it meant mutual destruction. The warhammer, piercing the body of the severing worm, erupted under the onslaught of holy light, the creature's form splitting in twain. While Schneider's right hand, unable to withdraw in time, was caught in the explosion, we have triumphed. Even with his hand blown off, Schneider still fervently cried out in exhilaration. Amidst the tumult of emotions, he saw Corin rushing towards him, shouting something, reaching out in an attempt to grasp him. Yet, he heard nothing. Roar! A massive wooden club descended violently upon Schneider, enveloping his entire form. When the club was lifted again, all that remained was a gruesome mix of shattered paladin armor and flesh. The one-armed blue troll brandished the stout wooden club, akin to a pillar, its crimson eyes glaring as it roared at Corin. The severed worm, now reformed, rose again, its front half opening wide to consume all flesh and blood it could reach. Launching its gory projectiles towards the paladin order, aiming for the castle they defended, the torrential rain of blood surged forth from the direction of the Apostle of Calamity, corroding all life in its wake. Those paladins who could not shield themselves from the foul blood found their bodies morphing. Even the holy light unable to save them, that a chorus of terrified screams erupted throughout the paladin ranks, their defensive line collapsing in an instant. And Corin, the temporary leader of their Seventh Knight Order, could only bear witness helplessly to the unfolding chaos that a grotesque face, its multitude of eyes wide open. Reawoke before Kayan. My dear Corin, do you possess what it takes to be a worthy knight? No, mother. The blood rain fell upon the earth, akin to festering, purulent sores, taking root and rotting everything it touched. The towering figure of the wall-shield knight stood firm, his great shield blocking the deluge. However, the swordsman behind him was quickly eroded by the oncoming vile blood, now encased in tattered armor, leaving his fate shrouded in uncertainty. Eugen, awaken! Kuki cried out in despair, believing the swordsman had perished under the assault. Yet, before them, the wall-shield knight laughed heartily. With a booming voice, he addressed Kuki. He is the chosen one of the world. The incinerator, a man of my choosing. He shall not fall so easily in this place. Indeed, as the wall-shield knight spoke, the swordsman's body began to respond, struggling to rise. The wall-shield knight chuckled. I can see you are a person of steadfast conviction. The swordsman said nothing, laboriously reaching for the weighty lightless blade. Yet, mere steadfastness is not enough. Hope is requisite, swordsman. I see only your persistence and fortitude, yet I perceive no glimmer of hope within your heart. Eugen, in a daze, looked up at the formidable knight shielding him from calamity, his words evoking memories of a once dear friend. That friend, too, always harbored hope, proudly naming his rough sword the sword of glory. Yet, before his demise, extinguished his passion and hope, sorrowfully renaming his emblem of honor the lightless blade, that he perished just so. The swordsman's journey, now merely a tapestry of suffering and torment, he obstinately set for himself an ethereal goal, clinging to it until he met his end somewhere along the way. The wall-shield knight turned to the swordsman, offering a fiery smile, his rows of gleaming teeth shining even amidst the tainted rain. Regardless of the circumstances we face, we must harbor a heart ablaze with hope. Though the sun may be temporarily obscured, as long as our hearts burn with fervor, as long as they continue to beat, we shall still possess the sun. I shall dedicate everything to seek the sun, but until then, let the light of the sun within your heart shine upon you. Ha ha ha. With that, the wall-shield knight let out a mighty roar. The veins in his forehead and neck bulging, the muscles in his arms swelling to the point of bursting the scaled armor. His stone-like arm raised the shield and brought it crashing down upon the ground. In that moment, the blood rain receded before him, the earth and the foul liquid rising to part, forming a deep valley that extended outward, the power surging forward until it caused the Apostle of Calamity, who had been reveling in the filth, to stagger, and in that instant, the blood rain ceased. The wall-shield knight, shield raised, charged through the valley he had forged, colliding with the Apostle of Calamity and sending it reeling backward. The Apostle of Calamity roared in madness, extending 8 arms to extract long spikes from its body, frantically launching an assault upon the wall-shield knight. The dull clanging of steel echoed like a giant hammer striking stubborn iron nails. Eugen lifted the heavy, lightless blade. Before him lay the grand, untainted canyon leading to the Apostle of Calamity, carved open by the wall-shield knight. Hope, the path to escape this world, which the Lady of Afterglow had revealed, was destined to be a long journey. The time frame for its realization uncertain, he dared not contemplate hope. He merely set for himself a goal of uncertain attainment, whether to achieve it or perish along the way. The corroded body emitted a mournful wail under the weight, the battered armor clanking dully, as the swordsman bore the lightless blade and charged into the chasm, commencing his final assault. "Eugen, look!" the gingerbread man shouted in terror. Witnessing the apostle of calamity growing even more arms, descending upon Eugen with a mighty blow, the flickering embers of Eugen's fire reignited within his blood, the agony of death and the soul of wrath granting him strength. Virum, the piercing wind and the lightless blade's weight combined to produce a roar unique to the colossal sword, cleaving the enormous hand, and its gaping maw in two. Eugen leaped onto the arm. Soaring towards the back of the savior hound at that moment, Kuki also regained his spirit, recalling the image of the swordsman charging upon the twisted tree spirits in Muddy Ditch Village. Inspired by this memory, he leapt onto the swordsman's shoulder, brandishing his small flag and shouting, "Charge! Charge!" Those shouting for the advance were not limited to him. A mongoose riding a massive mountain dog on the back of the Apostle of Calamity wielded a command blade in battle. The cavalry's vanguard, Lord Albrecht, would rather die on the path of charge. From the recent strike of the swordsman, he understood that only the swordsman's blows could truly harm this Apostle of Calamity. He saw it clearly, forcibly controlling Simon to charge forward, clearing the path for the swordsman. Upon the back of the savior hound, adorned with spikes and mouths, a large maw suddenly expelled a massive mass of flesh and blood, which twisted and transformed into a menacing creature standing 3 meters tall. But it wore a mask of punishment and a robe of sin, from which 4 arms emerged, each wielding a long iron fork. Aiming at the malevolent entities threatening Lord Thor's, he was the deeply sinful Redeemer. Only by protecting the Savior, Lord Thor's, could his transgressions be absolved. "Step aside, swordsman, he is mine." The mongoose knight leapt from behind on his large dog, which lunged at the Redeemer's shoulder, viciously biting at his head, while Albrecht expertly wielded his command blade, severing the Redeemer's arms as though trimming branches. The swordsman circumvented the Redeemer entangled with the mongoose, advancing onward, only to be met by a giant hand wielding a long spike descending from the heavens. "We're going to be flattened into pancakes," Kuki screamed in fright, instantly turning into a pile of cookie crumbs. His shoulder crumbling, the spike missed the swordsman, instead embedding itself deeply into the savior hound's back, causing it to howl in pain. The swordsman leaped atop the giant hand embedded in flesh, leveraging the downward momentum to drive the lightless blade forcefully into the savior hound's spine. The giant hands clutching the spikes shifted their focus, no longer blindly targeting the wall-shield knight, but turning their wrath upon the swordsman that instilled fear within them. Tors, with his grotesque visage, wielded the monstrous hands of betrayal, brandishing them wildly to obstruct the assault on the swordsman as the massive hands intervened. A surge of azure flames erupted once more from the body of the Savior's glutton, penetrating the form of the ember. Despite the fervent struggles of the Savior's glutton, Ember clung tenaciously to the hilt of the sword. Tors sensed his strength waning, having already unleashed the sanctifying baptism of holy water. Yet the encroaching fiends remained unpurged. The vilest of creatures continued to siphon his blood, intent on sapping his power. Not enough. This was insufficient. He must obliterate these heretics with divine light. As he drew forth the knight's holy sword, the scene before him began to warp and distort. The bright daylight morphed into a sanguine night, and his once loyal army of paladins transformed into twisted monstrosities, devouring one another as they advanced upon the Baron's castle. The radiant light emitted by his glorious knightly blade had turned into a viscous, murky blood sludge. More horrifyingly, he beheld his own form, grotesquely deformed, spewing forth torrents of fallen fire. In that moment, he witnessed the panicked populace seeking refuge within the castle. While the paladins of his 7th Knight Order fought valiantly against the tide of corruption, sacrificing their lives in defense until their inevitable collapse, the struggling Apostle of Calamity, with mouths sprouting from every part of its body, ceased to expel black blood and instead unleashed a multitude of blackened steel spikes, poised to annihilate everything in its vicinity. Yet, in that fleeting instant, it ceased its resistance, allowing Ember to absorb the fleeing soul of the infernal fire. "My dear little Colin, do you possess the qualities of a worthy knight?" "No, mother." The emaciated old woman rose from her chair, approaching Colin step by step, arms outstretched, revealing protruding bone spurs and rotting worms. The significantly taller knight Colin recoiled in alarm at the old woman's approach. "That it is all right, my little Colin. I have always known that you possess a resilient heart." The young woman tenderly embraced her frail son, her face alight with maternal affection, saying, "People initially aspire to become their ideal selves, yet obstacles invariably obstruct the path. As long as your original intent remains unchanged, after overcoming adversities, you shall always become the person you aspire to be." In his mother's embrace, the boy finally relinquished his suppression, weeping uncontrollably. Why did it suddenly stop? Albrecht, on the brink of being dismembered by the Redeemer, asked in bewilderment. The wall-shield knight seemed to sense something. Lowering his heavy shield, Tors, the arm of rebellion, drenched in tears of blood, let out a vengeful scream as it struck the face of the Savior's glutton, fingers piercing into Tor's right eye, tearing it out and dragging forth a string of flesh. "Tors, I shall drag you into hell." Tors paid no heed to the chaos of the rebellious arm or its frenzied assault upon him. The distant chimes echoed in Tor's ears, and he envisioned the grand and profound cathedral of the holy city from his memories, where the sacred bells resounded. This was the sound he had longed to hear again, that he wished to save this world, to restore order, to construct a more magnificent new holy city, bustling within its walls. Praying, reciting scriptures, and teaching the young clergy that he understood that he could never realize this dream, the Ember-bearer would grant him an end. Father, as the torrent of infernal souls surged into the swordsman's body, the Savior's glutton began to sway precariously. With a resounding pop, the enormous form of the Savior's glutton exploded, dissolving into countless ephemeral soap bubbles that scattered with the wind. The enclosed domain of calamity began to recede, and through the gaps in the clouds, a grayish-white light emerged. The corrupted monsters spawned by the Apostle of Calamity, now devoid of its power, melted into nothingness like ephemeral foam. A multitude of bubbles danced towards the sky, ascending to the clouds, evoking a fairy tale-like beauty. The fiercely burning souls of the warriors gradually extinguished, and Ember gazed at the land touched by his sword's tip. As the bubbles dissipated, only an ancient bronze goblet remained. "The dawn has come. The demon has been vanquished. We have survived." The people rushed from the castle, rejoicing, for the once dark crimson night had transformed into a sunlit gray sky, illuminating the entirety of Iron Mountain Town. The desolate and lifeless heavens now symbolized hope. As the fantasy faded, Colin, still with remnants of tears upon his face, suddenly remembered the imminent despair from moments prior and quickly turned to look towards the paladins guarding the line of defense. The once consuming and corrupting undead had vanished, as though they had never existed. His Seventh Knight Order now numbered fewer than 10, the rest either fallen unconscious or lost forever. The colossal, fallen Apostle of Calamity had also disappeared, leaving only the silhouette of the great Ember-bearer in its wake. He beheld the laughing wall-shield knight and the triumphant howling of the meerkat. "Tors, Commander, have we truly won?" Colin felt as though he were in a dream. The faith that had surged within him moments ago now felt utterly absent. The power of the holy light had appeared only to quietly recede, rendering the entire experience surreal. "What is this? A treasure?" Kuki's eyes sparkled as he eagerly leapt from the swordsman's shoulder, circling curiously around the enigmatic goblet. The wall-shield knight happened to arrive just in time, and upon seeing the goblet, his expression grew grave. He took the archaic bronze goblet and examined it, his thick brows and mustache twitching intensely as he sensed the profound corruption and anguish emanating from it. "If I am not mistaken, this object is likely the medium of corruption used by the Apostle of Calamity." "A medium of corruption?" The wall-shield knight nodded, explaining that the Apostle of Calamity did not come into being by mere chance. The sacrifices needed to be corrupted by infernal fire, and they required a medium to connect with the source of that fire. The medium of corruption served as the link to the infernal source, embodying the essence of its malevolence and desire. "I have only witnessed such mediums before true sacrifices. This is my first encounter with one after it has transformed into a calamity that it bore a potent aura of corruption. Ordinary individuals who came into contact with it might be lured into corruption themselves. Can you handle this?" After a moment of contemplation, the wall-shield knight began to unfasten his breastplate, revealing his robust and magnificent pectoral muscles. Ember instinctively took a step back, asking, "What are you doing?" The wall-shield knight controlled his pectorals, causing them to ripple as though striking a mighty drum, showcasing his strength and vitality. He laughed heartily. "Indeed, I can manage it, as long as I embrace it daily and expose my fiery chest to it." I believe that after 100 years, I can dissipate its lingering grudges to 100 years. Cookie exclaimed in astonishment. In his little cookie life, he possessed no concrete concept of time, merely sensing that a century seemed exceedingly long. But my journey is not yet complete. I must seek the sun. So I cannot carry it. With that, he returned the bronze goblet to the swordsman. Swordsman, you are an ember bearer. Ember bearers are never corrupted by infernal fire, and I believe you are the most suitable guardian for it. In your hands, it may serve unexpected purposes. Before Ember could take it, Cookie suddenly snatched the bronze goblet from the Wall Shield Knight's grasp. Having been the first to discover it, it rightfully belonged to Cookie. The leader of the Cookies, with the demeanor of a pirate who had seized treasure, the masked Cookie person proudly clutched the goblet and scampered away, inadvertently attracting the attention of the meerkat, who had just regained its senses. The meerkat's keen sense for treasure immediately noticed the bronze goblet in the Cookie's grasp, recognizing its considerable value. Stop, Cookie. Let Albrecht see what you hold. Not a chance. As the Cookie evaded the meerkat, the large dog, and the retreating figures, Ember inquired, is it all right for him to possess that? The Wall Shield Knight chuckled. He is a remarkable little fellow. I believe it will be fine. Mr. Ember. Panting heavily, Poloni came to a halt before Eugen, having raced from the castle, her forehead slick with sweat, which only served to enhance her crystalline beauty at that moment. It is such a relief to see you unharmed. Elated, Poloni yearned to rush forward and embrace the swordsman, yet was thwarted by an invisible barrier of detachment, leaving her hesitant to commit such an impertinent act. In contrast, Dunder, unrestrained by such reservations, leapt up excitedly and threw his arms around the swordsman's shoulders. Swordsman, you are incredible. How about staying to teach me swordsmanship? With a dull thud, Dunder received no answer, but instead the sound of the swordsman collapsing to the ground. Swordsman, the scene erupted into chaos when Eugen regained consciousness. It was night, the outside world ablaze with lights and filled with the sounds of revelry, reminiscent of a grand celebration. Eugen noticed that his armor had been removed and was nowhere to be found. His wounds had been carefully bandaged, and beside his bed lay a neat set of clean attire, seemingly prepared for him. Instinctively, he reached for his helmet, relieved to find it still intact and not taken away. He donned it, feeling a sense of security wash over him. His great sword, the Wraith Collar, remained by his bedside. Recalling how he had fallen, Eugen finally remembered that it was the extinguishing of the warrior spirit's embers that had overwhelmed his body, which, having suffered too much blood loss, succumbed to unconsciousness as his mind briefly relaxed. With a creak, the wooden door gently swung open, revealing Poloni and Dunder peering in, their faces lighting up at the sight of the swordsman awake. And they hurriedly entered. Mr. Eugen, you're all right, aren't you? Do you really need to wear your helmet at this moment? Yes, he replied. Poloni was both amused and exasperated by the swordsman's stubbornness, as he refused to remove the helmet despite her entreaties. Dunder's eyes sparkled with realization. Could this be the reason for the swordsman's formidable prowess? He recalled how, during their hunt for the king of greedy dogs at Iron Mountain, he himself had felt exceptionally valiant while clad in armor. He resolved that henceforth, he too would remain armored like the swordsman. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Swordsman, my father has organized a feast with all the wine stored in the castle to honor you heroes who saved Iron Mountain Town. Come, let us go and join the festivities. Before Eugen could decline, Dunder had already taken hold of him, pulling him towards the exit. Be gentle, Dunder. Mr. Eugen is still quite injured. Have you forgotten what the Wall Shield Knight said? The swordsman is a Wraith Collar. As long as he gets a good night's rest, he will regain his strength like an ox. Though the castle lay in tatters from the assault, it did not hinder Baron Mond's excitement in hosting a celebratory banquet. In the castle's garden, a grand feast with unlimited drinks and music was underway. The Wall Shield Knight, Albrecht, along with his large dog, Cookie, the castle's guards, the bounty hunters who had fought valiantly, and even the last remaining paladin of the Seventh Knight Order, once loathed by Baron Mond, were all in attendance. The paladins had earned the Baron's respect anew through their selfless sacrifices, for regardless of their feelings, Iron Mountain Town would need their protection now more than ever. Only Vice Captain Colin was absent from this gathering. The harpist played melodious tunes, accompanied by a harmonica, while the guards danced joyously to the lively rhythm. The Wall Shield Knight, holding a colossal goblet of wine, competed with Pinu and Vita in a drinking contest, toppling several challengers, his hearty laughter echoing throughout the venue. Meanwhile, the meerkat, Cookie, and the large dog mingled harmoniously, engaging in a game of rock, paper, scissors, rare for the absence of any chasing antics. Esteemed Wraithcaller, I have heard much from the Wall Shield Knight, Mond said, approaching with a jovial smile. However, upon noticing the swordsman still adorned in his conspicuous heavy helmet, his smile turned somewhat awkward. You are the great Wraithcaller who saved the world. It is an honor to meet you. You saved the entire Iron Mountain town. I acted solely for my own purposes. There is no need for your gratitude, Eugen replied, his demeanor reserved. How could that be? You are as vital to Iron Mountain town as Gone Peas is to the Elman Kingdom. I shall erect a statue in your honor to forever commemorate and express my gratitude for your bravery and greatness. Unmoved, Eugen cared little for such accolades. He had but one concern. Where is my armor? Baron Mond responded. I sincerely apologize. I saw your armor in a state of disrepair, and, taking the liberty, I gathered all the craftsmen here to repair it overnight. The finest blacksmith assured me he is familiar with your armor's design and will have it ready by tomorrow. Very well. Please ensure it is delivered to me as swiftly as possible. He had worn his armor for so long that he had grown accustomed to its presence. Being without it left him feeling rather disoriented. Of course, sir, now is the time to celebrate our victory. Would you care to sample our malt liquor? Your territory has been devastated, and yet you still wish to host a banquet. Mond sighed. What else can I do? I have dispatched my subjects and guards to search the town for supplies and survivors. We have done all we can for now. According to the Wall Shield Knight, with the death of the Apostle of Calamity, there will be no more fallen emerging in this vicinity for some time. That is one of the few pieces of good news. He then smiled broadly. This is a miraculous victory. Most importantly, we are all still alive. It is a tradition for people around the world to hold a feast following a triumph. Let us not dwell on the past, but rather enjoy the fine wine tonight. As their conversation drew to a close, Poloni and Dunder eagerly pulled Eugen towards the Wall Shield Knight, Baron Mond. Feeling a pang of sadness as he observed Poloni's radiant smile surrounding the swordsman, could not help but feel a sense of loss. That Poloni's bravery and resilience displayed within the castle had profoundly impressed him. Lingering in his thoughts, yet, as a mere baron, how could he dare compete with the great Wraithcaller for a woman's affections? Are you awake, swordsman? The Wall Shield Knight beamed as he approached Eugen, his towering figure casting a shadow over Eugen, Poloni, and Dunder. However, beneath the Wall Shield Knight's shadow often lay the safest refuge. Imparting a sense of security rather than oppression, he offered Eugen a large goblet filled with beer. Swordsman, come, have a taste. Noticing that Eugen still refused to remove his helmet, he let out a hearty laugh. They say you're a peculiar one, but you don't seem much different yourself. Eugen accepted the drink without consuming it, yet he felt a rare sense of comfort wash over him. How can you drink with your helmet on? Take it off, swordsman. Let us have a contest. The lively atmosphere proved quite overwhelming for Eugen, who had long distanced himself from crowds, while the Wall Shield Knight and Dunder remained carefree. The others were intimidated by Eugen's stern presence, causing even those wishing to toast to their hero to hesitate in approaching him. After enduring the festivities, Eugen retreated to a secluded corner, drink in hand. Seeking solitude, a stranger approached him, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, clad in a loose gray travel cloak, his demeanor somewhat listless. Great Wraithcaller, are you awake? He introduced himself. I am the traveling magician Miller. Do you remember me, mage? Eugen pondered, recalling the sorcerer who had cast flames from the tower. Without him, the castle might have already fallen. I have come to express my gratitude in person. You thwarted the Apostle of Calamity and saved my life. Without you, my journey would have ended here. Eugen's expression remained placid. I acted solely for my own interests. There is no need for your thanks. The young magician smiled. But you did save me, and all those here. Did you not? He extended a scroll he had held tightly in his hand towards Eugen. This is a transcription of a fireball spell I created, containing my understanding of fire magic gathered over years of travel. As a Wraithcaller, I believe it may prove useful to you. Eugen recalled how the Radiant Maiden had mentioned that Wraithcallers could swiftly learn magic. Apart from his great sword, he lacked additional means of attack. And this indeed was something he needed. I have been traveling far and wide, seeking not only to understand the essence of magic, but also to locate my mentor, a woman named Yelena. Have you heard of her during your travels? Eugen shook his head, having never heard of that name before. Miller took a sip from his cup and sighed disconsolately. What a pity. However, I firmly believe that one day I will find my master. I yearned to know what kind of future she envisioned. Eugene unfurled the fire magic scroll that Miller had gifted him, revealing rows of inscriptions and flame patterns inscribed with fiery runes, none of which he could comprehend. Mastering magic necessitates a wealth of knowledge about magical energies, a domain Eugene, as an outsider, had never explored. Thus, the scroll appeared to him as incomprehensible as a tome of celestial wisdom. How am I to learn such things? Mage Miller. I cannot understand it. It seemed Miller had anticipated this predicament, for he could hardly discern that this esteemed ember wielder was a scholar of considerable renown. He chuckled. Learning magic requires a foundation of related knowledge and practice. If you wish to master the fireball spell inscribed on the scroll, you must dedicate some time for me to instruct you. I happen to be staying here for a while to recuperate. Would you be willing to remain here for further magical education? Eugene frowned. I cannot afford to waste time here. Miller nodded in agreement. I thought as much. However, as the fabled ember wielder, I believe such matters pose no challenge for you. The sorrowful fireball mage departed, and soon after, Winterdell approached again. Why are you hiding here? I dislike crowded places. You truly are an odd one. Winterdell's youthful face brimmed with anticipation as he asked, Swordsman, when will you leave? May I accompany you on your travels? Why do you wish to travel? Because I want to see the world. And I wish to grow strong like you. With your childish demeanor, after dismissing the incessantly chattering boy, Eugene turned his gaze towards the nearby revelers, who were drinking heartily. A foolhardy meerkat was audaciously challenging a wall-shield knight to an arm wrestling match. Inevitably being thrown to the ground, his bravado drowned out by the laughter of the crowd. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his wooden cup brimming with ale, removed his helmet, and downed the drink in one go. The following morning, Zide arrived early with Eugene's armor. In stark contrast to the previously tattered and cracked suit. Today's armor appeared rejuvenated, with the damaged plates and links meticulously repaired and coated with Zide's special protective oil. The armor was impressively heavy, carried by 2 attendants. It was, in fact, a combination of 2 suits. The outer layer was a fusion of plate and scale mail, while the inner layer was adorned with chain mail. This armor belonged to the unique dual-layer craftsmanship of the Orland Empire, weighing over 80 pounds, far too burdensome for any but the most robust knights to don. Such work could not be managed by an ordinary blacksmith. Zide beamed with pride, unabashedly showcasing his restoration. Indeed, he deserved this pride. He had managed to repair this distinctive returner's armor in just one night. Perhaps no one else in the world could have achieved such a feat. He even took the time to re-engrave the Orland eagle emblem on the chest of the armor, which had been worn down by the swordsman's previous battles. The eagle's wings were spread wide, seemingly poised to soar into the skies, ready to charge into battle to earn glory for the Empire. The appearance of the eagle emblem imbued the armor with a sense of noble prestige belonging to the Orland Empire. What do you think, swordsman? Your former wreckage has been restored to semblance of newness. Even in the presence of the great ember wielder, my words remain as sharp as ever. How does my craftsmanship compare to that of your Orland blacksmiths? Eugene remained silent, for he had never encountered an Orland blacksmith, nor did he even know where Orland was located. Swordsman, I contributed as well. Catter interjected hastily, eager not to let his master take all the credit. He too had worked tirelessly through the night at the forge, pulling the bellows without fail. Zide continued, I believe there is no blacksmith in this world more skilled than I am. Heh. Repairing this armor will serve as my gift to you. Should you require further repairs, it will cost you. With the assistance of the guards, the swordsman donned his armor once more. The weight of the armor, formidable for an ordinary person, felt as comfortable as a second skin to him. With the addition of the returner's armor, his iron helmet no longer felt out of place. Eugene transformed back into the cold, indifferent swordsman encased in steel. Once clad in armor and shouldering the weight of the Voidbringer, Eugene knew it was time for him to depart. Winterdell was reluctant to let go, yearning for adventure and wishing to accompany the swordsman on his journey to cultivate the strength akin to that of the swordsman. Yet, with their territory nearly reduced to ruins, he could not leave. He had to stay and assist his father in rebuilding Iron Mountain territory. He also needed to traverse Iron Mountain once more to retrieve the remains of the warrior named Akan for burial. To this day, Winterdell did not know the full name of the warrior who called himself Akan, nor the experiences he had endured. After bidding farewell to the Baronmon's castle and declining their warm send-off, the swordsman set forth with the cookie man Coochie towards the town's outskirts. Passing by the church, he once again spotted Colin, who sat contemplatively amidst the ruins of the collapsed church, compared to the valor he displayed the previous day. He now appeared considerably weathered and despondent. Upon seeing the swordsman, Colin rose and respectfully bowed, expressing gratitude for all the swordsman had done. He recalled their first encounter, when the swordsman ascended Iron Mountain in search of the apostle. He had doubted that the swordsman was indeed the one who had slain the great mountain spirit's apostle. Yet, out of a flicker of admiration, he had quietly allowed the swordsman to ascend the mountain. It was also he who, later on, had intervened to prevent the swordsman from killing the apostle. As Eugene passed by, he acknowledged Colin with a nod. He harbored no ill feelings towards this man. Suddenly, a figure dashed forth with remarkable speed. It was none other than the meerkat riding a large dog. "Swordsman, are you interested in joining Albrecht's bounty hunter squad? Together, we would be invincible." Kuchi, upon hearing this, immediately interjected, "No way. He is a member of my cookie adventure team, serving under Captain Kuchi. That if you wish to join, you must first pass the test of our captain. Why are you everywhere? Damn Cookie." "Annoying squirrel," Kuchi retorted defiantly, sticking his tongue out at Albrecht, who glared back with eyes of flame. The meerkat shot Kuchi a furious look. "I have changed my mind. Swordsman, I wish to join the Great One's team. And your first task is to eliminate this incessantly chattering Cookie." With that, the meerkat mounted his large dog and swaggered away from the town. He thought to himself that after experiencing the siege of the formidable apostle, he understood this feeling. Without the presence of someone like the swordsman, his former subordinates and brothers must have perished alongside the royal city. Perhaps after this, he should muster the courage to seek them out. Thought Eugene. "Wait for me." Poloni, dressed in the garb of an adventurer adept at traversing the wilderness, rushed up, her backpack bouncing behind her. Eugene paused to allow Poloni to catch her breath before coolly stating, "You should remain here." Poloni gazed at the swordsman, encased in armor that only revealed his boundless coldness, tears of frustration nearly spilling from her eyes. Following the recent events, she had believed that the swordsman had accepted her. Though he did not voice it, she thought that as long as she expressed her desire to accompany him, he would inevitably take her along. Yet, the swordsman had rejected her without hesitation. Eugene. "I promise I won't be a burden. I can assist you, take care of your needs, wash your clothes, and I can even cook for you." Though she did not know how to cook, Poloni implored the swordsman with hopeful eyes, yearning for an answer. "But I will not take you with me." The swordsman remained unmoved, as if made of iron. Poloni finally broke into tears, having developed an emotional reliance on the swordsman through their shared experiences over the past days. The thought of leaving him was unbearable. "Why do you refuse to take me along? Is it because I am a lowly slave?" "No, it is because you are a burden. You are merely a fragile, ordinary person. If you continue to follow me, you will soon meet your demise." The words of the swordsman were as merciless as unyielding ice. With that, he ceased his idle chatter and coldly turned away, striding towards the outskirts of the town. Just as he had stated, Poloni would soon meet her demise following him. Remaining here was her wisest choice. "Farewell, Poloni." Kuchi watched the swordsman depart, too anxious to offer Poloni any comfort, and hurried after the swordsman. Yet, as a sudden thought struck him, he abruptly halted. His hand reached behind him, and he surprisingly produced a small, tattered bundle of cloth, roughly his size. It was unclear how he had concealed it. Almost forgetting, he exclaimed, "This is your belonging. When Feikiansen attempted to abduct us, I noticed how precious you held it, and took the liberty of hiding it while Feikiansen's subordinates were distracted." After placing the bundle down, Kuchi rushed to catch up with the swordsman, well aware of his notoriously impatient nature. If he delayed, the swordsman would surely not wait for him. Meanwhile, seated on the ground with tear-stained eyes, Poloni stared blankly at the bundle Kuchi had left behind. She recognized it as the small pouch she had crafted from the hem of her dress. Untying the string and opening it, she discovered, to her astonishment, the long-lost gold coins within. On the path outside the town, the wall-shield knight had been awaiting the swordsman for quite some time. After a moment of contemplation, he decided he should come to bid farewell. "Swordsman, it has been an honor to fight alongside you, and I hope we shall meet again in the future. Are you leaving as well?" the biscuit man asked regretfully, for he always found joy in the company of the wall-shield knight. "Indeed," Kuchi replied, "I still have my mission to pursue. We will meet again in the future." He turned to the swordsman and advised, "Swordsman, your path is destined to be fraught with obstacles, but do not lose heart. As long as your heart burns with the intensity of a forge, hope shall never extinguish." The wall-shield knight, shouldering his large shield, waved goodbye to the swordsman, his cheerful laughter echoing in the air. Suddenly, the melodious chime of wind bells rang out from an unknown source, rousing the dazed young girl who knelt on the ground. Poloni tightly clutched the pouch of gold coins that represented her fate. As if resolved to make a decisive move, she sprinted towards the Baroness' castle. Ignoring Dundel's call, she rushed to a guest room door and, hearing a response from within, nervously opened it. Inside the study, the young Mage Miller sat by the hearth, engrossed in a book, draped in his robes. His refined demeanor was far removed from that of a fire mage capable of conjuring great fireballs. "I wish to learn magic from you. This is all I possess," Poloni implored, presenting her entire collection of gold, her youthful and beautiful face still marked by unshed tears, having traversed familiar hills and valleys. Eugen and the Biscuit Man finally beheld the serene lake nestled atop the mountain. The moment Eugen stepped into the lake, the drab world around him reignited with vibrant colors, the clear full moon above casting gentle silver light upon him. In the distance, a tall figure stood upon the lake's surface, gazing at him and offering a salute. The Lady of Twilight seemed to have anticipated Eugen's return, patiently awaiting the grand return of the great annihilator. "Once more, we meet, Lord Eugen," the Lady of Twilight said with a slight bow, her tone gentle. "Do not forget, I am here too." Kuchi chimed in, climbing out of Eugen's satchel and perching on his shoulder. The Lady of Twilight smiled warmly, expressing her joy at seeing Mr. Biscuit again. Upon hearing this, Kuchi bashfully scratched his head, sharing a silly grin with the Lady of Twilight. The Lady of Twilight led Eugen back to the shattered sanctuary of Twilight, where the imposing stone throne still stood resolutely on the stone steps, and the starry path disk remained brilliantly radiant. "I did not expect you to return. I thought you would meet your end out there." "How surprising." The sorrowful swordsman seated atop a fallen stone pillar looked up at Eugen, his tone still laden with despair. "But what does it matter, as long as you continue to fight against the apostles? One day you will fall by their hands, and the Annihilator is no exception." After saying this, he lowered his head again, returning to his silence. This time, however, he was not alone. A small biscuit sat beside him, sharing in his lament. The usually cheerful Kuchi now bore a face of despondency. Eugen glanced at the sorrowful swordsman and the planted cross sword beside him. He had noticed this man's sword last time. This perpetually gloomy individual must also be a swordsman. Yet, in his state of despair, his courage to draw his sword had likely vanished entirely. This person held no interest for Eugen. "Lord Eugen, this time you have defeated a gluttonous beast that masqueraded as a savior but embodied calamity. Your courage and resilience truly inspire me," the Lady of Twilight exclaimed reverently, touched by the perseverance and bravery of the Annihilator. "How do you know what I have done?" The Lady of Twilight turned her gaze to the starry path disk and explained. "You are a spirit from beyond, the Annihilator chosen by the world. Everything about you is intricately linked with the stars." Eugen cast a lingering glance at the starry path disk before cutting straight to the point. "I have slain a calamity apostle. Now, help me fully absorb its power." Despite Eugen's character, he found himself anticipating the extent of his power after completely absorbing the Calamity Apostle's strength. "Indeed, Lord Annihilator," the Lady of Twilight replied with a gentle nod. In the next moment, as she lifted her head, her gaze transformed into an endless abyss of darkness. Her ethereal form floated slightly, extending her pale, somewhat translucent hand into Eugen's chest, encased in heavy armor. In Eugen's perception, he was enveloped by infinite darkness, tormented by pain and despair that lingered around him. Having experienced this before, Eugen did not panic. Instead, he summoned his will to resist. Finally, amidst the unending darkness, the colossal star map representing strength ignited. The magical flower, symbolizing natural magic, blossomed. Unlike last time, this time not only the giant star map and magical flower were illuminated, but a new star map also shone forth. This one represented faith, taking the form of an angel adorned with pristine wings. The sacred light of faith blossomed beneath the angel's wings. Eugen felt an immense amount of karmic fire and vengeful souls within him. Digested with the assistance of the Lady of Twilight, it was a resource unlike any he had ever possessed. Without hesitation, Eugen focused his gaze on the giant star map representing physical strength. Last time, he had ignited the third star with prior accumulations. How many stars could he ignite this time with such overwhelming karmic fire? He directed all the karmic fire and vengeful souls towards the giant star map. igniting the fourth star, then the fifth star. However, he soon realized with disappointment that all the collected karmic fire had nearly been exhausted, and the remaining power was insufficient to ignite the sixth star. Indeed, the higher one sought to ascend, the greater the karmic fire required. Those who pursue strength must slay more apostles. Could this be the enticement designed by the existence that crafted this rule for aspiring annihilators? In addition to the significant enhancement of his physical abilities, upon igniting the fifth star, Eugen sensed a different kind of power. Ability, Serrano's Retribution. The enemy's attack would provoke the warrior's furious counterattack, repelling the enemy's onslaught while returning their strike with a blade of vengeance. After igniting 5 stars on the giant star map, perhaps the remaining karmic fire should be retained within him. Or perhaps, after a moment of contemplation, Eugen, as before, redirected the remaining karmic fire towards the magical flower. He had just received a magic scroll from Miller, which might prove useful. The remaining karmic fire and vengeful souls barely illuminated the second star of the magical flower, and Eugen felt his magical energy slightly increase. What concerned him was that possessing magical energy without understanding the spell scroll rendered it useless. Thus, the enhancement of magical energy would hold no significance for him. The Annihilator harbored an urgent craving for magic. However, the meager reservoir of knowledge rendered it as incomprehensible as reading an ancient tome, and the fervent desire within drove him to finally catch a glimpse of the arcane secrets of magic. To his astonishment, just as he ignited the second blossom of magical energy, the eye of magical craving sprang forth, eliciting great surprise. Yet, he found himself perturbed by the introductory notes on this newfound ability. Despite his discontent, he could not refuse it, for its potential to aid him was immense. It would enable him to acquire magical knowledge and, in turn, grow stronger. The Lady of Afterglow slowly retracted her arm and smiled at him, saying, "My Lord Eugen, it seems that your gains this time are quite substantial." Even though the Lord of Annihilation was entirely encased in armor, the Lady of Afterglow could still perceive the joy emanating from him through the cold steel. With her assistance, after digesting a substantial portion of the vengeful souls within him, he had finally fully recovered from the corrosive wounds left by his battle with the greedy savior. As Eugen felt the surge of strength coursing through him, he compared it to his former self and recognized a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. Nevertheless, it still fell short of his expectations. The formidable presence of that harbinger of calamity lingered in his memory, and in comparison, his own advancement seemed trivial. Despite this, he remained exhilarated, for the interval since his last enhancement had not been lengthy. At least he was making rapid strides forward. It appeared that he was inching closer to his goal of escaping this world. Eugen retrieved the folded magical scroll from his waist pouch, recalling that Mage Miller had mentioned it contained a spell known as Fireball. It seemed that the mage had specialized solely in conjuring fireballs. "My Lord Eugen, have you found any tomes of magic?" As he unfurled the scroll, a series of fiery runes and densely packed text unfurled before him. Instantly, the eye of magical craving ignited, and within the dark void of his helmet, golden irises glimmered. The handwritten essence of the fireball spell flowed into Eugen's eyes as golden streams, and remarkably, as the golden light dimmed, the once text-laden scroll transformed into an unremarkable piece of white paper. The arcane knowledge of the fireball spell converged within his mind. Although the concepts remained somewhat nebulous, Eugen was unequivocally aware of how to cast it. "My Lord Eugen, would you like to test your newly acquired spell?" "Miss Afterglow, are you not concerned about setting this place ablaze?" queried Kuchi as he leapt onto Eugen's shoulder. The Lady of Afterglow chuckled lightly. "As you can see, Mr. Biscuit, this place has already succumbed to ruin. There is little left to burn." Indeed, Kuchi surveyed the area, noting that most of it had become a shattered wasteland, devoid of anything flammable. However, the Lady of Afterglow added, "My Lord Eugen, it would be prudent to test your magic in an open space. It would not be ideal to inadvertently damage something else. Of course, if you were to accidentally strike the sad Swordmaster, I imagine he would not take kindly to it. This." Both the Lady of Afterglow and Kuchi stifled their laughter. Mindful of the potential ire of the sad Swordmaster, Eugen moved to an open area, extending his left hand, which was clad in chainmail and leather, and began to channel the magical energy as inscribed in the fireball scroll. The magical energy within him coalesced in his palm, and with a resounding boom, an irregular fireball ignited in his grasp. Once he sensed the fireball achieving stability, he hurled it towards the vacant ground ahead. The fireball shot from his hand like a stone cast into the air, exploding upon impact with a resounding bang, engulfing a 1-meter radius in flames before dissipating. "Impressive power," commented the Lady of Afterglow. Kuchi scoffed. "Impressive? When thrown at that oversized dog, it was merely a tickle." Ignoring their trivial remarks, Eugen launched another fireball, this time with greater force. The fireball soared forth like a cannonball, but after traveling over 30 meters, it detonated in midair due to a disruption in its internal stability. Eugen was left dissatisfied. He had expected it to travel much farther, only to find its stability falter at such a short distance. Perhaps achieving greater precision and distance would require more practice. He attempted once more, growing more adept. Yet when he endeavored to cast a fourth time to explore alternative techniques, he was astounded to discover that his magical energy had been entirely depleted. Was magical energy truly so inadequate? This was far from the scenario he had envisioned. Being able to cast merely 3 fireballs rendered the spell a mere trinket. This was the outcome even after igniting the second blossom of magical energy. Recalling the scene of Miller hurling miniature suns at the apostles from the tower of the castle, Eugen felt his fireballs paled in comparison. In the scroll provided by Miller, there was also an advanced spell known as the Greater Fireball. After estimating his magical energy reserves, he concluded that he could only cast it once before exhausting his energy entirely. To truly unleash the might of magic, he would likely need to collect more vengeful souls to ignite the blossoms of magical energy. Disheartened by the so-called art of magical energy, Eugen found himself disappointed in its power, range, and energy consumption. Indeed, compared to flashy spells, it was his own physical strength that proved to be the most reliable asset. "Lord Eugen, has your magical energy been depleted?" The Lady of Afterglow remarked. "I can replenish your magical energy while I digest the power of the vengeful souls, but ordinarily, you would need to rely on time for it to recover gradually." "How long does that take?" Kuchi inquired. The Lady of Afterglow pondered for a moment before shaking her head with a wry smile. "I do not understand magical energy. It likely depends on talent. But I cannot say for certain. I see. By the way, Kuchi the adventurer has discovered a new treasure. Would you like to see it?" Without waiting for the Lady of Afterglow's response, Kuchi produced his newfound treasure from behind him, a bronze, ancient goblet with a tall stem that he aimed to impress the Lady of Afterglow. "This is a medium for the vengeful fire, the fallen grail." The Lady of Afterglow's eyes widened in surprise. She recognized the object, sensing an essence of inherent corruption within it. "What do you think? Quite remarkable, isn't it?" Kuchi discovered it first. "It poses no harm to you, or Lord Eugen, but do exercise caution. Do not allow others to come into contact with it, or it may lead to their fall. I understand. I will keep a close watch on it." Kuchi replied eagerly. "Does it possess any extraordinary functions? It must be powerful." Kuchi's true intentions were finally revealed. The Lady of Afterglow examined the fallen grail carefully. It was once a chalice of joy, used for holding the wine of harvest, but now it could only contain blood. As for its specific uses, she was uncertain, yet advised against using it lightly. Kuchi stowed the fallen grail away, obediently nodding. "I will remember. Rest assured, Miss Afterglow, Kuchi will not use it carelessly." Eugen unsheathed the lightless blade from behind him. Wielding it with one hand and practicing slow swings, the sound of the heavy sword slicing through the air grew increasingly resonant, its effects markedly pronounced. The lightless blade, reforged by the blacksmith's eye, had become even heavier than before. Yet, Eugen now found he could wield it with one hand for an extended period. After testing its heft, he sheathed the sword and addressed the Lady of Afterglow. "I have achieved my objective in returning. It is time for me to depart." The Lady of Afterglow urged. "My Lord Eugen, there is no need to rush. This place is exceptionally safe. You should rest here for a while before continuing your journey." "There is no need," the swordsman replied coolly, turning away and striding towards the exit. He had heard similar words before and would not halt his progress, not even for a moment. "Wait for me," Kuchi exclaimed, hastily leaping down from the Lady of Afterglow's grasp and dashing after the swordsman, exclaiming, "How can you leave your leader behind, swordsman?" Eugen halted, somewhat taken aback by the voice that sought to prevent his departure. The Swordmaster, his form entirely swathed in white gauze, sat against the steps by the door and remarked nonchalantly, "Once you leave this time, the likelihood of your demise in an unknown place is quite high. However, should fortune favor you and you manage to return here, might you bring me some wine? Any kind will suffice. For caution's sake, the sorrowful swordsman added, any wine will do, except for the horse urine brewed by the Franks. Though, I hardly believe we shall meet again. Eugen neither agreed nor declined, subtly bypassing the melancholy swordsman as he descended the stone steps, venturing onto the lake's surface, embarking on his new journey, or perhaps into a new hell. The Twilight Maiden gazed at the swordsman's retreating figure, letting out a helpless sigh. She could discern the exhaustion in Eugen's spirit as he forced himself to press on. Even the body of the ember-bearer, impervious to the corrupting flames, would one day be drawn into the abyss of despair by the wounds of his own heart. Great Holy One, merciful Father, please grant Eugen safe passage home. Please bless him in the pursuit of his long-sought goal. Arthur, burdened with the imposing black greatsword, stood amidst the swirling sands and throngs of people, squinting his eyes towards the towering, tightly shut gates behind him. There, a multitude of eyes were anxiously fixed upon him. Alongside a mercenary army exceeding 700 men, those atop the battlements were his employers, the nobles of Newcastle, patrons of his greatsword mercenary band. In addition to his own company, there existed others such as the Red Hawk Mercenary Group, the Lionheart Mercenary Group, and the Twin Blades Mercenary Group, as well as the likes of the Knife Wolf Bandits, each of varying size of faction. In preparation for the siege by the rebels, they had nearly summoned every mercenary contingent available in the vicinity, including some lone warriors. These disparate groups formed the current mercenary army. In these chaotic times, mercenaries fought primarily for monetary gain. In addition to a commission of 2 silver coins per individual, the lords had decreed that for each rebel head claimed, an additional silver coin would be awarded, with a gold coin designated for the leaders. Such generous rewards were essential to entice so many mercenaries to serve these lords. Arthur viewed this as a golden opportunity for wealth. Though his followers were few in number, they were all elite warriors of exceptional caliber. To maximize his earnings, he even instructed Old Mai to exchange his warhorse for a cart, specifically to carry more rebel heads, each of which represented a moving silver coin. If he could earn enough this time, he could amass a larger force, marking his first step towards honor. Beside Arthur, the female warrior Gwendolyn, wielding a slender sword, cautioned, "Captain, the rebels are approaching." From the distance, a dark mass of over 1,000 figures emerged. The attacking rebels. I see them. All-eyed, Gwendolyn and Bogan, guard the cart's flanks. Old Mai, drive the cart alongside me. Finn, provide cover with arrows from the cart, catching the rebel heads we toss your way. Rosa and I will spearhead the charge, and the rest will flank us. Friends, today's battle will mark the dawn of our greatsword's resurgence. Arthur reached behind him to touch the hilt of his beloved greatsword, refraining from drawing it. Instead, unsheathing the forged steel sword from his mount, as the rebel forces drew nearer, other mercenary groups began their charge against the rebels. Arthur laughed with excitement, raising his forged steel sword and declaring, "Greatsword Mercenary Group, charge!" As the mercenary army surged forward, the winds and sands of Newcastle were violently stirred by the pounding hooves and the thundering footsteps of the charge. The rebel army, primarily composed of refugees and bandits, presented a disorganized front. Conversely, the mercenary coalition, formed from a multitude of disparate factions, was equally chaotic, lacking cohesion, with varying levels of combat effectiveness. Some foot mercenaries without horses were trampled to death before they even encountered the enemy. The chaotic clash between the rebels and the similarly disordered mercenary coalition erupted into sheer pandemonium. Despite the greatsword mercenary group's mere 20 members, each fought valiantly, adhering to Arthur's commands and maintaining their positions in the fray. Rosa, a tall and robust female mercenary clad in full-plate armor, charged ahead, clearing the path for the greatsword mercenary group. Appointed as the charge captain by Arthur himself, her halberd cleaved through rebels with each swing. Displaying greater ferocity than many of the men, the tense battle unfolding beneath the walls was keenly observed by Viscount Johnson, who had previously been anxious about the rebel siege, but whose nerves had now dissipated. With thousands of rebels and mercenaries locked in combat, he recognized that should he deploy the garrison from within the city, the rebels would inevitably face defeat. "Viscount, should we not send our troops out to eradicate the rebels?" one noble urged. Johnson, calmly savoring a glass of wine, replied with a smirk, "Not yet. Allowing the mercenaries to deplete the rebel numbers further would enable his forces to enter the fray and inflict substantial casualties while conserving more of their strength." When it came time to settle payment with the mercenaries, he would owe them considerably less, an advantageous strategy. Just as he reveled in his cunning, screams erupted from below. The nobles atop the wall beheld a towering rebel warrior clad in iron armor. Standing at a staggering 2.3 meters, wielding a massive iron club that felled mercenaries with ease, the solid iron rod meant that any mercenary struck would either die or be gravely injured. Heavy armor was a formidable weapon on the battlefield, virtually unmatched in defense, especially when donned by such a massive and fierce individual. Even the most elite mercenaries found it impossible to penetrate the ironclad protection, only to be met with a crushing blow to the skull. Moments later, the long-range arrows ricocheted off the heavy armor. Failing to make an impact, the formidable rebel warrior plunged into the mercenary ranks, slaughtering as if in a deserted land. In a heartbeat, the mercenary group began to show signs of retreat. Conversely, the morale of the rebels surged due to the presence of this formidable warrior. "My lord, we must engage in battle now, or when the mercenaries break, we too shall be in peril," someone hastily urged Viscount Johnson. The Viscount, now stripped of his earlier composure, exclaimed in panic, "No! If I send the soldiers out, who will protect me?" On the battlefield, the Greatsword mercenary group had already routed the nearby rebels, collecting their heads to toss into the cart. Captain Arthur observed a rebel knight in the distance, asking, "Who is that fellow?" Old My, well-versed in such matters, identified the individual, saying, "He is Otto the Ironclad Knight, a renowned mercenary from the southern Elman Kingdom. How did he come to be here? It must have taken a substantial bounty to enlist him." Just then, they witnessed Otto swing his iron club, sending a mercenary flying as if playing hockey. All mercenaries and bandits in his vicinity retreated, for they had come to earn money, not to meet their demise. "This man is truly fierce. If only he could join our mercenary band," Rosa scoffed. "If I had his heavy armor, I could do the same. Of course, I believe in my charge captain, but having another charge captain wouldn't hurt. Right? You do have a preference for taller, more robust men, and this fellow certainly fits the bill." Rosa, broad-shouldered and imposing, merely shrugged, dressed so thoroughly, who knows if he's even handsome. "You, who are more manly than any man, dare to complain about someone else's looks?" Finn couldn't help but retort, only to shrink back under Rosa's fierce gaze, retreating behind Old My and the captain. "Captain, look, someone is challenging Otto," All-Eyed calmly pointed out. Indeed, they saw a knight clad in heavily damaged armor, significantly smaller than Otto, emerging from the retreating mercenary ranks, approaching Otto with a heavy sword in hand. Finn jeered, "This guy isn't even as tall as Rosa." Facing Otto is akin to courting death. Otto swung his iron club at the oblivious mercenary swordsman's head, and as the crowd awaited the spectacle of the swordsman being crushed, he managed to block the iron rod with his heavy sword. Though his wrist trembled, he ultimately succeeded in deflecting the blow. He deftly adjusted the angle of his sword, the blade grazing the base of the solid iron rod as he swept upwards towards Otto's left hand, which pressed against the rod. A small finger, encased in armor, flew off and fell to the dusty ground. The surrounding mercenaries and rebels were taken aback by this spectacle, instinctively halting their combat to focus on the outcome of this duel. He had actually severed Otto's finger. Arthur, with admiration, inquired, "Who is this man? Which mercenary group does he belong to?" No one recognized him. He seemed to be a lone wolf without any companions. "It's hard to tell, but he appears quite formidable." Formidable, he has incited Otto's wrath. Otto is not just known as Ironclad Otto. He also bears the moniker of Furious Otto, and those who anger him are often reduced to mere pulp. Just watch, this fellow is doomed. With Otto's left pinky completely severed, blood gushed forth from his hand. In disbelief, Otto momentarily lost his composure, until the relentless swordsman struck him, the dull thud of the impact snapping him back to reality. Furious Otto unleashed a roar akin to a lion, swinging the iron rod with the ferocity of a tempest towards the swordsman. The swordsman raised his hefty sword in defense, yet the weight of his weapon was no match for Otto's solid iron rod. At this moment, his sword hardly qualified as a heavy blade. Bang! The swordsman's sword collided forcefully with the solid iron rod, vibrating violently in response, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. His palms cracked, blood seeping through the seams of his armor, droplets scattering from his quaking form. Enraged, Otto swung the iron rod again, and it was evident to all that the swordsman was nearing his limit. Barely able to withstand another blow, the mercenaries and rebels braced themselves to witness the swordsman's demise at Otto's hands. The swordsman unexpectedly retreated, allowing Otto's sweeping iron rod to strike nothing but air. Having engaged in a direct clash with the iron rod, many believed he would continue to block until he was ultimately overwhelmed. No one anticipated his sudden withdrawal. The iron rod smashed into the ground, creating a crater, momentarily staggering Otto forward. Seizing the opportunity, the swordsman charged at Otto, leaping atop the iron rod that lay at an angle and swinging his heavy sword in a wide arc before delivering a powerful blow to Otto's imposing helmet. Although the strike did not penetrate the helmet or cleave his skull, the impact rendered Otto's head throbbing, causing his vision to swirl in darkness. With a resounding crash, Otto's hefty body collapsed to the ground. The swordsman, with trembling hands still clutching his sword, placed his foot on Otto's chest, directing the blade towards the seam between the helmet and neck armor. Ironclad Otto, furious Otto, was decapitated by an unnamed swordsman. Instantly, the morale of the mercenaries, who had just been on the verge of despair, surged, while the rebels' spirits plummeted. That moment, the gates of Newcastle opened, and the knights of Viscount Johnson surged forth. Their cries resounding like thunder. With the Viscount's forces joining the fray, the rebels' morale shattered, leading to a swift rout. What a surprise! That fellow actually won. Rosa gazed at the swordsman, who held Otto's severed head aloft. Her eyes filled with admiration. What an astonishing man! I longed to engage him in a thrilling duel. Arthur observed the swordsman's retreating figure, head held high as he made his way into the city to claim his reward, and remarked appreciatively, "That man has caught my eye. When he collects his payment, I shall pay close attention to him. I wish to have a word with him." Only 10 silver coins. It was previously agreed that the leader would be compensated with gold. You see, he is a mercenary hired by the opposing side, not a rebel leader. To offer you 10 coins is already a generous act. You should be grateful. The noble, distributing the bounty, spoke with impatience, while the swordsman's visor remained fixated on him, undaunted by the throng behind the noble. "What, do you have a problem with that?" At this point, the swordsman had no choice but to accept the money and leave in silence. He procured some supplies in the city before departing. However, just a few miles outside the town, a group of bandits, lying in wait, emerged from the hills and trees, encircling him. A quick glance revealed more than 30 of them. These individuals were mercenaries recently hired by the town, who had witnessed the swordsman slay the fearsome ironclad Otto. Believing he must have received a substantial reward from the Lord, they set their sights on the swordsman, who was rumored to be laden with a bounty of coins. "Swordsman, hand over your gold." The swordsman opened his satchel, revealing a bag of silver coins he had just received. "I was given only 10 silver coins. And after spending one, this is what remains." "Nonsense. You killed Otto. How could the noble lords possibly reward you with such a pittance? Don't attempt any tricks, or you'll meet your end here today." Driven mad by greed, the bandits refused to believe him. Words were futile. The swordsman ceased his chatter. With pent-up rage he could no longer contain, he charged at the nearest bandit, plunging his sword into the man's abdomen. In an instant, a brutal massacre unfolded, pitting the swordsman against 35 foes. Though he was valiant and clad in heavy armor, the previous encounter with Otto had left his arm injured and his body weary. After dispatching a dozen bandits, he began to falter. A blade pierced through a gap in his armor, exacerbating his wounds. Blood loss began to cloud his consciousness. With blurred vision, the swordsman continued to swing his sword, slaying anyone who dared approach him. Eventually, after the majority of the bandits had fallen, the remaining outlaws, their courage shattered, fled in terror. Once the last of the brigands vanished from sight, the swordsman could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. When he next awoke, he found himself in a tent, his wounds meticulously bandaged, an incessant itch signaling that they were healing. "You're awake." A woman with purple hair entered the tent, a dagger at her waist and a tray in her hands, bearing ointments for the swordsman's wounds. "Who are you?" the swordsman asked warily, his eyes scanning the tent for his helmet. "I am Gwen. This is the encampment of our Greatsword Mercenary Corps." "The Greatsword Mercenary Corps? It was our leader who ordered your rescue. If you are well, you should go out to meet him. He is waiting outside." Once again in Newcastle, but this time not in the shabby corners where lone mercenaries congregate, but rather in the independent encampment of the Greatsword Mercenary Corps. As the swordsman stepped out of the tent, he was greeted by a group gathered around a roast. One figure at the center bearing an enormous black iron sword, far too large for a human to wield, so this is the Greatsword Mercenary Corps. That man with the greatsword must surely be their leader, he mused. Indeed, Gwen, who followed him, introduced. That is our leader, Arthur Sanchez. We've made quite a profit this time. With this money, we can recruit more members. I aim to expand the Greatsword Mercenary Corps, ideally into a full-fledged army. Then we can serve the king and be elevated to nobility. The members of the Greatsword Mercenary Corps listened with excitement as their leader painted a vivid picture of their future. Arthur, noticing the swordsman's presence, paused and addressed him. Swordsman, to save you, I used a precious vial of healing holy water, so you must repay me with your loyalty and service. As he spoke, he proudly produced a pouch of coins, glimmering with 2 shiny gold pieces among the silver. This is your share for slaying Otto. What do you think? If you wish to reclaim it, you must sing the praises of your magnificent leader. Name? Ember, and the other? The Lord's scribe looked bewildered at the tightly wrapped figure before him, shouldering the massive black iron sword, and then at the animated biscuit that suddenly appeared on the swordsman's shoulder. Is that your food? A pet? Pets do not count as a member. The Lord's private official spoke as he meticulously inscribed the name of Eugene onto the mercenary roster with a feather quill. Once the task was completed, the distribution of rewards would be based on this very list. The swordsman wished for a pet biscuit to claim a spot for a mere 2 pennies. But such a feat was hardly a simple endeavor. Hey, what do you mean by that? Ku Chi fumed, his temper flaring at the audacity of this individual to look down upon him. Ku Chi the Great, a lesson learned from the meerkats. It was utterly preposterous, inciting a furious shiver within him. When would his biscuit lord finally rise to his feet? Regrettably, the heartless Eugene offered no opportunity for him to argue his case. Swiftly leading him out of the noble's mercenary registration tent, behind them trailed a long line of mercenaries awaiting their turn to enlist. Some were reputable mercenaries relying on commissions to make a living. Fully equipped and skilled in the art of killing, exuding a unique aura. Yet, the majority were ill-equipped, desperate refugees wielding weapons of unknown origin, willing to gamble their lives for mere sustenance. Ku Chi stomped his feet in frustration. Eugene, I haven't finished speaking. Come back. Do you truly wish to become a mercenary? Why not? Mercenaries do not accept biscuits. From within the confines of his tightly fastened helmet, a barely audible chuckle emerged. Ku Chi, arms crossed and visibly irate, retorted, Fine, swordsman, mark my words. If Ku Chi the Great's name is not inscribed upon that mercenary roster, then I am not a mercenary, should a fight break out later. I shall not intervene. Don't come crying to me then. Do you think I would need your assistance? The swordsman scoffed. After departing the Radiant Temple, the swordsman and Biscuit traversed for a month, venturing wherever there were rumors of apostolic appearances. Unfortunately, most encounters were with ordinary fallen undead creatures, with few rising to the level of an apostle. As for the apostles, he had managed to vanquish 1 or 2, yet the number of vengeful souls absorbed was pitifully small. If he returned now, this meager collection of vengeful souls would not suffice to ignite the 6th star of power, let alone the 3rd star of the flower of magic. Returning would be a waste of time. And Eugene was unwilling to settle for that. Just days prior, he had heard from a wandering minstrel that a great noble lord in the north had his territory seized by an apostolic army and was recruiting mercenaries to aid in its reclamation. With his funds already depleted, he had previously overlooked financial matters, leading to his current predicament of sleeping outdoors, much to Biscuit's ongoing discontent. This opportunity not only promised monetary gain, but also the chance to slay a powerful leading apostle, thus serving 2 purposes. The swordsman was no novice in the mercenary trade. Having spent many years of his life in this profession, he relied on commissions for survival. However, as he absorbed more vengeful souls, the food he required daily began to be gradually replaced by the souls harvested from slain fallen creatures, which drastically reduced his frequency of mercenary work. The swordsman and Biscuit bickered while moving away. In the largest and most opulent lord's tent positioned further back, Duke Wilson of the Elman Kingdom was engaged in discussions regarding siege matters with a general from a neighboring country. He did not expect that a mere few thousand mercenaries could reclaim his territory. Their primary role was to bolster his side's morale. He possessed ample wealth. 2 months prior, his lands fell victim to an aggressive assault led by an apostle. This apostle was exceedingly fierce, and the forces he had stationed in his territory were no match for the enemy. As the apostolic army approached the castle, he was forced to flee in haste. Taking only a portion of his wealth in his frantic escape, he completely forgot about his wife and daughter, who remained trapped within the territory. This was the source of his urgent desire to launch a counteroffensive to reclaim his lands. The Elman kingdom was in disarray due to the chaos wrought by the fallen, and news had spread that the royal city had been breached, with the king missing. Other nobles who could be contacted had become jumpy and fearful. Aside from a token few peasant soldiers he had been given, he could rely on no one else. In his quest to swiftly reclaim his territory, he sought the aid of the nobility from the neighboring Frank kingdom, who generously agreed to provide assistance and dispatched the elite knight order known as the Snow Knights for support. This order was renowned in Frank for having vanquished numerous apostles. Even Duke Wilson, far to the south, had heard tales of their glory. This noble alliance had been maintained by his family across generations. However, what unsettled him was that the commander of the Snow Knights was an exceptionally youthful and effeminate man. Before him stood the leader of the Snow Knights, with black hair and crimson eyes, a high nose, fair skin, and a delicate oval face devoid of any distracting thoughts, more beautiful than a woman. He bore no resemblance to a general commanding a knightly army. He seemed more akin to some noble lady or a lord's favored companion. He must be some noble's relative, he thought. Sending such a person to assist in reclaiming his territory, would that not invite unforeseen complications? Although Duke Wilson felt dissatisfaction within, he dared not show it. He needed these individuals to help him recover his lands. Your Excellency the brave general, how shall I address you? Esteemed Duke Novich Wilson. You may call me Alaid, replied the young and handsome general, whose countenance resembled precious jade and pearls, smiling gently, causing Duke Wilson's heart to palpitate slightly. You are indeed the famed and valiant General Alaid? Duke Wilson exclaimed, his mouth agape in shocked disbelief. He had initially assumed this young man was merely a junior sent by Alaid for training, never expecting that he was the general himself. It was rumored that General Alaid was not of noble birth, having risen to prominence in recent years, leading the Knights of Snow against various apostles, as well as rampant mercenary groups, bandits, and rebels. Achieving remarkable military feats, he had garnered significant favor from the King of Frank, being recently bestowed the title of Viscount, and the renowned sorcerer Ising, known for his mastery of ice magic, had personally taken him under his wing for instruction. He was undoubtedly a dazzling figure in recent years. However, such a brilliant individual, lacking traditional noble lineage, would inevitably face considerable oppression from established nobility. Duke Wilson surmised that the general's willingness to assist him might stem from pressure exerted by traditional nobles. Hoping that once success was achieved, he could rely on the endorsement of this seasoned noble to solidify his standing within the aristocratic circles. With this realization, Duke Wilson's smile grew more genuine and friendly, and he spoke with newfound confidence. Brave Viscount Alaid, may I inquire when we shall march into battle? Alaid replied with a mild smile. I come at the behest of His Majesty the King to assist Duke Wilson in reclaiming his territory. My troops are well supplied and prepared for combat at any moment. Have you adequately prepared the siege equipment and personnel, esteemed Duke Wilson? Well, Duke Wilson, lacking any experience in leading troops, had completely forgotten that sieges required siege equipment. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he struggled to respond to Viscount Alaid's inquiry. My men have prepared the siege equipment. Just then, a cold voice interjected from outside, interrupting Duke Wilson's hesitant speech. The speaker, clad in gleaming silver armor adorned with engravings of the phoenix, entered the tent, his white hair framing a face marked by the authority of middle age, exuding an imposing presence, accompanied by his guards. He addressed Duke Wilson. Does the Duke have any further questions? Duke Wilson had initially intended to scold the intruder for lacking decorum, but upon seeing the man's face, shock overtook him. Prince William Ashton, the current uncle of the young Queen of Frank. Since the passing of the previous king and the ascension of the young queen, Prince William's power in the Kingdom of France has been steadily on the rise. It is noteworthy that Prince William is, in fact, a distant relative of the Wilson family from Wales. His grandmother bore the surname Wilson, establishing a political alliance between the two families after the fall of his territory. He had sent a missive seeking assistance from Prince William, but alas, his pleas vanished into silence, receiving no response. Ironically, it was the letters dispatched to the royal palace of France that garnered a swift reply. As the young queen, his nominally distant niece, commanded the deployment of the Snow Knights, filling him with immense joy. His astonishment, Prince William himself made a considerable journey to offer support. It is evident that once the territory is reclaimed, the price to appease Prince William will be exceedingly high. However, with his forces dwindling to a mere 100 loyal soldiers and nearly 2,000 mercenaries devoid of loyalty, he lacks the confidence to negotiate with Prince William. The Kingdom of France and the Kingdom of Airmen have coexisted for centuries, and familial ties among the royal and noble houses foster a sense of mutual assistance, by the King's decree. I have mobilized troops to aid Duke Wilson in reclaiming his lands. That I have already gathered farmers outside the city of Galga to construct siege machinery. The subsequent operations of the Snow Knights will be under my direct command. Lord Allied has no objections, I presume? Prince William inquired haughtily of Allied. Although framed as a question, his tone was unyielding, leaving no room for refusal. Allied furrowed his brow slightly. The Snow Knights, strictly speaking, were his private army, and others had no right to command them. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Allied chose to acquiesce to Prince William's directives. Very well, our gathering point is merely half a day's journey from Duke Wilson's stronghold. Time is of the essence. The Duke's wife and daughter remain within the city, unaware of their fate. Let us issue the order to depart at once. The lord who dispenses commissions had established the assembly point at the edge of a dense forest. Eugene did not rush to seize provisions. Instead, he settled beneath a tree in a less populated area with some biscuits, awaiting the uncertain command to advance. Hey, Eugene, when are we attacking the city? Kuchi inquired, his eagerness palpable as he yearned to witness the grandeur of a siege. The illustrious adventurer Kuchi had traversed many lands and faced numerous dangers, yet he had never witnessed the spectacle of a city under siege. I don't know. Perhaps today, tomorrow, or the day after. Don't pester me. If you're bored, amuse yourself or take a nap. With that, Eugene let his head droop slightly, seemingly preparing to slumber until the order to move was given. Hey, kid, this is the territory of our Golden Mercenary Corps. If you wish to linger here, you must seek our permission. A swordsman, having only just settled down, overheard an unwelcome voice. Mercenary groups, being informal organizations, often lack structure. Some may boast hundreds or even thousands, while others consist of just a handful of individuals, audaciously claiming the title of Mercenary Corps. Most are merely a ragtag assembly of outlaws and petty thieves, prone to bullying the weak while avoiding confrontation with the powerful. Looking for a fight, you scoundrels? Kuchi said, casting a sidelong glance at these individuals, unperturbed. The leader of the Biscuit Adventure Group was not one to be easily intimidated. What a massive sword! Who are you trying to frighten? And you brought a pet? Kuchi's face flushed with anger. Who are you calling a pet? Eugene, unfazed by such remarks, rose and swiftly dispatched one of them with a blow. These individuals were not worth drawing his sword, the lightless blade. Moreover, taking a life in this place would surely invite trouble. Truth be told, their weapons could not even pierce his armor, posing no threat whatsoever. Well done, Eugene. Go on, teach them a lesson. Kuchi cheered from his perch on a branch, excitedly rallying morale while playfully swaying his body to mimic a punch at the leaves in a flurry of fists and kicks. Eugene quickly incapacitated 5 or 6 of them, his strikes merciless, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. You wait. We of the Golden Mercenary Corps will remember you. After uttering their threats, the remaining members of the Golden Mercenary Corps hastily dragged their fallen comrades away. Your skills are impressive. May I inquire your name? A young nobleman, adorned in splendid armor and leading a contingent, happened upon this scene and could not help but commend Eugene, eager to learn the name of this mercenary. His name was Henry Wilson, the eldest son of Duke Wilson, highly regarded by his father. He had come to convey the Duke's orders regarding their departure. The mercenary replied, You may call me the swordsman. Please relay the commands to those mercenary leaders, Henry instructed his subordinates. Once they dispersed, he turned to Eugene with a smile. I am Henry Wilson, the future heir of the Wilson family. Swordsman, would you be interested in serving me? Eugene flatly declined. I apologize, but I have no intention of pledging allegiance to anyone. Swordsman, accompany me. At the very least, I can assure you will not perish in the initial wave of the siege. Lord Wilson, you may as well seek someone else. Seeing the resolute refusal, Henry opted not to press further. No worries, swordsman. Do not rush to conclusions. I shall grant you time to consider. If you survive the siege, you may seek me out at any time. With a confident smile, Henry dismissed the rejection of this common mercenary. As he glanced at the exaggeratedly large sword strapped to Eugene's back, he offered a friendly warning. By the way, swordsman, I advise you to consider changing your weapon. That hefty iron slab is ill-suited for a siege and may lead to your demise. After offering this well-meaning counsel, Henry hurriedly rode away. With his departure, the entire encampment stirred into action, dismantling tents and loading their gear, setting forth towards their destination, the city of Galga. The sounds of siege artillery and the chaos of battle echoed above Galga. The mercenaries, shielded and in chariots, pressed forward inch by inch. At the forefront, the peasant soldiers, organized by two of Duke Wilson's loyal men, pushed siege engines and battering rams towards the city walls. The defenders atop the battlements unleashed a hail of arrows and javelins, while massive stones were hurled down upon the advancing forces that a direct hit from a stone would guarantee carnage within a 5-meter radius. Boom! A siege ladder was struck by a boulder, shattering both the ladder and the men below, resulting in countless casualties to my heavens. This siege is far too brutal. We must flee. Cucci exclaimed in horror that Eugene, sheltered behind a siege engine, calmly observed the brutal conflict unfolding ahead, remaining non-committal in an age where lives were as expendable as grass. Such scenes were all too common. The riches of mercenaries were not easily earned. To reap substantial rewards, one must be prepared to face the specter of death. Once the initial wave had perished, it would be their turn. Many unprepared mercenaries, upon witnessing the carnage, began to panic and contemplated fleeing. But once on the battlefield, retreat was not an option. Those who attempted to flee were swiftly executed by the Snow Knights, stationed to monitor and maintain order. The mercenaries tasked with the initial assault were primarily drawn from lone wanderers or small, weak factions. Having received generous pay, they lacked a strong representative to influence decision-making. The noblemen of the Kingdom of France would not squander their valuable combat strength in this phase of the assault. Leaders of larger mercenary groups would strive to position their subordinates further back. Eugene's assignment to the second wave was indeed a stroke of fortunate luck. How fortunate, Eugene. It's a good thing we weren't placed in the first wave. Otherwise, we would be the ones blown to smithereens. Luck often rests upon the misfortunes of others. And just as the biscuit man finished his lament, a herald called out to the second wave of mercenaries. Second wave, it's your turn. It's over. We're doomed. Just moments ago, Kiki, who felt fortunate, was completely taken aback. Was it already his turn to face misfortune? The Lord's guards urged the mercenaries and serfs to push the war chariots and shields. Carrying ladders, advancing towards the city gates, thunderous stones fell around Eugene, fortunately missing him and the wooden siege ladder cart he was pushing. Suddenly, a massive arrow shot from the city walls, at least twice the length of a standard arrow. The projectile, launched from the distant gate tower, pierced through the large shield chariot and all the mercenaries hiding behind it, exploding with a force comparable to that of a heavy crossbow. Was there a heavy crossbow up there? Eugene, relying solely on his eyesight, could not discern any sign of one. He only vaguely saw a shadowy figure as Eugene and 7 or 8 others pushed the cart halfway. A colossal rock plummeted from the sky, landing precisely on their siege ladder cart. Instantly, the cart shattered into pieces, and those unable to evade were crushed beneath it. Any who dare retreat shall be executed without question. Forward. All of you, advance. The serfs, carrying ladders, rushed madly towards the foot of the city, some falling to arrows, while a few survivors finally managed to set the ladders up and began to climb. Eugene hid in a shell hole. Observing the city wall, he saw that the guards were a line of half-dead soldiers, and a fallen knight wielding a great bow drew back an arrow, shooting explosive bolts that tore through the air, mowing down piles of mercenaries. The power of the fallen was formidable that he sensed the intense inferno of karma within them and felt invigorated, seeing that the second siege team had pushed their line right up to the city wall. Duke Wilson was overjoyed and hastily commanded the third wave of assault teams to charge. They took over the still intact but unoccupied siege ladders and battering rams. The Snow Knights, the assault team, attacked to breach the city gates. From a distance, Aliyid saw the opportunity and immediately ordered his Snow Knights to storm the gates with vigor. Missing this chance would render the thousands of previously dispatched siege teams' efforts futile. Beside him, Prince William observed coldly, neither stopping nor commanding his royal knight guard to advance. The mercenaries climbed the ladders, initially believing that the most challenging battle would be the long fight towards the city wall, where boulders and arrows would claim many lives. Yet, Upon reaching the wall, they discovered that the undead soldiers were even more terrifying. They fought fiercely and without fear of death, with some methods of attack already beyond human. Moreover, even when they fell, they could resurrect and continue fighting. That a significant number of mercenaries perished at this stage, unable to ascend. Eugen hoisted the no-light sword overhead, quickly climbing the ladder, when the mercenary above him was cleaved in two by a towering undead wielding a large axe on the wall. Clearing the path, Eugen's speed suddenly accelerated, and he surged onto the wall like a fierce tiger. His great sword swept through the undead, instantly cleaving a swath of them in half. The swordsman's fierce attacks cleared a substantial gap in this section of the wall, allowing the mercenaries behind to seize the opportunity to ascend and slay the remaining undead. The fallen knight with the great bow stood atop the gate tower, raising his bow and inserting an exaggeratedly large arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot from the gate tower, piercing through the gathered mercenaries climbing the wall, leaving a third of their bodies hollow as they fell lifelessly. Clang! The great arrow struck against the no-light sword, sending Eugen staggering back several steps. The arrow deflected. A shallow dent appeared on the sword's blade. Had it not been reforged and tempered by the blacksmith's side, this iron sword might have been pierced through. The fallen bow knight, his face completely obscured, revealed no sign of emotion. He merely coldly withdrew another massive arrow from his quiver and drew back his bow once more. Eugen, however, could not comply with his wishes. He raised the no-light sword in front of him and charged towards the gate tower. If he could get closer, he could easily shatter this troublesome foe into fragments. The heavy battering ram was finally pushed to the gate, pulled by a dozen individuals working in tandem, striking the massive ironwood hybrid gate constructed of fine iron. From the gap above the gate, numerous soldiers suddenly emerged, hurling stones at the serfs operating the battering ram below, crushing many. Fortunately, the fully armored Snow Knights reinforcements finally arrived. Some took over the battering ram, while others climbed the siege ladders set up on the side walls. Whoosh! A squad of Snow Knights that had just reached the wall was pierced by the great arrows shot from the gate tower. Even those who were merely grazed by the arrow's wind pressure found their armor shattered, limbs flying. Taking advantage of this squad's distraction, Eugen bent down to evade the violent rush of air from the great arrow. Flipping into the gate tower, he swiftly dispatched the soldiers hiding inside the tower who were throwing stones and shooting arrows downwards, his figure unrelenting as he raced towards the tower's summit. Eugen's form burst forth. Just as he was about to strike, he was astonished to find that the enemy had already drawn back their bow to the limit, fully prepared, waiting for his arrival. Too close. There was no time to evade. Eugen instinctively raised the wide blade of the no-light sword in front of him, passively bracing for the incoming great arrow. He felt uncertain whether he could withstand such a powerful arrow at such a close range. At that moment, an ice arrow shot from outside the gate, deflecting the fallen knight's arm, causing the great arrow to be released prematurely, soaring skyward with the force of the deflection, seizing the opportunity. Eugen swung his sword downward, cleaving the great bow knight, who towered over him by a third, in half. A small, unseen azure flame was absorbed into the swordsman's body. Bang! The gate burst open under the battering ram's assault, and the mercenaries shouted as they rushed into the city, engaging in street battles with the fallen soldiers within. This was indeed an opportune moment for pillaging. Eugen lifted his sword and looked toward the crucial direction from which the ice arrow had come. He saw a noble knight clad in silver armor atop a warhorse, his splendid long hair, which the helmet could not conceal, dancing in the wind, exuding an air of grace and nobility. The silver-armored knight was also gazing at him, their eyes meeting across the battlefield for a fleeting moment. Eugen had already leaped into the city in pursuit of his target, while the silver knight remained transfixed in that direction. Why did that mercenary resemble someone from his past? Perhaps it was just an illusion. That person had long since perished. The silver knight shook off the thought, ready to command his large contingent to enter the city, only to hear Prince William's untimely voice. Truly, by divine providence, Alid, you shall lead a large force with me into the city to cleanse it of the filthy fallen. The rest will be ordered to camp outside, allowing not a single fallen to escape. When besieging, every soldier counted. Now that the gates had fallen, to suddenly speak such words was nothing less than a blatant grab for military merit. Duke Wilson, riding alongside Prince William, silently turned his head away, pretending not to hear, feigning to inspect the iron gate he had painstakingly constructed, now breached. Prince William looked down at the silver knight, Speaking calmly, "My lord, do you have any objections to this proposal?" "None, Your Highness, I shall follow your orders." Prince William's expression softened slightly as he smiled. "Excellent, Alayid. You shall entrust your reserve troops to your subordinates and accompany me into the city at once." "Yes, I obey your command." Immediately, Prince William led his imposing royal knight guard alongside Alayid's elite snow knights into the city. Prince Henry personally led a squad of guards to enter first, anxiously heading toward the Lord's manor. His mother and sister were still unaccounted for. He must find them quickly. One must see the living and the dead alike. Moreover, there exists the fallen apostle who has ravaged their homeland. He shall personally behead this creature to repay the months of dislocation and to cleanse the Wilson family's disgrace of being expelled. He leads an elite knightly guard alongside fierce mercenaries, cutting through the streets with ferocity. Henry witnesses numerous men impaled upon wooden stakes, left to dry in the wind, while the bloated corpses of pregnant women are deliberately piled together. Infants, not yet a year old, lie discarded at the roadside, trampled upon, and the bodies of the elderly, bereft of limbs and heads, are countless. Despite his usual composed, noble demeanor, Henry is consumed by rage, his features contorted, and his eyes ablaze. "Annihilate those demons from hell." He bellows, severing the heads of the obstructing fallen and leading his forces onward. The most intolerable sight is the presence of still living individuals, not entirely fallen, aiding the corrupted in their resistance. These beings are even more despicable than the fallen themselves. Familiar terrain allows him to swiftly guide his troops into the gates of the former lord's estate. In the fragrant courtyard, a fallen knight, adorned with 2 horns and clad in full armor, wielding a long-handled war hammer and towering at 3 meters, stands defiantly before the entrance of the estate. General Harold. Henry's pupils constrict slightly. He recognizes this knight, named Harold, a baron by the private decree of the Wilson family, a loyal retainer, and the commander of their private militia. It was General Harold who bravely led the charge to provide the Wilson family time to escape the city. The reason the Wilsons believe their mother and sister are still alive is their faith that General Harold would have hidden and protected them, awaiting their call for aid to mount a counterattack. Why does General Harold exude such a strange aura? Why has his form grown so colossal? Henry Wilson urgently inquires. "General Harold, are my mother and sister safe?" Beneath the helmet, darkness prevails as Harold drags his siege hammer into the ground. Spreading his arms and roaring skyward, the shockwave radiates outward like ripples, causing many intruders to stagger back, shielding their eyes. The roar echoes throughout the city like a legendary beast, its sound waves permeating every corner. "General Harold, have you, too, succumbed to corruption?" Henry questions in disbelief, his voice trembling. His swordsmanship and robust physique were honed by Harold himself since childhood. A man of such integrity and valor could not possibly fall to depravity. Before he can contemplate further, Harold swings his hammer, unleashing a torrent of wrath upon Henry and the knightly guard. The hammer's passage stirs a fierce wind, sending warriors flying, and the air is filled with the debris of mangled flesh. "General!" Henry shouts in fury, charging towards Harold with his sword, only to have his blade deflected by the hammer's long handle, sending his sword soaring from his grip. Harold knows his moves too well, for they were taught by him. What greets Henry is a hammerhead larger than his own head, and he swiftly rolls to evade Harold's ground-shattering strike, which creates a web-like pattern of cracks in the earth, the shockwave toppling Henry to the ground. "Young Master Henry, over here." The knightly guards desperately launch an assault against Harold in a bid to buy time. Yet, the frail forms of mere mortals are no match for fallen Harold. Each one reduced to mere remnants by the sweeping force of the hammer's handle. Pain engulfs Henry. It feels as though his bones are fracturing, and a deafening ringing in his ears renders him unable to hear anything. He watches as the towering figure of General Harold approaches, the gargantuan hammer dragging along the ground, emitting a piercing metallic screech. "General, are you truly going to slay your loyal master?" Henry scrambles backward, grasping the ground, his voice frantic. He realizes he has completely lost his composure. Yet, as the giant hammer looms over him, he finds it difficult to face his impending demise with calmness. Harold grips the hammer with both hands, his aura thick with resentment, raising it high to bring crashing down upon Henry Wilson's head. Henry screams, instinctively shielding his eyes with his hands, bracing for the moment of impact. However, he feels no crushing blow. Instead, a resounding clash of steel against steel reverberates, The brief restoration of his hearing is once again drowned by the ringing in his ears. He lowers his hands, stunned to see a large, dark sword before him, its blade embedded in the ground, while its hilt is grasped by a warrior clad in tightly fitting armor, standing resolutely to withstand the hammer's assault. Harold's war hammer rests upon the greatsword, and the immense force of the blow is withstood, causing the hammer to be violently deflected from Harold's grasp. This warrior, with such a uniquely designed armor and that remarkably striking sword, his mind races amidst the chaos. And he quickly identifies this individual as the mercenary swordsman he encountered at the encampment prior to his expedition. It is you, Eugen exclaims, seizing Henry's armor collar and flinging him backward. The effort to withstand the hammer's strike leaves his hands tingling. He had expected his newly enhanced physique to absorb the blow easily, yet he finds it surprisingly taxing. He had fought relentlessly, killing apostle after apostle, even the embodiment of calamity, to attain his current strength. While this individual simply became a fallen apostle to wield such power, it seems profoundly unjust. Were he able to fall as an apostle, he would be eager to try. Harold does not grant Eugen time to ponder. He retrieves the war hammer and leaps forward, striking with even greater ferocity. Unfazed by the onslaught, Eugen raises his sword to block. Clang! Eugen endures the excruciating pain in his arms, forcing himself to withstand the blow. In that instant, the dark eyeholes of his helmet flare with crimson light. The wrath of Sarano is returned. The enemy's attack ignites the warrior's fury, allowing him to repel the assault and turn the blade against his foe. A momentary flash of red ignites in Eugen's eyes as immense power surges through the hammer into the sword, traveling down to his arms. The lightless one deflects the war hammer, causing Harold to stagger backward. Seizing the momentary surge of anger, Eugen advances, wielding the lightless one, delivering a ferocious strike that returns Harold's attack in full. The massive form, encased in armor, is cleaved by the lightless one infused with Harold's own strength. Blue flames engulfing the swordsman. "Madam," Harold murmurs, and in the next moment, his body splits in two, crashing down. In the courtyard of the Lord's estate in Gorga City, the remnants of 20-odd knightly guards lie scattered. These are the remnants of Harold, now completely dissipated. "You have slain him, swordsman." Henry shakes his head, feeling a slight alleviation of the ringing in his ears, supported by the few remaining guards as he expresses his gratitude to the swordsman. In any case, he cannot fathom that a mere mercenary he fortuitously encountered in a garbage-strewn camp could appear at this moment to save his life and single-handedly vanquish the fallen General Harold. Who on earth is he? Eugen nods slightly in acknowledgement before stepping forward, sword in hand, into the vast structure of the Lord's estate. "Wait, swordsman. Join me in my search for my mother and sister. I will repay you with everything I have," Henry implores, but the swordsman shows no inclination to heed his words, oblivious to the fact that this is his home. "Let us pursue them." Henry, despite the searing pain, attempts to push forward, only to be restrained by his loyal guards. My lord, there was an apostle guarding the door outside. It is certainly perilous within the Duke's residence. We should await the arrival of Duke and his men. The guards assist Henry to a stone bench in the courtyard for respite. Moments later, a squad of elite cavalry arrives, escorting Duke Wilson, Prince William, and Viscount Aliid to the entrance of the estate. They had heard the tremendous roars emanating from the Lord's estate from afar, and, disregarding the need to methodically eliminate the fallen, rushed directly to the scene. "What, you say General Harold has also fallen?" Duke Wilson's countenance darkened as he listened to his son's account. With Harold, who was left to protect the Duchess, having fallen from grace, the harrowing tragedy that unfolded in Lianxiang City left little doubt regarding the Duchess's fate. It was highly probable that his mature and beautiful wife, along with their beloved daughter, had met with misfortune. The thought twisted his heart in anguish, prompting him to bitterly implore His Royal Highness. "Your Highness, the leader of those fallen must still be within this city. You must ensure his demise." Prince William replied gravely, "Of course, that is precisely why we have come." He immediately commanded the soldiers throughout the city to search for the apostles' whereabouts, to seek out the Duke's wife and daughter, and dispatch subordinates to investigate the Lord's manor. Once the area was deemed safe, they all entered the estate under Duke Wilson's lead. Stepping once more into his long-abandoned residence stirred deep sentiments within Duke Wilson. Since his ancestors had been granted the title of Duke, his family had been stationed here by the king, guarding the northern limestone province for generations without ever being ousted from their territory. The hall's furnishings lay strewn about, a remnant of the hurried evacuation that had taken place, that a strange sound faintly echoed from the upper floor. Prince William inquired of the guards, "What is that sound? Have all the fallen been cleared away?" They had conducted a thorough check, yet the guards sent to the Duke's bedroom on the second floor had yet to return. Upon hearing this, the Duke's heart filled with trepidation. There existed a hidden compartment within his chamber, containing an entire chest of gold he had concealed. If discovered, it would spell trouble. He promptly retrieved the key from his pocket, leading the guards in that direction, with his children following closely behind. Observing this, Prince William left a contingent of guards at the entrance and accompanied the others. Ascending to the second floor, Duke Wilson turned into the familiar corridor. Heading directly toward the opulent bedroom at its end, as he drew nearer, he was horrified to hear what seemed to be a woman's piercing scream emanating from within. The Duke and his children turned ashen. The agonized shriek bore an uncanny resemblance to their mother's voice. Could it be her? "Mother is still alive." Prince William and Allied exchanged glances, swiftly unsheathing their swords, having seen no soldiers in the vicinity who were there to cleanse the monsters. Duke Wilson tossed the key to Henry, urgently commanding, "Open it." "Yes, father." Henry, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, inserted the key into the lock. With a click, the mechanical latch opened without resistance. Taking a deep breath, Henry flung open the Duke's bedroom door, and a wave of warm mist surged forth, enveloping them all. A moment of panic ensued, but nothing untoward occurred. Henry, brandishing his sword, entered the room, only to stand frozen in shock. His complexion drained of color. At the sound of the woman's scream, the others rushed in, their faces transforming in horror as they beheld the scene. The once spacious bedroom, adorned with sumptuous carpets, was now strewn with pinkish flesh, resembling wallpaper that covered the floors and walls. The grand bed was obscured by an even thicker layer of flesh, upon which lay a beautiful woman, completely unclothed, entangled with a 3-meter-tall pitch-black humanoid monstrosity. All present recognized that the woman, engaged in this indecent act with the creature, was none other than Duchess Wilson. Though she had aged, at this moment she appeared 20 years younger, her figure voluptuous and fair. The juxtaposition of the diminutive human woman with the grotesquely towering beast was unsettling to all. Most appalling of all was the realization that the creature bore the visage of Duke Wilson's eldest son, the handsome Henry Wilson. Henry observed this nightmarish tableau, his face devoid of color, unexplainably burdened by overwhelming psychological distress. Regardless of his connection to the situation, he feared his father would forever associate his face with this horror. The prospect of inheriting the title of Duke receded further from his grasp. Though the Duchess emitted piercing screams, her expression was one of unrestrained ecstasy, her lips curled in an unnatural grin. Her eyes rolled back in rapture. The flesh that blanketed the room quivered in response to her cries. As if attuned to the rhythm of her desire, an unsettling agitation began to stir within all who heard her cries. "Guards, dispatch this monster and that wanton harlot at once." Duke Wilson bellowed, his visage contorted in rage, the flesh upon his face quivering like tumultuous waves. This disgraceful spectacle, witnessed by his own kin, was further compounded by the presence of Prince William and others. His humiliating deeds would be disseminated throughout the noble circles of the Frank kingdom, marking him as the greatest jest among the aristocracy. Moreover, that abomination bore his son's face. As the grotesque figures continued their carnal entanglement, soldiers rushed forward, weapons drawn, yet they struck with no effect. Tumors of flesh oozed from their bodies, causing the nearby guards to recoil in horror. One such mass of flesh landed by the Duke's feet, splitting open to reveal a mouth that emitted the cries of an infant. Quickly silenced by a guard's boot, it became evident that this was not the Duke's wife, but a corrupted monstrosity. "Allow me to expedite their removal, my lord." Malcolm, Prince William's advisor, stepped forward, summoning his accompanying mage. "Yes, your highness," Malcolm responded, raising his staff toward the blasphemous creature within the room. The gem embedded in his staff unleashed a torrent of flame, igniting the flesh and the monster alike. Yet, the creature remained oblivious. Its skin rapidly deteriorated under the flames, and just as onlookers believed the monster would be consumed, the flames began to retract into its flesh, and the wounds healed almost instantaneously. From the pulsating orifices of the surrounding flesh, the absorbed flames were expelled, surging toward the assembled crowd. Malcolm's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily attempted to conjure a magical shield to protect Prince William. But it was too late. Just then, Allied stepped forth from the throng, his exquisitely crafted silver sword cutting through the air that a wall of ice rapidly rose before them, blocking the flames entirely. "Your Highness." "It seems fire is ineffective against them," Malcolm said, his face pallid with fear, realizing that had the flames harmed the prince, he would bear the blame. That is fire truly useless? Prince William pondered, troubled. Flames had always served as a potent weapon against the fallen. Under normal circumstances, even the most formidable of corrupt beings would be reduced to ashes and rendered incapable of resurrection. Yet, against these seemingly non-aggressive abominations, fire had utterly failed, an unprecedented occurrence. "All-eyed, do you possess a means to counter this entity?" "I am uncertain, but I can attempt something." All-eyed directed his sword toward the blasphemous creature, the water and ice runes upon the hilt illuminating. In the next moment, ice arrows formed and shot toward the monster. While the arrows pierced its skin, they were soon absorbed, and the creature's flesh restored itself to its original state. From the orifices of the surrounding flesh, clear water began to seep forth. Undeterred, All-eyed infused the hilt with more magical energy, which transformed into a torrential downpour of ice arrows. Despite the ferocity of the assault, it bore no effect. The multitude of arrows was absorbed, and the flesh walls exuded large puddles of clean water that spread across the floor. Duke Wilson, desperate to eliminate the fallen monster and the wretched soul clad in his wife's guise, felt an overwhelming urgency. This repulsive creature was a constant affront to his dignity and that of the Wilson family. Noticing that none among them had any means to combat this abominable sight, Duke Wilson, nearing 60, felt his composure waning. Given that the creature currently posed no threat, and with his dignity already in tatters, Duke Wilson resolved he could not remain there any longer. "Henry, come with me." Henry Wilson's complexion was ashen as he trailed behind the Duke. The woman's cries emanating from the monstrous being grew increasingly shrill, causing a flush to appear on the faces of those present to varying degrees. "Is there truly nothing that His Excellency, the Viscount Allied, can do against this abomination?" Prince William inquired urgently. The sorcerer Malcolm suggested. "Your Highness, fire has always been the bane of fallen creatures. The flames just now were insufficient in scale that I propose we set this entire house ablaze. It will surely incinerate the beast. How dare you? This is the private property of the Wilson family, not something you can recklessly destroy," protested a member of the Wilson family, visibly displeased. As the woman's soul-stirring screams grew louder, Prince William felt a reaction stirring within him, threatening to tarnish his royal dignity. Reluctantly, he commanded, "We cannot remain here any longer. All of you, exit at once." With the exception of Allied, everyone else vacated the Duke's chamber, crowding the corridor in a state of confusion. At that moment, a crisp, youthful voice broke through the tension, audaciously declaring, "Make way! Make way! The biscuit adventurers have arrived. Such matters are best left to professionals." The biscuit figure stood atop the swordsman's head, wielding a conductor's baton to clear the obstructing crowd. The swordsman's menacing aura, coupled with his fearsome great sword, drove the Wilson family members back, yet it failed to intimidate the prince's guards. The guards drew their swords, blocking the swordsman, their gazes alert, at a mere command from the prince. They would swiftly dispatch this suspicious individual. That why Eugene did not force his way through. He understood that at times, sheer obstinacy could invite unnecessary trouble. He cast his gaze towards the most imposing figure in the room. "Prince William, allow this mercenary to enter," William commanded, slightly puzzled, as he recognized the style of the mercenary's armor from somewhere. Allied unleashed an ice spear, not aimed at the monster, but targeting the woman instead. The woman's head was pierced and exploded by his ice spear, yet the high-pitched cries did not cease. Rather, they escalated in frequency. Just as Allied intended to withdraw from the room, a fully armored swordsman wielding a great sword entered. Allied's pupils constricted sharply. The design of that great sword seemed to coincide with the weapon of someone from his memories. "Hey," Eugene said, bypassing Allied, advancing step by step towards the duo of apostles. It was almost comical. He had rushed through the vast estate searching for the apostles, only to find none, even being chased away by the estate's soldiers. After a winding journey, he finally found the target of his quest. As he drew closer to the monster, the overwhelming sound waves surged forth, the scales of his armor scraping against the cacophony, vibrating in rhythm with the surrounding flesh walls. Buzz, the great sword's hum resonated. And then all fell silent. Blue flames erupted from the apostle's body, swirling into the swordsman's form. This spectacle left the onlookers bewildered. Did he truly kill him so easily? What was that blue substance? Magic? Who exactly is he? Only Prince William and Aliyid, hidden behind helmets, grasped the significance of the scene. According to the recorded legends, there existed a special entity known as the Annihilator. Upon slaying an apostle, the infernal flames within would merge into their being, rendering the undying apostle incapable of resurrection. Annihilator. You are the Annihilator? Prince William exclaimed in disbelief. Swordsman, you are indeed a swordsman, correct? Aliyid removed his helmet, revealing his face, and cautiously approached the swordsman to inquire. Why? Eugene turned, his dark eye sockets fixating on Aliyid's face. After a moment, he replied calmly, Aliyid, I never imagined I would encounter you here. You truly are a swordsman. Aliyid beamed with joy, his long-lost genuine smile lighting up his face like that of a child. Old friend, will you not remove your helmet? You know me. It would put me at ease. Aliyid chuckled. Indeed, I believe that even when you are in bed with a woman, you would not remove that canister from your head. I thought you were dead. I never expected you to be alive. What exactly happened back then? When I arrived, everyone was dead. You and the captain were nowhere to be found, and we searched for a long time, without success. In the tranquil room, only the silhouettes of the two stood against the dim lights streaming through the glass window. The swordsman did not respond to Aliyid's question, but instead asked, Are you still in Farant? Of course, I cannot allow the company the captain painstakingly assembled to disband. I have reformed the Great Sword Mercenary Corps. It was later personally named by His Majesty the King as the Snow Knights. The current Snow Knights have become one of the most legitimate and formidable armies in the Kingdom of Farant. Congratulations. Aliyid noted the outline of the great sword concealed beneath Eugene's cloak, saying, You have inherited the captain's sword, while I have inherited his ideals. My company is now a noble army, possessing territories I once dared not even dream of. I am now a viscount, and will soon be conferred as a marquis, and eventually, I shall become a duke. Swordsman, return to us. Let us continue the battles we once fought side by side. Eugene fell silent for a moment before declining. I am sorry, but I have my own matters to attend to. Your own matters? Aliyid narrowed his elongated eyes, questioning the swordsman with displeasure. Are you busy becoming the savior annihilator? No, I intend to leave this foolish place. After uttering those words, the swordsman showed no inclination to engage further and turned to exit. Wait, Canister, do you not wish to see Gwen? She is just outside the city. The swordsman did not halt his stride, walking straight away. No need. I doubt she desires to see me. Aliyid watched as the swordsman departed, his crimson eyes darkening with reluctance. As Eugene exited the duke's chamber, Kiki leaped from his waist pouch, cautiously asking, Is he a friend from your past? He seems like a decent fellow. Unsurprisingly, the biscuit figure received no response from the swordsman. Whenever inquiries arose regarding his past, he always fell silent. Just as he intended to seek out the Duke's officials to collect the remainder of the mercenaries' pay, the swordsman was intercepted by a squad of brilliantly polished guards. Their insignia depicting the phoenix exuding authority. Esteemed Annihilator, our prince wishes to meet with you. Please follow us. The prince's guard gestured towards a chamber at the rear of the estate. I have no interest in meeting your prince. Step aside. The numerous soldiers did not yield. Instead, they drew their weapons, surrounding Eugene completely. Esteemed Annihilator, please honor us by meeting His Highness the Prince. That gentleman has been waiting for you for quite some time. The legendary Great Annihilator. You have finally arrived. Why? Eugene was escorted into a spacious hall, where Prince William stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to him, exuding the authority of a higher power. While the sorcerer Malcolm and captain of the guards, Edmund Gray, attended him closely. Compared to Duke Wilson, his demeanor resembled that of the true master of the place. You sought me? The prince turned from the window, a warm smile gracing his face. Annihilator, please take a seat. Prince William invited the swordsman to sit, yet Eugene did not extend him that courtesy, remaining standing in evident impatience. The legendary Annihilator was indeed afforded certain liberties, and William did not mind the other's rudeness. It seems you and Viscount Aliyid are old friends. After so many years apart, there must be much to discuss. How did your conversation go? Eugene replied tersely. Merely a greeting. If your highness has matters to discuss, please proceed. I wish for you to join the kingdom of Farant. I am sorry, but I am not interested in joining your kingdom. The gingerbread man cautiously peered out from his satchel, decisively rejecting the clumsy words of the ember wielder. He is a member of my gingerbread adventure troupe, and as the leader, I do not consent. Perhaps a negotiation could be in order." Noticing the gloom in Prince William's eyes, Kiki quickly retreated back into the bag in fright after speaking. Prince William did not approach the gingerbread-like being, but continued to persuade him. "In the kingdom of France, you will have the opportunity to truly showcase your talents. I shall bestow upon you a title, grant you a mansion, lands, slaves, and beautiful women. You will receive everything you desire." Eugen could not help but laugh. "Everything I desire? Do you truly know what I seek?" Prince William replied with a smile. "What is it that you wish for, Ember Wielder? If it is reasonable, I can assist you in obtaining it. Rest assured, the forthcoming expansion of the kingdom will afford you great opportunities. What I desire is to be far removed from you people, preferably to a realm where you do not exist. Can your highness assist me in achieving that?" Prince William could no longer maintain his amiable facade. His expression darkened immediately. At his side, the wizard Malcolm scolded the swordsman angrily. "How dare you? Do you know who you are speaking to?" Eugen had no intention of engaging in a quarrel with them. He was merely there to eliminate the apostles, nothing more. "I have no interest in joining. Farewell." With that, Eugen turned to leave, but the numerous guards at the entrance barred his way. Prince William's voice turned cold. "Ember Wielder, my offer to you is a gesture of support. Do not presume yourself to be of great importance. You are nothing before the mighty kingdom of France. This is your final opportunity." The Ember Wielder before him represented not only an opportunity for Prince William but also for the kingdom of France, with the Ember Wielder's name. The kingdom's subsequent plans to annex land would appear all the more justified. In the midst of this cataclysmic crisis, the kingdom of France would find its chance to ascend, crowned as the new great empire after Orléans. The appearance of this Ember Wielder was surely a divine sign. As the conversation escalated and swords were drawn, the fact that the other party had yet to readily accept his proposal only served to inflame Prince William's temper further. After all, he was Prince William, one of the highest authorities in the kingdom of France. He had never been subjected to such indignities. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed in Prince William's mind as he gazed at the armor worn by the Ember Wielder. He finally grasped the crucial detail. "The armor you wear is of Orléans design." Indeed, it is the very armor from the Orléans expedition. Many years prior, various kingdoms had united to form an expeditionary force, and he had witnessed the formidable army of the Orléans Empire en route to battle. Among them was a knightly order composed of the most elite knights of the empire, their combat prowess formidable, and their armor appeared to resemble that which the Ember Wielder donned. "You are from the Orléans Empire? I advise you to abandon this course. I have received information that the Orléans Empire is now even more chaotic than the current Airman Kingdom. The once great Orléans Empire had reached the end of its road. Only by joining France could you secure your future." Bang! Just as Prince William anticipated that the Ember Wielder would come to terms with reality and accept his proposal. The latter, relying on his sturdy armor, charged through the ranks of knights, forcefully making his escape. Prince William fumed. "That damned fellow! How audacious! Notify everyone to launch an immediate pursuit and capture that Ember Wielder." Malcolm hesitated, cautioning the prince, "Your Highness, if he truly is from Orléans, we could find ourselves in grave trouble if they learn of our actions." The strength of the Orléans Empire was deeply ingrained in Malcolm's mind since childhood. No nation or individual dared to defy or disrespect it, only extolling its greatness. Prince William laughed disdainfully. "What of it? Do you think I was merely intimidating that swordsman? That once great empire is now struggling for survival. Meanwhile, we in France are on an unstoppable path to greatness, destined to supplant it. At it seemed that the final payment for the commission was now beyond reach. Eugen sprinted across the opulent tiles of the Duke's residence, deftly evading one guard after another, making straight for the exit. Just as he burst through the Duke's inner gate, a dozen knights blocked his path. As he halted, the pursuers closed in behind him, sealing his retreat. Eugen drew the Voidbringer's sword, shielding himself against the myriad weapons aimed at him. The moment the great sword appeared, it astonished all the knights encircling the Ember Wielder. None could fathom how a mere human could wield such an enormous iron block. The gingerbread adventure troop faced yet another grave crisis, as the anxious Kiki, the troop leader, leaped onto Eugen's shoulder, frantically asking, "We're surrounded. What should we do now?" The laughter of the swordsman echoed from within his closed helmet. "Of course, we shall fight our way out." Buzz. Finally, Eugen unleashed his fury upon the knights, the great sword whirling with a furious, thunderous howl, cleaving the armored knights surrounding him in twain. Their armor, before the weighty blade of the Voidbringer, crumbled like fragile paper, spilling blood and entrails across the ground. Did he do all of this alone? Prince William, accompanied by Malcolm, arrived at the Duke's front courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he could no longer maintain his composure. Had Malcolm not steadied him, he might have collapsed to the ground. The grass, stone paths, and even the leisurely swings and recliners were strewn with the mangled corpses of knights, their flesh and blood painting the ground. Not a single body intact. How many were here? Malcolm wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reporting, "There were 47 knights who came to confront the swordsman, Your Highness." After a moment's pause, the seasoned Prince William finally regained his composure. He ordered, "Summon all knights." "No, do not use knights. Let those foolish mercenaries deal with the Ember Wielder. Whoever can slay him will be rewarded with 100 gold coins, under the pretense of eliminating a fallen swordsman." Since he refused to serve the Kingdom of France, he was now an enemy of the kingdom. No other nation would be allowed to claim him, though not kill him. "Your Highness, he is the savior Ember Wielder." Malcolm urgently interjected. Prince William dismissed the concern. "There are more than one Ember Wielder. New ones will emerge in the future. The death of one Ember Wielder is inconsequential to this world. Let us hope the next one is more agreeable." Eugen fought his way through a squad of knights and escaped the Duke's residence, only to face a city under lockdown and the relentless pursuit of all mercenary bands within. The mercenaries came for the coin, risking their lives for a mere 2 silver pieces. Yet, for capturing or killing a fallen swordsman, they could earn a staggering bounty of 100 gold coins. A single gold coin could be exchanged for 25 silver pieces, amounting to a value of 2,500 silver pieces. Upon hearing this figure, all the mercenaries went mad. Buzz! The great sword cleaved through the mounted mercenaries, slicing both man and horse in half. Eugen barreled past the mangled horse carcasses and plunged into the streets. He intended to rush toward the city gates, force them open, and escape. Once outside, he would have numerous means to elude his pursuers. But where were the city gates? Gorgia's city belonged to the Wilson Duke family. It was no small place, sprawling with complex streets and buildings that obstructed visibility, making it a fool's errand to hope for a clear view of the gates. There, surround him, do not let him escape. A member of the White Dove mercenary group recognized Eugen's identity and shouted in excitement. As many mercenaries converged on him, Eugen swiftly dispatched the shouting mercenary and crashed through the door of a nearby house. "Block him! He cannot escape!" The captain of the White Dove mercenary group rejoiced, while other mercenaries had yet to find their quarry. He had cornered the prey within the house. 100 gold coins were as good as his. At that moment, a great sword suddenly thrust through the thick earthen wall, and the swordsman burst through the wall like a heavy vehicle, charging towards the captain of the White Dove mercenary group and unceremoniously unseating him from his mount with a single strike. No one expected that the captain of such a prominent mercenary group would meet his end in such a manner. As the captain of the White Dove mercenary corps fell from his horse, chaos erupted instantly. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Eugen fought his way through the encirclement and dashed into another dwelling. Ascending to the second floor, he ran along the outer corridor while observing his surroundings. At last, he spotted a relatively tall building nearby, one that exceeded the line of sight of ordinary houses. He leapt from the corridor, rolling onto the rooftop of a building across the street. A volley of arrows whistled towards him. Eugen used his weapon, the Nameless, to block the incoming projectiles. That a gunshot rang out, and a lead bullet from a mercenary marksman 20 meters away struck him squarely in the chest. Fortunately, the thick armor of the returner absorbed the impact, though the bullet dented the emblem of the Orlon eagle on his chest slightly. Why Eugen had no time to deal with the marksman. Wielding the Nameless as a shield, he forcefully crashed into the ambushing mercenaries on the rooftop. He leapt again, aiming to jump onto the roof of another building. Once he crossed the rooftop ahead, he could leap onto the 3-story structure to gain a vantage point and ascertain the location of that damned city gate. Just as he stepped onto the wooden roof of the opposite building, an ominous crack echoed as the floorboards gave way, and Eugen tumbled clumsily into the second floor. The sound of splintering would follow as he awkwardly rolled down to the first floor. "I told you you're too heavy," Kiki remarked sarcastically. "Shut up," Eugen retorted, kicking open the wooden door to step outside, only to find himself in a dead-end alley. The mercenaries within the alley froze momentarily before erupting in joyous shouts. Seizing their weapons, they were the Golden Mercenaries, and they had seen the notorious swordsman before. 100 gold coins delivered on a silver platter. This was a dream come true for them. "Ha, you vile swordsman. Do you remember me? I thought you had been captured by another mercenary group, but here you are, delivering me gold that I always said you'd eventually fall into my hands. Brothers, our chance to get rich has come." Their eyes gleamed with greed as they faced the treasure before them. After a series of terrified screams, the so-called golden mercenaries lay dead in droves. For those without heavy armor, being cleaved by a large sword was akin to slaughtering chickens and ducks. Although they had no chance of capturing Eugene, their presence slightly impeded his escape. As Eugene broke free from the alley, he found himself surrounded by mercenaries on both sides of the street. The numbers nearing 100 swordsmen. "You killed my captain. I will not let you die easily," proclaimed the captain of the White Dove Mercenary Corps. A cruel smile plastered across his face as he rode forth with his men. "Seize him," he commanded, and nearly 100 mercenaries surged forward, while Eugene could not help but sneer. Did they really think he would cower just because they outnumbered him? The dancing edge of his sword flashed as it reaped lives with ease, severing any who dared approach. "You are courting death. I shall slay you all." Eugene's frenzied slaughter instilled fear in Kiki, who had witnessed Eugene's merciless demeanor against the fallen before, though it had been undeniably impressive. Yet now, as the target shifted to humans, and countless bodies fell in an instant, the sheer brutality of the scene was deeply unsettling to Kiki. Unlike his previous retreat into Eugene's pouch at the Duke's manor, Kiki urgently advised, "Swordsman, cease the killing. Look for a way to escape. If this continues, we will be completely trapped by these men." However, Eugene, lost in his murderous frenzy, paid no heed to the cookie's warning. Fully immersed in the act of slaughtered, this man even human? How could he possess such terrifying strength? The captain of the White Dove, Sokka, was left in shock as he witnessed the lives being harvested with such ease. These were the very mercenaries he had diligently recruited and trained. "Damn it, do not approach him. That man is no longer human. Shoot him with arrows." Just then, from the street's drainage channels, clusters of pale pink, head-sized fleshballs crawled forth, surging like a tide into the midst of the mercenaries attacking the swordsmen. Chaos erupted among the mercenaries as the fleshballs, each with a mouth, gnawed at anything they could reach. The sudden appearance of these grotesque masses jolted the bloodthirsty swordsman from his rage. Why Eugene? "Let us flee," Kiki urged hastily. Why Eugene swung his large sword, striking at the advancing fleshballs, and as the mercenaries were distracted by the grotesque assault, he broke free from their encirclement, stumbling into another alley like a headless fly. "Big brother, come this way." At that moment, he heard a young girl's voice calling out nearby. Following the sound, he discovered her face peering from a dark, grimy drainage outlet. "Hurry, come inside," the girl waved anxiously at him. To emerge from such a place and still be a child. How suspicious. Kiki's brow furrowed as he analyzed the situation. Hearing the sounds of mercenaries in pursuit, Eugene realized he had no choice but to enter if he wished to avoid exhaustion from relentless combat. Quickly weighing his options, he decisively crawled into the outlet. Even if the occupant were a monster, so be it. He lit a torch and, bending low, followed the frail girl through the cramped drainage. After a winding journey, she finally led him into a relatively spacious and dry corridor. This was no mere filthy sewer. It was illuminated by numerous candles, with books haphazardly piled about, edible bread, and clean buckets filled with fresh water. Against the wall lay a small, dirty blanket adorned with a cute bear pattern, clearly meant for resting. Why Eugene first used his torch to survey the area, ensuring it was safe before inquiring. "Who are you? And how did you end up here?" The dirty little girl beamed at him, her sweet smile brightening the dim space. "My name is Dora. My mother and uncle hid me here." "And what about you, big brother? What is your name?" "Oh, and what about this moving cookie sprite? I am Kiki, and he is Eugene. We are super powerful, ruthless mercenaries. Aren't you afraid of us?" Kiki grinned wickedly, his long scarred face displaying a mischievous expression as he addressed Dora. Meanwhile, Eugene's armor, still stained with the blood of mercenaries, certainly appeared fearsome. That's so?" Dora giggled, showing no signs of fear, which deflated Kiki's theatrical bravado. "Big brother, why are they chasing you?" Kiki jumped in to answer. "Because we refuse to submit to that vile prince's tyranny. Thus, the wicked prince has sent his evil minions to hunt down the brave hero." Sitting on her little blanket, Dora rested her head on her knees, tilting her head in confusion. "But you just said you were super powerful mercenaries. How did you become heroes?" Kiki adjusted his glimmering glasses, dismissing the inconsistency. "That's unimportant. A hero can also be a mercenary. The two are not mutually exclusive. Perhaps one day, the hero will become the king of mercenaries, marry the princess he loves, and ultimately be imprisoned by a jealous king, only to escape and seek revenge. Shut up. Eugene finally could no longer tolerate Kiki's endless rambling. The playful exchange between the cookie and the girl brought forth a chuckle from Dora, who then pushed her remaining bread and water toward Eugene. Big brother, would you like something to eat? The sight of the bloodied swordsman caused Dora to instinctively recoil. That I do not need it. Eugene replied curtly. Kiki, ever the bold one, leapt down and eagerly devoured the bread in large bites. Can cookies eat bread? He exclaimed indignantly. Of course. You cannot underestimate a cookie. Not only can cookies eat regular bread, but one day, we shall also take a bite out of the black bread. Both the cookie and the little girl burst into laughter, though their amusement seemed to stem from different sources. Eugene scanned the remnants of bread and fresh water before asking, How long have you been here? Dora settled back onto her soft blanket, tilting her head in thought. That I don't know. It feels like it's been a long time. One day, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared in the city, and my mother couldn't find my father and brother. Then, with my uncle's help, she hid me here. And what about your mother? I have not seen my mother for quite some time, but I am assured of her well-being, for she sends my younger brothers to deliver food, water, and an abundance of storybooks to me. Curious, Cookie jumped into the pile of books to investigate, and indeed, as Dora had mentioned, they were filled with delightful fairy tales. One book caught his eye. It narrated the tales of a fairy tale kingdom. However, to his dismay, the protagonist was not a dashing cookie, but rather a black-bread swordsman. How absurd. Dora remarked. Mother said that as long as I quietly stay here, I will be able to see father and my brothers again. So I have been very well behaved. Just now, my brothers told me that father has returned, and I will soon be able to meet them. Cookie had overheard Dora mention her brothers several times. Yet aside from the three of them, there was no one else present. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, Who are the brothers you keep speaking of? I have not seen them. The brothers are simply the brothers. They are quite shy. Perhaps they are hiding, Dora replied. Cookie immediately grew cautious. The great adventurer Cookie. He had heard many terrifying tales, and he sensed something amiss regarding the brothers Dora spoke of. He leaped onto the swordsman's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Hey, Eugene, is this Dora a fallen? No, came the reply from the great annihilator. Only then did Cookie relax. No one could discern the difference between the fallen and ordinary humans better than the annihilator. Do you know the way out? Dora shook her head. This sewer was constructed long ago. It leads to many places in the city. However, I have not explored it, for I have remained here. It is safe. You can also stay here with me. Big brothered, as long as we see father, we will be safe. Eugene could not waste time hiding here forever. He gazed deeper into the dark tunnel, prepared to explore and see if he could find a way out. Are you leaving, big brother? If you find a way out, I can take you with me. Would you like to come? Dora shook her head. Thank you, big brother, but I will not go. Cookie found it hard to understand the little girl's behavior and urged. Why not? It is dangerous to be here alone. You should come with us. Dora replied, No, I will wait here for father and my brothers. Eugene took one last look at the lonely figure of the little girl curled up in the corner before venturing into the depths of the sewer. Without the lively Cookie, Dora suddenly felt the chill of solitude and, feeling lost, hugged her knees in silence. In truth, she had lied. Mother had said that father and her brothers would no longer love her, and they might never come to find her. She did not wish to go anywhere. Yet, before long, she noticed a flicker of light approaching from afar, then receding, only to return again, and then vanish once more from another direction. As she watched, the light drew ever closer, and a joyful smile spread across her face. Her cookie friend and the swordsman were back. It's Dora. Hee. Eugene, you big fool. You came back. The lively laughter of the cookie echoed in the distance. Be quiet, came the swordsman's succinct reply. Why have you returned? Dora asked, feigning ignorance. Because we got lost, Cookie interjected eagerly. Dora laughed along with the cookie, their amusement perfectly synchronized. The sewer was indeed labyrinthine and vast, and the dim light of the torch made it difficult for Eugene to navigate. He had wandered for quite some time, continually retracing his steps. His talent for exploration was not as formidable as he had imagined. Dora once more offered Eugene the remaining bits of bread and water. Would you like some, big brother? This time, Eugene did not refuse the kind gesture of the little girl. He accepted the food and removed his closed helmet. eating silently. Big brother is indeed very young, Dora thought, delighted that Eugen finally accepted her offering. Yet, joyous moments are inevitably fleeting. The relentless swordsman could not halt his quest here. This time, I should not get lost again. Are you certain you do not want to accompany me outside? Eugen asked Dora one last time. She shook her head. Mother said that the soldiers roaming the city would kill anyone they see within the walls. And I must wait here for father and my brothers to come for me. I cannot go elsewhere. The Lord's forces have already breached the city. You must go find them on your own. Eugen advised the obstinate child before departing once again. Are we really going to leave her? Cookie whispered to the swordsman, unable to bear the thought of abandoning a little girl alone in such a place. It is her choice. Once a choice is made, it must be adhered to, Eugen replied, as that was how he had always lived his life. Cookie vehemently disagreed. Why don't we take her home? Eugen retorted coldly. Do you think I resemble a babysitter? That is rather heartless. She helped us and even saved your life. If that is the case, then you can stay here. What did you say? Cookie exclaimed, his temper flaring. He had had enough of the swordsman's self-righteous demeanor. Dog Noah, do you think Cookie dares not to challenge you? At that moment, Dora's expression suddenly darkened, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. The swordsman and the Cookie halted their argument, gazing in astonishment at the little girl who was crying without warning. Dora looked helplessly at the swordsman and, choking back sobs, pleaded, Can you help me? Big brother, have we captured the swordsman yet? Prince William casually inquired of the captain of his personal guard within the temporary royal residence provided by Duke Wilson. Not yet, Your Highness, Captain Edmund Grey replied honestly. Prince William erupted in anger. Are you all useless? 1,000 mercenaries scouring the city, and yet you cannot capture a mere swordsman. Edmund felt ashamed. He wanted to dispatch his elite knights to apprehend the swordsman. However, the prince had issued a specific order that the swordsman must not die at the hands of the knights, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Malcolm timely stepped forward to defend Edmund, stating that swordsman possesses extraordinary combat skills. It is understandable that a group of undisciplined, low-performing mercenaries cannot capture him at once. We have already sealed the city gates, and there are no other exits from Gorgia City. The swordsman is like a rat cornered. He cannot escape. Those greedy mercenaries, upon seeing the bounty on his head, are mad with greed and fearless. I believe it is only a matter of time before they capture him. Just then, Duke Wilson's third son and the head steward arrived to visit the esteemed Prince William, bringing with them boxes of precious gifts, as well as an invitation to a celebratory banquet hosted by Duke Wilson to express gratitude for the recent assistance in reclaiming Gorgia City. It appeared that our resilient Duke Wilson had already regained his spirits. Prince William smiled meaningfully in gratitude towards the Kingdom of France. Prince William, alongside General Allied, acknowledged the assistance rendered to the Wilson family and, indeed, to the Kingdom of Ailman. With no time for sorrow, Duke Wilson composed himself and ordered the banquet hall of the ducal residence to be redecorated, for he intended to host a grand feast to entertain esteemed guests from neighboring lands. The Wilson family had amassed considerable wealth over the years. Although the city still bore the scars of devastation and bloodshed, the Lord's residence had been revitalized, in the hidden cellars of the castle. One could find nearly everything needed: food, drink, and an abundance of gold. The bright silver candelabras, adorned with fragrant candles, illuminated the hall as brilliantly as daylight, while the exquisite furniture and fine tableware, along with silk and velvet draperies, embellished the walls and spaciousness. Even amid such turmoil, musicians had been invited to play soothing and delightful background melodies, and a plethora of seasonal delicacies, cultivated through magic, were laid out in abundance. Duke Wilson meticulously arranged the evening's banquet not only to showcase the depth of the Wilson family's heritage, ensuring future assistance in times of need, but also to convey to the distinguished guests the family's esteem and gratitude. Due to the prince's noble stature, his seat was almost equivalent to that of Duke Wilson, with Allied positioned closely beside him. After a round of toasts, Prince William casually inquired, "The Kingdom of Ailman is currently in disarray, with the king missing and the royal city inaccessible. What are your plans?" "Your Grace?" Duke Wilson's heart leapt with joy. He had long awaited Prince William's inquiry about this matter. As per the information I have received, His Majesty the King is now untraceable, and apart from Princess Isabella, he has no other heirs. That I intend to seek out Prince George Grant, who is also a descendant of the late king, that I wish to propose his ascension to the throne. At this point, Duke Wilson believed he had conveyed his intentions clearly, as long as the Kingdom of France was willing to continue supporting him in crowning a new king. The Kingdom of Ailman would, in due time, repay France with the most generous rewards. When the late King of France passed away, chaos ensued due to the invasion of the fallen ones from the south. It was King Bruce Grant, the Silver Lion of Ailman, who decisively led an army to support France in re-establishing a new king and restoring the nation. Now, the tables had turned. It was time for the prosperous Kingdom of France to lend its unwavering support to Ailman. However, Prince William held a differing perspective. "Allow me to speak, Duke Wilson. This is no longer the time of your. The catastrophic forces of the abyss are far more severe than before. The apostles no longer emerge solely from the northern wastelands. They are omnipresent. This era has descended into a time of apocalypse. The once mighty Kingdom of Ailman is practically defunct and irretrievable. In this age, humanity must unite entirely to withstand this impending doom." Duke Wilson furrowed his brow, sensing the underlying implications in Prince William's words. Indeed, Prince William continued, "At such a juncture, why not pledge allegiance to the powerful Kingdom of France, Duke Wilson?" Enraged, Duke Wilson slammed his hands down on the table, the jarring sound causing the once boisterous banquet to fall into an abrupt silence, with the soothing background music fading away. "Prince William, what do you mean by this? Is the Kingdom of France seeking to seize the Kingdom of Ailman during this tumultuous time? Is this your intent or that of France?" Prince William replied with a smile, "Your Grace, do not take offense. Our two nations have enjoyed a long-standing friendship. How could there be any thought of seizing Ailman? By bloodline, we are indeed cousins, are we not? In these apocalyptic times, we must not concern ourselves with the petty matters of national annexation. Rather, we should focus on the survival of humanity itself, with the administrative apparatus of Ailman in ruins, the royal city fallen, and the nobles in positions of power either dead or vanquished. Even the illustrious Wilson family has succumbed to the apostles. Who, if not the resilient Kingdom of France, is worthy of uniting humanity for salvation?" "You speak nonsense," Duke Wilson retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Prince William. "If we are to unite the forces of humanity to vanquish the apostles, it should be under the banner of the great Orleans Empire. When did it become your Kingdom of France place to assert dominance here?" Mentioning the Orleans Emperor, Prince William's demeanor darkened, his previously calm and polite smile faltering, revealing an unmistakable murderous intent in his eyes. "Wilson, I offered you a chance." Suddenly, Prince William seized the silver knife from the platter and plunged it into Duke Wilson's corpulent body. The doors of the banquet hall were kicked open, and a troop of well-armored royal guards stormed in. The ground outside littered with the corpses of Duke Wilson's servants and guards. "Father, Dad, William, what have you done?" The scions of the Wilson family were thrown into chaos, unable to fathom how the harmonious feast had turned into a scene of horror with their father struck down by Prince William's blade. "William, how dare you?" Duke Wilson's eyes gradually lost focus, unable to believe that Prince William would turn on him. "You are a duke and a noble. Exterminate the entire Wilson lineage. Leave not a single one alive," Prince William coldly commanded. Immediately, the royal guards commenced a gruesome slaughter of all present members of the Wilson family. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Allied inquired, frowning as he observed the bloody carnage unfolding. "The mutual prohibition against noble bloodshed is a rule we all ostensibly adhere to. It is about reclaiming the ancestral lands of the Kingdom of France. The Kingdom of Ailman no longer exists. This era belongs to France and its valiant generals, Lord Allied. You two have risen from humble beginnings to reach your current station. You cannot possibly be unaware of this truth. What is your choice now?" Allied drew his sword, resolutely standing before Prince William, dispatching a nearby duke's son with a swift thrust. "I will pledge my life to protect your Highness." "Your Highness, this matter does not concern us." The leaders of several hired mercenary groups trembled in trepidation, rendered helpless. Prince William replied with a smile, "Gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. Your payment will not diminish, and I shall reward your valor. Let me out. I wish to speak with my father." In the room, Henry Wilson shouted loudly towards the door, smashing mirrors and overturning cabinets and tables, yet the door remained firmly shut. After a while, exhausted from his futile efforts, Henry slumped onto the bed, his expression one of despair. The Duke had suspected an illicit relationship between himself and his mother. due to the scandalous behavior of the Duchess and the apostle bearing his own visage. This woman was not his biological mother, but rather his father's second wife, whom he had married after the death of his true mother, and she had always been kind and caring towards him. In retrospect, that affectionate kindness had indeed felt different from that of his siblings, a closeness he had sensed but never contemplated in the light of forbidden relations. He would swear to the Holy Spirit that he had no improper relationship with his mother. Yet no matter how he explained, Duke Wilson refused to believe him, imprisoning him instead. Henry felt his future had been irrevocably shattered. This misunderstanding would forever bar him from his father's favor. Another burden weighed upon him, while his mother had fallen into disgrace. It had nothing to do with his youngest sister, who had yet to be found. However, since their mother had succumbed to such a state, no one had mentioned searching for his sister, just as he was consumed by anxiety. The tightly shut door swung open, and a squad of soldiers burst in. "Has my father finally decided to see me?" Henry exclaimed with joy, but as he scrutinized the soldiers, he was struck by the realization that they bore the armor of Prince William's Phoenix Guard. "How dare you? How did you come to be here?" Henry confronted the prince's guards, who unsheathed their swords without hesitation and charged at him with lethal intent. His reaction was remarkably swift, having trained under General Harold since childhood. He had honed his swordsmanship and physical prowess, and had once led troops to quell numerous rebels and traitors. He bore the honor of the Wilson White Eagle, standing as the most exceptional among his brethren. Seizing the long sword of an enemy, he engaged in battle, and with his exquisite skill and strength, he managed to slay the entire squad of knights that had intruded upon him. Breathless, Henry knelt, clutching his sword. His eyes ablaze with fury. How dare Prince William's knights draw their blades against him? That treacherous scoundrel had reemerged, undoubtedly harboring nefarious secrets, truly worthy of the Wilson White Eagle, the future of the Wilson family. What remarkable swordsmanship! Captain Edmund Gray of the Prince's Guard praised the valor of the Wilson White Eagle as he stepped into the room strewn with corpses. "You have slain my beloved subordinate. Are you prepared to face my retribution? Why are you crying?" Suddenly, the previously cheerful Dora burst into tears, prompting Kiki to assume that his quarrel with the murderous swordsman had frightened the little girl. And he hurriedly sought to console her. Wiping her tears, Dora shook her head. "My brothers told me that father has just died, killed by a man named William. Prince William." Eugene recognized the name. The current plight he faced was indeed a consequence of this individual. Dora wept inconsolably, her tears refusing to dry. Clutching her dirty skirt, she pleaded, "I know my big brother is very capable. He must be a mercenary, right? Can he help me seek vengeance? My father left behind a great fortune. I do not seek vengeance for anyone. I have come solely for the apostle," Eugene replied coldly. "They will not return for you. If you remain here, you will soon perish. Come with me. I will take you to a safe place." Dora shook her head vigorously, insisting, "My brother must still be alive." "Can you lead me to him?" Kiki chimed in. "Eugene, let us help her. Otherwise, she too will perish here." Why? Eugene responded indifferently. "I have already offered her a chance. Since she refuses to leave, her fate is of no concern to me." But the Cookie Man attempted to persuade Eugene, but Eugene had already turned to leave, intent on continuing his exploration of the sewers. "Big brother, is your target the apostle? If I can help you kill one, would you assist me?" Eugene halted, astonished by the astonishing words of the little girl. Clang! The clash of blades rang out in a sharp metallic hum. Edmund Gray skillfully maneuvered his longsword, cutting through Henry's already weakened defense. The blade piercing his chest, they separated, Henry kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest, his pallor evident, yet the fury in his eyes intensified. "You are attacking a knight of the kingdom, the firstborn of the Grand Duke. Even my father would never permit such insolence from you. Your Duke father and your siblings have already gone to hell. I believe they are most eager for you to join them." Edmund retorted, "What did you say?" Although he had suspected as much, hearing the commander articulate the truth rendered him incredulous. "Why? Why do you slaughter the Wilson family?" Edmund sighed softly, "Because your father is obstinate. Even in this dire state, he still dares to uphold the dignity of his noble lineage. The Frank kingdom and the Elmond kingdom have maintained a harmonious relationship for generations, with nobility intermarrying. I do not believe France desires this outcome. Naive, the path to national strength is one that none can obstruct." Edmund's gaze grew resolute, since he refused to ascend the great ladder of transformation into an empire for the Frank kingdom. "You become its enemy. Should not enemies be eradicated at the earliest opportunity?" "You ungrateful beasts!" Henry's eyes blazed with fury as he charged once more at Captain Edmund. The young duke's son, having experienced mere mock battles, was lauded as the victorious White Eagle. What title, then, should be bestowed upon a general of the kingdom who had faced countless life-and-death struggles, vanquishing innumerable fallen foes and enemies of the realm? Henry was sent sprawling into a tea table by a kick from Edmund, the table shattering, leaving Henry like a beast ensnared in a net, enduring the mockery of arrows as they taunted him. "The bloodline of the Wilsons shall not perish here." Suddenly, Henry seized a shard of the shattered table, launching a surprise attack on Edmund. Edmund raised his left hand to shield his face, while the remaining shards clattered harmlessly against his armor. Seizing the opportunity, Henry dragged his bleeding body through the broken glass, leaping from the window at a mere child's game. Observing the disheveled figure of Henry Wilson leaping from the window, Edmund scoffed disdainfully. Henry fell from the second-floor window, crashing into the flower bed below, his vibrant blood staining his ornate armor. Edmund followed suit, leaping through the window, unhurried, for he knew Henry Wilson was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Henry, dragging his wounded form, fled relentlessly. He had to escape. The bloodline of the Wilsons could not be extinguished, and he had yet to find his sister. Drawing on his familiarity with the Duke's estate, he evaded the probing eyes of patrolling soldiers time and again. In the dim night, he beheld the bodies of numerous servants piled like a small mountain. Their remains ablaze, he reached the grand entrance of the Duke's estate, where a squad of prince's guards stood ready. This time, he could not evade capture. He had to break through. Emerging from the shadows, Henry charged, sword raised, towards the guards stationed at the entrance. The rigorous training imposed by General Harold since his youth once again enabled him to triumph over his adversaries. Clutching his injured left arm, he stepped over the bodies of fallen soldiers and finally burst through the gates of the Duke's estate. "Dora, brother has come to find you." Blood trailed along the path Henry had taken, forming a long crimson line that gradually grew thinner with distance. The scenery before him blurred, the ground beneath his feet softened, and his father's voice called from behind, urging him to turn back. He could not stop, until he saw a figure approaching him step by step, the heavy armor resembling a mountain, the tattered cloak billowing in the wind, revealing the imposing greatsword strapped to the back. "Swordsman, brother, it is you!" Dora exclaimed, rushing forward to support her brother with her small frame. "Dora, I knew you would be safe." Hearing his sister's call, Henry smiled. "Look at my miraculous healing powder." Kiki leapt onto Henry, sprinkling cookie crumbs over his wounds, instantly staunching the flow of blood. The swordsman stepped past Henry, positioning himself to shield the siblings from Edmund's gaze. "Swordsman, we meet again." Edmund, who had silently followed Henry with his soldiers, spoke. "The prince's command is to eradicate every last descendant of the Wilson family. That I followed Henry in hopes of locating the long-missing Miss Dora Wilson, whom Duke Wilson had presumed dead. That it seems my patience has not been in vain." Eugene addressed those behind him. "Take your brother to a safe place. I will seek you out later to reclaim the reward you promised me." "Thank you, big brother. Now go. As Dora helped Henry retreat, the swordsman finally responded to Edmund. "I'm afraid I do not know you." The lightless blade was unsheathed from his back, the heavy sword slicing through the air with a hum. Edmund's expression darkened. "You will come to know me," he commanded his subordinates. "Go and kill the last remnants of the Wilson bloodline. I will personally deal with the swordsman." The Knights of the Guard ignored the swordsman, attempting to rush past him in pursuit of the Wilson siblings, only to find that the iron block known as the sword was swung, cleaving through any who dared to approach. "Take them down." Kiki shouted excitedly as the great sword cleaved through his knights. Edmund seethed with rage. "Swordsman, I intended to capture you alive out of respect for your unique status, yet you dare to strike at my guards repeatedly. They are heroes fighting for the country, while you treat them with such disdain. You are courting your own demise." He commanded the soldiers at his side. "Step back. I shall personally bring an end to his life." The numerous knights of the guard retreated, forming a vast encirclement. Though they did not advance to attack, they effectively blocked every escape route for the swordsman. The dual-handed sword in Edmund's grasp glimmered with resplendent runes, which, upon coalescing, began to exude streams of searing magma droplets. "This sword of mine is forged from magma iron, known as the lava blade. Come forth, swordsman. I am eager to see what qualifications you possess that allow you to claim the title of the Annihilator." Under Edmund's swordplay, a wave of molten lava surged forth from the blade, and any unfortunate enough to be touched by it would be transformed into fiery sludge. with even the strongest armor unable to withstand its heat. The swordsmen sidestepped the splashes of lava, which hissed and crackled as they met the ground. Is this all the Annihilator is capable of? Edmund continued to swing his sword, unleashing swathes of lava-infused sword energy, forcing the beleaguered swordsmen to evade in desperation. Moreover, he deliberately allowed the lava's spillage to create a barrier, enclosing the swordsmen within, particularly before him. The magma barrier was the widest, and any attempt to attack Edmund would necessitate traversing the molten obstacle. He had heard only in daylight that the swordsman had single-handedly slain 47 of his knights, and had just witnessed with his own eyes how the swordsman cleaved through his armored knights. Such power was proof that the swordsman had surpassed the realm of mortals. Engaging him in close combat was ill-advised. A coordinated attack from his subordinates might take down the swordsman, but it would come at the cost of significant casualties. The optimal strategy was to eliminate the swordsman from a distance. Absent any ranged archers, his lava blade was the best means to achieve this. This, too, was a consequence of the church's dissolution, when the church wielded its dominion. Weapons inscribed with elemental runes were deemed taboo, and their bearers were regarded as blasphemers against the divine. Following the collapse of the church, in a bid to combat the encroachment of the infernal beasts, the Kingdom of France established the Mage Academy, recruiting and training mages, thus reintroducing magical weapons into the annals of history. This effectively curtailed the spread of the infernal beasts, significantly bolstering the Kingdom of France's power and emboldening them to aspire toward the grandeur of the empire. As the remnants of the lava splashed upon the ground, Eugen inadvertently stepped into a pool of molten lava. Instantly, he felt an excruciating burn, the iron boot glowing red-hot, wisps of smoke rising from his armor. With this momentary delay, the spilled lava seared his armor, the decorative leather plates igniting in flames, transmitting the unbearable heat to his skin. Fall now, swordsman. If you do, I might spare your life. Edmund thrust his sword forward, cleaving through the air with an even greater torrent of lava sword energy. In stark contrast to Edmund's incessant monologue, Eugen remained silent throughout, dismissing the pain as trivial. He raised the lightless sword before him, bracing against the oncoming wave of molten energy, his feet firmly planted on the solid ground amidst the lava, charging toward Edmund. Edmund stared in disbelief as the swordsman brazenly withstood the lava sword energy, his feet crashing through the magma barrier and colliding forcefully with Edmund's chest. Edmund let out a wretched scream as he was sent hurtling backward like a ball, crashing into his ranks of knights and toppling several of his subordinates. The swordsman's body, infused with the heat of magma, inflicted a painful burn upon Edmund, and due to the lack of the swordsman's helmet's protective enclosures, molten droplets marred half of his face. Form ranks. Crush him! Edmund shouted, retreating behind his knights while issuing orders. Immediately, the encircling knights tightened their formation, and once the formation closed in sufficiently, the swordsman would be skewered by countless pole arms from all directions. However, while the magma had initially served as a weapon against the swordsman, it now became an impediment to the advancing troops, forcing many knights to circumvent the searing lava to continue forward. They were not the swordsmen, who could brave the lava. Stepping into it would render their feet useless. Seizing this opportunity, the swordsman navigated through the knightly encirclement, charging directly at Edmund. This man is no human. Surround him! Edmund's heart raced with trepidation as he was assisted by his guards in a hasty retreat. The swordsman traversed the path of lava that Edmund had created in his defense. Weaving through the ranks of soldiers like a force of nature, his great sword poised to strike at Edmund. The guards standing before Edmund were cleaved asunder, their feeble attempts to block yielding to the overwhelming power of the swordsman. Wait, swordsman, do you know who I am? I am the commanding general of Prince Regent. Edmund stammered. If you dare to kill me, the prince will. His body was severed in twain by the lightless sword. Your Prince Regent has no intention of sparing you from this afternoon onward. The swordsman mocked coldly, lamenting the demise of Edmund Grey. Darling, Kuchi, the adventurous spirit, exclaimed with wide eyes, racing toward the fallen lava blade, his little feet transforming into wheels. Although the commanding general had perished, the swordsman remained surrounded by the knights. Another squad of knights emerged from the duke's estate, a full company dispatched in response to Edmund's call for reinforcements. Hastening to the scene, No1 anticipated that the seasoned General Edmund would meet his demise at the hands of the swordsman before the reinforcements arrived. Kill him! Avenger the general! The knights of the guard shouted as they charged forward. Having slain the enemy commander, Eugen felt a sense of relief, a cathartic release from the earlier turmoil of being pursued by mercenaries. Yet he found himself ensnared in a pincer attack. The proximity to the prince's night stronghold was perilous. Lingering here would lead to his demise. Eugen resolutely began to break through. The thin formation hindered by the magma could not withstand him. Drawing upon his formidable strength, he dispatched the soldiers obstructing his path and shattered the encirclement that had yet to fully close. Fleeing into the labyrinthine streets, catch up to him. We cannot let this man escape. With a rumble, the entire city of Gorga trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. Throughout the city, among the heaps of unburned corpses of pregnant women, emerged clusters of plump, pale flesh balls. These creatures surfaced from every corner of the city, under eaves, within rooms, from sewers, and even from the corpses themselves, gathering as if they were swarming insects drawn to light. This heralded a catastrophe capable of obliterating the town. What is happening? Prince William awoke from his dreams, alarmed by the tremors, and hastily summoned Malcolm for an explanation. Malcolm, drenched in cold sweat, replied, "Your Highness, a multitude of fallen creatures have emerged within the city." "Are there apostles among them?" Malcolm's tone was peculiar to no. "Your Highness, those creatures merely stirred momentarily. Nothing else has transpired." "Nothing else has happened?" Prince William frowned, perplexed. "Did they not attack anyone? Did they not come this way?" "No, nothing happened. Moreover, after their brief disturbance, they vanished swiftly," Malcolm assured him emphatically. Troubled, Prince William ordered, "Command Viscount Aliad to conduct a thorough investigation to know. Have Edmund lead a team to inspect as well. This is a crucial route for our advance to the southeast. We cannot afford any destabilizing factors." "Your Highness," Malcolm hesitated, beads of sweat forming more densely on his forehead. "What now?" "Edmund Grey, the commander, encountered that swordsman while pursuing Wilson's eldest son and was killed by him." "What did you say?" William's pupils dilated in disbelief. "Where could they possibly go? Where could they flee?" Eugen retorted, evading a frenzied mercenary and re-entering the sewer entrance that Dora had led him to. As expected, upon reaching the spot where Dora had concealed herself, he found Henry there, yet Dora was nowhere to be seen. Approaching the blanket where Henry lay, Eugen noted Henry's pallid complexion, devoid of color, and the stillness of his chest, indicating he had evidently perished. "I can't believe he died just like that," Cucci exclaimed incredulously. Eugen had anticipated this outcome. He bled so profusely. It would be strange if he had survived. "What of Dora?" "Dora?" Kiki called softly. "Big brother, Dora is here." The voice of Dora echoed from the depths of the dim sewer, ethereal and elusive, as if a multitude of voices had combined to create that tone. Eugene pried a candelabrum from the wall for illumination and proceeded toward the passage from which the voice emanated. Turning the corner of the corridor, he slipped through an opening into another subterranean space, where the pitch-black darkness was illuminated by the flickering light of the candelabrum. The entire passage was filled with a colossal mass. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a giant tumor, composed of numerous heads, each the size of a human skull, stacked together. Even Eugene, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but retreat in fear, hastily drawing the wugonza for defense. Kiki burrowed into his pocket with utmost speed. Big brother, all the tumors in this space simultaneously opened their small mouths, and the cries for Big Brother emerged from these very grotesque masses. Has Dora been consumed? Kiki questioned Eugene, tears welling in his eyes. Dora hasn't been eaten, Kiki. Dora willingly transformed into this with her brother's assistance. Big brother, thank you for helping me find my brother. Now it is my turn to fulfill my promise. Please, big brother, kill me. The flame of the candelabrum could not penetrate the knight's helmet, and the eye holes of the knight remained fixed upon the writhing, grotesque mass, rendered speechless for a long time. Big brother. You wish to slay the apostle, correct? Does Dora not count as an apostle? Why would you do this? Kiki struggled to comprehend. Big brother, please kill me. Dora feels so much pain, so much pain. Dora wants to find her brother. Very well. At last, the knight spoke coldly, discarding the candelabrum and thrusting the wugonza directly into the massive tumor. A torrent of blue flames erupted from within the creature, engulfing the knight's form. He felt the surging essence of karma. Yet joy eluded him. This was the very reason for his disdain for this world. He loathed everything about it. He merely wished to escape this tormenting hell. The mass of grotesque tumors that had filled the expansive corridor vanished, transforming into fluttering pages of paper blanketing the passage like snowflakes. The knight and Biscuit stood in silence amidst the cascade of paper. Kiki picked up a page, a picture book illustration depicting a little girl adventuring alongside the black-faced sword knight and Biscuit. Tears streamed down Kiki's face like a broken faucet. The pages, upon contact with the fallen flame of the candelabrum, ignited, illuminating the once pitch-black corridor in brilliant light, dispelling all darkness. After a long while, Eugene addressed the burning pages. "Our transaction is not equitable. I shall repay you." "Not good. The night has intruded." The soldiers' alarmed shouts shattered the tranquility of the vast Duke's estate, because this night had slain Commander Edmund. The Duke dispatched a large contingent of knights to hunt him down, including Aleid. Ironically, it was a time of weakness within the Duke's estate. Though the alarm had been raised, it was already too late. The audacious knight had been discovered and had breached the residence of Prince William, leaving a trail of dismembered corpses in the corridors. The knight recognized the prince's quarters, thanks to the summons extended to him by the prince during the day. The knight kicked open room after room in search, ultimately bursting into the bedroom where Prince William lay. Everything unfolded too quickly. Prince William had just awakened from slumber, still clad in his nightgown. His shoes not yet donned. He sat calmly upon the silk-draped soft bed, gazing imperiously at the intruding knight, and inquired, "Knight, who grants you the audacity to intrude upon my palace alone?" The knight wasted no words, raising the wugongza and lunging toward Prince William. Yet, as he neared the prince, a layer of blue energy enveloped him, emanating from the gem suspended at the prince's waist. A magical shield. Boom! A stone the size of a water tank suddenly shot forth from the drapery, propelling the knight backward several meters and crashing him to the ground. "Your Highness, I apologize for the alarm. You must leave at once." The door to the side swung open, revealing Malcolm, wielding his staff. His face a mask of fury. "That detestable knight dares to assassinate the prince. Had I not arrived in time, I shudder to think of the consequences. Have one of the most powerful figures in the realm. The valiant Prince William, slain under layers of protection by a mere rogue knight, would be a disgrace for all of France. Execute him, Malcolm, even if he is a wugongza, daring to assassinate a prince of France. The world will unanimously support his execution." As Eugene struggled to rise, the vast room belonged to the mage Malcolm, who had already withdrawn from the chamber. "You are too arrogant, knight. Feel the wrath of France." Malcolm slammed his staff onto the ground, causing the entire floor to tremble. The once smooth marble surface cracked, and two massive hands emerged from the earth, each palm towering over the knight. The hands of the stone giant clapped together, akin to swatting a fly, intent on crushing the knight. The knight rolled away just in time to evade the strike, only to find a stone the size of a water tank hurtling toward him. "Stone strike!" the knight roared, channeling his strength into his arms, cleaving the flying stone with the wugongza. However, as the stone splintered, another stone of equal size came crashing toward him, sending him flying once more. "Impudent usurper, have you felt France's fury yet? This is merely the beginning." Malcolm raised his staff toward the knight, and a stream of fire ignited from the magical crystal atop the staff, cascading down upon him. In an instant, the area occupied by the knight transformed into a fiery inferno. While Eugene held the wugongza before him, attempting to shield against the initial wave of flames, but the surging heat was beyond the capacity of a mere great sword to withstand. He felt his entire body ablaze, his armor scorching as if it might melt away. Biscuit, engulfed in flames, scurried up and down the knight's body, only to be reduced to a charred cookie with a swift whoosh. Malcolm unleashed a relentless torrent of flames, intent on roasting the usurper alive in the most excruciating manner. Yet he failed to notice a fireball, mirroring the flames he conjured, stealthily soaring through the fiery chaos. It was only when the fireball was about to collide with him that Malcolm realized something was amiss, but it was too late. The fireball detonated beneath him, sending Malcolm's frail body flying amidst the scorching blast. Fortunately, it was merely a standard fireball spell, lacking significant power, and Malcolm, as an experienced mage, possessed the magical shield to protect himself. That he can use magic. According to the gathered intelligence on the night, from the siege to his confrontation with the apostle of General Harold, and even in his clash with the apostle who was lost in debauchery within the Duke's chamber, all reports indicated that this wugongza did not understand any magic, merely a reckless brute wielding an exaggerated great sword. He can use magic. Though unexpected, it was still just a fireball spell, and Malcolm, protected by his magical shield, suffered no real harm. What horrified him, however, was the sight of the brutish knight charging through the flames. Emerging from the inferno, flames still clung to him, his cloak billowing with fire, and his great sword glowed a fierce red. Eugene lunged at Malcolm, the crimson Wugongza crashing down with ferocity, shattering the fragile shield and obliterating the mage's frail form. Without sparing a glance at the fallen mage, the knight surged through the door from which Prince William had fled. Prince William was met by a squad of soldiers who had just arrived. Maintaining an unruffled demeanor, though he had fled his chamber in haste, it was merely to avoid Malcolm's magic affecting him. Malcolm was a formidable mage, and the knight would undoubtedly perish at his hands. Perhaps Malcolm would even have the luxury of sparing the usurper's life, waiting for the prince to deliver judgment personally. Yet, the knight, enshrouded in flames, burst forth from that door like a demon from hell. How could this be possible? Stop him at once. William's heart shattered at the sight before him. Engulfed by an overwhelming sense of terror, he commanded the guards to intercept the swordsman while he continued to flee in a state of panic towards the rear. The harrowing screams of the guards, coupled with the gruesome sounds of flesh being cleaved, reverberated through his very soul. In the depths of his despair, he was suddenly elated to see a long-haired man clad in resplendent silver armor standing in the corridor ahead. Amidst the dimness of the night, his form seemed to emanate a noble silvery moonlight. Even William, in the throes of escape, was momentarily entranced by the sight that he called out urgently to that figure. "Lord Aliyid, quickly stop that demon. Of course, your highness. Please, hurry and escape. I shall stand guard behind you." "Aliyid, do you intend to block my path as well?" The swordsman, his voice raspy, finally paused in his relentless advance. The long-haired general raised his chin slightly, haughtily gazing down upon the swordsman. "I am the vassal Viscount of Fronte. It is my duty to protect his highness." Reflecting on our time together. "We have yet to engage in battle. You shall perish here. Everyone has their own path to choose. If the other refuses to yield, they become an enemy." Without a moment's hesitation, the swordsman swung his crimson blade. The lightless one, towards Aliyid, the strike destined to cleave the slender figure in two. Suddenly, a wall of ice erupted from the ground, obstructing the swordsman's advance. The swordsman roared in fury as the lightless one collided with the icy barrier, producing a sound akin to ice melting, and the formidable wall splintered under the force of the blow. Aliyid retreated, his rapier slicing gracefully from right to left. In an instant, a series of ice pillars shot up from the wall to the right, piercing straight towards the swordsman's body. The swordsman, quick to react, raised his great sword in defense, but the power of the ice pillars was beyond expectation, propelling him through the window's opening. The swordsman tumbled into the garden beyond, instinctively lunging forward. The ground behind him was pierced by a massive ice spike. Had he not vacated the spot in time, his body would have been impaled there. Grasping the lightless one, he fled, not forgetting the purpose of his presence here. He had not come for a duel, but to return a favor. Aliyid leaped from the corridor, descending into the garden like a gust of wind, his expression devoid of emotion as he raised his sword towards the swordsman's retreating figure. The tip of his blade shimmered with arcane energy, and a flurry of ice arrows erupted forth, aimed at the swordsman's back. The swordsman held the lightless one behind him, bracing against the onslaught of ice arrows, the sound of ice striking metal like a hailstorm against iron. The lightless one could not withstand all the ice arrows. Several pierced through its defense, embedding themselves in his back and thigh. "Dodge, Ember!" Kuki shouted from atop the swordsman's helmet, frantically banging on it. The swordsman severed the ice arrows lodged in his body and rolled to the side at Kuki's urging, only to witness a wall of ice rapidly spreading from behind, freezing everything in its path. Magic is indeed a troublesome thing. Perhaps I need to reconsider its significance. Ember couldn't help but think this as he turned to hurl a fireball at Aliyid. Seizing the opportunity, he burst through a large door, navigating the intricate terrain to momentarily evade Aliyid's pursuit. At last, he spotted William, frantically fleeing, shielded by a cadre of well-equipped guards, retreating towards the Duke's estate to regroup, with the main forces dispatched to search for the swordsman. William had already witnessed the valiant and formidable Edmund Grey fall to the swordsman's blade, and Malcolm, proficient in numerous powerful spells, had also met his end at the swordsman's hands. He had little faith that Lord Aliyid could defeat or even halt the swordsman. Only his troops could ensure his safety. Just as he thought this, the swordsman burst through a window of the Duke's residence, charging towards him. William, filled with dread, hastily commanded his guards to intercept. This squad of guards was equipped with bows. William prayed that the rain of arrows would bring the swordsman down. Even though countless arrows had struck the swordsman, embedding into him like a porcupine, he did not falter. The swordsman charged into the throng. Seemingly undying, wielding his sword, the nearest guards were cleaved in two by the lightless one. Swordsman, I am the Prince of Fronte, representing the royal family. Do you dare to slay me? The entire Fronte will rise against you. Spare me, and I shall pretend none of this transpired. Your departure will meet no obstruction. William, in his terror, attempted to reason with the harbinger of death, employing both threats and concessions, yet the swordsman paid him no heed. Coldly, he raised the lightless one and severed William's head from his shoulders. The noble prince's pleas were abruptly silenced. The newly appointed captain of William's guards returned with a large contingent. Horrified to find the headless corpse of their prince, the swordsman is within this duke's estate. Search each room and slay every idle soul you encounter. He must not escape. The new captain's frenzied roar echoed throughout the city. Ember, struck by Ali's ice arrows, already bore extensive frostbite, and now, with a barrage of arrows piercing his body, he was grievously wounded. Had it not been for the extraordinary resilience of his ember-born form, he would have perished multiple times over. He stumbled into a room to regain his strength as Cookie scattered magical cookie dust to staunch his bleeding. Swordsman, I fear this time we are truly finished. Cookie trembled, clutching his face, already envisioning the scene of their cookies being baked in the furnace for the grave sin of slaying the prince. Ember ignored Cookie's dramatics, desperately pondering whether there remained a chance for escape. He felt no fear, for merely existing in this world was his greatest dread. That he cared not for anyone. He only sought to advance, to either die along the way or flee this realm. Both outcomes were acceptable to him. Death might even be a more profound release. He simply lacked the habit of giving up. With a sudden crash, the door to the cramped storage room swung open, and Ember, gripping the lightless one, prepared to strike down the intruder. However, the figure that entered had long hair, red eyes, and wore silver armor, more beautiful than any woman. It was Ali. The swordsman hesitated for a moment, allowing Ali to evade his lethal strike. Leaning on his sword, Ember gasped for breath, still unwilling to concede, preparing for one final confrontation. But Ali did not unleash his vexing ice magic upon him. Instead, he closed the storage room door again. The two stood there, locked in a silent stare, as Ember struggled to comprehend Ali's intentions.